Chapter 54, The Obsessed Last King, 2. Translator, Editor, Sasha, hi. The witch sighed anxiously. Don't just blurt stuff out recklessly. Most mistakes can be covered for, but if you really go all out talking nonsense, even I can't restrain the media. There's no one as gentle as me. You know me, right? I'm the prophet, okay? I know what the most exemplary answer is. Can I really believe you? Hey, of course. I took over the microphone from the witch. The witch seemed worried about me up till the last moment when she passed me the microphone, but it was really fine. I had a secret method. Ah! 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 I warmed up my voice gently. My voice resonated through the square through the speaker. Hello, everyone. I am a hunter who received the nickname Death King. Nice to meet you. Snap! Snap! The flashes formed a striking wave. I wasn't very flustered. Was yesterday's experience of being surrounded by a crowd a form of immunization against this? I was more relaxed than I thought and received the baptism of flashes head-on. Your name is John Evans Nim? Yes, that's right. The young reporter looked straight at me, eyes burning with the spirit of a journalist. He had a heated gaze that looked as if he wouldn't miss any move I made, and that he would surely reveal who I really was. It was quite an uncomfortable gaze. Well, meeting a gaze like that. There was only one idea that came to my mind. In my opinion, it's a voice of concern that comes from my shortfalls. Learn from your lessons is a Korean idiom that basically means something that allows one to learn a lesson from a mistake, or a direct translation could be, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Let's just not become someone like Flame Emperor. Huh? The reporter gripped the microphone with one hand and batted his eyes. He probably didn't expect me to react in this kind of way. Meanwhile, recalling in my head the weasel-like mug of the Flame Emperor, I said, weasel in this context refers to someone who is deceitful and cunning. I'll repeat it. In my opinion, it's all a voice of concern that comes from my shortfalls. My secret move was very simple. No matter what, all I have to do is say it the other way round of how the Flame Emperor would. Did I look like I would have some kind of great knack for interviews? I was different from the witch. I didn't have a talent at captivating the crowd with speeches. No talent, no skills, no experience. But there was just one thing. I had the knowledge that others didn't. The world's most impudent hunters' interviews. If I did the exact opposite of what Flame Emperor did, even if I was bad at it, it'd still be decent. I was a big fan of the Flame Emperor for nearly a decade. Thanks to that, the inside of my head was no different than a library. A library where the atrocities and the absurd remarks of Flame Emperor were recorded. What if it wasn't me who was holding to the microphone now, but Flame Emperor? He would have said this. It's because of my greatness that we could clear through the 20th floor, you little bastards. I worked to the bones to clear the tower, you know? So what'd you expect me to do? The items and experiences I got there would naturally be mine. Hey, trash reporter. If I don't take it for myself, then who should I give it to, huh? Your father? I didn't just made that up on the spot right now. In fact, he really was like that. That was why before I returned in time, the witch would turn pale whenever there was a press conference. It was the so-called your father case. So naturally, the press conference had a brilliant outburst. The swearing sounds of the reporters were broadcasted live, and by the time the witch rushed to the conference, it was already too late. It was literally a major catastrophe. The live broadcast was stopped in a hurry, but the disaster was not over. As Yu Suha counterfired the reporters, the mother of all curses and all kinds of curses that exist in the world were thrown at him, and the scene that unfolded was broadcasted by individual streamers just as it was. His nickname wasn't the Plague for no reason. Rumor had it that the witch had been bedridden for a week after that day. Perhaps due to the Your Father incident, the witch learned what kind of existence the hunter Yu Suha was. Was it not because of this incident that the top guilds distanced themselves from Yu Suha? In the past, the Flame Emperor thoroughly screwed up this press conference. In other words, I just have to say the exact opposite of what the Plague said. Do the exact opposite of the worst, and it'd be the best. I grabbed the microphone as I recalled Yu Suha's absurd remarks. It's because of my greatness that we could clear through the 20th floor, you little bastards. I know the public opinion is in an uproar because of me, but it's overrated. Without the help of Black Dragon Witch and Sword Saint here, I would have never been able to clear up till the 20th floor alone. I worked my bones off to clear the tower, you know? Of course, I am proud to say that I gave it my all. Aiming at 0 sacrifices, we really put in all of our efforts, to the point of grinding our bones. But I don't think this can be considered as our sacrifice. It's what we should do as human beings. As a hunter, this was the right thing to do. More than anything, I did it because it's something I like to do. The items and experiences I got there would naturally be mine. Hey, trash reporter, if I don't take it for myself, then who should I give it to, huh? But just cause of that, I don't have the intention of claiming my rights. That is why I entrusted the rights of the 10th floor to the 19th floor to the guild masters. I only said that I wanted the 20th floor to myself. No, the 20th floor is a kind of green belt area. On the 20th floor, the residents of the tower who originally resided there will live there. I will be happy with just the administrator role. Your father? Reporter Evan Nim, that is all. Do you still have any other questions? The young man who was burning with the spirit of a journalist stuttered. Nothing else. Good. From here, I worked my brain even faster. If it was the Flame Emperor, what would he have responded with when he heard the reporter's words? Okay, if you don't have anything else to say, then fuck off, you American pig bastard. It was a scene that I could obviously imagine happening. In addition to this, he would have showed off his bulky middle finger. Let's see. If I wanted to say the exact opposite line of this. I opened my mouth. Thank you. If you have any other questions, I'll answer it for a while, everyone. There was a moment of silence that swept through the plaza, though it was really just a moment of silence. Here. I'm from Hwanmun newspaper. Please take our question, Death King Nim. I'm from Only Tower Daily. We came from the Tower of Babel broadcasting system. Death King Nim. The reporters raised their hands in unison. As soon as they sensed that I was an easygoing person, they rushed to make an article. This scene felt like baby ducks who were diligently swaying their beaks towards the mother bird. Wow. I was inwardly impressed as I watched the press corps. The learning from your lesson strategy was insane. As expected of the plague, a psychopath that was shittier than anyone else in this world. He was always the man who would become my compass in a bad sense. Even now, the compass clearly told me how to react. What? Hwanmun newspaper? I'll never do an interview with you guys. There's nothing but old buffoons there. Even when I flip open the newspaper, it gives off a geezer smell. Hey, if you're going to call yourself a reporter, at least shower. Again, I recalled the words of Flame Emperor and said, then starting from the reporter of Hwanmun newspaper. The effect was magnificent. The conference ended on a good note. It was literally a great success. Questions and answers popped up from everywhere for over an hour, but I didn't make a common slip of the tongue. In actual fact, it wasn't easy to end the conference on a good note. The reporters shot vague questions at me to somehow extract even one line of extra information so they could put it in their articles. In the end, the witch took over my microphone and said a simple, thankful greeting. Everyone, I understand your desire of wanting to know more about our new hero. Unfortunately, there is little time left. The witch pointed at the sky with her finger. 5 minutes and 27 seconds. Before we knew it, the clock of light was close to midnight. There were only 5 minutes left until the new stage opened. There was no better excuse than this to be used to end the press conference. We will end our night's rest here and concentrate on clearing the tower again today. Please watch over us with your great interest and warm support. This time, too, we will do our best to achieve the goal of 0 casualties. There were regrettable bellows popping up from here and there. As I wondered if the press conference would end just like this, a brave figure raised his hand. Black Dragon Witch. One last question, please. Yes. With this one question, the conference will really end here. Black Dragon Witch and Death King. What is the relationship between the two of you? At that moment, people's eyes shined. Pure interest. Slight mischief. Since the dawn of history, the one thing that humans have been most curious about was the story of love. The reporters probably wanted to match up the witch and me in that kind of way. The The witch thought for a while, then glanced back at me. Should I say it was something like a mischievous prank? There was a faint playfulness in the witch's eyes. The relationship between the two of us. That's right. The witch slowly opened her lips. Then a statement that would remain as a famous line of the era came out of her mouth. A more than friend, comrade in arms kind of relationship. Fluttering. The reporters cheered. Should they focus on the word more than a friend? Should they focus on the word comrade in arms? Either way, it was a mood where they were unable to make out the heads or tails of what they were told. The reporter who asked the question also widened his eyes. Fry, a more than a friend relationship is what you're trying to say, right? Who knows? The witch leisurely uttered. I'll repeat it again. It's a more than a friend, comrade in arms kind of relationship. That's all there is to it. I hope there are no misunderstandings and misinterpretations. If you have any misunderstandings and misinterpretations, the press conference hosted by the Black Dragon Guild will end here today. The witch stood up from her seat. I would like to sincerely thank everyone again for all your interest and support. This has been the guild leader of Black Dragon, the Black Dragon Witch. I wish you all a good day. The reporters all jumped to their feet. Black Dragon Witch Nim, how can you just leave like this? Please give us a more detailed comment on what you just remarked. Black Dragon Witch! Death King Nim, what are your opinions on the statement just now? Death King Nim, wow! The reporters clamored even as they shouted in hoarse voices. However, the witch maintained her relaxed demeanor. As she guided me to the backstage, she chuckled lightly. Let's go quickly. I looked back at the press corps for a moment. Everyone was crying out. Are you going to just leave after putting out such a heated topic? I'm a woman who watches drama, the witch gently winked, a playful wink. Originally, you have to set a fire at the end to leave a deep impression. Her words showed the dignity and authority of a guild master that reigned over the tower. 3. Backstage. We walked all the way to a place we wouldn't attract people's attention. Only when we reached there, the witch went, "Fow!" and exhaled deeply. Then she grabbed my hands. It was perfect! Death King! The witch's eyes lit up brightly. I wondered if she was really the same person who managed her facial expressions calmly throughout the press conference. When did you even learn how to do an interview? Be proud! I just did the opposite of what the Flame Emperor would have. Your humble attitude was a particular plus factor. People like heroes, but there are things they like more than that, which is a hero who bows his head. Of course, your humility shouldn't be too overboard that it becomes servility. But you did just fine. Oh my gosh, the balance was exquisite. I just recited the opposite of what the Flame Emperor would have said. I didn't know you even had a knack at dealing with the press. Ah! What the hell has this child been doing all this while, to have only appeared now? Besides clearing the tower, you even know how to create a good image. I feel like my shoulders have become 10 times lighter. What's this? My heart was uneasy as I saw her expressing her joy this much. I couldn't bring myself to say that I just imitated the psychopath the other way round. If you have anything you want, tell me right away. Money, fame, authority, or a lover? Don't worry about it. As long as it exists in the tower, I'll give you anything. It's okay. I kind of already have what I want. Black Dragon Witch. The statement just says, more than a friend, less than a comrade in arms. What was that all about? I was taken by surprise inwardly. Ah, that? The witch shrugged, an expression that seemed to say it was something trivial. It's nothing. I sprayed some smoke screens on purpose. Smoke screen, you say? The media will be digging into a scandal that doesn't even exist anyways. That way, your image will only be damaged that much. That's why I'd rather put a smoke screen so that they will focus their attention on me and you. Is that so? I had never dealt with the media before, so I don't know if what she said was right or wrong. The witch vaguely laughed. Don't worry, Death King. It's already been several years since I shouldered all the public opinion by myself. Trust me entirely when it comes to this area. Leave special areas to the experts, okay? Ah, yes. Strange. I don't know what it was, but it felt odd. That's right. It felt as if I was aiming for a monster on the hunting ground whose abilities were unknown. However, this was not the hunting grounds, but the first-floor city of Babylon. It was impossible for a monster to be here. Was it because of the mood? Behuryung clicked his tongue. You're pathetic, zombie. Since you have a head but not a brain, how can I not call you a zombie? Even though you're a hunter in name, you don't even know that you're heading towards your own deathbed, my. Ah, what are you talking about again? You're pathetic! Pathetic! Behuryong pounded his chest as if he was suffocated. Still, he was a nasty-looking man that was just like a gorilla pounding on his chest. It was at that time. Wah! On the other side of the stage, from the direction of the plaza, came the sound of a loud shout. It held a different excitement than the cheers that were sent towards us. 10, 9, 8. It was the countdown. The witch and I stopped our conversation and looked up to the sky. 0:05. Before we knew, the time had come where the 21st floor stage was about to be opened. 3, 2, 1, and the rays of light that formed numbers in the sky scattered in all directions. The cheers of the people became even greater. As if to answer back to the cheers, the rays of lights gathered again and formed the hologram of the goddess. Warriors, blue sky. The hologram of the goddess parted her lips. Those who climb the tower, congratulations on breaking through the shadows of the Devil King. It was the moment when a new stage was about to open. People started making noise as if they were happy, perhaps because they had already witnessed the hologram of the goddess. But I, who had experienced the tower in the past, knew. Hey, zombie. Yes, I nodded. It's okay. I'm not letting my guard down. Just like the tower, which was a tutorial up till the 10th floor, changed from the 11th floor onwards. The fact that the 21st floor would again have a completely different stage from the 20th floor. The lot of you can stay on the first floor of the tower forever. The hologram of the goddess calmly announced that fact. This is a refuge for those who have fled. In return of giving up on the challenge, you could choose a snack. But you all chose to clear from the 10th floors up to the 20th floors. A voice resonated in the wide sky. To witness the ending of this tower, then it would be right to respond to your will. White rays of light enveloped us without prior notice. It wasn't just the witch and me. From the direction of the plaza, flustered sounds could be heard. Wah! What's happening? I didn't say anything, though. This was the biggest difference as compared to the last time. No one had even said transmit, but the white light swallowed us up. The witch looked down at her own feet with a confused look. No way, is this a forced transfer? Her speculation was correct. Those who climb the tower, those who are determined to climb the tower, those who are willing to receive a new name and become warriors of the tower. The goddess gathered her hands towards her chest, as if she was praying for someone. From now on, only the chosen warriors will carry out the noble duty. Suddenly, the white ray of lights completely covered us. Chapter 55. The Obsessed Final King. Editor, Sasha. No matter what field, latecomers are always at a disadvantage. It was already a red ocean that was filled with the dead. Latecomers would have had to jump in and prove their worth, just like the soldiers that were struggling to climb the walls occupied by the enemy. In this regard, the tower was no different. Welcome. As the white rays of light faded, I opened my eyes again. It wasn't the goddess's voice that greeted us. Warriors that came from the tower. It was a child who I couldn't discern as a boy or a girl. The kid was wearing loose clothes. At first glance, the clothes resembled traditional Oriental clothes. I have been waiting patiently for a day that felt like 3 autumns. It's an idiom that means 1 day apart seems like 3 years. But once I looked closely, it was completely different. Except for the long sleeves, there was nothing else that resembled an Oriental attire. No, in fact, it was exceptional. Starting from the sleeves, the cuffs were not long enough to be stretched more than 5 mm. But it's okay. Life begins with encounters and ends with encounters. In the end, once you look back, the meaning of life isn't all about encountering people. Waiting is like a seasoning that deeply sweetens life. There is a saying that the face completes fashion. No matter how special the clothes someone wore was, in the end, it depends greatly on who wears them. In that sense, the kid that was flapping his 5 mm long sleeves was definitely unique. Once again, I'd like to sincerely express my respect. Air, welcome to the great library of all things. The little kid was floating high up in the air. He looked down on us, who had been summoned out of nowhere. Librarian Gusuk welcomes you all. A Konstanchatak, those who manage the 21st floor up to the 30th floor. The representative of this world spread his arms wide and smiled. Unfortunately, no one accepted his greeting. Chatterings had yet to figure out what was going on and looked around in confusion. What's this? Why did we get transferred automatically all of a sudden? Where is this? At a glance, there were hundreds of people. The hunters whispered around as they were confused. Most of them had just gathered in the plaza to do the countdown together, but there were also people who were spending personal time in places other than the plaza. Kaya! Don't look here. Embarrassed screams came from here and there. A hunter summoned during a shower. Lovers transferred here naked, whether they were summoned while asleep or even a person looking around with sleepy eyes. The unfortunate hunters who had to face this unexpected situation popped out one after another. Oh my! The librarian, a constellation, giggled. It seems I have been a little lacking in consideration. Amid hunters who were floundering around without knowing what to do, "Thuck!" the librarian flicked his finger. Then large bookcases flew around. Those bookcases that had holes for the head, arms, and legs, just like an outfit, went to the naked hunters and suited up on its own. Ah. Thank God. The hunters who were watching sighed with relief. I was relieved too, as I was pretty flustered. What the hell is this shit? Actually, the people involved were fussing over the cardboard-made Gundam suit that looked as if it were worn inside out, but that was only a minority. A wave of embarrassment gushed over them just like that. The people barely regained their composure. One by one, they began to look up in the air. Who are you? On behalf of the hunters, the witch opened her mouth. And this place is... I'm just a small character who manages this slightly larger than normal library, Black Dragon Witch. Compared to you, I'm just an existence close to an extra. Just treat me as an unimportant person. The witch frowned. How did he, who she didn't even know, find out about her identity? It was suspicious to the point that she got an ominous feeling. It couldn't be helped. I had already gotten used to the constellation to some extent, as I was able to put Devil King of Fall Rain and Goddess of Protection under my control. However, to the other hunters, the constellation was still an unknown existence. Just a library that's a little bigger. Waiting for the timing when the witch closed her mouth, I spoke out this time. I'm not too sure about that. I don't think it's just at the level of a little big, though. The 21st floor stage. There was a great library here. Maybe it wasn't enough to simply just call it huge. From the surrounding vicinity to the far horizon, from the floor we stepped onto the ceiling above, there were countless bookshelves filled with books. It would be better to call it a world made of libraries. Whoo! The owner of this world stared at me, an innocent and simple gaze. Eyes as pure as an innocent child glistened. I see. You're the Death King. Yes. Don't be so vigilant. Gentlemen, I don't mean any harm. I just want to welcome all of you. For me, the lot of you are no different from heroes of an epic story. Heroes in an epic story. The meaning of that word, after regressing 4,000 days, I knew what it was. Because this place wasn't an ordinary library, but I pretended not to know deliberately. What do you mean by heroes in an epic story? It's like this. Thuck! The librarian flicked his finger. Then, 2 hardcover books were picked out from countless bookshelves. The hardcover books flopped as they flew and hovered around the librarian. A title was written on the cover respectively. Plus, The Chronicles of the Ajim Empire, The Tale of Dongchun City, 10 means ascending to the heavens. The librarian smiled gently. Reading books is my hobby. However, the books that are gathered in my library are by no means ordinary archives. The history of the lot of you. These are books that talk about the world where the tower is built. The librarian touched the back of the book with his sturdy fingers. I know you all must be wondering why you were summoned among so many warriors. The reason is simple, because in your world only you all are a character who have a name. A character's name? I suppose you all call it a title. The librarian gently grinned and looked down towards us. The 302 people gathered here. You are all warriors who carry a title. The hunters were buzzing. Only hunters with titles will be summoned? What about other people? Wait a minute. Don't tell me we're going to be the only one raiding the tower. That was right. Not the real name used in the outside world, but the name given by the tower to the hunters. Title. That was the entrance ticket needed from the 21st floor onwards. So that was why before I regressed in time, I couldn't even step in after the 20th floor. Front-runners with titles. Latecomers who didn't receive a title. The gap between the two groups will widen more and more. I fiddled with the hilt of the sword on my waist. It was something I relied on to calm down. It was my own little ritual. The me now is different from who I was before. The failure that didn't have skills or a title, who couldn't even step in after the 20th floor, was no longer here. There was only the hunter who held the 3rd rank in the newly updated rankings. I wouldn't have been able to participate and would have fallen behind. However, other than me, there were only a few hunters who remained calm. The witch was like that. Unable to hide her confusion, she muttered, "What a load of nonsense. What do you mean by 300 people raiding the tower with such a small number?" "Fret not." The librarian grabbed the Chronicles of the Aegim Empire and chuckled. "You all protected the Aegim Empire with just 3 people. 300 people is a whopping 100 times that. You'll clear the stage I prepared without much difficulty. Have some confidence." Most of the hunters looked at each other with anxious faces. In the middle of the great library that extended endlessly, even beyond the horizon, there were over 300 hunters present who looked like a handful of sand. I took the initiative before the restlessness spread any further. "Proceed quickly, Sir Librarian." "Oh, I know you are excited to meet someone that is alive, but we'd like to climb the tower quickly. You haven't even given us a quest yet. I'd like to request you to proceed quickly." "Oh, the librarian chuckled lightly. "I see. I was too happy that I didn't even issue the quest. However, it's not in my nature to explain things in great detail." Thud. Hundreds of books flew around. The hardcover books hovered around with the librarian as the axis. "Let's see. Which kind of project would most definitely be within your reach? This apocalypse is too boring, and this is also too peaceful in terms of destruction." "Oh, that's right. This is the best." The librarian grabbed a book. "I warn you in advance," and the book flipped open. A white ray of light exuded from the open book. "It's just to give you a taste of what's coming, so don't be too surprised." Shing! Waves of light gushed at us. 5. All the hunters were transferred somewhere. We didn't know where it was, but it was clear that it wasn't our world. It had an architecture style that was never before seen in our world. Buildings, as if they were a termite's nest that was enlarged hundreds of times, formed a forest of buildings. The hunters, including me, were floating in the sky. We were high up, and on the dark ground below our feet, buildings that we had never seen or heard of before were lined up. Someone screamed. Was it someone who had acrophobia? Despite not plunging at all, the hunters instinctively grabbed each other's sleeves. The librarian laughed as he looked at us. "I am a librarian. But as I said, the archives gathered in my library are not just ordinary history books or novels. They're a little more. No, it can be said that they are of a higher standard, the great library of all things. A library where records of various worlds gathered. There, the worlds were kept in the form of books. This is the world the lot of you will be raiding." The librarian touched the hardcover book with the title of the Chronicles of the Aegim Empire written on it. "And this is the world you will all be in." There was also a book titled The Tale of Daeungcheon City. Besides those two, hundreds of books hovered around the librarian. The constellation, with the appearance of a young child, looked at the books in his possession as if he couldn't hold in any more of his love for them. "These books are called many things. Some call it an epic story. Some call it a novel or a chronicle. Annals. Some even call it a saga. Still, there is another expression that I prefer." The librarian looked back at us. "Apocalypse." The constellation laughed. A bizarre sound of laughter resonated in the sky. "Your apocalypse? Yes. According to the terminology I like to use, it's still in serialization. After a long prologue, you are finally starting to climb the tower. It can be said that this is the section where the flavor of reading can be felt. It was then. But not all apocalypse are in serialization as smoothly as your world. Kururu, a sound of something falling down. Something started descending from the sky. No, the word descending was too gentle. That something was tearing through the sky, although it is a pity. Meteor. There was also an apocalypse that was continued. Covered in flames, huge blocks of stones came falling down. A meteorite crashed on the buildings that looked like a termite's nest. Kaboom! A deafening boom shook the world. Even the earth split under the torn sky. Even the city where an intelligent race different from ours lived was destroyed without a trace. The hunters screamed. As the meteorite crash landed, a cloud of dust rose up and covered us in an instant. This is not the only one. In the darkness, where nothing could be seen, only the voice of the constellation resonated. There are many others. Thud! I could hear the sound of a book flipping open somewhere. At the same time, the cloud of dust disappeared. The destroyed city disappeared. The split earth disappeared. And the torn sky disappeared. Instead, a new world unfolded underneath our feet. If the apocalypse's reason of discontinuation just now was stone, tsunami, the reason of discontinuation of this apocalypse is water. The tsunami, which filled up to the base of the sky, swallowed the city whole. It was too huge to call it a wave and too overboard to say it was a tsunami. It was a disaster. As they watched the tsunami that came up all the way to the front of their nose, the hunters screamed again. Ah! The constellation sighed sadly. How sad of a tragedy is this? A world in which all of mankind died of illness. A world where sand had covered the ground and was dried down to the last drops. A world where volcanoes erupted and smoke clouds covered the sky. Even a world where zombie viruses were rampant. Those people are humans just like you. They were alive, just like you. They were creating their own legacy the same way. But before it reached a proper ending, before it had an epic ending, it all ended due to unjust reasons. The librarian covered the book. Though I call this discontinued serialization, hundreds of books still circled around the constellation. To you, it would simply be called destruction. Suddenly, we were all back at the Great Library. Sound of vomiting. Sounds of vomiting could be heard everywhere. We witnessed the destruction of dozens of worlds. Although there was no damage to the physical body, there were many hunters who were mentally scarred. The quest I will be giving to you, gentlemen, is simple. The constellation looked at us that were behaving like that from above. Choose 8 series from the discontinued apocalypse. Choose 8 series out of the worlds that were destroyed. I want to finish reading the apocalypse which was discontinued, wanting to continue reading the tales of the destroyed world. You will all personally enter the 8 books of apocalypse, entering directly into the 8 worlds. Save the apocalypses from the crisis of discontinuation. Prevent the destruction. Prevent the destruction. That's the quest that I will give to you all. That was the quest given from the 22nd floor to the 29th floor. While the vomiting in the library didn't stop, a single voice rang in the heads of the hunters. The quest for the 22nd floor has been given. Messages appeared in front of my eyes, plus Remake the World Volume 1. Difficulty, to be determined. Mission objective, as there are countless worlds, there are also countless destructions. The constellation Librarian Bang Gu-seok describes this as a discontinued serialization. Librarian Bang Gu-seok wants the world that was discontinued for unjust reasons to continue their stories again. First, choose one of the discontinued apocalypse. If you succeed in saving the world, that world will be registered as your 22nd floor. However, if the mission fails, the 22nd floor will not be opened. That's right. That constellation was nothing else but a book fanatic who was obsessed with the worlds. So, I slowly opened my mouth. You didn't like the ending, so instead, you want us to rewrite that book? That's exactly right. The librarian smiled brightly. I hope that you will satisfy my reading preferences. We had to make the endings of the world for this book fanatic. That was our mission. Chapter 56, Bibliomania. Chapter 56, Bibliomania, 1H. Editor, Sasha, 1. There was silence in the great library. Hunters with weak stomachs felt nauseous. Hunters with strong stomachs thought prudently while staring at the quest that jumped out in front of their eyes. Only the constellation. Ah! Only the librarian opened his mouth while fluttering his 5M long sleeves. Please clean the vomit yourself. Isn't that just basic manners? The hygiene of the library can only be maintained if all the users work hard. Clap! The librarian clapped lightly. On the back side of the bookshelf. From the dark corners of the shadow, unknown things came close. It might have seemed human at first glance in terms of running limbs. The witch squinted her eyebrows. Bookmarks? The unidentified things had bookmarks as their bodies. There was even a strange picture in the middle of the bookmark. Servant clothes? Maid clothes? Anyway, the clothes that were worn by maids of the old were engraved as pictures. Oh, you pointed it out exactly. These are bookmark maids. The librarian went, ahem, and assumed the hands-on-hips pose. They will be looking over the lot of you until you clear the 30th floor. The bookmarks that had maids engraved on it bowed down. When you want to eat or go to the bathroom, tell the bookmark maids. Though they look like that, they are still quite capable. Monster. Right? For starters, the librarian covered his mouth with his sleeves. The constellation's eyes were smiling. You can think of it that way. The librarian's eyes were grinning, but his voice didn't have the same feel. The hunters flinched. The voice of the constellation, which had been consistently bright, was cold for the first time. Everyone, you should be mindful of a few things while staying here, the librarian said. First, never touch a book without the Great Me's permission. Just don't touch it. These are all hard-earned books that I shed blood and sweat for. These are the one and only apocalypses in this universe. Bastards who don't even ask the consent of the owner and touch these books carelessly. Fuck. At that time, a hunter cursed out. What a load of bullshit. In the end, aren't you the boss monster, you bastard? Hey, you guys arm yourselves. The quest is a whole load of shit. We just have to kill that guy and we'll be able to clear up to the 30th floor. Great me, my ass. If 300 people attack him together, we'll be able to beat him anyways. Everyone became noisy. The librarian didn't particularly stop the instigators. He just smiled and watched silently. Upon seeing the silence of the constellation, the hunters became more amped up. Us too, we can beat that little kid. Even a greenhorn such as the Death King or whatnot cleared the 20th floor alone. Were they trying to win me over? Is there anything we can't do? Ha! When the instigator pointed at me, several people looked towards my direction. Everyone was of different ethnicity. The colors of their eyes were also different. However, the glare in their eyes and the colors of their emotions were the same. Envy, jealousy, greed. They were all the feelings that I was very familiar with. You all, leave me out of this. No, all the top 5 guilds should stand down. It wasn't just me. The hunter also shouted at the witch and sword saint. He even shouted at heretic questioner, count, and other top guild leaders. I didn't like the fact that the lot of you monopolized the attack from the 11th floor onwards. Huh? Like only you guys are the representative of the tower. Then you dragged a greenhorn from somewhere, and then you framed him up as a new hero or something. You think we don't know the bullshit you guys are making up? The witch was infuriated. Who do you think you are talking to now? Sound of grabbing something. I grabbed the witch's wrist. Bear with it. But, Death King, if you leave those kind of people alone, but for now, bear with it, I whispered to the witch. This now. Everything is being live broadcasted. The witch batted her eyes. A live broadcast? What are you talking about? They are projecting via hologram videos on Babylon Square. In the past, I couldn't even step foot on the 21st floor because I didn't receive a title. Nevertheless, I knew in detail how the stage was going to be carried out and what the quest would be about. It's like a television program. People in the plaza are seeing everything we do. Live. Why is that kind of thing? That constellation said so. We're no different from characters, I said softly. Of course there would be viewers who'd be watching the characters. That's right. I also saw it from the plaza in the past. I watched. Although I couldn't participate in the raid, I watched the whole process of how the hunters with titles cleared the 21st to the 30th floor. There will still be a hologram shown in the plaza now. Every move the people gathered here made would be broadcasted live. The lines we say and the actions we make, all of it is being watched live by hundreds of thousands of viewers. In the truest sense, we were on the stage. Don't let your guard down just because there's no one looking, Black Dragon Witch. If you say strange things or show a bad image here, they will remain in the memories of others forever. The guildmaster in front of me immediately understood. How scary it was. Indeed, it isn't important whether we clear this stage or not. I nodded. Yes, how we clear the stage is the most important thing. Don't do anything that would cause yourself to be blamed and caught later, even if you actually did it. People, no. In the eyes of our viewers, we really were like the heroes that came out of a book, so we have to act the part and calm ourselves down. We are already in the series called The Great Library. It was at that moment, after the quest popped up, I heard a notification that should have been heard. Not the voice of the witch, nor the voice of the librarian, but the voice of the tower. Welcome, Death King. I smiled inwardly. The 20th floor clear reward is being given. The me yesterday protected the Aegim Empire and the continent. The time had come for me to receive it. 2. The tower was harsh on its latecomers. However, as much as it was harsh, it gave a high price to the frontrunners. Normal stage reward. Blessing, the grace of the goddess of beauty, is coming down. You can observe the favorability of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. The reward didn't end at that. The returns for completing the hidden quest still remained. Hidden stage reward. Blessing, the grace of the goddess of vitality, is coming down. You can observe the psyche of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. Fantastic. These were perfect bonuses. In this quest, the key was how well you perform with the role you were given. These bonuses are exactly what I need right now. To perform a role, it wasn't enough to be good alone. People other than me, I had to be able to see through the mentality of other characters too. Performing is always about team play and not solo play. Status window. Before fully working on the quest, I checked my status. Name, Death King, rank, D-Class, skill 6th, 1. I want to become just like you. S+2. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX, 3. Sword Constellation, 4. Goblin High Society, F5. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, 6. None. Goddess of Beauty's grace is being utilized. Goddess of Vitality's grace is being utilized. Okay. I glanced back at the witch. Only then did I realize that I was still holding on to the witch's wrist. While I tried to let go of her wrist as naturally as possible, I recited some decent instructions in my mind. Character window. Softly, a hologram popped up in front of my eyes, and I saw a status window for the first time in my life. Plus name, Black Dragon Witch. Favorability, 82. Favorite genre, romance. Unfavorable genre, history. Favorite characters, Prince on White Horse, Young Man, Wolfman, Dazzling Man. Unfavorable characters, psychopath, soldier, politician, incompetent female lead. Preferred plots, repay, sacrifice for the greater good. Undesired plots, oblivion, betrayal, delusion of the female lead. Psychological state, if whatever we do is broadcasted at Babylon, we'll have to act as a noble figure in the future. Stage clear is a secondary goal. I'm going to have to make some thorough political calculations. After that, the wisest tactic is, While I was confused and lost my words, the witch's expression hardened. She was probably nervous, thinking about what to do if some kind of trouble came looking for me. What is it? Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Then I'm glad. If you have any other information I need to know, please tell me quickly. I'm still working on countermeasures in my head. Yes, got it. The witch turned her head and was deep in thought again, with a very serious look. As I looked at the witch's side profile, some kind of emotion hit me. What's this? What was this unidentified sense of guilt? This feels like I had secretly stolen someone's diary. Poo-ha! Beihuriang, who shared my consciousness, was already rolling around. He kicked the air with his feet and burst into laughter. White! The prince on a white horse! Prince on a white horse! Keo, a person who grew up and maintained the youth of her face at that age, a prince on a white horse. Hey, zombie, get a nice horse from somewhere and ride it. You look just like a warrior. Doesn't a warrior who wears a crown become a prince? Wow, you'll be soulmates. I blatantly glared at Beihuriang. What? Those eyes. Why do you look like you're looking for a fight? I muttered quietly in my mind. Character window. Huh. Hey, Kim Zombie, what are you trying to do right now, you bastard? Hey! Bae-Hoo-ryung was flustered and shook his hands around. But shaking his hand couldn't stop the command. In my eyes, the character window of Bae-Hoo-ryung was clearly in view. Name, Sword Emperor, 59. Favorite genre, martial arts. Unfavorable genre, everything except martial arts. Favorite characters, macho, mother. Unfavorable characters, pushovers. Preferred plot, victory, cider. Undesired plot, defeat, sweet potato. Psychological state, fuck, don't tell me that also works on me? Pah! I burst into laughter on the inside. My poker face nearly broke. Mo, mother, it says. Mr. Sword Emperor, I didn't see you that way, but don't tell me you're a mama boy. I'll kill you. Bae-Hoo-ryung glared angrily. It wasn't just a glare, he was completely furious. He desperately struggled. He swung his limbs around and started rampaging. I'll kill you. Fuck, turn it off right this instant. Forget it. Erase it from your brain, fucker. If you don't erase it right now, I'll blow your head away. I will really kill you. I'll really end our relationship, you hear me, bastard. It had been a long time since I've met Bae-Hoo-ryung, but it was the first time I saw him this flustered. Usually, the more disadvantaged someone was, the louder they got. Unlike Bae-Hoo-ryung, I was completely relaxed. No small talks until the 30th floor and bow to me. Otherwise, I will open up your psychological window whenever I have spare time. Bae-Hoo-ryung huffed. The snort was great, but no matter how epic his snort was, what could he do? Bae-Hoo-ryung could never hit me, and he couldn't block my abilities, too. Watch out. Someday you'll suffer badly. Kyo. I wasn't the least bit scared of the man who asked me to watch out. While I tried out my new bonus, the hunters continued to split into two different factions. On one side was a radical group that followed the instigator and tried to deal with the boss monster together. On the other side, including me and the witch, was a cautious faction who wanted to wait and see what would happen. The radical group had about 100 radicals. The cautious faction had about 200 people. Foolish people. Sword Saint, who had been quiet all this while, opened his mouth. The old detective was looking at the radical faction pathetically. Have you already forgotten that the constellation just showed you worlds themselves perishing? If he wanted to, that constellation could throw us into such a world and slip out leisurely. And still, you're going to fight with such a being. You're crazy, I see. If it's a group suicide, I won't stop you. With one comment from the Sword Saint, half of them deserted the radical faction. About 50 hunters remained in the radical faction. Hey, don't be scared. The first person who instigated the hunters shouted. Death King also cleared the 10th floor by himself. The 20th floor was also a solo play by him. Originally, all boss monsters were just like that. But the top guilds are doing this to monopolize the profits. If you're going to live your life shaking your tails at the top 5 guilds, then fuck off. That instigator seemed to be a pretty high-ranking hunter. Seeing that there were still 50 people that listened to that hunter's words. Maybe not to the extent of a top guild, but he's probably a pretty reliable guild master of a small, medium-sized guild. But the crucial point was that I couldn't remember the instigator's face or title. Flame Emperor, Alchemy Master, Witch, Sword Saint, and more. This came from me, who obsessively remembered all the top rankers. If even I couldn't remember. There was a reason for everything. Is all the traffic control done and over with? The librarian looked down at the 50 hunters from the radical faction. Hundreds of books were revolving around the librarian, just like planets revolving around the sun. Okay then, fucking boss monster, 50 of us are enough for a kid like you. I'm sorry, I don't really prefer cliches. Thud. The librarian grabbed a book. The title Epic Tales of the Sealed World was written on the cover. Let's just get it over with quickly. Shing! When the book flipped open, a white light emanated out again. However, this time, the light didn't stop shining. Somber arms. Countless tentacles oozed out. They swooped up the hunters from the radical faction. The hunters let out a scream. What? What's this? In this particular apocalypse, mankind went extinct and only one wizard survived. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. The hunters from the radical faction were caught by the monster's tentacles and dragged around into the air. Well, after going through various adversities, the wizard became more like a tentacle monster than a human. The main character was someone the great me was very fond of. It's on a higher number among my favorite characters. The hunters who were dragged around in the air were soon swallowed up into the book. Sav, save me! The hunters, who luckily managed to avoid the tentacles, began to run away, but to no avail. Slurk! Tentacles 10 times more than before oozed out from the book. Some hunters had their wrists, some hunters had their waist, and some hunter had their ankles caught by the tentacles. This wizard, basically the Great Me's favorite character, specializes in sealing magic. Should I say it's a customer and owner relationship? In exchange for the materials I hand over occasionally, the wizard is willing to accept my request. In an instant, 50 hunters were eaten up by the book. The librarian giggled brightly. Just like right now. Thuck, 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 hoodoo-tuck, tuck-tuck. Sound of something falling from the sky. In this case, the book. The book that swallowed up the hunters began to spew something out. Binge eating and vomiting. We held our breaths and looked at the scene unfolding before our eyes. I couldn't see if from here, the hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Babylon Square was probably holding their breath just like we did. Oh yeah, what the book spewed out was a huge bookmark, as tall and big as a person, bookmarks with limbs. The wizard's hobby is to make the products that he made wear maid clothes. In the middle of the bookmark, maid clothes were engraved. I know it's a little bit perverted. Well, what could he have done? All mankind had perished except for himself. If he stayed sane, it would be weirder. The hunters looked around fearfully. 50 bookmark maids stood there silently. If we looked around the library a little more widely, it wasn't just 50, but hundreds. Thousands of bookmarks were doing work while holding mops and tablewares. The hunters went silent. Counting those in their line of sight was the extent of what they could do. This great library stretched beyond the horizon. If we could look at the library as a whole, exactly how many bookmarks would be walking around? It became cleaner. The useless extras have been taken care of. Thud! The librarian closed the book. Now would you all be more willing to become the main characters? Chapter 57, Bibliomania. 2. Chapter 57, Bibliomania. 2. Editor Sasha 3. Hunters sat around in the library. The hunters were sitting in a wide circle. In the middle of it, hundreds of apocalypse were piled up. From now on, they had to choose one from all those books, but no one hastily approached the pile. That was a given. Just a moment ago, their companions were eaten up by the book, and it was 50 people. Everyone was afraid or depressed. If anyone could laugh energetically in this situation, wouldn't it be likely that they were some kind of nut job? Ha! Surprisingly, there was such a nut job present. I can't believe 50 people got eliminated as soon as we started. This is a big hit from the get-go. A blonde-haired boy, a certified top of all nut jobs in our world. Heretic Questioner stroked his chin. But there is always a sacrifice needed to go forward. Let's not forget their sacrifice. We'll have to work harder to clear the tower. Let's cheer up. We're lucky we've only lost 50 people so far when it could have almost been 100 people. Instead of grieving for what was lost, we should be happy for what remained. The more Heretic Questioner opened his mouth, the more severe the mood became. Bookmark maids still roamed around us. They served hot coffee and black tea that we had no idea about where it came from, and out of 250 hunters, only the Heretic Questioner said, "Ah, thank you," and accepted it at once. Heretic Questioner sipped the black tea and tilted his head. Everyone, are you all not going to drink? It's very delicious, though. First, I cut off the Heretic Questioner. There was nothing good about letting a psychopath talk for a long time. Heretic Questioner, please keep your mouth shut for a bit. Huh? Why should I? The more you talk, the lower our morale becomes. We're losing motivation. It'll be big trouble if our morale drops any more from here on, so please shut up until I say it's okay. Oh, if that happens, it'll be a big problem. Heretic Questioner gave me a broad smile. Okay, Death King, I'll happily shut up. The hunters stared at the Heretic Questioner and me with a puzzled look. Don't look at me like that. I just figured out how to deal with that nut job. Now, I purposely raised my voice to change the mood. Everyone, I'm sure you all know now, You can't just go against that constellation recklessly. Right now, we have no choice but to behave ourselves and follow the quest that the librarian gave us." The hunter's eyes slowly gathered on me. Instinctively, I felt a burden, but I swallowed hard. I'm third rank now, the third strongest hunter here with the right to speak. I had to get used to getting people's attention as if I was breathing. I opened my mouth while putting up my best poker face. "But just because we're following the quest doesn't mean we're at a disadvantage. Everyone, please take a look at the quest window." The hunter's gazes were stuck in the air along with my words. The same hologram I saw would have also been reflected in their eyes. Plus, Remake the World, Volume 1. Difficulty: to be determined. Mission objective: as there are countless worlds, there is also countless destruction happening. The constellation Librarian Bangusok describes this as a discontinued serialization. Librarian Bangusok wants for the worlds that were discontinued for unjust reasons to continue their stories again. First, choose one of the discontinued apocalypse. If you succeed in saving the world, that world will be registered as your 22nd floor. However, if the mission fails, the 22nd floor will not be opened. You've read all of it, right? The hunters nodded. Some of them even answered, yes. Was it an effect from making the heretic questioner shut up? For the time being, no hunter looked like they would challenge my authority. The most important thing here is the last part. If you succeed in saving the world, that world will be registered as your 22nd floor. Do you all know what this means? The hunters were puzzled. They still didn't know how big of a reward this was. I said, "The rewards will change depending on what kind of world you save. Well, let's say we saved a world packed full of diamonds. Then, that world becomes our 22nd floor." The hunters' faces began to change drastically. Diamond is just an example. For people who live in the tower like us, there's no need to pick that piece of crap. But what if it's a world buried with an abundance of food, water, and all kinds of ore? Self-sufficiency, the witch murmured. Then being self-sufficient would really be possible. That's exactly it. I stood up from my seat. And a pile of books in the middle. I walked towards the apocalypses that the librarian told us to pick from these books. Hey now, Death King, came the venomous snake's shout from behind my back. If you touch that recklessly, then the tentacle monster? I picked up a random book from the pile. Huck! The hunters screamed and shut their eyes. There was even a hunter who ran away because he was afraid that the tentacle monster would pop out again. But even after 1, 2, and 3 seconds passed, nothing happened. The apocalypse laid obediently still in my hands as if it were an ordinary book. Uh-huh. Venomous Snake's eye silently went wide. Nothing's happening. Her. The librarian, who was floating in the air, laughed. That's right. As long as the Great Me doesn't activate my powers, the apocalypses are just plain old books. Of course, there are forbidden books, Kinshu, that could prove to be dangerous just by touching them. Those books are sealed somewhere secluded, so don't worry. Yes, I nodded, and when I opened the book in my hand, another hologram popped up. It was information about the book, plus Chatamy, genre romance fantasy. Difficulty level D, class player limit 4 to 5 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. Sormwin is a historical magic academy. It's an ordinary academy where friendship and competition, love and jealousy comes and goes. This apocalypse could have remained as an ordinary academy, if only it wasn't for the World Destruction Class artifact that was sealed in the Academy's basement of all things. Reason for discontinuation. The evil lady lost her fiancé, Crown Prince, to a schoolgirl who was reincarnated twice. She then changed for the worse and unsealed the artifact, liberating the great devils and causing the world to be destroyed. Plus the reason for discontinuation. In short, the cause of the world's destruction was very pitiful. It would have been better if the world was destroyed because of meteorites or tsunamis. What a pity. The world was destroyed because of the children's love quarrels. It was obvious why the librarian got angry. Let's think about it. Dear readers, this is definitely SSS-Class Suicide Hunter. Please don't be confused and keep on reading. Like a crack in a blue jewel, the ice-cold eyes of the Crown Prince began to gain an understanding. The long misunderstanding that had driven a wedge between the two of them all this while had finally melted and collapsed after the second life. My half was here. Dear Sylvia, she was my half. The Crown Prince, muttering, let out a sigh and knelt on one knee. Sylvia sobbed silently, as if holding her breath. The two of them unwittingly realized that they would never forget this moment until they died. At that very moment, with a bang, the Crown Prince burst entirely. Eek! The next moment, Sylvia burst. What came to the consciousness of Sylvia as she was blown away was a flurry of screams. Cack! It's the devil has appeared. What bad luck. The world. It was the moment where everything came to an end. Imagine that the romance novel that you had been reading was discontinued because of something like this. Any reader would have been pissed off. It was like that even in a novel, so it would have been worse if it was the real world. Anyways, this wasn't important right now. Everyone, come here and take a look at this book. I yelled at the hunters. Every book has a different difficulty level and content. There are levels that we can clear more easily among these books. We have to choose the books that will benefit us the most among these. Several hunters stood up from their seats, but still the majority just stared at each other. Stupid, they're like that because you're using honorifics. You still don't understand how hard it takes for these hunter bastards to listen? Beihuriyong said. There are 250 hunters you have to deal with right now. 250 people. You'll have to drop the honorifics to at least make them listen. Really? Every time you level up, you hear presence become clearer, right? Do you know what that means? It's your pride has grown stronger. By nature, the higher the level a hunter has, the stronger their pride will be. They'd never listen to you. Indeed. I gave a declamatory speech that was filled with my aura. There are hundreds of apocalypses here. How can I read them all by myself? Come and read. Flinching. Only then did the heavy hips of the hunters pick themselves up. Listen, everybody. I continued ordering without a break. Let's split into groups. Those that have read some novels or history books, to the left. Those that really don't know anything about novels or history, to the right. Come on now, quickly. Their steps quickened. Thump, thump, thump. The people were divided into two sides. People who have read books divide according to your favorite genres. Romance lovers to the romance group. Fantasy lovers to the fantasy group. If you're a mystery novel lover, to the mystery novel group. Chop, chop, get to it now. At last, the atmosphere of the library became a little busy. Hunters under my command began to go around. Now, from now on, we're all going to read. I picked up an apocalypse and tapped on it. We will divide the hundreds of books into genres. Romance group reads romance books. Other groups, too, read the books according to your genre. Read the book and decide for yourself it's a hit or a flop. Hup, hup. The heretic questioner shook his arm hard. He was still keeping his mouth shut and following my orders. Yes, you can speak. Death King, I don't know what a flop is. Please tell me the standard. If the story is good, it's a hit. If the story is bad, is it a flop? No. That's not it at all. I opened up an apocalypse and showed it to him. For example, this is a flop. Survive the volcano. Genre, survival, romance. Difficulty level D, class player, limit 2 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. This world has been devastated by nuclear warfare, but the vitality of humanity is amazing. Even on the ground where the nuclear warfare broke out, the main character and his lover survived. After overcoming all the adversities and hardships, the main character couple vow to be the new Adam and Eve. Reason for discontinuation. Of all places, the main character couple had to spend the last night in the active volcano zone. The volcano erupted during the night. The main character and the main character's lover were smashed to death by a rock that flew from a volcano. Humanity thus perished. I spoke in a wretched tone. It's not just a common flop. It's a shitty flop. Why? Heretic questioner tilted his head. New Adam and Eve. Isn't it romantic and nice? It's useless saving this world. It's a world where there's already nuclear warfare. I sighed and closed the book. What can we do if we get a world full of radiation as the 22nd floor? Do you want us all to die of radiation contamination? Aha! For instance, in the past, the Flame Emperor had cleared the Great Library in an amazing way. From the 22nd to 29th floors, he only targeted worlds that had lava or volcano. What a crazy bastard! The Flame Emperor was immune to fire. Even in a disastrous world where there was flowing lava and volcanic eruptions, he could leisurely take a stroll. He chose the apocalypses based solely on the criteria of how easily he can attack. He really didn't consider what kind of apocalypse he should have saved so that it'd be a benefit to all of us. Not even a little. If he did well, there was a chance where he'd be able to get 8 treasure troves. At any rate, a man who feeds off his own pride wouldn't be of help. After all, it'd be a loss to other people living in the tower. This time, I'll only pick out the best possible apocalypses so that it benefit us. Apocalypses where monsters sprang out which could help the hunters gain combat experience, or an apocalypses which was filled with rare minerals, or apocalypses which were set in ruins full of treasures, or an apocalypse where seasoned chicken and sweet and sour pork run through the forest and shrimp fritters dance in the sea. No, let's cancel the last one. It would be quite scary if it actually exists. Anyway, bear in mind, it doesn't matter whether the story is shit or not, I shouted while handing out books to hunters. Whether the main character has cancer or if the story's no fun, pay no heed to anything like that. Just read it. Read it from beginning to end and evaluate whether saving this world will benefit all of us. Paused. I paused when I was handing out a book. One hunter made eye contact with me. Excuse me. Black Dragon Witch? What's wrong? It was the witch. I slowly opened my mouth. This is the mystery group. A gathering of people who enjoyed reading mystery novels normally. For some reason, the witch was sitting there proudly. This person, didn't it show that she was a romance fan when the character window popped up just now? I know. The witch nodded as if it was natural. Would I have sat here without knowing where I was? Black Dragon Witch, did you always like the mystery genre? Of course. Slurp. The witch modestly drank some black coffee. I'm an intelligent woman. Crazy. Why was this guild leader suddenly cosplaying as a normal person? She liked dramas. She liked romance. Anyone who knew her could tell she was an enthusiastic reader of nonsense romances, even at a glance. No way. I realized something. Does she not want to let people around her know that she's obsessed with romance? Come to think of it, the romance group particularly had very few hunters. There was not even a single man. On the other hand, for some reason, the martial arts group was full of men. I assure you, less than a handful among them actually read martial arts novels. Wow. My mind went blank. Are these people cosplaying even in this situation? I told you. Bai Huyang murmured sullenly. High-level hunters feed on their pride. Besides, they're all people who received a title. They'd rather die than lose face. Didn't you see? Just now, the 50 people that were doing a suicide special all at once, they're all crazy dudes. It drove me crazy. No, Black Dragon Witch, no matter how much you want to. What do you mean, no matter what? The witch asked back calmly. Her calm face had the feel of an impregnable fortress. I thought desperately of what to say, and I spoke slowly. No, I thought you were a pretty romantic person. That's what I thought. So to see that you aren't in the romance but in the mystery group is a little surprising. The hand with which she was drinking coffee paused mid-action. Is that so? Her voice was exactly the same as usual. Do I look like someone who goes well with romance? Yes, that's why it's weird that you're not in the romance group but somewhere else. It feels like you're wearing something that doesn't suit you. Ha! The witch put down the coffee cup and stood up. I can't help it if Death King says so. I've never read romance novels in my life, but yes, should I take this chance to get used to a new genre this time? It's the right attitude as a hunter to challenge new things, no matter what the task is. It's just as you've said. Got it. The witch headed for the romance group with light steps. It was like a cowboy walking to the far side of the wilderness in a Western movie. I couldn't help but to look at her back with a very subtle feeling. Well done, Death King! Heretic Questioner looked at me with sparkling eyes. He was sitting in the mystery group, too. When the Black Dragon Witch sits somewhere, she doesn't get up easily. Aha, for real, an incredible rookie showed up. 10,000 Temple Guild leader. Do you read mystery novels, too? Heretic Questioner smiled like an angel. I know Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I know Dr. Watson, too. I chanted the command quietly in my mind. Character window. Messages flashed before my eyes. Name. Favorability, 50. Favorite genres, fairy tale, myth, legend. Unfavorable genres. Favorite characters, human. Unfavorable characters, preferred plots, greatest happiness of the greatest number, undesired plots, psychological state. I know Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I know Dr. Watson, too. Crazy. I got goosebumps. How come his outward demeanor and his innermost thoughts are exactly the same? Furthermore, there was nothing he hated or disliked. Is he really a human? I genuinely felt fear and shock. In a literal sense, he was purely a natural-born crazy psycho. What's wrong, Death King? The crazy psycho tilted his head. I was pondering over how to deal with it. Then I took out a pen and wrote down some letters on the back of the hand of the heretic questioner. I said with a solemn expression, "Heretic questioner Nim." "Yes." "You're in the fairy tale group from now on." "Fairy tale, you say?" "That's right. Heretic questioner Nim is the only person in this group. You have to verify and screen all the books that come into the group alone, Heretic questioner Nim." "Oh, what a heavy responsibility." The crazy psycho's eyes glistened. I nodded. "Yes, it's very important, so I'll leave it in your good hands." "Ahaha, don't worry. Death King. I'll screen it properly." That's right. Out of the hundreds of apocalypses, there was not a single fairy tale. I searched thoroughly to see if there was any other hunter who tried to cosplay as an ordinary person. The result was unbelievable. Out of the 250 people, as many as 100 of them were lying about their taste. These crazy assholes. In the end, it took 3 hours just to split them into groups. As many as two cosplayers were sent to their rightful places. But even for him, as the last one, he couldn't help but keep silent. Name, Venomous Snake. Favorability center for otherworldly fiction, strongest fiction, destruction fiction, harem fiction. Unfavorable genres, political fiction, crime fiction. Favorite characters, older sister, younger sister, married woman, pure, coy, girlish, youths. Unfavorable character, mafia, gangsters, blonde-haired and tanned bully. Preferred plots. I've been summoned to this world, and it turns out that I have the blood of the world's strongest dragon and the Devil Realm's strongest empress. I'm going to show you what a purely peerless cheat character is, but something seems to be the problem. I think my younger sister became a god of creation for me, but I just want to be an ordinary high school student who just wants to have a quiet day, and it is only troubling me. And as follows, peerless. Well, it seems I have no choice but to come forward. Undesired plots. Psychological status. Wow, fuck, what's with this old file room? What's up with the martial arts group? Every time I read a line, I feel like my eyes are falling out, and it feels like a sign. It's full of sweaty guys. Shit, isn't this too inconsiderate for the readers? That person had an eye patch covering one of his eyes. That person was a swordsman called Chen Mumun Master. That person was the Emperor of Light novels. Huh. Venomous Snake looked back at me. What are you looking at? I'm busy reading. And Venomous Snake was sitting in the martial arts group. Nothing. I couldn't bear to say anything. I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're reading. Continue reading. Okay. I turned my back and walked feebly. I realized for sure when I came to the 21st floor this time. The top-ranking hunters were all crazy, and I had to carry these crazy madmen. Chapter 58, Bibliomania. 3. Chapter 58, Bibliomania. Translated H. Editor Sasha 4. Find a book that has high chances of having a popular plot. This was what I had instructed the hunters to do. Do you all understand? I roamed among the hunters and said, if the difficulty is too hard, it won't do. But then it shouldn't be too easy too. An apocalypse with a suitable difficulty. In addition to that, choose one that will give us a suitable reward. Following my instructions, 250 hunters began reading the apocalypses. As if it documented the imprints of the world itself, the volume of each apocalypse was so extensive. Even when all of the hunters were reading it, it was never-ending. Death King, it's strange. The only exception was the heretic questioner, who did not have a single book to read. On the back of the crazy psycho's hand, it still said fairy tale. What is? I'm the only one who doesn't have an apocalypse. Is fairy tale a minor genre? Hey, no way. There may be people who have never read fantasy, and some may have never read romance, but I'm sure everyone has heard of fairy tales. It's a majority even among the majorities. You're right. But why isn't a single book coming to me? Crazy Psycho tilted his head. 'Cause there's no fairy tale ending in the destroyed worlds, you natural. It's a short form for his small nickname that Death King gave. The full name is Natural Born Crazy Psycho. Literally, this was what he called him. These words almost rose to the top of my throat, but I held it in and pretended to know nothing. Who knows? Just wait a little longer. Out of all these books, there should at least be one that has fairy tales as its genre. That's certainly true. I guess I'm a little impatient. I'll wait calmly. Crazy Psycho walked to a corner and sat there. I knew that the day when he would be given a fairy tale book would never come. The witch also knew, and all the other hunters knew too. Hey, religious brat! Let's correct it. It seemed that the Emperor of Light Novel did not know. Yes, Chen Mumun Master? Did you call me? This seems to be a fairy tale. There was a book mixed into the martial arts group. Oh, who? Thank you. Heretic Questioner received an apocalypse from the venomous snake. A bright smile, as if it had been made by grinding angels and saints together, hung around his lips. It was a little scary. Then Death King, I'll get to reading too. Aha! I wonder what kind of apocalypse this will be. Ah, yes, what's the title of that apocalypse? It's called Me and Our Scapegoat. The title was also a little scary. In the end, all the groups received books, and they started reading. Some time passed, and then it was mealtime. I think my eyes are going to fall apart. Anguished groans were coming from here and there. It was to the extent that everyone just took and ate the sandwiches and black tea that the bookmarks maids prepared without a single complaint this time. Death King, the witch in charge of the romance group, was no exception. I can understand how that constellation feels. Huh? I'm talking about these apocalypses. They all got discontinued at the climax scene. The witch looked exhausted. As soon as the female lead confesses to the male lead, the meteor comes falling down. As soon as they held hands and kissed each other, aliens suddenly invaded. It's all messed up. Let's disregard the meteors, but why the hell are there alien invasions in a court romance comedy? Furthermore, said the witch, it's even worse because up until it gets discontinued, it's so interesting. The main character is charming and even the story is interesting. It's just the ending is rubbish. It's a perfect course meal, but when I cut the cutlet from the main dish, it feels like something would pop out. No, you don't have to tell me what's going to pop out. Can't you see I'm eating a tonkatsu sandwich right now? Tonkatsu is basically pork cutlet. I'm sorry, Death King. You're right, sorry for not being careful with my words while you were eating. No, but I must tell you what this feeling is. This is all being broadcasted live. Witch Nim, live broadcast, okay? The witch laughed and shut her mouth. This person really, even when she tried to make eye contact with the one-eyed giant zombie a while back, she always lost her temper at strange moments. Anyway, it was a relief as the moment I finished the last bite of the tonkatsu sandwich, the witch looked around and brought her lips closer to my ear. What this feeling is? Will the viewers in the middle of Babylon Square hold their breath while watching the witch whisper in my ear? I could hardly breathe when I heard her whispering. It was something that made me not want to look at the tonkatsu sandwich for at least a month. Oh, dear God, please save me. Shiny is giving her best effort to save you. I wish that the goddess who couldn't even save her own world would just stay silent. Of course, the god of the Great Library did not save me either. Instead, Bangusok, the librarian, smiled as he floated around in the air. Finally, you lot seemed to understand the pain the great me had suffered. The appearance of the librarian was that of a child, but the laughter on the face of the constellation now was not childlike at all. It was a smile of a gourmet who lost his taste because he couldn't overcome the sweet and salty combination of life. I won't hide it any longer. These 683 volumes of apocalypses which I have allowed you to touch, even in my great library they're magic grimoires that boast a particularly destructive power. Magic grimoires? That's right. While being extremely exciting, they're so interesting that the readers cannot help but love these books. The librarian's laughter resonated gloomily. But that's all there is to it. Even though it's so interesting, you lot will never be happy with it. No, it's even more unfortunate as it's so interesting, because all these magic grimoires have a shitty ending. The witch swallowed her saliva. Don't tell me you chose only those kinds of books on purpose? To inflict the same pain on us? You may think of it that way. That's the only thing I can think of. Now then, I hope you lot fall into this hell of discontinued books and struggle with eternal pain like the great me. Come on, hurry and suffer." The librarian laughed. Some hunters trembled with fear. "Are you perhaps a demon? I can't believe you purposely let us read only the masterpieces that got discontinued. You're crazy. This deserves heavenly punishment." Later, it turned out that they all originally had the hobby of reading novels. I didn't really know, but for novel lovers, the librarian's remarks were very frightening. It was then, "Ah, Hunter Nim." I heard a familiar voice from somewhere. As I turned my head, one of the members of the fantasy group was waving his hand. For a while, I wondered who that woman was waving at, and soon after I recalled her face. "What's this? Aren't you Sajang Nim?" Sajang Nim refers to Boss President, a hunter who would later grow to become the Ministry of Alchemy Master. The alchemist who made me an elixir was here. Did Sajang Nim also receive a title, too? It happened by chance, though it's a tasteless title such as alchemist. The alchemist who became an alchemist smiled awkwardly. I was a little surprised. The Ministry of Alchemy Master already received her title. No matter how great of a hunter she was, the woman in front of her had been wandering around the slums until recently. Title. It was a little early for her to have made an admirable achievement. Even me, who was armed with fraud skills, I only managed to get a title after doing crazy things repeatedly, as expected. As the twig is bent, so grows the tree. As the twig is bent, so grows the tree is an idiom that means a promising person that stands out even when they're young. You're really amazing, Sajang Nim. How did you get a title in such a short time? As expected, my eyes are never wrong. At first glance, I knew that Sajang Nim would succeed. I did a profitable investment. And no, I'm not amazing at all. The alchemist shook her dry right hand. I'm serious. I'm not being modest or anything. All I did was stay still, and I got a title. What? I also don't know what happened. A few days ago, I suddenly heard a sound. The item you produced has helped save the world, and I was given a title. Ugh, I'm sorry. You're probably really baffled, right? Ah. The alchemist looked like she didn't know what she was talking about, even after she said it. But I was different. I realized the truth of the situation upon hearing her words. It's because of the elixir you made for me. The cause was the elixir I took when I was fighting the Devil King. In my bloody fight with the Devil King, I properly felt the effects of the elixir. Thanks to it maximizing my senses, I was able to watch the Devil King swinging his sword in slow motion. What the? Then, in other words, have I been carrying her all this while? Carry in this context is like the gaming term. In other words, our MC carried her by using the item she made. That was why she could get a title. It was like giving someone a bus ride unintentionally. The alchemist wriggled his fingers as she didn't know that. Really what's amazing is not me, but you, Hunter Nim. Ah, I should call you the Death King now. Death King Nim is indeed the awesome one. Up till a few days ago, you were out of the rankings, but you went up to 3rd rank at once. It's such a great honor for me to get to know someone like you, Death King Nim. I really wanted to tell you this. Hey, what do you mean? I just have good luck, that's all. As she scratched the back of her head awkwardly, the alchemist went, eh, and clasped her hands behind her back. Death King Nim, if you need anything, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll help you all I can. Wow. What's this person? Perhaps she was an angel? Hey, zombie, can't you raise the hurdle a little bit higher for judging people as angels? Mr. Sword Emperor, I'm just trusting people. No matter how much I get betrayed, I can't stop believing in people. It's not my sin for carrying such a warm heart. You're speaking bullshit today as well. In English, it's called a hot dog sound. Literally, he said hot dog sound. Let's pretend I didn't hear the last bullshit. 5. It's been 4 days since we started reading. We finally succeeded in reading every single volume of Apocalypses. Every hunter announced that they had completed reading. In Romance Group, we recommend a total of 4 books. The SF Group recommends 2 books. In the Mystery Group, each group announced their recommended masterpiece, moderate difficulty, adequate reward. Recommendations that fit these 2 criteria were listed. My Fairy Tale Group will recommend this, although that's the only book I have. Me and our scapegoat, genre, fairy tale. difficulty level A-Class, player limit 2 or more. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. This world's humanity had succeeded in creating a utopia, but a special power source was required to maintain the utopia. The power source needed were the screams of suffering of an innocent child who bears no crimes. Though it was a pity, for the perfect happiness of 17 million people, one innocent child should bear with it, right? Thanks to the meticulously developed torture techniques and life-saving treatments, about 5 years' worth of screams were able to be extracted from each child. Such efficiency. Reason for discontinuation. 118,000 years had passed since the creation of Utopia. Eventually, all the innocent children were used up. The Utopia, which lost its power source, came to a stop. I'll have to stop by that apocalypse regardless of the level of difficulty or reward being given. However, there was a separate apocalypse that caught the eye right now. The martial arts group strongly recommends this masterpiece, the Sword Saint said. Sword Saint was the team leader of the martial arts genre. Unlike someone who appeared as a martial arts lover, but instead lived as an Emperor of Light novel, the Sword Saint was indeed a connoisseur of martial arts. The old man flipped open an apocalypse. This is the book. Plus the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. Genre, martial arts, fusion, difficulty level, B-class, player limit 2 to 4 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. Murim, a world of those who revere Mu, those who use Mu, those who strive to attain Mu. A heavenly demon descended here and tried to unify Murim, a demonic cult brought together centering on the heavenly demon. The opposing forces who go against this demonic cult, fighting over the control of the world, would be what they would have done. Tien, Murim is the martial arts world. Mu is basically martial arts. If it wasn't for the sudden super epidemic, reason for discontinuation, an unidentified epidemic went rampant in the world, causing the heavenly demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated. The other forces were also destroyed. End. I know, it reminds us of a certain manhwa novel, but I just had to. The reason I recommend Chronicles of Heavenly Demon is simple, said the Sword Saint. There's a character called Heavenly Demon in this world. It is the Murim, where the strongest of strongest martial arts scriptures are gathered at. Therefore, there will be a huge hidden treasury at the stronghold of the demonic cult. Well, in short, a library or something would have been built. The Sword Saint had an awkward look. It was because all the people who were not part of the martial arts group were saying in reaction, "Martial arts scriptures? Hidden treasury? What the hell is he talking about?" In the end, the Sword Saint gave up on using martial arts terminology and used words that were easier to understand. It's safe to say that the martial arts scriptures are books that contain the secrets of a skill. If we succeed in saving this world, we will be able to get a library where the best skills in the world are stored. It's a chance for our hunters to be a level stronger. The hunter's eyes glistened. Martial arts, huh? Does that mean we can get new skills? Well, it's really rare to be able to learn skills. It's an opportunity to learn the way to be strong. Everyone's mood was pretty good. People who valued individual strength, just like the Sword Saint, responded particularly positively. Right now, our priority was to be strong. These claims were convincing. Of course, it was a good story for me, too. Isn't that pretty good? I stroked my chin. There must be a lot of masters that fly around in Murim. If I die once by the hands of those masters... Wow. Wouldn't there be an A-class skill even if I picked poorly? Hey, zombie. Are you afraid no one would know you're a zombie? Why are those screwed-up thoughts all you have filled in your head? A world I want to destroy just appeared, but it's difficult with my current strength now. The Sword Emperor silently shut his mouth. Instead, another being spoke up. Shiny notifies you that she sensed a vestige. The sword on my waist was suddenly vibrating. What do you mean a vestige? What vestige? Shiny says her sister is very close. Sister, you say? Shiny, the so-called constellation goddess of protection, was split and sealed within 5 swords. One of the swords was on my waist. Even Shiny doesn't know where the rest of the swords disappeared to. But to be able to sense the vestige of her sister's swords nearby. Where? Where did you sense it? I looked around. The great library of all things. The bookshelves that continued beyond the horizon. Each bookshelf was huge. Looking up, it was as high as a tower. Of course, I couldn't see anything besides books. Shiny advises that you focus your eyes ahead instead of looking around the wrong place. In front of my eyes, there's only Sword Saint in front of my eyes. Wait a minute. Apocalypse, a book containing a world. Is it perhaps in there? The holy sword vibrated. Shiny affirms and says, "Yes, warrior." Shiny says she feels her sister's presence from the book that the Sword Saint is holding. At that moment, my next destination was decided. Chapter 59, World of the Dead Constellation, 1. Chapter 59, Expedition Without Hopes or Dreams. Translator H, Editor Sasha 1. A bathroom had already been set up in the Great Library. Okay. After washing my face at the sink, I said, "Before we go to the Murim, let's just start with dying once." Silence flowed around. There was no one else but me in the bathroom. But there was a ghost and a sword, and they responded to me. "What do you mean by okay?" "Shiny doesn't understand your intentions." Behuryong batted his eyes, and the holy sword's light glimmered. Lafanta Egim, the first emperor of the empire, and the one who made the goddess of protection into Shiny. Shiny pointed out that you were the one who named her Shiny. I don't know what kind of guy he is, but he could travel back and forth between the various worlds. I put on my overcoat. It was a custom-made suit gifted to me by the witch before the press conference. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, it made me look like a fresh recruit who was ready to go to work. Strangely, this appearance gave me a sense of psychological stability. Think about it. Shiny, you were in the world of the Ajim Empire, right? But the other sword is in the Murim world. That means Lafanta Ajim had the ability to cross over worlds. He must be a munchkin-like dude. I touched the shaft of the holy sword on my waist. He's capable enough to establish an empire, and he's strong enough to split and seal a constellation. He even has the ability to cross over into this world. It's not a good idea to blindly jump into the Murim without any plan to look for fragments of the holy sword. I needed to be a little more cautious. I'm not invincible either. That's right. In fact, lately, I was a little on edge. Should I say I was worried about my current self? I was worried that if I relaxed even a little bit, my confidence would turn into arrogance. I rose to 3rd rank in the hunter ranking. I almost single-handedly defeated the Devil King. In the city, the people only talked about me, and now I'm even giving orders to hunters that carry titles. So what? I'm afraid I'll let my guard down if I make a blunder. There were up to 100 floors in the tower. As of right now, I was just a hunter who had only reached the 21st floor. It was too early to relax just because of the success I had right now. The Flame Emperor was also hunted by me because he let his guard down. Because he had a skill that revived him even if he died. Returner's Clockwork Watch. It was a crazy cheat skill that looked as if there was no way to subdue it. However, what happened to Yusuha, the Flame Emperor who had such a crazy cheat ability? He died. What's more, after his death, he even danced a big round of Kozatsky dance in front of the world's army. It was a very good example that no matter how strong a hunter was, he should not let his guard down. No, that's because zombie, you're quite the devilish bastard. Anyways, I'm not going to jump into Chronicles of Heavenly Demon without any countermeasures. I need to know what kind of bastard Lafanta Ajim was. Right now, I really don't have any information about it. Preparedness averts peril. It's an idiom UB Muwan, which basically means, with all precautions taken, one would be safe. Or it could also mean better safe than sorry. Why was there a fragment of the Holy Sword in Murim out of the blue, and not in the world of Ajim continent? What was the munchkin named Lafanta Ajim even thinking, and for what purpose did he split and scatter the goddess of protection? I wanted to at least get the minimum amount of information before entering the next stage. Well, it's not a bad mindset to think before you leap. TN kolon, it's tordarido tudurgigo konlandanen, a Korean idiom that means to think carefully before you commit to your next action. Behuryong tilted his head. How exactly are you going to prepare? Just like you said, you don't know anything about the guy called Lafanta or whatever it is. There's also no way to find out. You're right about me not knowing anything. But I tapped the holy sword with my finger. You're wrong about there being no way to find out. What? Even if it looks like this, This sword is the goddess of protection. Though it's been divided into 5 fragments, it's undoubtedly a constellation. I grinned mischievously. A question now. If I stab myself with this sword, would that count as suicide? Or is it murder by the constellation? Bai Huryong's eyes widened. He looked as if it was something unthinkable. Huh? Huh? It could be suicide or murder. Let's say the odds are 50-50 and I don't know which one it is yet, but it's worth testing out. Shashing! The sound of pulling a sword out of its sheath. I took the holy sword out of its sheath. Then I heard a desperate voice. Shiny sincerely asks the warrior to reconsider once more. Why? Shiny strongly asserts that it is embarrassing for her past to be seen by another person and that she would like to protect her privacy. I raised the corners of my lips. There's no such thing as privacy between us, right? I'm also showing my personal life to you, broadcasted live 24 hours a day. You should be fair. Shiny is begging you to stop. Schlick! The holy sword pierced my body. The next moment, I was sure I succeeded in the 50-50 gamble. You have died. Your death has satisfied the skill condition. Goddess of Protection's skill is currently sealed and cannot be acquired. It was a bit disappointing that I couldn't copy her skills, but what I was trying to get right now was not a skill. You are currently a D-class hunter. You will receive a penalty due to your skill. The trauma of your enemy is being reenacted. The extremity is moderate. Vengeful Ghost Road. Shing! The scene I had hoped for unfolded before my eyes. Your long journey finally came to an end. I could hear a beautiful voice. I knew you could do it, Warrior Nim. It was a woman I had never seen before, but somehow I realized right away who she was. The goddess of protection that wasn't sealed in the blade. It was a constellation that could fully control her power. Yes. A man, a silver-haired nobleman, probably whom the goddess was referring to as a warrior, was sitting on a rustic jade throne. From the chin upwards there was a hint of fatigue on his face. It was the Empire's first emperor, Lafanta Ajim, who replied to her. Is that dude Lafanta Ajim? The man opened his lips. It seemed like it was just a few days ago that I was taken aback by the sudden summoning. Before I knew it, I've become an emperor that unified the continent. Life is full of surprises. I feel refreshed too. At first, you were a normal human who really didn't know anything. Now you're stronger than me. No, most gods wouldn't even be able to hold a candle against you. It was then. Huh? What the? Bai Huryong, who was looking at the trauma scene with me, made a sound. It feels like I've seen that bastard before. Huh? I mean that blonde-haired dude. Even at a glance I can recognize he's definitely the constellation killer. Bai Huryong muttered, as if it was strange. I was surprised at the fact that Bai Huryong had met Lafanta Ajim before. What does Constellation Killer mean? It's that bastard's title. He got that title because he was a crazy bastard that only went around looking for the constellations and crushing them. Crushing the constellations? Don't you see? The tower is connected to the worlds. From the 50th floor, you have to compete with hunters from all over the world. Oh, really? And that Constellation Killer was a bastard that was cooped up on the 50th floor. Bai Huryong said. He would never climb the tower and just stayed locked up on the 50th floor all the time. And when the words of a constellation being there came by, he'd chase after them immediately. I'm sure that there are at least a few hundred constellations that were killed by him. Then Lafanta Ajim is also a hunter? That's right. I was wondering what kind of world such a crazy madman was born in, that brat. So he's from Ajim, Bai Huryong murmured. I never thought I'd see an old connection in a place like this. Phew. What was the relationship between the two of you? What else could our relationship be? We had a proper fight, that's what our relationship was. He was strong, that I'll give him, but he couldn't dare match me. The trauma scene kept unfolding even in the midst of our chatter. The goddess of protection opened her mouth. What do you plan to do from now on, Warrior Nim? There are no longer any gods and demons that can block Warrior Nim's path. Your long journey is now constellation. Yes, it's neither god nor demon. It's constellation. Lafanta Ajim stood up from his jade throne. The world belongs to humans, not to the constellations. Lafanta Ajim looked back at the goddess. A dark red aura blazed forth from the emperor's body. Warrior Nim, Why are you suddenly using your aura? With an exhausted look, the founding emperor of the empire seemed to be agonizing. It wasn't for long. I won't kill you, because you've been helping me up till now. A red aura swoop over the goddess. I will split and seal your existence. If I do that, you won't be able to regain your power again. And when the constellation is gone, the latter part of his words couldn't be heard because of the piercing scream. The goddess's existence was being torn apart in front of us. I'm sorry, Lafanta Egim said, but this is the right way. After the goddess's scream faded away, the trauma moved away from us in a flash. Trauma reenactment finished, confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. The penalty is ending. What's this guy? After coming back to the day before, I mumbled in the bathroom that I came back to again. I thought I would see what kind of guy he was after getting a glimpse of the past through the trauma. Now I'm confused even more after watching it. Hey, Shiny, why did your old master seal you? Shiny replied sullenly, saying she doesn't know either. The holy sword glowed lightly. Was it because she was down? The light of the holy sword seemed unusually weak. The Lafanta Egim who she remembers was a man of few words, but he was a righteous warrior. Shiny expresses that she had no idea why he sealed her, and why he left behind the empire that he founded. The mystery only got worse. I told you, the higher the levels of the hunters are, the crazier they are, okay? Baehyung shrugged. Don't try to understand those crazy madmen. If you peek into the abyss, you will fall into the abyss yourself. Become strong just like me and crush all the fuckers you don't like, whether it is Constellation Killer or whoever. I sighed. Well, it's considered a harvest just by knowing his face. And I was certain of one fact. Lafanta Egim, the so-called Constellation Killer, would be hostile as soon as he saw me, because I was carrying around the fragments of the goddess of protection that he sealed away. I wrinkled my forehead while looking in the mirror. If we're going to meet on the 50th floor anyway, I'd like to take care of it in advance. Hold your horses. You're no match for him with your current ability. He's just weaker than me, but that guy is a master among masters, too. Also, if you already have time to worry about the 50th floor, how about you clear the 22nd floor, you wimp? Ahem. He wasn't wrong, so I quietly repeated the same day. The next day, the hunters picked out the 22N floor after reading all the apocalypses. Chronicles of Heavenly Demon was chosen without difficulty because it was none other than the Sword Saint himself who recommended it. I see you all chose martial arts as your first genre. The librarian watched us make our decision and meaningfully laughed. It's not a bad choice. Although it may not exactly be the same Murim you lot know of, it is the same in that there are martial arts and strong people. Depending on how you lead the story, you might even gain a miraculous encounter, Chien. Martial arts that are priceless. According to the expression you lot use, you may even be able to learn skills. The hunters got excited. Everyone was in high spirits, and yet the librarian immediately sprayed ashes on the mood. Sprayed ashes is a Korean slang for ruining a mood. However, all things are high risk, high returns. That's how strong the enemy characters are, needless to say, but if you enter the apocalypse and lose your life, you will actually die in reality. Of course, you won't be able to escape from the apocalypse until you've completed the ending properly. The hunters shut their mouths. It was a given. Unless you had an unusual skill like me, death always had the power to shut people up. Chronicles of Heavenly Demon has a play limit of 2 to 4 people. Now, who's going to be part of the characters of this apocalypse? The hunter's eyes naturally turned towards the top rankers. Among them, I was the one who garnered the most attention. The reason was simple. It was because, over the past few days, I ordered and directed the hunters around as if I was some sort of representative. With power comes great responsibility. I'll take part. And I had no intention of running away from my responsibilities. At my quick answer, the guild masters smiled delightfully, as if saying I knew he would do that, and the majority of the hunters stared at me with a surprised look. I'll get in on the act too. The Sword Saint followed up and said, You can't leave out the person who recommended the apocalypse. He looked solemn, but there was a slight smile on the corner of his lips. I could plainly see his body was itching for excitement. Perhaps as a reader who loves martial arts, isn't the fact that he could enter the real Murim a pleasure in itself? I'm glad. The minimum number of people has been met. The librarian chuckled. We can have 2 more characters coming with us here. How do you guys want to do it? There's one more reason why I recommended this apocalypse. The Sword Saint immediately opened his mouth with confidence. Everyone, look at all the reason for discontinuation. Plus the Chronicles of Heavenly Demarts, Fusion. Difficulty level, B, class player limit 2 to 4 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. Murim, a world of those who revere Mu, those who use Mu, those who strive to attain Mu. A heavenly demon descended here and tried to unify Murim, a demonic cult, Mol, brought together centering on the heavenly demon. The opposing forces who go against this demonic cult, fighting over the control of the world, would be what they would have done. Murim is the martial arts world. Mu is basically martial arts. If it wasn't for the sudden super epidemic. Reason for discontinuation. An unidentified epidemic went rampant in the world, causing the heavenly demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated. The other forces were also destroyed. And, looking at it again, the reason for discontinuation was ridiculous. It didn't even state exactly what the epidemic was. In the text of the apocalypse, only this was written. The heavenly demon suddenly died due to the unidentified epidemic. Soon, all the other forces died too. No one knew what happened specifically. We'll find out when we really enter this world. In any case, it was clear that the Murim was destroyed because of the unidentified epidemic. The Sword Saint nodded. As you can see, the epidemic was what destroyed this world. Needless to say, we should not only take strong hunters, but also hunters who have extensive knowledge about diseases. And I know who is the most educated when it comes to diseases. The Sword Saint smiled brightly and called for someone from the martial arts group where he came from. Medicine King, will you come out? A stubborn-looking elderly man walked out with his hands behind his back. This time again, the Sword Emperor pretended as if he knew. Ah, that guy! Why? What do you mean, why? You know that store, right? The place where I tried to bring you to first, zombie. He's the shop owner of Marcus Grandpop's favorite drugstore. Aha, really now, that Grandpop is good at making drugs. But, he's good at it, but... The Sword Emperor mumbled towards the end of his sentence. No one knew the reason better than I did. Don't worry, I will be the one mainly fighting, and Death King will help if I am not enough. And when this Medicine King resolves the matter regarding the disease, this apocalypse will only be for the 3 us. Death King, is there anything you want to say? As he spoke confidently, the Sword Saint stared at me with his hands raised. Ah, yes, there's one person I'd like to bring with me. I lowered my hand and pointed to one hunter. The hunter, who was pointed out of nowhere, gasped for words. Ah! Are you talking about me? It was the alchemist, I nodded. Yes, that's right. The alchemist trembled as if she had been struck by lightning while walking down the street. Dead Death King. It hasn't even been a week since I received my title. Vah! I'm very weak. It wouldn't be of any use even if you took someone like me with you, so why? You're the most capable pharmacist and doctor that I know, alchemist. Huh? Yes? And you also said earlier, Death King Nim, if you need anything, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll help you all I can. I smiled widely. If it wasn't just empty talk, you'll help out. Right, alchemist Nim? The alchemist's eyes were in despair, as if she was looking at the devil. Why? Didn't she get her title thanks to me? If you got carried, you have to pay the price for being carried. Chapter 60. Expedition Without Hopes or Dreams, 2. Chapter 60. Expedition Without Hopes or Dreams. Editor Sasha, 2. The hunters cheered. Oh, what's this? So all 4 spots are filled? But who exactly is that woman? That's what I want to say. The elder Medicine King, as you know. The Sword Saint also had a puzzled look on his face. Isn't that the girl I saw last time? Hick. The alchemist tried to hide herself behind me. Back when the Sword Saint mistook me as a mass murderer, she had tried to stop the #1 ranker alongside the Crusader. The pressure the Sword Saint had emitted that time was so chaotic that it looked like she was recalling the memory of that incident as soon as she was able to see him from up close. Perhaps the Sword Saint was also thinking the same, so he cleared his throat. You You don't have to be so scared. The misunderstanding between me and the Death King has been resolved. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Well, but just because of that, the Sword Saint looked at me with an awkward face. Death King, where we're headed now is a very dangerous place. Didn't the constellation also say so himself? If you die in the apocalypse, you also die in reality. Is it okay to take that lady to such a dangerous place? Yes, I nodded confidently. She's the best alchemist I know. At the same time, she was probably the greatest alchemist in existence. Did the Sword Emperor also disagree? Even though they used the same ingredients, she produced 15 times the quantity than the store he had originally introduced me to. In other words, it was the store of the Medicine King, or whatever that was standing over there. That guy makes pretty good elixirs, but it's not the best. Now, since we have that lady, yes. However, the Sword Saint eyes had a subtle feel in them. The best alchemist, you know. I pulled up the character window to get a handle on the Sword Saint's psychological state. It's a remarkable young man's recommendation, so there must be something special, but there's a bigger ocean in the world. I see, Sword Emperor. It's been a long time since you said the right thing. Even a king carp who's been living in the open water all this while, when it goes to a river, it will find out that it isn't the smallest carp. All right, I think we should take this opportunity to build a relationship with those two young people and the Medicine King. Bigger ocean in the world. It means that there are always people that are better or more skilled. Wow. I've built some connections all this while, and perhaps it was because Sword Saint had made a promise with himself, so he didn't say anything out loud, and I knew his words held good intentions behind them. But, really, he still had an old-fashioned mindset. And he said, Sword Emperor, so it was probably the other Sword Emperor by the side of the Sword Saint, meaning that he also looked down on the alchemist just like he did last time. Not surprising, as there was another figure here that laid down his old-fashioned mindset brazenly and spoke without any good intentions. Huh? What do you mean the best you know? It was the Medicine King. This is why they're greenhorns. Hoo-hoo, oh my. It's laughable that you think you've crossed a mountain when you have really just crossed a stone. Geez, I hate it, because I have to feel like this youngling as my rival. Ugh. Whoo. Medicine King, please be understanding. Death King is an outstanding man. It's just that his life experience is a bit... That experience is what I'm talking about. Experience is the most important thing, but you don't even know that and pretend you know the entire world. I'm the one who's ashamed of it all. He's acting the same as when I earned about $1 billion in Silicon Valley when I was in my 20s. The same rotten, corrupted mind. But you're the only one who doesn't know. Calm down a little. Hoo-hoo, my. I've been calming myself down all this while. It's a sin to say and do whatever they want, even if they're just greenhorns, Marcus. I'm holding myself back for your sake. And what? What did he say just before? He was saying he wants to bring along this low-key girl who turned up from nowhere. It's just like a young billionaire carrying a trophy around at the Silicon Valley. Death King is not that kind of youngling. What do you mean he's not? You brat! Look me in the eye and tell me. Are you sure he's not? Impressive. What was impressive was that there exists a man who could make the Sword Saint flustered. It looked like it was a food chain of the oldies version where an oldie was being dragged around by an even greater oldie. It was hard to shut up my brain, which was thinking about the mysteries of this newly discovered ecosystem. Maybe that was why I was not the one who talked back to that oldie of all oldies. I don't mind you calling me a kid, but... The alchemist grabbed my collar tightly and gritted her teeth. Death King Nim is absolutely not a greenhorn. He's an incredible man. Ro, what do you mean a rotten mind? Hoo-hoo, see, Marcus? Doesn't it look like she's defending her own man? This is what it's like to be young. Hey! When I was young, I thought that was what youth was all about. Ooh, what do you mean defending my own man? The alchemist puffed up her mouth. She had heard such absurd things that it seemed like her brain couldn't process it. Crusader took a step forward and defended the alchemist. Stop. Alchemist is undoubtedly an excellent pharmacist. Although I learned of her existence because of the introduction from Death King, My civil militia has also received countless excellent medicine from the alchemist. The Medicine King snorted. Only the civil militia standard would be able to accept that. What did you say? You should say the right thing. Have you ever stopped by my pharmacy with your financial conditions? You think the ceiling is high because you don't know the sky, and you don't even know that it's a box lid, not a room ceiling. Even your ridiculous look is just like that of a young rival. Ch-ch. The Crusader bit her lips hard. Although it was listed as one of the top 5 guilds, the civil militia was always suffering from financial difficulties. She was brutally pricked in her sore spot. The Medicine King shook his hands like he was chasing away a junkie. Hey, what's the point of talking? Let's just stop. You'd just be tired of listening to me ramble. Well, that was right, Mr. Sword Emperor. Is listening to this nonsense good enough? More than enough. Why are you suffocating yourself? I glanced around the library. I'm not suffocating myself. As I've said many times, this scene was being broadcasted live to the hunters in Babylon Square. In other words, this timing was optimal for both debut and retirement. I said to the Medicine King, would you like to duke it out? If what the Sword Saint had was an awkward look, then the Medicine King was literally on our throats. Look now, Marcus, because he couldn't reason it out, he really immediately pointed his knife at me, that rotten expression. It reminds me of when I became the boxing world champion in my 40s. No, not with me. I took medicinal herbs out of my bag. I'll provide the medicinal herbs. You two can make one elixir with it. Then we'll compare the performance with the elixirs you've both made. Then wouldn't we be sure? Ick. The alchemist jumped. Death King Nim, that old man, I'm very upset that he insulted Death King Nim, but still he's a person called the Medicine King, though? He's a big name that all the hunters know about. In comparison, it's only been a week since I received my title. Kya! The alchemist shuddered. I held her shoulders. Alchemist she. Yes! With her glasses in between, I made direct eye contact with her and said, I believe in you. Dear Death King Nim. So you need to believe in yourself, too. The alchemist took in a deep breath. With beyond the glasses, I could see that her shaking pupils had regained light. With clenched fists, she nodded vigorously. Yes, Death King Nim, I'll do my best. No. She immediately shook her head, and the alchemist corrected her words. I'll win. The Medicine King looked at us as if it was ridiculous. The Medicine King shook his head. There are always things like this. You have to dip it and try to see if it was ketchup or blood so that they'd know their place. It's the same as when I was about 3 years old. You've been blabbering for too long. Are you trying to run away? All right, youngin. Be prepared to see that girl shed tears. I don't know how to go easy on young people. Medicine King versus Alchemist. An extraordinary match had begun. 3. The hunters' reactions were cynical when the match began. Of course, the old man Medicine King will win. That old man's drugstore is so expensive, but it still takes almost a month for reservations. Do the two of them really have something going on? No matter how much I look at it, Death King is being too irrational. Death King and Medicine King, they're both kings, but there's still a difference in the years of experience. In a literal sense, their reactions were normal. Now, those that think Medicine King will win, come here. Those that think Alchemist will win, here. On the other hand, there was also the Count, who didn't miss out on the chance to make money and opened a gambling table. Out of nowhere, 2 bookmark maids were holding a collection box. Death King, will you be all right? The betting odds right now are 1.08 to 47. The witch came close and whispered to me. That's great. Why do you think about making some pocket money and betting on the alchemist's side so that the betting odds wouldn't drop too much? Death King, this is all being broadcasted live. You were the one who said it. The witch looked as serious as she could be. If that alchemist you recommended breaks down horribly, if that happens, it'll all be broadcasted live to Babylon and to the world. No, the viewers on the internet must really be in an uproar right now. If it were me in the past, what comment would I have been writing? Something like, I want to become like Medicine King, too. Would I be posting comments like that? While I was having such idle thoughts, the witch touched her forehead. That'll damage your reputation if it happens, Death King. Are you sure it'll be all right? I'm a little sorry for the old man, Medicine King. No, honestly, I wasn't sorry at all. If you spouted rough words, you should take responsibility for your actions, right? Isn't that the true spirit and reason behind respect for seniority? The witch stared at me and the alchemist in turn with an odd expression. I was wondering what she was thinking, so I was thinking of pulling up the psychology state window of the witch to see. It was then. I'm finished, Greenhorn. Medicine King, he bellowed while lifting up the elixir he had made. Bow your head before my great creation. Rarity unique. Producer Medicine King description. Although it is a little bitter, drinking it will heal even the deadliest of wounds. Needless to say, as it's a recovery potion, it has to be taken in a safe location to take into consideration the after effects of healing. Anyway, it's an amazing feat to be able to produce a potion of this quality. Plus, cheers resonated throughout the library. It's a unique recovery potion. Oh my God. Pulling out a unique recovery potion. He's indeed the Medicine King. It really is a king never dies. Old man Medicine King, would you like to sell it to me? How dare you cut in line? Medicine King Nim, I'm at the top of the reservation list. I'll buy it. The Medicine King raised his chin and looked at me and the alchemist in turn. He had a face that was saying, the two of you dare to touch a tiger's nose, so now you will get to properly and completely know what it means to be humiliated. Dare to touch a tiger's nose is like a slang that means to mess with the wrong person. It was then. I'm done making it too. The alchemist showed everyone the elixir she had made. Rarity. Myth producer alchemist. Description? It tastes like strawberries. Why does it taste like strawberries when there are no strawberries in it? And what's with this effect? As long as the preservation state is good, it can graft the severed body parts without any after effects. What on earth was just made? Silence covered the library. Chapter 61, Expedition Without Hopes or Dreams, 3. Chapter 61, Expedition Without Hopes or Dreams, 3. Translator, Sasha. The two of them stared silently at the elixirs that they had individually made. The others were silent too. They had used the same exact material, but the items produced were so different that the people seeing it looked as if they were enchanted. It was the alchemist who made a move first. She fiddled with her glasses with her dry-knuckled fingers and tilted her head. Is this the elixir you made, Yongam Nim? Yongam is basically a polite way of calling an old man. The Medicine King was silent. The alchemist picked up the Medicine King's potion and scanned all over it. Even looking at it from another angle, She even tried to turn it upside down. Then, she returned the potion to the Medicine King's hand and fixed her glasses. It's at this level. Huh? Is this person the type of person who becomes infinitely stronger when she thinks she is in an advantageous position? In other words, like all other high-rank hunters, she harbors the seeds of a freak? That can't be. It can't be. While my trust in humans was on the verge of collapsing, the Medicine King barely responded. The height difference between the two was huge. The woman's height was as bright and promising as she lived, and the old man's body was as short as he had lived. So the alchemist looked down at the Medicine King, and the Medicine King looked up at the alchemist. Yongam Nim, don't tell me. Greenhorn, don't tell me. Both of them spoke at the same time. Is your ability at elixir making just bad? Are you just lucky? Huh? As the alchemist tilted her head, the Medicine King nodded. It was good luck. What? Shh. This is why young people are like this. It reminds me of when I was in my 30s. I earned about $1.7 billion in 10 minutes on Wall Street. I thought it was all because of my skills. The alchemist tilted her head. Her glasses also tilted along. A heartfelt voice came from the lips of the tilting alchemist. Would you like to try again? Is that okay with you? The goddess of fortune doesn't smile twice. Shh, young people are just 3 minutes past. You're very lucky. But the goddess of fortune doesn't smile the third time. This time, the difference in our years of experience will definitely. 3 more minutes passed. You're extremely lucky, but the goddess of fortune doesn't smile the 4th time. Stop. In the end, the Sword Saint gripped the Medicine King's shoulder. Enough, Medicine King. Marcus, what are you talking about? Right now you look awfully disgraceful. That's not it. This time for sure. This time for sure, my skills. My experience will destroy that first-timer's luck. Can't you see? This is my Sean McAllister's victory road. I'm sorry, miss. You're really the best alchemist. It's my bad that I didn't immediately trust and understand why the Death King was vouching for you. The Sword Saint bowed and apologized. The alchemist, who was looking down at the Medicine King with her eyes as if she was looking at a bunch of fleas, pulled herself together. It must be hard having a friend like him. Even if he's acting like this, it's not like there's nothing good about him. Elixirs? Though he's not as good as you, he does make some pretty good ones. Yes, I feel like it's better than nothing. It's not like he doesn't have any basic skill at all, so it's not like he can't be used as an assistant. It was at the moment when the alchemist muttered as she fixed her glasses. You! With the nimbleness that greatly resembled a cat running towards a silver pine grass, Sangrione's master, the Count, grabbed the alchemist by her wrist to pull her over. A contract! Huh? A contract. An immediate contract. Exclusive contract. A contract with me. I'll guarantee that you will receive the best treatment in the industry. I'll even let you touch the cat. No, I'll let you roll around in the cat field. How about it? How about it? The alchemist was perplexed and was unable to speak. But the Count pouncing upon her was only the beginning. Me too. Alchemist Nim, and since the Death King pointed you out, I'll call you Alchemist King Nim. No, exclude the king. It's just Alchemist Nim. It's the god of medicine. Give us some elixirs too, please. She got the same treatment as I did when I had solo cleared the 10th floor. The request for countless handshakes overwhelmed the alchemist. Foe, for starters. The alchemist was flustered and pushed people away. To those of you who want to trade with me, first of all, please ask permission from the Death King. Of course, I'll still do trade with my previous customers. The Crusader Nim is all right. If not, for now, I'm only going to sell elixirs to people that Death King allows, so on the condition that they do not cause any trouble to Death King. Her words drew the eyes of the hunters, including the Count, towards me. Crusader quietly drowned in her victory, did a hooray pose, and then quietly went off again. I grinned. First of all, let's think about it after breaking the apocalypse. Ah, yes, yes. Climbing a tower always works for the hunters. Even the Count backed away with a bitter feeling. Good. With this, the members are in place. For starters, we have Sword Saint, and we also have the Alchemist. Above all, there's me. No way, this can't be happening. My experience. My years of experience can't be foiled by the luck of a mere greenhorn. I don't know if he was Medicine King or Emperor of Self-Deception. Though, just like what Alchemist said, he was better than nothing. Well, I guess all the characters have been decided. The librarian who had been watching our show so far said cheerfully. I'll say it again. If you die inside the apocalypse, you will die in reality. There's only one way to get out unscathed. Overcome the crisis of serial discontinuation in any way you can, and then create a proper ending. What's a proper ending? That depends on your judgment. The librarian grinned at my question. Maybe you can save Murim by eradicating the epidemic, or by using the epidemic you can possibly become the master of Murim yourself. The possibilities are practically limitless. Please think for yourself which will be the best ending. In short, it means that the choice would entirely be ours to make. I nodded. Good. Then please send us to Chronicles of Heavenly Demon right now. Wait a minute, someone shouted. Isn't Sect Master Nim going? It's just a short term for Chen Mumun. I know, right? Isn't a martial arts-related apocalypse a perfect opportunity for Sect Master Nim to actively take part in? Chen Mumun. They were hunters from the guild headed by Venomous Snake. The Venomous Snake, who was still holding his breath in the martial arts group, batted his eyes. Huh? To the perplexed Venomous Snake, the guild members spouted out one word after another. No matter how much I think about it, it's a world meant for the Sect Master Nim. I think so too. Sect Master Nim, doesn't a strong player's duty refer to our Sect Master Nim? I think so too, Master. Master should come forward. The Venomous Snake frowned and slowly put his arms together. Those thick eyebrows and the one eye below them were full of manly determination. All right, I was just about to step up. You bastards, you haven't forgotten me, right? I was speechless. That's strange. That person wouldn't be interested in the martial arts world, though? Something was fishy, so when I pulled up the character window to read his psychological state, sure enough, "No, you shitty disciples! Why the hell are you trying to send me to that kind of village?" The venomous snake was crying inwardly. He was serious, but only on the outside. So the one-eyed prosecutor spoke calmly as if he had been waiting for his disciples to push his back with such encouraging remarks. Those who worship martial skills and chivalry, the world of martial artists and chivalrous fighters, that is the Murim. Even though I was born in a different hometown, I have long kept the Murim as my heart's hometown. There won't be a flush toilet there. How much shitty trouble did I have to go through because of that in the Ajim Empire? This fucking holy crap. It's not like you don't know why the clan I set up is called Chen Mumun. With the cheat skill Cheon Hamusang I have, before I came to the tower, the fact that I was a 32-year-old mujik who seemed to have painted a big picture, was there a munje? Everyone knew it's Chen Mumun Temumen, for short. It's how the sign man made it too. I can't even explain this now that we've come this far, damn it. I decided to keep all the Korean words so that everyone would understand the meaning behind Chen Mumun. Basically, Chon Hamusang means unrivaled under the heavens, whereas mujik means jobless, and munje means problem. Holy shit. I must go by all means. I absolutely don't want to go. I was beyond speechless. Bae Hooryung, who shared consciousness with me, seemed to have a similar reaction. Shiny reports that she's also speechless. There was an existence in front of me that made people, specters, and constellations alike all speechless. Oh! Such an existence actually garnered the cheers of the hunters. The guild members of the Chen Mumun were particularly pleased. As expected of Sect Master Nim. I knew you'd step forward, Master Nim. Our idol. A true hunter of this era. I will follow you forever, Sect Master. If I didn't have the ability to read psychological states, who knows, I might have also admired him too. No matter where you look, the venomous snake's appearance was that of a chivalrous fighter who devoted his life to the sword, just like the sword saint. That sword saint folded his arms. Venomous snake, if it's you, you have all the right to feel like going. If you say it like that, it feels like you're nagging. But even so, I don't think there's any reason for this man to make concessions. The sword saint extended his aura. It was a situation where the venomous snake was already exuding his force. The energies exuded by two swordsmen clashed. Pang! With the sound of balloons bursting, the air around the colliding forces changed rapidly. The bookmark maids must have felt a sense of crisis, and either ran away quickly or were caught up in the clash of force and were sent flying. The hunters were more excited. Sword Saint and the venomous snake facing each other. This is a battle of pride. It was a rare sight in a literal sense. For me, who knew the psychological state of the venomous snake, it was a rare sight. At that instant, the sound of someone limping could be heard. Sword Saint, Chen Mumun Master, stop it. It was the sound of the Crusader taking a step forward. The reason why a limping sound was heard was that Crusader was one of the few figures who bet money on the alchemist during the bet earlier. Her purse, which had always been thin, was now packed full with 47 times the betting amount. The reason why the Crusader with the most serious expression seemed a little strange was because of the spell of her stuffed purse. You're not going to start stabbing at each other here, right? Regardless of the purse, the voice of the Crusader was solemn. As had always been the case, the two's fight was mediated. As always, wait, don't tell me, was it always like this? I know, right, zombie. If it was always like that, and it's just that we didn't know until now. This world seems to be full of forbidden knowledge that we really shouldn't know. The venomous snake snorted. If we have to dance with our swords, then we just have to do it. Fuck, I and the Sword Saint are martial artists, right? Why don't we just go at it and let the stronger one go? I need to lose on purpose. It's embarrassing to just lose outright, so let's make it a close fight and lose. If I lose to the Sword Saint, my disciples will understand, probably. It was a rare sight indeed. The Sword Saint, who didn't have a clue about such an inside story, wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm sorry, but Venomous Snake, against a strong man like you, I will have no choice but to use my full power. As a result of that, you had lost one of your eyes in the last battle. I can't guarantee that the same thing won't happen again. Right back to you, old man. If you come at me thinking I'm still the same me from those days, you'll be lying in a coffin after this. This fucker! Fuck! The appearance of the venomous snake was that of a pompous warrior that lacked nothing. The Sword Emperor, who was floating beside me, also wiped the sweat off from his forehead like the Sword Saint. Hey, zombie. Yes, Mr. Sword Emperor. I said all the high-level hunters were crazy, right? But then, even then, among them, that bastard, how do I say this? It's for real. My forehead was full of sweat, too. In fact, when it came to the sweating on the forehead part, everyone present was in a similar state. All the hunters who were watching this scene had sweat dripping from their foreheads. Those who had gathered in Babylon's square and were watching the broadcast must be sweating too. The Crusader's forehead was full of sweat too. The sweat ran down her cheek and dripped on the purse full of gold coins. At any rate, Venomous Snake, a man like you, the Venomous Snake gave off a wide smile. For a warrior, there are moments when you just can't back down. Crusader, do something about this. The outcry from his desperate mind would never be said out loud, but the Crusader really did something about it. Specifically, she said this to the Sword Saint. Sword Saint, can you please step down this time? Why are you telling that side to back off? Why are you telling that side to back off? Oh, it overlapped. With that reel, our thoughts overlapped. Shiny trembles and pats the warrior's waist for comfort. The Sword Emperor also touched my shoulder. While I was being comforted without words, the Crusader continued to speak toward the Sword Saint. I know you always want to be on the front line, but didn't you already join in the raid of the 12th to 19th floors with the Death King and the Witch? So it would indeed be a shameless thing to do if you say you want to be the first to step foot into the 22nd floor's raid this time as well. A calm tone and a logical explanation, with a serious expression. The only thing that bothered me was the bulging purse that hung onto the side of her clothes. In addition to that, the Crusader pointed to Venomous Snake, and then to the members who suggested that Sect Master Nim should go. Chen Mumun Master is the head of a group. Although he's not a man who cares about the face of his disciples, his position is different from you who plays solo. Can't you respect him a little? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was pondering. The hard-posed old man frowned, then relaxed his tight brows. He went through these motions many times. Finally, he folded his arms. When have I ever cared about the honor of you 5 top guilds? The Crusader gritted her teeth. Sword Saint, you really? But... The Sword Saint, who had cut off the Crusader's words, turned his head to stare at me. No. Why was he looking at me now? These days, I've been wondering if he's going to have some sense of honor. It was a great sight. A stubborn old man had bent over his stubbornness. It was a beautiful sight, and yet the grumbling Medicine King still had a "this can't be happening" look on his face beside me, and his body language seemed to convey that he did not want to follow the example of the person before him in the slightest. But why was I seeing that sight of him now? Got it. The Sword Saint took a step back. He gazed at the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon full of regret, but the old man brushed it off his heart and said, Venomous Snake, this time I will yield to you. The Venomous Snake raised his eyes, but that was only for a moment. The Venomous Snake released his force even more and grinned. He looked like a gambler who had won as he wanted. You should have done that sooner. You should know that you've just kept your life, old man. No. What the shit? Why are you making concessions all of a sudden? Marcus Callenberry, you're not one to give up anything to anyone else. No. I don't want to go. There was an indescribable scene happening that no one knew the insides about. As expected, the Crusader also looked at the Sword Saint with the same face, as if it was difficult to describe. Heretic Questioner, who was watching with a sparkling face, jumped and hugged the Crusader's arm. That's amazing. You convinced the Sword Saint, Crusader. Well, no, it was the Sword Saint who has accepted my persuasion. Ahaha, is that so? Then I'll have to hug the Sword Saint. I strongly refuse. The Sword Saint immediately set up an iron wall. Of course, any random iron wall would not work for the natural-born psycho, so the Sword Saint had to be in trouble for a while. Really, everyone is growing little by little. The witch grinned with her mouth closed like a dot. In a mood as if a heartwarming story had been told, the three people who came to the expedition of Apocalypse, Chronicles of Heavenly Demon, were ready. Shh. If it's decided, go faster, you bastards. I'm going to lose it if I keep waiting. You're just the young me. It just can't be helped either. Ha, really? I should just leave. What can I do? I was defeated by the luck of that greenhorn earlier, but the one-of-a-kind, widely renowned, all-time best alchemist is me, Medicine King. Death King. I'm scared. Is it really okay if someone like me follows? Oh, but of course I'm at least better than that Medicine King or something, though. The outcome was as solid as Galileo Galilei's geocentric theory, but the results are strangely unrecognized by that flea-like old man. Even then, is someone like me. Hey, non-combatants, take care of yourself when there's a fight. It only takes a moment for a person's neck to fly off, you know? I don't want to go. Swap with me. Sword Saint Grandpops, can you please swap with me, even if it's right now? I stared blankly at the expedition members who had come together. The Sword Emperor spoke in a soothing tone which was rare for him. Don't worry, zombie. If you don't think this is correct, just die. Whether you get sick or throw yourself from the ceiling, go back to one day before. This reset, I'm going to acknowledge it for real from the bottom of my soul, although all I have is a soul now. I nodded weakly. Yes, let's go. Good. The librarian snapped his fingers. Tack! The apocalypse which was in the hands of the Sword Saint flew by itself into the hands of the librarian. He had just lent it to us for a moment, but this book was originally his own, so the librarian flipped open the book with familiar hand gestures. Death King, Venomous Snake, Medicine King, Alchemist. Light radiated from the book. I would like to name these 4 new characters in the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. When you lot open your eyes, there will still be a world 10 days before the tragic serial discontinuation of the series. And the light enveloped us. I look forward to your wonderful ending. It was the moment when an expedition team with no hopes or dreams was dispatched. Chapter 62. The Battle of Good and Evil, Denjeidan. Chapter 62. The Battle of Good and Evil. Editor Sasha 1. I had never read a martial arts novel before. Not only did I have no habit of reading books, but in our generation was already a declining genre. Sometimes old martial arts movies were posted on the internet. However, the inferior CG technology would only cause it to become a laughingstock. It was an era that had come to mock all things considered serious and honorable in the past. There was no place to stand for martial and arts in the current time period. A declining genre. A declining world. In such a place, snow was softly falling. It's cold. We, the expedition with no dreams or hopes, safely entered the world of the apocalypse where a vast snowfield greeted our party. When our shoes stepped on the snow, they made cute squeaky sounds. But the coldness that hit us was not cute in the slightest. Everyone, I shouted hastily, release your aura and protect your own body. It was the bitter cold of a snowstorm. Even if we stayed still, our toes would freeze. As soon as he heard my cry, Venomous Snake immediately released his aura. But the non-combatant, Alchemist, and the Medicine King failed to do so. I didn't learn how to use aura? Achoo! Achoo! I goo! This old man is dying. I'm going to freeze to death. It had only been 20 seconds since we had entered the world of this apocalypse. Already, 2 people's complexions had so badly turned pale as if they were going to die. But then again, I did all sorts of things in order to learn aura. How would support-based hunters know how to use aura? Shh! I dealt with it quickly. Chen Mumun Master, please take care of the Medicine King. Alrighty. The Venomous Snake carried the Medicine King on his back. Regardless of whether he was the Emperor of light novels or a man who lived and died for his pride, the Venomous Snake was undoubtedly a top-ranked martial fighter-based hunter. His purple aura immediately surrounded the Medicine King's body. Agoo, I'm finally able to breathe. The Medicine King sighed with relief. His face relaxed like that of an old man who had just entered an open-air hot spring. I nodded and then took the alchemist's hand. You'll follow me, Sajengnim. Huh, give me your hand. My aura flowed from my hand to the alchemist's hand. A red aura. The aura, which had yet to be identified as a symbol of fire or blood, surrounded the alchemist's body warmly. Ah, the alchemist bowed. Thank you, Death King Nim. But this tickles a little bit. I know you're shy. I'm shy too, but this is no time for such emotions. I looked around. The blizzard was as thick as mist. The problem of low body temperature was solved urgently, but that was all. I was at a loss on where this was and where we had to go. The librarian is a constellation, so he could easily use the word masterpiece and serialization. But this is definitely another world. It's no ordinary book. We're here to save this world. You know that, right? The alchemist raised her head. Yes, I do. I guess I thought of it too lightly. I'll try my best. All you have to do is focus on your role. I'm protecting you with my aura now, but when you need to cure the epidemic, Sajang Nim and Medicine King will have to step forward. I'll leave it in your dependable hands. Yes, Death King Nim. The blizzard brushed past our ears. We tried somehow to grasp the surrounding geography with our eyes wide open. I recalled the last sentence of the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon suddenly died because of the unidentified epidemic. Soon, everyone else died too. A concise sentence. The sentence, which was less than 50 characters long, did not state skin-piercing cold, nor did it feature snow that reached the calves and knees. It only stated the basic info on what sort of world we had fallen into. The rest, we had to figure out for ourselves from now on. What exactly happened that killed a strong character like the Heavenly Demon? What exactly was the unidentified epidemic that caused the humanity of this world to go extinct? Ah. Thuck. As the alchemist held my right hand a little more tightly, she pointed to the other side of the snowstorm. Look over there, Death King. I think I just saw people there. We all turned our heads in the direction pointed by the alchemist. She was right. I couldn't see well because of the heavy snow. But there was a shadow of a person beyond the storm. There were countless shadows. It looked like there were dozens of people, not just one or two. Perhaps it was even more than 100. It was a forest of silhouettes. Okay, I took the lead and walked ahead. Let's go over there for now. Snow flew around. It wasn't just falling from the sky. It was being swept away by the wind in all directions, lowering our visibility. When the snowstorm covered us, only our shadows could be seen. We walked close together so that we would not be separated from each other. Hey, zombie, Bai Huryong spoke. He was looking around the surroundings, acting as my eyes. Something's weird. I can't hear anything from that direction. Isn't it because the snowstorm is so bad that their voices are being covered up? That may be the case. Bai Huryong looked at the forest of silhouettes with narrowed eyes. But it's not just the voices that I can't hear. Those things, they're not moving at all. They're not moving an inch. They're more like statues, not humans, though. Fortunately, the snowstorm soon subsided, and with it, our vision became clearer. But that was the only fortunate thing. We were speechless at the sight that had unfolded before our sight. What are these? The venomous snake puffed out white breaths. Why are all the humans frozen? In the midst of the snowy field, hundreds of humans were all frozen while standing. 2. They're real humans. The alchemist looked at the frozen human and said, wearing latex gloves, she ripped off the flesh of the corpse with tongs. According to my life diagnosis skill, it's already been 2 years and 3 months since they died. The cause of death was due to a contagion. After analysis by moving hospital, it is still an unregistered disease. EDN, a contagion is a virus-carrying agent responsible for causing contagious diseases. That's strange. The Medicine King also took out his monocle and examined every corner of the frozen human corpse. Like a martial fighter-based hunter who would use martial arts skills, they diagnosed the frozen humans with support-based skills. The causes of death are all the same. It's not death by hypothermia, don't see. He died from a disease, so they should have died lying on the ground. Aren't they all standing up? Really now. It's spookily strange. When this kind of thing happened in Silicon Valley, it's highly likely someone moved them here on purpose. The alchemist cut off the Medicine King's words. The alchemist's expression became serious, as if she had recalled my words from earlier. Though the cause of death is the same, the dates of death are all different. This guy was 2 years ago. That person died 3 years ago. I can only think that someone intentionally moved the body. I frowned. Is this some kind of grave? The venomous snake stroked his chin. A grave, huh? It also looks like a terracotta army from far. The frozen humans all had a separate pose. Some looked up at the sky with open arms, and another had his mouth open like a beast. Character window. I looked at a frozen human that was the closest and chanted it in my mind. The letters popped up over the white snowfield. Plus name, Jang Sungpa. Favorability. Genre. Unfavorable. Favorite characters, unfavorable characters, preferred plots, undesired plots, psychological state, light. So this was how a dead person's character window looked like. Maybe the light in his psychological state was the last thought he had when he died. The corpse's mind looked like someone had inscribed a fixed phrase on a tombstone. The party chattered in the face of the mystery. A grave? If this was a cemetery, why was it made this way? Who knows, but they all have weapons hanging from their waist. Is there no good place to stay? It's a little warm thanks to the aura, but... It was at that moment. You ha! Laughter came from afar. Our party lowered our bodies reflexively. Perhaps the owner of the laugh did not notice us, as it looked like he was shouting at someone else. The heavenly demon sect Nautin ends today. Ha, even a passing dog will turn over and laugh. It wasn't just one voice. There were two. As long as I am alive and well, the heavenly demon sect would remain alive and well. Boo, Wool Sun. You're the one that should say your last goodbyes to the righteous sects. The voices had become clearer. One was the voice of an old man, and the other of a young woman. The old man shouted, "Bullshit! The bloody ghost squad that your demon cult boasted about had their heads blown off by the blades of my axes. The rotten demon elders also had their heads cut off and were sent to the Yellow River. There are 500 martial masters of the righteous sect that follow me. What sorcery can you use to stop this body?" The woman laughed softly. What a long tongue this old man has. The bloody ghosts are just staying off the radar for a while after receiving my secret order. They're not weak enough to be killed by someone like you. I raised my finger and signaled to the others. Shh! They batted their eyes. Let's get closer quietly. Okay? The party nodded silently. We crept through the frozen human cemetery and the forest of corpses. The voices of the two unknown individuals gradually grew closer. Soon after, their figures could be seen. Before you worry about my subordinates, how about worrying about your own underlings, Wool Sun? The woman was wearing a black uniform. Where did all the pillars of the state that you were so proud of fuck off to? The old monster, once revered as the faction leader of the Murim, has become ugly. Huh? The old man was wearing a white robe. It's none of your business. They quickly spread to the whole world on my secret orders. I see that you all have quite a lot of secret orders, too. Isn't this at all because you screwed up the whole world, you bitch? Ugh. If it weren't for the retarded heavenly demon cult, the world wouldn't be this abnormal. If we're idiots, what would that make you righteous sect people who got your asses handed to you by such idiots? It'd be correct to call you idiots of all idiots. Huh. You bitch dare to. If you're mad, you can come at me any time, old man. A very low-level fight was taking place. According to what they said, the elderly man dressed in a robe was a figure on the righteous sect, and the woman in the black uniform seemed to be on the demon sect, high side. The old man of the righteous sect and the woman of the demon cult pointed their weapons at each other. I'm done with this shit. I can't stand fucking demon heads like you anymore, bitch. I'll split your head into two and offer one to the Jade Emperor and the other to Yamra. Yamra is the king of the underworld, hell. Heh? I was hoping for a life or death situation. I'll finally cut off the last flesh and blood of the righteous sect today and show that the heavenly demon sect is alive and well. Though they spoke frivolously, it was a typical fight between two people of the righteous and demon sects. Now, if the two people actually exert their force and started sword fighting, everything would have been perfect. But there was a serious problem. Hey, zombie! Bai Huryong muttered dejectedly. What are they doing holding a branch? That's right. The old man and the woman, the two powerful people, held a wooden stick as thin as a cane. That was the weapon that the two had brought out. There were no brilliant weapons that could be seen that usually appeared in martial arts movies. The two seemed to be embarrassed when they aimed at each other with wooden sticks. They exchanged awkward glances. The woman in black robes slowly opened her mouth. Hey, Buwol-sun, where did you put the jade axe you bragged about that you are carrying a piece of wood? For being a trash of the Nangang family, your only merit was that you wielded your axe valiantly. Shut up! The old man's face became flushed. Right back at you, bitch! Where did you throw your blood-weaving demonic sword that you treasured like a daughter, that you are holding such a cane? Ahem, what do you mean a cane? The woman averted her gaze. That's too much. Even if it looks like this is a wooden sword that I personally carved and made. This sword contains the essence of the 1,000-years-old demon sect, and I personally gave the name of 100 Sky-Splitting Sword to this weapon. Did you just stick the name Sky-Splitting to a cane right now? Can I do that? Silence. The old man said calmly. Ahem, even so, 100 Sky-Splitting Sword is just over the top. Why don't you use a trivial name such as Piante? Piante is Hanja for cane, whip, flog, lash, and it's written as Piante and read in Hanja as Bianchi. The word Piante is not supposed to literally mean a cane. The word basically means cane, and it literally looks like a cane. You stoop, the woman nodded sullenly. All right then, if that's what you say, the name demonic Piante is good enough. You and your demon. More? Demon. The old man's white beard trembled. Why are all the demon cult's people making a fuss with putting demon on their names? You and your subordinates, and there's already 4 demons. Bloody demon, sword demon, flame ghost demon, Quinyamor, moon shadow demon lord. Even their moniker is the 4 demon lord, Simoquin. You bastards, even before you learn the 1,000-character classics, do you all first memorize the word demon? Isn't there a refined feel to it? I can't believe that you bitches were considered the strongest at one point in time. Just then, dark clouds covered the sun. The snowy clouds were so thick that they quickly descended upon the snowfield. In an instant, the world darkened like it was dusk. The old man flinched. Demon head, this is no time for us to fight amongst ourselves. The 2 Murim people leaned against each other as if they never had an argument. A cold sweat broke out on the woman's forehead. Damn it, the law of heaven has been acting as it pleases nowadays. You bitch, weren't you confident that the weather would be clear today? There are times when the divination is right and wrong. I had just sloppily learned the art of prediction of the flame ghost demon. How can I see through heaven and earth? Goo, why don't I just get a fortune teller from the street and make him the religious sect leader? I don't deserve the position anymore after being deceived by this bitch's words. Shut up and get ready to fight, old man. I'm losing more energy that I don't even have. Our party was puzzled. The alchemist, who was close to me, whispered, What's happening all of a sudden? I'm not sure. I don't really... It was at the moment when I was about to say that I didn't know too. Something wriggled. At first, I thought that someone in our party made a sound. But as growling sounds began to come from the left, right, front, back, I realized that my thoughts were firmly wrong. Hick! The alchemist was startled and clung to my arm. Beyond her glasses, I could see that her complexion was as blue as a beetle. The faces of the venomous snake and medicine king were not much different. Perhaps my face was now also blue. The frozen humans numbered thousands at a glance. The ones we considered to be just corpses moved their arms and legs slowly. The dead body's eyes, which had previously stood still, turned. The pupils were open, and the eyebrows were almost missing. Most of all, some of them had their eyes dug in as if worms had eaten through them. Nevertheless, one of those corpses zeroed in on us. I made eye contact with one of them. As soon as I saw the dead body's eyes, I realized, an apocalypse going by the name of Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. The book clearly said this. Plus the Chronicles of genre, martial arts, fusion, difficulty level B, class, player limit 2 for 4 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. The Righteous Sect. A world of those who revere the Mu, those who use Mu, those who strive to attain the Mu. A heavenly demon had descended here and tried to unify all the sects. A demonic cult was brought together centering on the heavenly demon. The opposing forces would go against this demonic cult, fighting over the control of the world would probably be what they would have done if it wasn't for the sudden super epidemic, reason for discontinuation. An unidentified epidemic went rampant in the world, causing the heavenly demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated. The other forces were also destroyed. End. The bodies, which we thought were frozen humans, moved slowly. Their movement was slow and sluggish, but the sight of the body moving was a horror in and of itself. I belatedly realized what the unidentified epidemic was that brought this world to an end. Was the super epidemic a zombie virus? The dead body's mouth opened at the same time I shouted. The sun was covered by dark clouds, and 1,000 zombies swooped upon us. Chapter 63. The Battle of Good and Evil. 2. Chapter 63. The Battle of Good and Evil. Cuties. Editor Sasha. The alchemist turned pale as she shuddered and tried to scream. Grah! Even after I stopped the alchemist from making any sounds, one could still hear shouts. It was the Medicine King. Old enough to chew out the Sword Saint despite being his friend, this old man, who seemed to think it was only acceptable to view young people as naive and immature, screamed like he lost his marbles. Run away! Run away! I've never seen anything like that, even in the Silicon Valley! Wah! We're going to die. The world is coming to an end. This is a world that has already been destroyed, you know? I quickly took out the holy sword and cut off the nearest zombie. Unlike the martial arts genre, I had seen movies and drama of the zombie genre quite often, and so thanks to that, I was able to face my opponents directly on the 13th floor. And now, after all that experience, my blade instinctively flew towards the zombie's neck. The zombie's head growled even as it soared into the air. The headless body also swung at me, swinging its arms and legs. Damn it. Is it a type of zombie that would only stop moving after its brain is destroyed? That was the worst case. Let's get out of here first. Yo, you bastards, who are you? Finally, the two people we saw earlier noticed that we were there. The old man of the righteous sect and the woman of the demonic cult looked in our direction, and they were astonished upon glimpsing at our party, just like we were surprised to see the zombies. Hey, old fart, it seems that the eyes of the great me have turned up strangely. They see not just one, but 4 living people. Is the king of the underworld calling for the great me? That's what I see, too. Maybe because you've provoked me first by calling me a retard, I feel as though I really have become retarded. You should run away, too. I rushed to carry the alchemist on my back. And please tell us where to run to while you're at it. Both of them looked at each other. Oh, my world. It really is a living person, old thing. Maybe we're already dead and looking at the scenery of the underworld? Then probably one of the two things happened. Either you and the great me died and we went to paradise together, or we fell into hell together. I don't think this body, which has served righteousness and honor as the Marim Lord, will go to hell, so it's probably paradise. However, there are no peach trees, no fairies, and there is an abundance of jiangshi in here. And above all, you are here too, aren't you? It'll be very odd if this is heaven. Then this must be reality, not a dream. So these people are innocent? At least the warmth of their bodies doesn't seem to resemble the cold of the jiangshi. Maybe they had figured out that we were already fleeing from the zombie-infested area. The venomous snake took care of the old man of the righteous sect, and I was carrying the woman of the demonic cult, while they went on chatting in peace. Where the hell are you guys from? The woman from the demonic cult looked up at me curiously. So you're mastering the miraculous footwork. Are you perhaps children of the Sewai? Are the Orangs still alive in the periphery? We are. I didn't understand exactly what Sewai meant, but I had an inkling. She must be asking if we're from a place outside the control of the righteous and demon sects. When I was thinking about what to say, I heard a sound from the back that relieved my worries about giving an answer. Keek, 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 ooh! They were zombies. They ran after us in full swing, probably after setting their bodies back in order. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say they were jumping? What kind of zombie was so lively that it skipped 10 meters with every step? I should have said flying instead of running. The sight of hundreds of zombies flying like a swarm of seagulls gave me both shock and horror. What? The venomous snake was astonished as well. What kind of zombie flies in the sky? It's a Qigong skill invented by the great me. I borrowed it from the lowlives of the land of mystery and improved it. The woman of the demonic cult trembled. Look at that. They've gone beyond the extreme Qigong skill and even reached the point of walking the air. Are they not the elite of the demonic cult who were taught by the great me? They are true demons because they have not forgotten their martial arts even in their death. Oh, hold on, I said. Even if I only understood the approximate nuance of the sentence in a flurry of bizarre words, I still heard something that couldn't be overlooked. They don't forget their martial arts even after they die? Huh? Perhaps you're in the dark about things because you're a child of the Sei Wei. The woman of the demonic cult tilted her head. If a strong person becomes a jiangshi, their martial arts spread. Isn't it common sense? I've never heard of such a thing being common sense. Oh my god, zombies who use martial arts. If it were a comedy, I'd laugh it off, but now it was not a comedy genre, but the world of genuine martial arts genre. It wasn't the time for jokes. Those children are of the demonic cult, which have been taught directly by the great me. If you take lessons from the great me, your body will react to killing intent even when you go to bed. Whew. It's great to see the Qigong skill being used even if it's by corpses. They're catching up. They'll catch up to us like this, you Munju idiot. The medicine king on the back of the venomous snake screamed. The zombies, who rose into the air, descended like ferocious hawks, and the medicine king almost tore his own hair apart from the tension. Run more. Can't you run faster? If I get bitten and become a zombie, I'll bite you first. Fuck, where's the brat who brought these oldies here, huh? The venomous snake squealed. And why am I surrounded by oldies behind and in front of me while you are surrounded by two women? We are about to be torn to shreds, getting hit by the zombies' martial arts. Does that matter now? We're about to die. What else could matter more? Shouted Bei Huryong, who was shielding the rear on my behalf. They're zombies. Zombies. What kind of bullshit was this? Weakness. I said to the woman of the demonic cult. Don't they have any weaknesses? If you cut off their heads, they will stop moving. Not that, something easier to manage. In fact, I was prepared to die at this moment. That would work on a normal zombie, perhaps. But the story was very different if the world was full of zombies who were even able to use martial arts. Not only the sword saint, but it was also the same with the witch and the heretic questioner. I was worried that I might not see a clear angle ever after handpicking all the star members we currently had. The woman of the demonic cult nodded her head. She raised her finger and pointed over my shoulder. When the sun shines, they stop. Indeed, it was simple when you think about it. The scene where zombies started to close in on us and the scene where they flew in with a Qigong technique were so shocking that I couldn't think around those facts. Nameless Maiden, and also the alchemist. Yes? The witch-like woman answered in a nonchalant voice, and the alchemist answered in a rattling voice. I focused the aura on my arm. I'm sorry, but I'll cast you aside. Please land on your own. Yes? And threw the woman and the alchemist as far away as possible, with all the might of a javelin finalist in the Olympic Games. The woman made no sound when she flew away. She just dropped headfirst on the snowy field with a thud. The alchemist, on the other hand, fell with a piercing scream. The snowfield she fell into was engraved with a large dot embossed letter. Sorry. I apologized one last time and then stopped. Looking back, hundreds of zombies were rushing in. Oh! I got goosebumps all over. I have fought with zombies on the 13th floor before, but they were different from these ones flying like mosquitoes in the sky. To be honest, I was a little scared. I'm going to die. For some reason, Bei Huryong was delighted. I never thought I'd see a zombie die because of a real zombie again. Ah, good. This is the moment when I check one wish off my bucket list. Did that old man make a bucket list even after he became a ghost? Not yet. In the middle of the snowfield, I faced a group of zombies. I'm not going to die just yet. I pulled the holy sword of the goddess out of its sheath. Striking the teeth of a proud zombie nearest to me and looking at the flesh of the zombie who was previously frozen, I hurriedly spoke into my mind. Shiny! Shiny answers the call of the warrior. Shine! Fragment of the constellation. The holy sword, the first idol I owned out of the 5 sister swords, radiated light. The snowfield reflected the light and everything shone brightly. And I realized that I had a talent for naming. It was indeed the right choice to give Shiny the name Shiny. Ah. Ooh. They stopped. Zombies seeing the light of the holy sword stopped midair in unison. All of them fell to the ground like mosquitoes that were hit directly by a bug spray. Because they did not break the fall, the snow that covered the snowfield was drilled with holes like a honeycomb. Hook! The Medicine King, who had been caught by a zombie, groaned. The zombie hardened as it was gripping the Medicine King's white hair. Ah, am I alive? Do I get to breathe again? If it weren't for that bastard Marcus, I wouldn't have come to the tower. Curse my fate. Is everyone all right? I didn't let my guard down. It was not yet over. The dark clouds had not receded from the sky, and the ground was still dark. The only light around us was the brilliance being emitted from the holy sword of the goddess. If the light goes out even for a moment, those fearsome zombies would resume their activities. Yes, my face hurts a little, but it's okay. Thank you for saving me, Death King. Fuck, the Medicine King, and this old fart too. I want to live my life while distancing myself from old people, please. The alchemist and the venomous snake informed us that they were safe in their own way. I nodded. Guild Master of Chen Mu Moon, please take care of the others while I kill the zombies. What are you going to do? I'm going to get rid of them while they're not moving. I aimed at a zombie with the holy sword. It's going to take some time, but it's not hard work. Wait a moment. Child of the Seiwei. The woman of the demonic cult rose from the snow. Slowly, she brushed the snowflakes off her uniform. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for saving the great Me, who is a complete stranger. But if you're going to behead the Jiangshi, then the great Me will have to stop you. Why? All kinds of things came to my mind. Is there an unusual curse on a zombie if it is killed? Will the curse be transmitted? In fact, few monsters are as abundant in variations as zombies. Depending on how it is set up in the worldview, they can either become a trash mob or a terrible disaster. But what the woman of the demonic cult told us was something we completely didn't expect. Those are all the demonic cult's followers. Pardon? They're the disciples and subordinates of the great Me. She was serious. The Great War, which was ignited by the righteous sect bastards, is on the horizon. We are in dire need of every individual. We can't lose more elites here when we're in a tight spot anyway. What kind of a crock of shit was this? Our party did not understand the woman's words. What great war? The heaven and earth of this world were already on the verge of collapsing. There could not be any forces or men to wage war. The librarian had said this as he guided us to the apocalypse. When you open your eyes, it will be the world 10 days before Chronicles of Heavenly Demon faces a discontinuation. I look forward to your wonderful ending. Only 10 days till utter destruction comes. I don't know how many survivors will remain in this world, but after 10 days, they'll all die anyway. Neither the woman of the demonic cult nor the old man of the righteous sect was an exception to this fate. The two righteous and demonic sect people were calm. Perhaps it was because they knew of this future. That old man, the Murim Lord, master of the righteous sect, he's called Bu Wol Sun. I've been in the Great War with that old man for 3 years. It's been 989 days since the war was declared. The great Me and the old man swore on our respective names, and we could never get out of here until one of us concedes defeat. The woman of the demonic cult gravely stated. All of our sect disciples have been reduced to Jiangshi, but if they use the martial arts of the demonic cult, they will soon be demons. They're the men the great Me has to take care of. Don't kill them. If you want to kill, then only pick the ones wearing priest robes. Bullshit. We painstakingly raked those elites together from the prestigious righteous sect. The old man of the righteous sect jumped up and down. Didn't you make a promise, heavenly demon? You and I will see the end of the great war of good and evil without touching the Jiangshi. Promises are made to be broken. You wicked bitch. Then I'll also smash each of those demon Jiangshi's heads. You son of a bitch, the head of the righteous sect is going to break the bargain? You have finally revealed your true colors of being a hypocrite. Just as they did before the zombies started moving, the two looked as if they were going to have a life-or-death duel right away. I was dumbfounded. The world is destroyed, and you're saying that you're going to continue doing something like that? The order is wrong. The demonic cult woman called the Heavenly Demon shook her head. The whole world was destroyed on its own while we were at war. That was to say, the righteous sect, old man, the righteous sect, Lord Woman, and the demonic cult and the Heavenly Demon fought while putting their fates on the line. There was no problem so far. However, the sudden outbreak of the virus turned all of their subordinates into zombies. Ordinary people would stop the war here, run away, or hide. But you can't put off the game that you've already started. The righteous and demonic sects people were definitely not ordinary. The Murim Lord and the Heavenly Demon, even though all their men were reduced to zombies, they had no intentions of stopping the war. Not only did they not stop, but the two still treated their men who had turned into Jiangxi as their own. That's why the world with the zombie apocalypse had been suffering through a war for 3 years. The Great Me won't stop until we get a victory from that old man. There are still 500 soldiers left to the Great Me. I will lead them and destroy him. That's for me to say, Yumadu. I am joined by a group of martial artists who will fight against you bitches, even if they turn into vengeful spirits. I'll put an end to this tedious 989-day war. Yes, it wasn't just our expedition which had no dreams and hopes. There was no dream or hope in this world itself. Chapter 64. The Battle of Good and Evil. Chapter 64. The Battle of Good and Evil. Trader Sasha 3. The world as they knew it was collapsing, yet the two righteous and demonic sect people had no intentions of stopping their war. This alone was enough to render me speechless, but there was a separate scene that was even more shocking. It was the scene of the two fighting. The scholar does not cover his brush, and the warrior does not cover his sword. The Heavenly Demon said to the Murim Lord. The wooden stick was still in her hands. Although the Great Me is only holding a wooden stick upon forgetting to bring a sword, I can still send an old man like you beyond the Yellow River. Come on, then. The Murim Lord held his cane and shouted vehemently, Let's fight for the last time and determine who will lead the righteous and demonic sects once and for all. Thus the two righteous and demonic sect people clashed. Perhaps the term confrontation was a little too much. The two people's tactics were nothing more than mere drabbing. Heavenly Demon Limbo, Boo, Tian, basically the leader of the demonic cult. Chanma is the Heavenly Demon. Sky-piercing yellow moon. The Heavenly Demon and the Murim sect lord faced off with fairly specious words, but that was all there was to it. What the two people had in their hands were only wooden canes, and the sound of them clashing was rhythmic and cheerful. Bam! 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 Their canes broke even before the climax of their fight. Then the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord rushed at each other with a fierce glare in their eyes. The Heavenly Demon caught the Murim Lord's beard, and the latter grabbed her by the hair. I was speechless. What the hell is this? And then it got more interesting. With all of us dumbfounded, oh, that's weird, Beihuriong gave an unusual response. They've got the right posture, those guys. What? They're breathing properly with correct movements. Even in my world, they'd be considered masters. I looked at the duel again. The Murim Lord was about to poke the eyes of the Heavenly Demon, and the latter was hurriedly covering her face with both hands. Those two? You don't know that fundamental principle? That divine dragon's claw poking the eyes is trying to steal the vile dragon's pearls, can be called two dragons fighting for a pearl. And that one defending his face can be assimilated to Buddha, covering the faces of the humankind, and can be called thousand sound observing, Qianxin. The first one refers to a Chinese myth where fairies were bathing in the heavenly pond and got attacked by demons, but were rescued by two dragons. When the queen heard of this, she bestowed them a precious pearl that would grant them immortality and ultimate cultivation. None of the two dragons ever gave up the pearl for the sake of the other, and so they kept trying to snatch it from the other's claws eternally. The second is a Buddhist belief that Buddha listens to the sufferings of 1,000 people at once and answers them by covering their eyes. The meaning of the closed eyes in Buddhist philosophy is a conception that one is not exposed to the evil around. Hence, one doesn't indulge in any kind of crime. One remains immune to villainous acts and thus protected from all kinds of misgivings and ill fortunes as a result. Face covering, closing eyes, relief from suffering. Thus went Behuryong's explanation. I raised one hand to block the last of it. But why are they having a dogfight in such a sloppy manner? That's why it's weird. If they've reached that stage, they should follow the flow of qi, so they should be filled with righteousness. It's because they don't have any energy in their movements. That's why they cannot summon a single flex of aura and were flailing their arms in that slovenly manner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been like that if their dantians were crushed. Seeing Behuryong constantly tilting his head, I thought of one possibility. Perhaps the only possibility. You're just making fun of me, Sword Emperor, aren't you? Hey, you zombie, I'm not some kind of a sicko. I don't joke around with stuff like this. The Sword Emperor smacked me. No, damn it, can you really not see that? Of all things, I had to go into closed doors cultivation and draw out my form and thought with my drained aura. Tsk, tsk. Well, I guess that's why I needed you in the first place. Spending many years behind closed doors cultivation upon fighting the devil king of Falrain was only natural. Anyway, the Sword Emperor was serious. And there was one more serious person. That old woman, she's pretty good. The poisonous snake was squinting his eyes. That bite is following the principle of the Jiwangsa, and that arm strike follows the principle of Onwolyong. He says he's real, but I guess a warrior is still a warrior. Yes, like a giant snake biting the king of the earth, and then going on with a dragon-like skin. Did you see that zombie? Unlike you, I have eyes that see through everything. I went through the venomous snake's thoughts silently. Chen Mumun Master was seriously thinking with his arms folded. If I were to analyze it with my unrivaled under-the-heavens skill, I'd say it's right. Those movements could also be explained as, it's good to be born as a Helgihand and keep the gates of the Demon King Wang Castle, but both sides were the rebirth Sa of the troublemakers and the class president, so I'm the one stuck between them. And the hero of the online game, a male high school student along with his younger classmates who skipped a grade wall and a popular cartoonist, has decided to be a true warrior young. I'm sure. Jiwangsa and Onwolyong appear in the Hangul of the previous sentence. The Sword Emperor was dumbstruck. The unknown alchemist tilted her head. Is that so, Lord? It just looks like a little fight between young kids. Fuck. If it could be clear to anyone, then what's the difference between the master and the follower? It's only obvious to the eyes of people like me. Oh my God, just how many skills do they hold? At this rate, those two are above the Sword Saint Grandpa. I feel like I'm going to level up just by looking at them. I got things to teach my disciples when I go back. Sword Emperor. Yes, zombie. All rivers meet in the ocean, right? There's a lot of formulas to come up with the same answer. That's the point of martial arts. Yes, thank you. Fortunately, this strange scene in which the Murim Lord and the Heavenly Demon were having a dogfight, the Emperor of Light novels coming to a realization while watching that, and above all, this strange scene in which I consoled the Sword Emperor did not last long. Achoo, Aigu, I'm freezing to death, the Medicine King screamed. Hey, you bastard and wench! How long are you going to be fighting? Can't you see us in front of you? Look, what a narrow-sighted pair. You're just like young children, exactly like young children. They stopped at the Medicine King's deafening roar. The Murim Lord scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed face. Well, we haven't had a visitor in a long while. Surely this is not the proper behavior to exhibit. The Heavenly Demon also coughed awkwardly. For now I will guide you to the cave where the great me is staying. For it wasn't long before the dark clouds cleared up. I no longer needed Shiny to light the way. The zombies were again as hard as stone in the sun, and we were able to escape the snowfield safely. Huff, huff, ha! However, the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord, the poor physical strength of the two people was a hindrance. The two of them were obviously not ordinary righteous and demonic sect people, but the heads of the demonic cult and the righteous cult. They were the ones who had to show off that they had this world's most powerful martial arts. The Sword Emperor and Chen Mumun Master even guaranteed their military service through different arguments. And yet somehow, the two people were totally out of shape. They were gasping for breath even though they had only walked a little in the snow. I said discreetly because I couldn't stand seeing it. Can I give you a piggyback if you don't mind? Please. It's not easy to practice mind control today. In the end, as I did earlier, I carried the heavenly demon, and the venomous snake carried the Murim Lord. The venomous snake said solemnly, "Death King, that's not right." "What? This is how it should be. It is only right this way." "Yes." I didn't have the strength to argue, so I decided to go along with it. It was then, I was seized by a strange feeling as I was carrying the Murim Lord and walking. "It's strange," Behuryong tilted its head. "What's weird? He feels warm." His body feels very warm, but isn't the weather so cold now? If we don't use our aura, we'll freeze, but he's so warm. The Sword Emperor looked thoughtful and silent. I followed his example and was lost in thought. Is he protecting his body with his aura just like we're doing? But why didn't I feel a single speck of internal energy from his attacks in the battle that just took place then? What is it? Things don't add up. Something was strange. But as I was failing to notice exactly what was strange, we crossed the snowfield. This is the home of the great me. The cave that the heavenly horse pointed at was not far from the snowfield. There was a wide hole in the ceiling, and the glow of the sunset poured in. Wow! The alchemist's mouth was wide open with shock. Her eyes glistened over the frosted spectacles. It's a hot spring, isn't it? There was an open-air bath in the cave. A deep pond had settled on the bottom of the cave. Water vapor rose from the surface of the pond. The natural hot spring was supposed to overcome the freezing cold and warm the surroundings with the consolation of sunset. With the hot spring flowing down, I thought it was a beautiful sight. The great me had found it a long time ago. The heavenly demon smiled like she was glad. I didn't expect to welcome strangers from the Seiwai as guests. Wash first. I'll look for food to serve you in addition to drinking water with that oldie. Is there anything else we can serve other than energy bars? Didn't I say let's go look for something? Old man, are your ears deafening as you age? Old man, you always call me that, but if you look at it, there's not much age difference between you and me. If you're offended, then you should have also grown some wisdom instead of getting old in vain. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord wobbled away to the other end of the cave. We stayed in the hot springs and looked at the two with curious eyes. That's amazing. They were engaged in a life-or-death battle just a while ago. They had been fighting for 3 years. There must be some affection or respect they grew for each other while fighting. The Medicine King grumbled, "But it's warm and nice around here? As soon as I came to this world, I was so embarrassed to hold a man's hand. Now get away from me a little, Chemumun Master." How did the Sword Saint become friends with someone like you? Oh ho, get your facts right. I allowed Marcus to become friends with me. What the? Well, I guess you and the Sword Saint are both weirdos. Frick, you're two of a kind. So we went into the open-air bath and took a rest. After we finished taking a bath, the two righteous and demonic sect people served us food. Well, I don't think we have any other food to serve you. It's an energy seed. Eat lots. What the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord served us were kernel beads. It was Huan. Huan is a round medicinal pill that is made from natural substances. It looked like Chongsimwan, but the grain was a little bigger. Chongsimwan is a medicine that clears a person's heart. Once upon a time, I could hunt prey like a wolf. These days, animals are so hard to see, let alone catch. I don't even know how the world came to be like this. No, thanks for your hospitality. I received the plate politely. It had been 3 years since the world collapsed. There's no way there'd be any other type of food around. Our party carefully nibbled at the Huan. Blech! Ugh! The venomous snake and the Medicine King had a constipated face on. I almost coughed, too. The old beans tasted raw. They could barely be considered as food. You haven't really been surviving on this, have you? The alchemist picked up the wand and looked around as if she were amazed. Almost so. For how long? The heavenly demon stared at the cave wall. The wall was inscribed with numerous calendar markings. Perhaps the two had kept track of the date 1 stroke a day when they began to live in this cave. It's been more than 2 years since we've been eating only the Juan. 2 years. The alchemist was speechless. 2 years. They said they had eaten only grains for 2 years. The alchemist groaned as if it was difficult for her to understand this. That's ridiculous. Then you won't be able to get proper nutrition. Without proper coordination of sugars and lipids, proteins and vitamins and minerals, the human body... I don't know what you mean, but it's still edible. I can't stand it, the Medicine King shouted back. Standing up suddenly, the Medicine King took something out of his pocket. He pulled out all sorts of things, like burners, meat, seafood, and so on. Watch and learn, you idiots. Ch-ch, you don't even have the energy to cross the snowfield. You're not thinking about your bodies is the same as when I was young. Is there any water? Oh, the water, we melt snow and drink it. Or once in a while, when the sun shines for a few days in a row, water runs through the stone in there. It's driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy. 70% of the human body is water. But you drink that kind of water occasionally. You need to drink water that is full of minerals. The Medicine King, who set fire to a burner, took out bottled water and poured it into the pot. The alchemist was surprised to see the bottled water. You're using Bling H2O, aren't you? That expensive thing. What's so expensive about this? It's good for cooking, so I just use it. When I was outside the tower, I couldn't even see water. Ch-ch, if it weren't for Marcus, the Medicine King tilted his head over the cooking pot that he pulled out of nowhere. Hey, zombie, what's a Bling H2O? Well, maybe it's like Evian. What is Evian? Is that some kind of elixir of life? What's an elixir of life? There's this crazily expensive water, then it must be similar. Chapter 65, The Battle of Good and Evil. 4. Chapter 65. Translator, Thursday's editor, Sasha. While Behuryong and I chatted, the Medicine King boiled the Evian-like bottled water. Meanwhile, on the other side, he laid out a frying pan and a cutting board and started cooking. A savory smell filled the cave. Huff, hut! The Medicine King's hands were quick. Mussel soup, white fish grilled to a crisp like a crusted steak and served on asparagus, a stir-fry dish consisting of a mysterious fish and long clams garnished with parsley, a porridge-like dish with clams and chopped mushrooms, and even a lamb leg cooked whole. All these dishes were cooked and served in just 15 minutes. Hey, everyone! It's not much, but eat it. Young'uns should eat a lot and be well. Tsk. Seeing the dishes lined up in front of him, the Murim Lord opened his eyes wide. Oh no, but I am over thousands of years old. What, did you eat something that gives you eternal youth? Ah, if it were Silicon Valley, I would have patented it. If you're old, eat as much as your age. That's how you stay strong. The image of the Medicine King talking as he poured the mussel soup into a large bowl was similar to that of a foul-mouthed grandmother or grandfather. I also received a bowl of mussel soup. It smelled all right. Mussel soup was mussel soup, after all. But just as I thought that, oh my God, it's so delicious. Was it because I've only been eating scraps of food like a breatharian or something? First of all, there was no trace of the usual fishy odor, and the soup wasn't just boiled with water. The broth was red, as some crimson vegetables had been added to it, and it was a little sour and savory, so the broth alone was delicious. The mussel meat was also chewy, so it was fantastic to bite into it and let the juice burst in my mouth and create an exquisite mixture with the broth as it wrapped around my tongue and teeth. It was like the pinnacle of taste. Even after winning the Sangriun lottery, I had only limited myself to the luxury of a white mocha frappuccino, venti quadra shot Java chip, half and half chocolate drizzle, which was enough of a shock to me. The alchemist, who was rolling in the slum as she hadn't yet become famous, seemed to be in the same position as me. Her eyes widened. Oh my God, it's delicious. The alchemist savored the taste and went on to explain. This shrimp, it's plump and solid, and even though it tastes like shrimp, there's no fish odor. H, how can shrimp taste like this? In addition, the millefeuille served for this dessert tastes like the nobility of Nunadine. And not just regular nobility, but a high-ranking noble. The yogurt ice cream underneath is fresh and seems to be mixed with passion fruit juice, so it feels refreshingly sour. Ch, how does it taste this good? The Medicine King's nose haughtily pointed upward. That's because when I was in my 50s, I was awarded the 3 Michelin stars as the owner and chef of a restaurant. If I had a proper burner instead of something like this, I would have made something that would really fill up your stomachs. Could it be that the Medicine King wasn't just good at making some medicine, but was actually a really amazing person? Was he not bluffing about Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and being a boxing champion? Why did such a great man come to the tower? The venomous snake also asked as if he was curious about it, with a mouthful of seafood porridge, the official name which seemed to be abalone truffle risotto. The Medicine King snorted. Why? Is it forbidden for someone like me to enter the tower? That Marcus came to the tower too. He had a point. Did you know each other from outside? No? Ha! He was just a filthy, nasty guy born to a filthy rich conglomerate. Compared to a self-made man in Silicon Valley like me, he's just a lucky guy. That guy ran out of that luck in his final years, and he came to the tower with a sword. His words, which began with a snort, ended in a whisper. The alchemist, the venomous snake, and I all looked at the Medicine King as if we were reconsidering our opinions of him. Maybe that gaze irritated him as the Medicine King shook his ladle as if shaking off a bird. Just eat! So we ate. It was really delicious. It was the moment when the culinary director of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was decided. It's really the best taste. The Heavenly Demon, the protagonist of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, said as she constantly poured dishes into her mouth. Are you Imperial Guardians? No, it's different from Chinese cuisine. The Murim Lord sprayed his saliva while sucking on the cream pasta like a vacuum. That's exactly what I mean. I have eaten various dishes as a lord, but this is my first time eating something like this. Such strange dishes and the appearance of abundance. I wonder where you come from and why you came here. Did you find a new way to cure Jiangxi's disease? The 2 martial artists' eyes lit up. It was natural. From their standpoint, we were the first humans they had met in many years. Of course, they found us fascinating, and of course, they wondered if we had a cure. I felt sorry for them, but I shook my head. We haven't. We too are still looking for a cure. I guess it is like that. Were they as disappointed as they had been expectant? Their complexions became grim. Well, all of Kangho's doctors and experts rushed and tried to fix the mysterious disease, but none of them succeeded. Because even the experts of Jiangxi, the masters of the Mozan sect, had been turned, the circumstances would not have been different even if they were here now. Is there really no cure? I said. We're not bragging. You just saw the results of our cooking. We have different knowledge from you. This alchemist here, especially, is superior to anyone in curing diseases and making medicines. The alchemist, who was eating the lamb in big bites, blushed. The Medicine King's murmurs of "she's just lucky" that sounded next to us were, well, I did feel a little sorry for him after he gave us such delicious food. This person over there is more than enough to assist the alchemist. If you help us a little, we can develop a cure. The Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord looked at each other. Cure? What are you saying? Well, it's not like there's no way. The alchemist's face turned red. What is it? Wait here. After a while, the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord brought out a large coffin. When they opened the casket, there was a zombie lying there. Like the time when he talked about the warm body of the Murim Lord, the Sword Emperor sealed his lips tight and furrowed his brow. The zombie was as calm as if it were under the sun. Maybe it was because it was tightly tied with chains or because of the spiky acupuncture needles embedded in each joint, but the zombie was lying immobile. I raised my head. This is one of the monks of the righteous sect, the Heavenly Demon said flatly. Right after being bitten by Jiangxi, he entrusted his body to us to study, but there is only one thing we figured out. It was to block the qi of the whole body with needles. The Heavenly Demon reached into the coffin. Be careful. The Heavenly Demon pulled out a large needle from the zombie's neck. Ah! At that exact moment, the zombie, who was as quiet as if it were sleeping, opened its eyes. Whoa! The alchemist was startled and fell back. The zombie opened its mouth as if to bite the frightened alchemist. Chulkung! Chulkung! Because of the chains, the zombie's attack ended in vain, but the alchemist couldn't help but sweat, as you can see. Puk! The heavenly demon stabbed the zombie's neck with the needle again. Then, the zombie slowly closed its eyes once more. The zombie's complexion relaxed as if it had never even struggled. If you block the qi flow between the brain and spinal cord, you can calm the jiangxi. It's the point where the cervix meets the spinal column. However, this is a stopgap measure rather than a cure. Anyone who is bitten by the jiangxi becomes stained with taki that spreads through the blood and respiratory tract. Taki, or murky energy. Did he mean the virus? This taki cannot be defeated no matter how much you meditate or try to starve it out. Even the demons who cultivated magical power from the very beginning and martial arts masters who have clear spirits like streams are finished once bitten. The whole body gets hot like a fire and they soon become jiangxi. The heavenly demon slowly covered the coffin. This Shaolin monk lasted the longest. Even though his arm was bitten by the jiangxi, he kept his mind clear for a year. But that's one of the exceptions, and it's usually hard to last beyond 15 days, no matter how great one's mastery is. The heavenly demon sighed. Children of the outside world, can you really find a cure? 3. The alchemist could not answer. Even the medicine king, who had a bad temperament, was speechless. The heavenly demon smiled bitterly when none of us could respond. That's all right. I thought there were only 2 people left in the world, the old man and me. But just seeing new people makes this old woman want to take care of you. Stay here for as long as you want. The Murim Lord nodded. I'll set up some sleeping places for you, so let's end here today. Though I want to talk to you about many things, we can try to resolve it tomorrow. The first day in the apocalypse, we had to spend the night without accomplishing much. 5. I can't eat anymore. Marcus, you bastard, if you leave like that, I'll only be in second place my whole life. Midnight. The party went to sleep while muttering and drooling. There was a bed near the open-air bath, so even though it was a little wet, I didn't have to worry about getting cold. Zombie. Why aren't you sleeping? I looked up at the sky. The cave had an open ceiling, so I could see the black night sky well. I have something to check. Instead of asking me what I wanted to check, the Sword Emperor shut his mouth. He must have guessed it. That guess was probably the same as mine. I pulled the blanket up to my face. Then I closed my eyes and pretended that I had fallen asleep. The night deepened. Shirk. I felt someone approaching. It wasn't just one presence. There were 2. I quietly held my breath without opening my eyes. The 2 of them lingered around us and whispered in very small voices. Are they asleep? I believe so. Then let's do it now. Hurry up. That's right. Let's finish it quickly. The voices of the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. The sound gradually moved farther away from us. Splash! I heard the sounds of water. The 2 Murim people started taking a bath just after all of us fell asleep. It's now! Whick! I got up in a flash and ran toward the open-air bath. Beyond the thick vapor, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord were wearing white mourning clothes in the bath. They were enjoying the hot spring with languid faces and were surprised to see me suddenly run in. Huh! The Murim Lord dunked himself in the bath. The old man could not hide his embarrassment. Of course, looking at their bodies, I was convinced that my predictions were correct. What? You? I thought you were asleep. The heavenly demon narrowed her eyes. She seemed to understand the situation a little faster than the old man. Sighing lightly, she looked at me quietly. This child is quick on the uptake. When did you realize it? I thought it was a bit weird from the first time I saw you. I opened my mouth. The weather was so cold, but the 2 of you were dressed lightly. One was wearing only a martial arts uniform, and the other was wearing a small mourning outfit. The weather outside was freezing. If you didn't use aura, you couldn't survive at all. In such a powerfully cold climate, the Murim people in front of us had worn clothes that were no different from being naked. It meant that you were protecting your bodies from the cold by circulating your life energy. In other words, it meant that you are highly skilled at manipulating your life energy. But how could such skilled people get tired from small fights or walking a little? It was strange. I said slowly, there is only one explanation for this. The 2 of you are focusing all your efforts on other work. You told us just a little while ago that once bitten by jiangxi, a person's whole body will be stained with taki. I looked straight through the water vapor at the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. You two have already been bitten, correct? I think it's like this. Heavenly demon Nim and Murim Lord Nim, both of you were infected by the Jiangshi a long time ago. But with your magic and martial arts, you're holding back the Taki with tremendous effort. Am I wrong? The silence settled in the open-air bath. Splash! I heard the sound of water being shaken off, and soon the heavenly demon stood up. Mamadou, it's fine, old man. Haven't we been completely figured out already? The heavenly demon shook her head. Child of the outside world, your words are right. She turned her back toward me, the pure white back of the heavenly demon. The old man and I were already bitten by the Jiangshi 3 years ago. There was a scar that was rotting and purple. The Murim Lord also slowly showed the back of his neck. But, strictly speaking, there is one part of your words that is wrong. Likewise, there was a rotting wound there. However, the wound stopped at the neck. We're not suppressing the Taki. Above the neck, there was a clean human face. With that clean face, the Murim Lord said, we blocked the Taki by blocking the cervical part of our spinal cord with our life energy. The Sword Emperor clicked his tongue. Insanity. It's telekinesis. Telekinesis? Gongja, do you know what the Chai sword is? Yes, it's a technique to wrap a sword with life energy and make it fly. Could it be? There was no way. That's right. Blocking the cervical spinal point means that the sensation under the neck disappears. Then, of course, you can't move. In other words, they have become paralyzed. But the way they are moving now, it's like using the Qi sword to move your whole body with life energy. Bai Huyang said quietly, moving the heart, making it beat, breathing through their lungs, inhaling and exhaling air, moving their joints while extending one arm and controlling their back, knees, ankles, and soles while extending their legs forward. In short, everything they need to live and move. Those guys are controlling everything one by one with their life energy to prevent the zombie virus from spreading through the spinal cord to their brains. The two martial artists closed off their own brains. I was silent. Check. It's the same as if they are using the Chai sword 24/7, so even if they take a few steps, they lose strength. They're crazy, the heavenly demon said, as if hearing Bai Huyang's words. We are carrying out the great battle of good and evil like this. Only the Murim Lord picked up where she left off again. 3 years have already passed since then. Chapter 66, Heavenly Demon, 1. Chapter 66, Heavenly There's Sasha, Heavenly Demon Nim. It can't go on like this. Heavenly Demon Nim, half of the Blood Guard has been destroyed. The elders have scattered all over after saying they will enter the world of martial arts, but we've already lost track of their locations. It's not the time to fight the idiots in the factions. It may be the biggest crisis our cult, no, maybe our world has faced. With this vacancy, the bums are spreading rumors. Heavenly Demon Nim. As you ordered, we have made a pharmacy that does not distinguish between the sects. The leaders of the Tang Mun came, as did the masters of the Mozen sect. I will catch some Jiangshi and get results as soon as possible. Heavenly Demon Nim, Demon Lord Woliang, and even the Blood Demon have been attacked. Even if we defeat 100 Jiangshi today, 1,000 new Jiangshi will be created tomorrow. I can't handle this mysterious disease. The pharmacy says that we can block the upper body with needles in order to block the Jiangshi, but this method is Heavenly Demon Nim. Please flee to Nakdo. If you block yourself off on the island, no matter how many Jiangshi are there, 1 million or 10 million, they will not be able to cross the sea. How could this place be the only group that practices martial arts? If we set up the banner of our cult, it will still be a part of the martial world. Heavenly Demon Nim. Why should you keep to the worthless promise? It was an oath made before the world became corrupt. The law of the heavens has changed, and a human's duties always change. Forget the oath you made with the Murim Lord, and please retreat to make a comeback later. Heavenly Demon Nim. Heavenly Demon Nim. 2. How did you endure it? After being silent for a while, the first question I asked was this. Just how did they endure this? The hellish world where people became corpses. Even they had become half a corpse. How did they endure 3 years with the danger of their hearts stopping if the flow of his qi was blocked for even a moment? The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord couldn't answer right away. The two looked at each other. and after sharing a look that I couldn't understand, they nodded as one. "Follow us." The two left the cave. I followed them. When we left the cave, we were silent. We walked carefully so as not to wake up the other party by accident. So we were silent for a long time. As soon as we reached the end of the cave, the stillness broke. Humans all die someday. Outside, dawn was coming. There is an interesting story told among Murim. There was once a high master who achieved both 1,000 poisons immunity and stone durability. With the techniques, no poison could eat away at his insides, and no sword could injure his skin. The heavenly demon let out a sigh. He can be said to be almost invincible. Inside, he was invincible. Outside, he was invincible. How can one kill a person who can't be harmed with even the most brutal poison nor the sharpest sword? The dawn sky became blue. At dawn, the world was just a pale shade of itself. But there is one thing that the old stories could never tolerate. It is invincibility. The world that became a shadow. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord walked in that place, step by step, slowly. Footprints could only touch the ground, never the sky. It was only with one's own steps that one could distinguish between heaven and earth. Children of the outside world, the heavenly demon glanced back. We left the cave and arrived at yesterday's fields of snow. We were walking to a place surrounded by zombies who knew martial arts. Can you guess how that high master died? How did he die? He died because of a succubus. The corner of the heavenly demon's mouth rose. The pleasure of uniting yin and yang is not poison. It's not a sword either. But isn't excessive pleasure also a poison? Correct. Thus, the succubus did not offer a storm of pleasure from the beginning. She was clever. She calmly took her time. At first, she started with the most subtle pleasure. In the end, he indulged in even the most lethal of pleasures. Thus she tamed and domesticated the master. The dawn broke. The snowfield became a little white. The white puffs resembled the breath of the heavenly demon. As he had intercourse with the succubus, he stopped thinking of her palm slapping him as pain. Her whip came to be recognized as a pleasure. The succubus's gestures, footsteps, and even small glances became a sort of happiness for the master. Sweet. The heavenly demon raised her hand. At the last moment, she stroked her neck, lightly. The succubus just lightly choked the master and strangled him. There was no need for strong martial arts. It didn't take much effort. 2 hands. She choked his neck with her 2 hands. As he suffocated, unable to breathe, he was soaked with pleasure and smiled brightly. Even after death, his face was smiling happily. The heavenly demon snickered. The high master who reached the climax was literally killed during the climax. He was invincible inside and outside, but he was not invincible to happiness. In the middle of the snowy field, we could see the corpses. Though they were dead, the corpses could move as if they were alive. Soaked in the light of dawn, they stiffened. The corpses didn't even move, so it looked like a forest of shadows. The lesson of this story is simple. Don't play around with succubi, obviously, the Murim Lord grumbled. It's not just an old story, it's something that really happened. He was a master raised among jade and gold in the Tangmun, but that bitch was secretly a succubus sent to assassinate him. Ho ho. Zombies were scattered everywhere in the snowy field. Was it because they had chased our party yesterday? The heavenly demon approached the zombies. Most of the novices who set out to learn martial arts don't understand. They think the goal of martial artists is to become invincible, and that the reason for learning martial arts is to obtain immortality and eternal life. With a quick breath, the demon hoisted up a zombie. They're wrong. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. The two lifted and carried the zombies. Anyone who has achieved the 1,000 poisons immunity will die from something other than poison. Those who achieve the stone durability will die by something other than a sword. Do you understand? Martial artists don't simply choose which martial arts to learn. The heavenly demon arduously moved the zombies. It's about choosing what kind of warrior you will live as, and also how you will die. The heavenly demon's movement as she moved the zombies was sluggish and slow. Like a delivery man after dropping off a heavy load, the demon put the zombies down mid-route, breathed deeply, and moved again. Humans all die someday. She repeated those words. As if we didn't know that already. How can we be bitter about the fact that we'll die? Last night the zombies seemed to have wandered about here and there. The scattered zombies were gathered again by the demon and the Murim Lord. But I didn't want a death like this. It took a long time. The two of them had poor physical strength, and there were too many bodies. Assassination is good. Poisoning is also good. It is also good to be attacked by an army or be killed by one of the Shaolin monks. It is good to die, betrayed by a trusted subordinate, and it is perfectly good to die while doing something for the younger generation. Middle of the sky. By the time the demon and the Murim Lord put the zombies back in their place, the sun rose to the middle of the sky. Before we knew it, the footprints of the two people were captured in the snowy field. But a death like this is unacceptable. The heavenly demon took a quick breath and looked at me. You asked me how I endured it. We just want to die the way we want. Hundreds of corpses, the sect's elders, were lined up. Hundreds of corpses, the members of the demonic cult, were lined up as well. Thus, the zombies seemed like an army divided into two troops, as if they were about to run into battle. I suddenly thought this. Even though their cause of death is the same, they all died on different dates, when we fell into the world of apocalypse and saw zombies for the first time. The conversation that our party had while observing the forest of corpses. It looks like someone intentionally moved the bodies. Is it some kind of tomb? It's a grave. From a distance, they look like terracotta warriors. At night, the zombies move freely. Nevertheless, as many as 1,000 zombies were gathered in one place in the snow. If you thought about it, wasn't this in itself strange? Who? Ahem. That was right. Someone intentionally put the zombies in one place. Not a lot of them went far today. 500 people from the demonic cult. Last night, the moonlight was clear. Though not as much as sunlight, the moonlight can also stop the Jiangshi. 500 people of the sect. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord each moved their own men. It was hard work that took a full day. However, the two moved silently, as if it was a normal routine. We are carrying out the great war like this. 3 years have already passed since then. It snowed. This righteous sect will never fall to the Jiangshi. People died. The people of our cult will not be destroyed, eaten by mere corpses. Even if the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans disappeared, surely if our sect is to be destroyed, it must be because of the wicked fingertips of demonic cult. Even if the martial arts text became so dusty that it became impossible to read the words. If this cult disappears from the world, it is only by the blade of that sect. This world had not yet perished, because these 2 people have to die in order for the world to end. Let's say that there are 1 billion people in the world, and 999,999,999 people die of infectious diseases. There's only 1 person left. And if the last person in the world takes his own life, then the destruction of the world won't be caused by an illness, it'll be suicide. At least that's what the righteous sect's leader and the demonic cult's god believed. Murim Lord, Namgung family, Taesang family head, Namgung Un. The old man took his stance. I am Bu Wol's son, the Axe Saint. Demon Lord. So Beiqiang, the woman, took her stance. I am the heavenly demon. The sun crossed the middle of the sky. Years had passed since there were only 2 people left in the world. During those years, their only job was to determine the cause of this world's apocalypse. I request our 990th battle. Would the Murim Lord destroy the demonic cult, to surrender or to the death? Or would the heavenly demon destroy the righteous sect? To the death, I accept. The 2 fighters began their battle. In the middle of the snowy field where 500 righteous sect members and 500 demonic cults members stood, the Murim Lord and the heavenly demon rushed at each other. I still couldn't recognize the martial arts of the 2. When I looked at them, they were barely stepping forward. It was hard. They could barely reach their arms out. Their foot movements were so slow that they wouldn't even be able to catch a child. Their hand movements were weak, and they would not be able to crush even a single tangerine. A decaying genre, a decaying world. They were slowly dying in this apocalypse, well into its 990th day. I opened my mouth. I watched their dances from afar and muttered unknowingly, "It can't go on like this." My heart was beating. It's absurd. It wasn't supposed to be like this. A fierce fight broke out in the snow. The Murim Lord and the Demon, who once demonstrated splendid martial arts while discussing the first people in the world, could now only fight on the level of a child. They rolled about in the snow. They tripped from taking a wrong step. They grabbed a beard and pulled their hair. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, that might look like a really great fight. Yes. I'm just a beginner who just started swordsmanship. However, no matter how great the principle is, no matter how great the hidden reason is. The day had passed and it became evening. The Murim Lord and the Heavenly Demon never stopped fighting. This is an insult. The sun went down. Even today, the match was not decided. It's an insult to the two. A world in decline. In a world where there was no way to cure an epidemic, the two martial artists were strong enough to survive. However, they were too weak to take each other's lives. This can't go on. The world was cruel because you can't be born the way you want. So what was a world where you can't die the way you want? You couldn't even end it properly. Their lives had just been cut off in the middle. What will you do? Beihuryeong said quietly. Will you kill the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord in their stead? That's right. That can be a merciful gift too. That's what I would do. But don't forget that you and I are nothing more than strangers. I know. The two martial artists did not want to commit suicide. If they had to die, then they wanted their deaths to be at the hands of the other person. The demonic cult would not perish due to a mysterious illness, but be defeated by the righteous sect. The righteous sect would not succumb to an infectious disease, but be broken by the demonic cult. It was that kind of ending, the right ending, an acceptable death. If I intrude and kill the two, it will neither be the end nor the conclusion. It wouldn't be a merciful gift either. That sort of thing would only be graffiti that a child adds to the back of a storybook. It shouldn't be that way. I said to Beihuryeong. I am going to finish this world in my own way. What is that way? I did not answer Beihuryeong's question. The sun set. It's already nighttime, old man. Maybe since it's winter. The day is short. I'll defeat you tomorrow for sure. Who do you think? The evening deepened. The 990th day of the war naturally ended in a truce. The Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord shook hands, and they went back to the cave in a more exhausted way than yesterday. Where have you been? The party greeted us. The venomous snake stood guard at the entrance to the cave, and the alchemist and the medicine king were busy researching the zombie. It was the zombie of the faction leader who surprised us yesterday. We were looking at the patient. We were too busy yesterday. Did you make any progress? The medicine king and the alchemist looked at each other. The medicine king sked first. Not yet. Yes, since this is the first virus of its kind. As expected, the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord walked to the other side of the cave, saying they would rest first. I noticed that the backs of the two fighters were moving away and turned to the alchemist. Boss. Yes? Please be honest. How long do you think it would take to make a cure? The alchemist hesitated. To be honest with you, at least 120 days. Twice that. It may take 3 times more. The schedule for this sort of thing should be more generous, usually. But even if you have a generous schedule, it isn't enough, the Medicine King added bluntly. The alchemist drooped down her head. Yes, that is also right. It's really the worst case. 100 days on the shorter end, and on the longer end, about 300 days? That? The alchemist dropped his head even lower. Actually, we may not be able to make it at all. The facilities and the environment are also poor. At this point, I can't guarantee you anything. Death King Nim, I'm sorry, you trusted me and brought me to such a stage. It is impossible to develop a cure within the time limit. The time limit? The librarian said this when he sent us to this apocalypse. If you open your eyes, it will be the world 10 days before the unfortunate serial interruption of the chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Please, I look forward to the wonderful ending that you'll show me. In other words, no matter what happened, the world would really end in the next 10 days. The Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord, who have survived so far, will also die. As the alchemist said, 10 days was the time limit. I'm really sorry. Don't be. I shook my head. That's enough. What? You don't need to worry, boss. A dagger at my waist. I touched its handle slowly. I will somehow solve the problem of time. Don't give up and keep researching. The words you heard when we first fell into this world yesterday. Do you remember them? This was no ordinary book. This was an entire world. We were here to save the world. The alchemist nodded carefully. The two of us shared a look. I remember. Of course I remember, Death King Nim. I also nodded. My words are the same as yesterday. The time limit is right in front of us. If we don't break this stage, we can never escape from the apocalypse. Please set aside any thoughts that will get in the way. I will do my best in my position, so please show me your best too. I'll clear all my doubts. Yes, I promise you. All other issues will be handled on their own, I said to the person who will be called the Alchemy Lord in the future. Please trust me and keep working. Chapter 67, Heavenly Demon. Chapter 67, Heavenly Demon. Thursdays. Editor. Sasha. The alchemist gently closed her eyes. After a while, her lips opened. If it weren't for you, Death King, I would still be in the back alleys of the slum. All my equipment was stolen. Honestly, I can't imagine what would have happened. The alchemist slowly opened her eyes. Beyond her glasses, her eyes were much clearer than before. Yes, I want to repay you for what you did for me. I'll devote myself solely to making the medicine without thinking, but I can't really see my surroundings when I'm distracted by my work. I am not polite either. I'll probably be very cocky. Still. That doesn't matter. I nodded. Please show off your skills to your heart's content. Now is not the time to worry about fine manners. I just need good returns on my investment in the future. I understand. The alchemist fixed her glasses. She turned her head and looked at the Medicine King. Sir. What? From now on, please support me with your full strength. The Medicine King frowned. The old man's wrinkles were as thick as his stubbornness. Support? Have you seen such a horrible thing? Yes, this. Even cold water has order to it. Top and bottom, how dare this greenhorn ask the Medicine King to support her? Skill card open. Huh? Cards sprang out from the alchemist's hand. 1 golden card, 3 silver cards. The alchemist acquired 4 skills that were difficult to obtain for an ordinary hunter. Furthermore, she only had advanced skills that were B grade or higher. The Medicine King's eyes widened into circles. What is this? Are you trying to show off your skills to me? Hey, young'uns think that everything can be done with just skills. You don't know what true ability is. The alchemist replied, You can look at it. What? You can look at what my skills are. The Medicine King was embarrassed and couldn't respond right away. It was natural. Skills were secret weapons for hunters. Any savvy hunter knew that they should never let others learn their skills. Revealing skills was like confessing not only one's own strengths, but also one's weaknesses. In a word, it was pure stupidity, a dumb and foolish act. Or should I just show it to you myself? However, the alchemist did not hesitate. This skill is called Moving Hospital. She turned the card over and showed it to the Medicine King. Everything from a blood test to an EEG test is possible in real time. I can also take out and use the drugs I store in advance. However, there is a 2% chance of a misdiagnosis. This is life diagnosis. It shows me a patient's condition in terms of genes. I can combine the 2 skills to minimize the probability of a misdiagnosis. Wait a moment. Wait just a minute. The Medicine King belatedly caught up his thoughts. Why are you showing me your skills? What if I expose this to the Alchemy Castle or to my business partners? It's all right. I swore that I wouldn't care about such petty thoughts, the alchemist said. If you want to make it public, do it, but please support me this time until we make a treatment. No, but why are you asking me? Because I need you to speed up development time, even if it's just by a day. You hate looking at me, right? The alchemist looked at the Medicine King. It was a calm, cold look. The alchemist used to be flustered often, but now her face was completely expressionless. Are you angry because this young'un doesn't know about the topic? It must be annoying that someone like me has talent, right? You're annoyed like crazy because you know I'm going to live longer than you and be admired by people for longer than you, right? The human voice is often compared to that of a bird. But I bet the alchemist's voice could not be imitated by any beast. To put it frankly, it was like this. Her voice reminded me of a bug. It was like the sizzle of a fire ant colony. If you can help me with your utmost power this time. The alchemist fixed her glasses. The medicine recipes I have made so far. I'll give you everything. I won't go anywhere or tell them they're my recipes. You can have them. Use them. Tell people that it's a recipe you invented." At that moment, the alchemist's glasses slipped and fell to the floor. The old man had slapped her on the cheek. The alchemist picked up her glasses. Then she silently wiped the glasses with her sleeves. A red handprint remained on her left cheek. The alchemist put on her glasses again, then silently looked at the old man. The old man trembled. "You wicked thing. I will analyze the zombie virus. You will learn that there is a sky above the sky. Sir, please do the things I tell you to do. The day will come when your pride will be crushed and you will exude a rotten odor. I'll write down what I need and give it to you. Someday you too. At that time, sir," the old man and the woman spoke at the same time, "you will meet someone better than you. Find it and give it to me." And the two hunters fell silent. The alchemist on the left and the medicine king on the right sat on either side of the corpse of the faction leader. When the alchemist muttered something, the medicine king wrote it down. It was a neutral, muted atmosphere. The two, who became more of a still life art than a portrait, only conversed about business. "Death, King Nim." "I'm sorry, but please leave," the alchemist mumbled, cutting into the corpse's head with a surgical knife. "The sound of your breath is disturbing me. A lot. It's very, very disturbing. Go and catch 6 more zombies while you're out." The medicine king peered into the corpse's dark mouth. The medicine king pinched the zombie's tongue, stained purple and black with his tongues. "I need more samples. A kid, a young adult, an old person, each with a different gender. And if there are any medicinal herbs that I say I need, get them." I nodded. "Leave it to me." From that day, we went into a state of war. Even eating was a waste of time. Washing one's body was a luxury. Even though there was an open-air bath right next to us, the alchemist and the medicine king did not take a bath. Whether it was night or day, the two hunters only studied the zombies while cracking at the edge of the wall. The atmosphere has changed drastically. The heavenly demon looked at our party as if she were curious. "Are you trying to gain enlightenment? Young people sure are eager. Why don't you cook the clam soup or risotto?" The Murim Lord coaxed the medicine king. It was so skillful that even the imperial family's chef would cry. "If the world was fine, I would have appointed you as the chef of the Danem Palace." "I'm busy. Buzz off," the medicine king replied without raising his head. He only put one hand in his subspace pocket and threw a water bottle. "If you're hungry, fill yourself up with water." King. Was it that regrettable that he couldn't taste the medicine king's dishes? The Murim Lord smacked his lips. Even so, he caught the bling H20 thrown by the medicine king and drank it all. "Old man, don't bother busy people. Let's go." All right. Oh, I'm having a hard time because my body doesn't listen to me these days." The Murim Lord grumbled as if he was tired. Today again, how much have the Jiangshi scattered? Would those who stray far away go to heaven? Stop talking and come out." "I'm coming." The Murim Lord grumbled and left the cave with the heavenly demon. Like yesterday, we're trying to collect and line up zombies. To spend the 991 the day of the Great War. A day had passed. The day when this world would reach its end became one day closer. Another day had passed. Another day, again, another day passed. Countdown. Days just waiting for destruction. A world in a music box that just hadn't stopped yet. 1 week. Just a week had passed since we fell into the apocalypse. That day, the heavenly demon looked up at the ceiling of the cave. "We can't go outside today." Outside, a blizzard was raging. The wind blew and blew again, so there was no distinction between the top and the bottom and the sky and the earth. The world was a dark snowfield. This was the first time I learned that something white could become this dark. Well, some days are just like this. The heavenly demon just shrugged her shoulders as if saying that it was no problem. Rather, it was a fluke that the days were sunny for the past few days. In severe cases, it could be a complete whiteout for over 30 days. There was no sunlight, so we couldn't even take a step. "Then, the Jiangshi will continue to move," I said. "Will that be all right?" "If the Jiangshi go too far, you won't be able to recover them. In that case, it can't be helped. We lose them." The heavenly demon sighed. "Just 3 years ago, our school's power reached 1,000. That's about the same amount of people that the old man brought into his sect. But as the years passed, there were jiangshi that went so far that we couldn't find them at all. Of course, the missing corpses. No, not missing, but lost bodies. Every time a blizzard struck in the sky, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord would have lost some of their jiangshi. That must be the scariest thing. To wake up and go to the snowfield just to discover that some jiangshi had disappeared somewhere. The heavenly demon looked at me quietly. Do you think that I would feel scared? The woman's eyes were dark, her hair as well. Even the clothes that she wore. Her appearance, which was only black, seemed to desperately resist this world that had become a pure white snowfield. Yes, I think so. Surely the world has turned over a lot. Back then, the head of a man who talked like that would not be safe. Child of the outside world. You should consider yourself fortunate that the world is ruined. Heavenly Demon Nim and the Murim Lord are masters. You are so well versed in the martial arts that it would be shameful to compare you with me. I quietly looked away. The Murim Lord was asleep by the hot spring. But no matter how strong you are, your life energy is not infinite. What are you talking about? When will your chi run out? Stop. You are blocking your spinal cord with your life energy. Your heart rate, breathing, and limb movements are all controlled with your life energy as well. It was like using a chi sword all day, every day. I shook my head. No matter how much life energy you have, you cannot continue this outrageous thing forever. I'll ask again. When will your chi run out, Heavenly Demon Nim? That woman had said a while ago. Humans all die someday. Something resonated in those words. It was the sound of realization. There is only one way humans can realize something. They had to experience it themselves. Really? The heavenly demon groaned. Really, this child is quick to notice. You don't have many days left, right? I'll revise my words a little. This child is dirtily quick to notice. This world. How does the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon get destroyed? If you think about it, it was a surprisingly simple matter. If your life energy falls, it becomes impossible for you two to move your bodies. Correct. The heavenly demon looked up at the sky. From the hole in the ceiling of the cave, a blizzard poured out of the sky as if it was raging. First, the tip of the toe and the fingertips will be destroyed. Then, the calves and wrists, knees, shoulders, waist, one after the other. The life energy will not be able to sustain them, and the body that did not yield to the illness will finally rot. Literally, it was necrosis. It was like a building that stopped operating one after another when fuel ran out. At some point, the two would become immobile. Heart, lungs. The woman touched the chest area of her shabby uniform. The upper body. Then she tapped her head. All parts will rot, leaving only 3 parts. No, it's all right if the other parts rot. You already know. The Shaolin monk endured a year altogether. The heavenly demon smiled bitterly. He went into hiding, ashamed that others might see him and think him unworthy as a monk. At the last minute, except for his face, it wasn't much different from the jiangshi. The whole body was rotting black. He couldn't even recite the Amitabha. You asked if I was afraid. That's right, I'm afraid. The human voice is often compared to that of a bird, but I bet the heavenly demon's voice could not be imitated by any beast. I am afraid. A quiet murmur like the sound of a falling flower petal. I am afraid that my chi is exhausted. I am afraid that even my persistence will run out. I am afraid of the blizzard. I am afraid that the sunlight will not come out, and when the day is bright, I am afraid that my subordinates, those that used to be my subordinates, will disappear. Each time I breathe, I worry about how many more breaths I can breathe. Every time my heart beats, I'm worried if I'll be able to feel the beating of my heart just a few more times in the future. The heavenly demon sighed. I'm afraid that I cannot kill the old man. I'm afraid that the old man will not be able to kill me. I am afraid that the day will come when the old man and I will not be able to lie on the bed together. Lying on the bed, I'm afraid that I'm just waiting for my life energy to run out. A meaningless death. Even if they struggled to the end, it was meaningless. They would die. In the dead, disappearing world, only snow falls and falls, leaving only achromatic landscape paintings. Ah! This is the end that the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon will meet. It was the ending of this world. This is why the world is so scared. Another day passed. It was the 8th day after falling in the apocalypse. There were 2 days left until the world would be destroyed. Madhu, the Murim Lord muttered, lying on the bed. I can't move my body anymore. The Murim Lord was smiling, and he was crying. I'm sorry. A low noise. That was the sound of a world's downfall. Chapter 68. Heavenly Demon. Chapter 68. Heaven later Thursdays. Sasha 3. I'm sorry, the alchemist said. I can't cure him in his current state. She was examining the Murim Lord. Throughout the examination, the alchemist had a dim expression. She was like a doctor who already knew that the patient had no hope, but had to do an examination just to confirm it to the patient. The heavenly demon silently looked down at the Murim Lord. They hadn't been expecting treatment anyway. Then, with an expressionless face, the heavenly demon opened her lips. Stand up. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hear your apology. Stand up. Murim Lord accent. The cave was dark. The heavenly demon's breaths became quieter. There seemed to be a poisonous fragrance flowing from her mouth. Did you not make an agreement with the great me? Didn't you boast that you'd challenge the demonic cult with your righteous sect? Didn't you try to fight by bringing together the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans? You can't just die in bed. You aren't allowed. I'm sorry. Stand up. The smell of poison became a little thicker. Stand up and grab your weapon. You don't even need to hold your tasteless axe. Use a wooden sword. Anything is fine. Use a spear, a whip, or even a wooden stick. Grasp it and fight against the great me. I'm sorry? I told you to stand up. Demon Lord. The Murim Lord breathed. He had aged so much in just one night. I'm sorry. I'm weaker than you. I tried to hold on for one more day, but now it is difficult. You must have felt it too, that I was already running out of my innate energy. My chi has run out. I'm also tired. If it's you, you might still last another year, but this is it for me. There was silence. I was weaker than you, the old man muttered while lying down. Kill me. The heavenly demon's face distorted. I don't want to be like the Shaolin head monk. Kill me before my body rots and decomposes. When you become a Jiangshi, even if you see, you don't see. And even if you live, you aren't alive. So you want me to kill your bedridden self? The poison gas had reached its peak. Is that what you're talking about now? The heavenly demon's body was small. From that small body, a black fire blazed. The chai took shape and burned fiercely. Killing intent, her energy smelled of soot as it flared. It was an odor that told of the life she had lived and endured. The scent of the heavenly demon was potent, like crushed weeds. Is this the ending of the war you promised? This? We ought to have taken each other down before. For what glory have we endured this so far? We should have ordered all the followers of the sect and the cult to die together. For what bright future did we act so stubbornly? The Murim Lord could not answer. The traces of the tears that the old man shed hardened on his cheek. Namgung-un, since the days of Confucius, you have received the praise and jealousy of many strong men for being born with the heavenly body constitution, and by the age of 20 you reached the zenith of your form. Even before you turned 30, you became the leader of the Namgung clan. When the demonic world gained power, you were chosen as the Lord to fight for justice. The essence of the righteous sect lies in you, and the grudges of the righteous path stand on your shoulders. But you passively bare your neck for my evil self? Fine, I will kill you. The heavenly demon stood up, but you won't be able to die a good death. She headed somewhere. Even after the woman left, the burnt smell of the soot remained. It was enough to choke someone. The alchemist and the medicine king, who had no skill in aura, had particularly distressed expressions. After a while, the heavenly demon returned. There was an axe in her hand. Old man of Namgung, this is the oak halberd which you pampered so much. You haven't already forgotten it, have you? So Beiqiang? Speak. The heavenly demon raised the axe. War has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. If you say this, I will kill you as you wish. War, forgot about chivalry. Chivalry, forgot about war. It meant that it was the end of the righteous sect. The master of the demonic cult said so. If the Murim Lord himself admitted to the ruin of the sect, if he could accept it, he would be able to give up his life. Then, with the love born of battles and mutual respect, she would cut his throat. Speak. Why can't you say it? The old man's lips moved slightly. His mouth opened, and he parted his teeth. But he couldn't go beyond that. His next words did not come out. The old man seemed to have lost his tongue. He opened and closed his mouth many times, but each time he couldn't form the words. "I can't do it," the old man coughed out. I can't say." Tears shed again over the trail marks of the tears that fell before. On the wrinkles, his tear marks were like layers. The layers of hardened tears were difficult to distinguish from the crumpled skin of the old man. So the old man's flesh seemed to consist of his tears, and the tears seemed to flow from the flesh and not from his eyes. "I can't say. I'm sorry, Baikyang." The heavenly demon swung the axe. The axe blade did not cut the neck of the Murim Lord. It just swung and pierced the ground. The axe was stamped right next to the face of the Murim Lord. The hard rock of the cave floor cracked easily like tofu. It was difficult for me to guess how much energy the heavenly demon, who found it hard to even lift a whip, had exhausted to split the stone. "Did you say that when you become a Jiangshi, you aren't alive even if you live?" The heavenly demon muttered. "It's all irrelevant anyway. Even if you die now, you do not truly die. What is the difference between a life that is not life and a death that is not death? My great self cannot tell the difference. There's no point. It's meaningless." She turned around. The whole world has become empty. The next day, Nangungun, the Murim Lord, died at dawn. His cause of death was the virus. 4. It was the 10th day since we fell into the apocalypse. The day had come for this world to perish. "I got a valuable sample," the alchemist said. "There is a limit to analyzing viruses from people who have been turned for 2 or 3 years already. Thanks to this sample, we could observe the infection's progress in real time. It was a big step forward." In front of the alchemist laid the Murim Lord. It was a body that didn't even move. The old man's body was tied up with chains. You don't become a zombie immediately after you die. There seems to be a slight delay until the awakening. I guess it takes some time for the infectious agents to spread over to the brain. "I have compiled the research results." The medicine king handed over the file. He tsked. "This kid may have skill in making medicine, but she has no skill in explaining the process to others. No skill at all, really. This is why prideful people are so." "I researched it with all that I had," the alchemist said, not caring about the attack on her character. "But as expected, it was impossible to develop a cure." "Was there not enough time?" "Yes, I needed at least 90 more days. If possible, about 120 days. Clank! As the chains crashed, they made an abrasive noise. We turned our heads at the same time. The corpse of the Murim Lord was trembling. "Gah! Ooh!" For a while, we silently looked at the Murim Lord. No, we looked at what had once been the Murim Lord. It kept struggling against the chains with its mouth open. It was then that the heavenly demon walked over. Tunk! Tunk! The woman approached with a quiet, tottering walk. The woman in black, the heavenly demon who had black hair, black robes, and black eyes, was holding a black sword. Her sword was darker than her shadow. The heavenly demon looked down at the corpse of the Murim Lord. Decades spent in vain, completely futile. We instinctively stepped away from the heavenly demon. Her poisonous power was so intense that it was incomparable to yesterday. Her chi rose and covered her entire body. In the end, this is what all humans are like underneath. There's no difference between one and a beast. Eat, eat, eat until the body can't move, only to disappear before long. War has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. The heavenly demon stretched out her left hand. Eat. The zombie opened its mouth and bit the hand. Slosh. Blood splattered. Her flesh was torn and her bones were crushed. The heavenly demon nonchalantly glanced down at the figure of the Murim Lord biting her left hand like a dog. "Hey!" The venomous snake took a step closer. "Look here, Bobu, what are you doing now? What if you end up becoming a Jiangshi?" "Don't go any closer." I grabbed the venomous snake's shoulder and stopped him. "Huh? It's already over." "It's over? What?" The sound of flesh bursting echoed through the cave. Puck! All the members of the party shivered at the excessively vicious sound. Slowly looking over, we could see that the heavenly demon's left hand was in tatters. And there was also the Murim Lord, who had lost his senses. The heavenly demon blasted her chi inside the mouth of the Murim Lord and smashed his head. Huff! In the midst of it all, we were all speechless. Huff! Ha ha! Aha! The heavenly demon opened her mouth and laughed. Aha! She was truly howling with laughter. The snowstorm continued to rage from the ceiling of the cave. However, the sound of the heavenly demon's laughter drowned out the noise of the blizzard until it was a trifling thing. Laughter filled the cave, peeled in the sky, and swallowed the world. Zombie. Be careful. Behu spoke in a low tone. She's in disharmony at that moment. The heavenly demon turned her head and looked at us gently. Softly, alluringly, the woman smiled. A strange voice flowed from her open lips. Ho ho, the hair on the nape of my neck stood on edge. Are you from the righteous path, coming to assassinate my great self? Already her eyes were not focused on us. How delightful. Come on, let us match our swords. Everyone run away. At the same moment as my shout, the heavenly demon swung her sword. Chwack! A fountain of blood spewed out. It was the blood of the Medicine King. Cut at his neck, the Medicine King couldn't even scream as he collapsed, knees twisting. It was an instant death. Seeing his colleague die in front of his nose, the venomous snake belatedly pulled his sword. This fuck! He couldn't read the pattern of the sword with his eyes. More than that, he couldn't even see its motion. He only knew that at the moment the heavenly demon swung her sword, the Medicine King's throat was sliced through. There wasn't even a moment's gap. She's gone mad. Bae Huryong moaned. Not even exorcism will work on her now. It's because she exhausted all her energy and will, but now, even if it's temporary, she has entered into a state of life or death. Even if I was to fight her in my prime, I would lose 4 out of 10 times. That was the heavenly demon. This was her ability before she was bitten by the Jiangshi and weakened. She was the first person who reigned over this world. This is absurd. The heavenly demon hummed to herself. Head monk of the Shaolin sect. Did you think you could kill the great me with that meager strength? You horse-faced Taoist. How arrogant for you to think that you could withstand this cult's power. Step after step, the heavenly demon approached us. Mount Song is flooded with the grief overflowing from the world. 2. The heaven and earth's grudge burns the mountain. The demonic cult is the peak of the Miram world, and I am the peak of the demonic cult. Are you qualified to deal with the god among gods? Damn it! The venomous snake raised his sword and rushed in. Death King! Take the alchemist and run away. Even without him saying it, I was already doing so. I grabbed the alchemist and ran. It would be impossible to escape, but nonetheless, we fled. We did this to struggle until the very end, in order not to take this ending and this death for granted. You shall not get away, lackeys of the righteous path. The heavenly demon's laughter chased us from behind. Namgungun, once, twice, 3 times. There were the sounds of 2 swords clashing. Where's Namgungun? Then the sounds of the swords stopped. Having endured 3 rounds against her, the venomous snake was at the edge of his strength. Call the Namgung family and the Taisang family. Summon the Miram Lord here. No matter how dense the forest is, nor how vast the sky, there is only one person who will receive the sword of my great self under this heavenly world. 4 demon lords, bring Namgung-un in front of me. The sound of laughter was tenacious as it came nearer to us. Even if we ran away 1 step, the sound approached us with 10. We couldn't match it. Eventually, when the sound of laughter caught up right behind my back, the alchemist, held in my arms, opened her mouth. Death King Nim. The alchemist looked up at me. I still believe in you. Then, something cut the 2 of us, pierced us. The sky tilted, the ground tilted. I lost my feet, the entire part of my body below my torso, and my upper body fell into the snow. That's right, the snowfield was white. We had escaped the cave. A little farther away, the alchemist had also fallen. The field was red only in the spot where she fell. It was like shaved ice sprinkled with strawberry syrup, I thought in my darkening mind. Aha! Ha! Ha! The snow drifted down. Ah! There was no distinction between heaven and earth as it snowed. Dark white. I could only see a cool, pale shade. Someone was moving away, taking steps in the snow. The steps seemed to split apart the sky and the earth. However, the blizzard continued to rage, and even the last footprints were buried, soundlessly, without a trace, not even leaving behind a smell. Even the world that charred its people, even the people that were charred by the world. Thus, the black soot was buried and entombed so that only white snowfields remained. Let only the colorless, odorless, and silent blizzard fall forever. The world has perished. You have died. But that was all. For me, The end was not the end. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Now, it was time to save their world. Chapter 69, The World of Dead Constellations. 1. Chapter 69, The World of Dead Constellations. Translator Thursday, Sasha 1. One winter day. So Baekyang followed her mother across a snowy field. It was cloudy. Snow poured out of the cloudy sky. In the pouring snowstorm, people were but shadows. Her mother's back, too, was a shadow like haze. So Baekyang raised her voice. Mother? So Baekyang suddenly became afraid. The sound of snow was too loud. Her voice was covered by the sound of the falling snow, so she could not cry very loudly. Mother? Her mother's shadow was still far away. So Baekyang became impatient. She had to walk faster to chase after her mother. However, the further she walked, the more breathless she became. The more she walked, the smaller her voice. What should she do? Should she stop yelling and walk faster to catch up with her mother? Or should she stop walking and scream as loud as she can? The young heavenly demon did not know. While she was debating what to do, the shadow withdrew a little further away. Mother! Eventually, So Baekyang stopped. Mother! As she stopped, her voice became a little stronger. Until now, her energy had been focused on walking, not on directing her voice. So Baekyang thought that finally her mother would turn her head and look at her, and the shadow would become clear. But what happened? The shadow got a little further away. While So Baekyang screamed, it had gained more distance. Before long, the shadow of her mother was buried in the blizzard and disappeared into the snowfield. Did her mother abandon her? Had she intended to part ways with her while using the snowstorm as a pretext? Or did her mother really lose her by accident? So Baekyang did not know. She couldn't know. 2. You have died. I let my eyes stay closed for a moment, then opened them. It was an endlessly dark space. Your death has satisfied the skill condition, so Baekyang's skills are being randomly copied. My hell. The skill cards are being created. The cards floated before my eyes. But my immediate concern wasn't getting a skill card. I sighed and said to Baehuryung, Sword Emperor, did you memorize the file? Yeah, to some extent. Baehuryung scratched the back of his head. It was the folder in which the alchemist and the medicine king desperately wrote down their research results. That was the important thing. The heavenly demon was drowning in disharmony and causing turmoil, so I couldn't carefully memorize the contents of the file. If we combine what you memorized and what I memorized, the pieces will somehow fit together, but we have to go back quickly before I forget. Okay, then let's quickly choose a skill first. Baehuryung moved in the air. He then looked at the back of the cards and read them out loud. The heavenly demon had quite a lot of skills, but there was one that caught our attention. Infernal Heaven's demonic art, rank, effect, the demonic cult. They hate the logic of the heavens. They curse it. And they did not stop at hating and cursing the heavens, but formed cults, eventually uniting under one doctrine. The Infernal Heaven's demonic art is a martial art with the essence of that doctrine. Those who awaken the Infernal Heaven's demonic art can tear up the heavens and crush the tall mountains. However, you must deeply understand the hatred and curses contained in the basic movements of this skill. The more you hate and curse the world, the more you overshadow the heavens. One who has mastered and reached the peak of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art is the heavenly demon, the one who will overthrow the heavens. However, it becomes difficult to maintain your sense of self if you use this new skill. Plus Infernal Heaven's demonic art. It was a terrible name, but I couldn't make fun of it. This must be the martial arts we saw earlier, right? Because it was really that powerful. She just swung her sword from a distance, but the Medicine King's head fell off. The venomous snake died without being able to withstand 3 strikes. Even I, who was confident in my training against the Devil King of Fall Rain, could not outrun the sword path cut by the heavenly demon, the greatest skill that existed in this world. It's a typical demonic art. Baehuryung frowned. In the end, it's a matter of how you deal with the world, whether it's with strength or strategy. How I deal with the world? Indeed. If you try to embrace the world with generosity, you usually end up in the righteous sect. If you try to ravage the world, that is the demonic cult. That is why the people of the righteous sect made their bodies into vessels to accept the world and the demonic cult's people made their bodies with nails that can scratch the world. Behuryung humphed and crossed his arms. I'll give you the simplest example. A sword strike that cuts straight from the head to the bottom. In some schools, they call that the tiger fury because it is like a tiger rushing. Whick. Behuryung took a stance and swung his arms down as if he was wielding a sword with both hands. It was only for an instant, but I flinched. I really felt the spirit of a wild beast charging at me. It was strong. His tone and behavior are so pathetic that I sometimes forget about it, but in front of my eyes was indeed the Sword Emperor Behuryung. He was a warrior who had nearly conquered the tower with just a sword. Well, it doesn't really matter whether it's a tiger or a bull. The specifics can vary depending on how the founder or the creator of the move gained enlightenment. Anyway, it's important to imitate a tiger or bull. Emulate it, copy it. Thus, you make something of the world into your own. That's what Behuryung meant by vessels to accept the world. But the demonic arts are different. Behuryung took a stance again. It was the same posture as when he previously swung his arms. In the demonic sect, they say something like this when teaching initiates. Behuryung breathed in forcefully and stomped his foot. Recall your rage, the soreness in your stomach, at the moment a thief stole one of yours. The empty air in the void split open. I unintentionally stepped back. The face. It was because of Behuryung's countenance. His face was blank, but it still emanated an infinitely cold anger. It was as if he became a completely different person. Recall the moment your younger sister was dragged away by the governor. Remember your weakness, your inability to do anything. You waited in front of the governor's house for the night to pass, but at dawn, your sister returned to you as a cold carcass. Remember her face and paint it into your heart. Behuryung began to perform a sword dance. Even though his hands were empty, somehow I felt as if I could still see a sword. That sword was as black as the space in which we stood. Recall when you buried your sister's body alone. Was it winter? The ground was frozen and it was hard to dig. Did you dig at the stubborn soil with your fingertips? Did your fingernails crack? Did blood flow from your broken nails? In the end, you couldn't even dig down to a foot. Did you put your sister's corpse into a pit? Did you bury her feet first? Did you put a pile of cold dirt over your younger sister's body? You couldn't bury her in the ground. In the end, did you sprinkle the dirt on her face, one handful at a time? I couldn't breathe. As Behuryung's sword dance continued, the endless space which we were in seemed to narrow. It was enough to make my head spin a little. It was only the movement of his hands and arms, but Behuryung's grudge resonated deeply. Recall the texture of that grain of soil. Hold your sword with the hand that dug the earth. Swing your sword as you scattered the dirt over your younger sister. Lament your helplessness and blame the cruelty of the world. I muttered, though it was more like a moan. The nails that scratch the world. That's right, Behuryung stopped his arms. Only then could I breathe again. Shall we say that it's a mental cultivation method that uses internal energy? It's literally a way to build and train your mind by pushing through adversity. Whether it's a strong person or a hunter, the outcome will be different depending on how well they use internal energy or aura. Behuryung shrugged as if it didn't matter. In simpler terms, it's a battle of wills. The demonic arts are a little heavy on the spirit. Anyway, zombie, this isn't something you need to learn. I quietly looked at the silver skill card. Really, you don't need to learn other martial arts. Don't you know who I am? Am I not the Sword Emperor? I'm the greatest martial artist in this universe. You may not know this, but you're slowly becoming proficient at my supreme techniques. Infernal Heaven's demonic art or whatnot compared to my martial arts, it's like trash. I want to learn it. Huh? Behuryung blinked. I'm going to learn it. This, Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Blink, blink. It was after about 3 seconds that Behuryung recovered his voice. Why? Because I want to. Compared to my martial arts, this is total crap. Behuryung began to go wild. No way. Zombie, did you fall for the Heavenly Demon's swordplay? The fuck? I'm gonna go nuts. That only looked impressive because she entered the state of life or death, leaking her energy. It sucks. It literally sucks out your energy. Zombie. A traditional warrior should not get drunk and waste one's energy. I grinned. Are you mad because I'm trying to learn someone else's martial arts? What? No need to worry. In any case, our Sword Emperor's martial arts are the strongest in the universe. Do you think I'm trying to learn the infernal heaven's demonic art because I don't know that? Bei Huryong's nose twitched. Still, his pride seemed to have been satisfied since I flattered him a bit. This ghost was really easy to handle. Well, I am, as you say, the strongest. But then why are you trying to learn the demonic arts? It's so I can fully conquer this stage. In other words, it was to bring the correct ending to this world. Say that a cure is made. If so, it's over after we save 2 people, the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord. All other humans have been dead for over 2 years. And treatment doesn't mean that they'll survive. Isn't that right? Bei Huryong furrowed his brows. You're right about that. Then how will the ending turn out? In the reborn new world, the Murim Lord and the Heavenly Demon become Adam and Eve? Sword Emperor. Does that look like a good ending to you? Bei Huryong's face looked like he was chewing shit. He was probably imagining the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord as a couple. No, that's really wrong. I can't imagine a scene where the two become a sweet couple. It gives off a bad mood. Right? I looked straight ahead. Please select a skill card. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cards chaotically danced about in the air, but I only had 1 card in my sight. My gaze did not leave the silver card. Creating a cure is just the first condition necessary to make a good ending. In the end, a great ending depends on whether the characters in the work can really be satisfied. I stretched out my arm and grabbed the card. I want to present a perfectly satisfying ending to the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord. Selection complete. The skill is being copied. Of course, it didn't end there. Your current hunter class is D class. There is a penalty from your skill. The Heavenly Demon's trauma. The bitter grudge in her heart. Another hell that I had to cross. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The severity of the penalty is moderate. However, this wasn't the first hell I'd run through. It wouldn't be the last either. The penalty is the Hungry Ghost Road. Will I have the chance to talk calmly about the hellish landscape that I'll cross? 3. After returning to a day earlier, I committed 8 more suicides. It was to return to the first day we fell into the apocalypse. It's cold. Same as the last time, the venomous snake shouted in surprise. The alchemist and the medicine king also instinctively hugged themselves. The dreadful coldness overtook our party. Ghoul! The blizzard raged, shouting its ire. A coup! The alchemist already started sneezing and coughing. Woo! Why is it so cold? Wasn't this a martial arts novel? Brr, it's like the Siberian wilderness. It was a white field of snow. For me, I had become used to the sight over the past 10 days. However, the rest of the party was flustered, and I wordlessly grabbed the alchemist's hand. Ah! The alchemist carefully bowed her head. Thank you. Death King Nim? Some memories from not too long ago struck my mind. I still believe in you. The torso of the alchemist that had dropped onto the snow, the red-stained snowfield. All of these images emerged one after another. My heart was pounding a bit. I spoke calmly, however, not letting any sign of my nervousness appear on my facet. It's natural, I guess. Chen Mumun, master, please take care of the medicine king. All right. Also, I think I just saw a human shadow over there. Unlike the last run-through, I led the party this time. Soon the snowstorm died down, and before us the forest of silhouettes, no, the forest of corpses, stretched out. The venomous snake was confused. What are these? Why are all the humans frozen? It seems like they're zombies. I touched the face of one of the corpses. Huh? Zombie? Yes, look at this. I pointed to the mouth of the zombie. Specifically, I pointed to its teeth. There's a lot of flesh scraps in between the teeth. People here may not have the habit of brushing their teeth after eating, but even then, this is a bit severe. It's like he bit things like a beast. Upon hearing my words, the alchemist's expression changed. She examined the corpse's mouth with a more serious look. After a while, she seemed surprised. He's right. The flesh and DNA in this mouth and the owner of this body are inconsistent. They are completely different from each other. Doesn't that mean he just ate human flesh? The medicine king was disgusted. Why? People in the Palso ate human flesh. It isn't a zombie. The dates of death don't match. The alchemist adjusted her glasses. This body died about 3 years ago. On the other hand, the owner of the flesh that was eaten died 2 years ago. That would be impossible if the eater had died and not moved for a whole year. It's hard to believe, but yes, as Death King Nim said, it must be a zombie-like creature. I hate monsters and horror movies. Do something about this. Sir, even if you tell me to do something about this. The alchemist looked embarrassed. Okay. The progress was much quicker than last time. Even if the zombies started to move, we wouldn't be caught off guard like before. The anticipation of a situation alone can change people's reactions completely. Above all, in my head, I remembered the results of the last few days of research. Boss, Medicine King. Yes? I have a strange skill, though I can't tell you what the skill is. According to my skills analysis, I explained the results of their research step by step. My memory wasn't perfect. I couldn't memorize the entire file at once. However, when the heavenly demon killed me and I went back 24 hours, I had more time to memorize the file carefully. Bei Huyung also memorized it with me. Upon hearing my explanation, the alchemist fell in deep thought. That's amazing. It's a flawless research method. I can't find any fault with it. It's almost like something I would do, but the terminology used is completely different from mine. No, it's really, really awesome. What an amazing skill, Death King Nim. The alchemist looked at me with admiration. From my point of view, the alchemist was praising herself. Perhaps the boss was evaluating herself as a really, really awesome person. In this desolate world, wasn't that confidence the most amazing thing? Or that's what I thought, at least. It's good that our research time will be shortened, the Medicine King said easily. Anyway, I want to get away from the zombies. It would be nice if there was a place to stay warm at that moment. We heard the sound of laughter. In the last run-through, I didn't know who was the one laughing, but not this time, the Murim Lord. The Namgung clan and Taesong family's old man was the one who burst into laughter. The demonic cult ends today. Ha! Then, even a passing dog will turn over and laugh. The voice of the heavenly demon, of course, could be heard. I held my breath and went in the direction of the voices. Crunch! The snowflakes were trampled under my shoes. The closer the voice got closer, the more clearly I recalled the scene when the heavenly demon admitted her emotions. I am afraid. As long as I am alive and well, the demonic cult remains strong. This is why the world is so scared. Axe Saint, you're the one that should say your last goodbyes to the righteous sect. Where is Namgungun? Call the Namgung family and the Taesang family. Summon the Murim Lord here. The country's greatest. The most powerful person in the world. That's why this woman survived until the last moment. In an infinitely sad sense, the warrior who realized the egotism of the heaven and the earth. Phew. The warrior was still smiling. She was standing up to the world in the middle of this snowy field, still smiling toughly. She was like a single dot stamped on a white sheet of paper. What a long tongue this old man has. The bloody ghosts are just staying off the radar for a while after receiving my secret order. I just hoped that the lone dot would connect to a line. You guys are? The heavenly demon's eyes widened. She looked at me as if she couldn't believe it. It was worth it. From her point of view, I was the first new person she had met in years. Is my great self seeing things now? It looks like a living person is moving. Heavenly demon Nim. I arrived in front of the woman. Then I slowly knelt down. The cool snowfield gently sank under my weight. Huh? Only, from a world far away, I heard of the majesty of the heavenly demon and came to find you. For a long time I have deeply admired the stories of the greatest person of all time. I didn't know how much time it will take from now on, but I was determined. I faced the heavenly demon and shouted, "Please accept me as your disciple, heavenly demon Nim." The heavenly demon dropped her jaws as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 70, The World of Dead Constellations. 2. Chapter 70, The World of Dead Constellations. Translator, Sasha 4. It's cold. So Baekyang thought, in the middle of a snowy field, buried in white snow, the world was colorless, odorless, and silent. The world was just a cold, blank sheet of paper. It's cold. Her flesh was cold. Her bones were cold. Even her blood was also cold. So Baekyang thought, my stomach is numb. Mother, I think my internal organs are filled with ice. Mother, it's too cold here, she thought and thought. As she continued to think, her insides became increasingly frozen. Eventually, her thoughts and even her head became cold. Cold, another cold world. Her mother's silhouette. How much time had passed? The silence broke. It's weird, how strange. The smell returned. It's already been 10 days since it snowed here. The snow is at least 5 feet deep. How is it that this child is still breathing? Finally, even the colorless landscape broke apart. So Baekyang looked ahead with young, childish eyes. There was an old man standing in front of her. He had dug up the snowfield and made a noise. When he grabbed her wrist, he smelled like an old man. The eyes of the old man looking at her were black. You're not an ordinary child. That old man was an old master of magic. You were born of ice and snow. The coldness of the world will soon be a part of your energy. Curiouser and curiouser. A young kid spends 10 days buried in a snowfield and emerges like this. It's like something out of a book. Child, what is your name? So Baekyang parted her lips. I don't know. She couldn't recall her name. How old are you? I don't know. How did you end up in this snowfield? I don't know. She couldn't remember anything. It was cold. Her thoughts froze, her head and ability to think froze, and all the words in her head and heart seemed to be frozen. Poor thing, a young one already sent to the elements. The old master groaned. However, you are the perfect vessel for learning martial arts. The master of the North Sea will take you even if he has to pay 1 billion gold pieces. What wonderful fate! But for what purpose? Will our school be a gift to you, or will you be a gift to our school? It's very difficult to assess with my old eyes, so Baekyang did not understand. From before, she could hardly understand what the old man was saying. The person in front of her was using words that were too difficult for her. Brush? The old man smoothed So Baekyang's hair. Child, will you follow me? I will feed you and get you a place to sleep. These words were easy to understand. As she nodded slowly, the old man spoke again. You don't smell of anything. Since you don't have a name and don't know your birthplace, you are probably a child born from the snow. I will give you my last name, and I will call you Baekyang, the scent of the white snow. The scent of the snow. From now on, you are a student of the demonic sect, So Baekyang. So Baekyang remained quiet for a while. Then she spoke. Where am I going? The old master smiled. It is a place where children like you gather. 5. It's impossible, the heavenly demon said. I have never had a disciple in my life. Even though the world has become twisted, my rules remain unchanged. A disciple? Absolute nonsense. The cave with the hot spring. We had left the snowy field and were in the stronghold of the last survivors of this world. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord said, to think there were still survivors. They were surprised, but they gladly welcomed us as guests. However, they only accepted us only as guests. It seemed that the heavenly demon had no intention of accepting me as a disciple. Hey, demon lord, why are you being so stingy? From the side, the Murim Lord chewed on an energy bar. I'm glad that the children of the outside have survived. And not only did they survive, but they also came through rough conditions to be taught by you. That's meritorious and quite charming. What are you still being so stiff for? It's meritorious and charming, the heavenly demon hummed and snorted. Even so, the rules for accepting a disciple are strict. At our school, we do not senselessly accept all people. Only children who have been abandoned by their parents and abandoned by the world can enter the demonic cult. Tsk, tsk. You always call me an outdated old fart, but you're more discriminatory than me. The Murim Lord shook his head. Child, that's what she said. Why don't you let go of this petty, demonic cult junk and take me as your teacher? I am Namgung Un. I am from the great Namgung clan and am the head of the Taesang family, as well as the leader of the righteous sect. If you become my disciple, I will treat you with great affection. Why are you saying you can't accept me as a disciple, heavenly demonim? I asked, ignoring the old man. The Murim Lord was a little shocked, exclaiming, What? Could it be that my name isn't well known in the outside world? It was a little pitiful, but I left it alone. The heavenly demon furrowed her brows. Didn't I just say it? Only children who are abandoned by the world can enter the school. The world has changed, I replied. People have turned into Jiangshi because of a mysterious disease. The Murim world's sects and families have all been destroyed. Since the world has abandoned humans, we are all abandoned by the world, whether you like it or not. Heavenly Demon Nim, haven't the conditions for admission been automatically satisfied? The heavenly demon closed her mouth, probably because I was right. And more than that, I was a hunter. I was also an orphan who abandoned the world outside and committed myself to climbing the tower. It was a little embarrassing to say that I was abandoned by the world, but I could say that I had abandoned the world. The admission conditions that the heavenly demon spoke of would be more than satisfied. Fine. The heavenly demon stood up from her seat. If you're confident, show me your 3 calamities swordsmanship. She glanced down at me. I shall check with my own eyes if you are entitled to inherit the teachings of our school. It's obvious that you're just all talk and no skill anyway. I also got up from my seat. Thank you for the opportunity. I pulled out the holy sword. Shing! The sound of a sword being drawn echoed in the wide cave. People were looking in my direction. They were quietly waiting to see the kind of swordsmanship I would demonstrate. Of course, I had no intention of showing off the 3 calamities swordsmanship. Your skill is being activated. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. After all, there was a skill that I learned for this very moment. When the skill was activated, countless movements were drawn in my head. Weird and strange sword forms. However, seeing the road in front of me and driving on it were completely different matters. I didn't have a deep understanding of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art yet. If I tried to show off the swordsmanship like this, my body would only tear like a crow tit chasing a stork. If it'll be torn anyway. Therefore, this came to mind. It should be torn properly. The scenes of the traumas that I experienced so far. I swung my sword while painting them in my mind one after another to open the path to the demonic arts. I'd witnessed groans and screams while climbing the tower thus far. The moaning and the screaming were always raw and vivid. I remembered these sounds as if I had just heard them a moment ago. Their voices colored my heart. Save me. Save me, please. I'm so hungry. Please give me something to eat. The basement of the mansion. I recalled the voices of children who were trapped and tortured. I want to live. The children had been bound in chains. When the mansion was caught on fire and burned, the children stared at the flames in front of their eyes. Trapped in the chains, they could not escape. They had to patiently wait until they were thoroughly burned. I wanted to play a little longer. With the children's screams in my heart, I swung my sword. Mamadou, that's swordsmanship. Nearby, I heard the Murim Lord exclaiming in bewilderment. But I ignored it. He wasn't what I had to focus on right now. Slowly, not hurrying, step by step, I swung my sword, thinking of what I had to think. Burn her. Burn the witch's nest. I remembered the voice of a demon who tried to save the sick at the edge of a continent. Why? You are all humans. The demon had shed black tears from her eyes, the paradise she made. The small village was burning. The sight of a man burning another man was engraved in the demon's eyes. You know about the beauty and tears of life, so why? Just why? You called us monsters. That's why you didn't hesitate to burn us. Are we not also human? With the screams of the demon in my heart, I swung my sword. My sword moved faster and faster. The Infernal Heaven's demonic art that I gained from my death took shape. The trauma that had been transplanted after I died pulsed with anticipation. I felt like I would get lost in the middle of this, but then I called forth my aura and forced myself to continue the sword forms. Look at this, kid. Bei Huryong said that the demonic arts were nails that scratched the world. However, as I practiced the Infernal Heaven's demonic art, my mind changed a little. Perhaps it is more of a scream than a nail. Wow! The path of my sword continued and continued, then finally became a sword dance. Now I see that if you were born in the Murim world, you'd have entered the demonic cult. In the end, my sword dance was not beautiful. It was immature. It was clumsy. There was no scent of flowers, only the smell of fire. If swordsmanship had a face, my sword was the face of a person with a burn scar. It was only a scream. No matter how admirable yin and yang were, the world born from them was only full of grief. No matter how clever the script of the 3-character classics was, it could not overcome a single scream of a lowly human. The sword containing the grief of the world was sharper than the sword of yin and yang. A sword that wielded a single scream was stronger than a sword that moved, according to a wise saying. The deeper the grief, the coarser the scream, the stronger the sword. That was why we were strong, survival of the fittest. That was the doctrine of the demonic sect. Speak. War has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. Say it. If you say this, I will kill you as you want. The heavenly demon was the epitome of this doctrine. The highest sky. The heavenly demon knew of all the screams of her sect members and knew how to release them all with a sword. The sword form that the heavenly demon used must be a scream that faced the world, move by move. It was proof that somewhere in this world there were those who had screamed and yelled in agony. The whole world has become empty. Decades spent in vain, completely futile. She was that sort of sky. Even the heavenly demon screamed in the final moment. Ah ha ha ha! She laughed madly. Ah ha 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 ha! With that laughter in my heart, I swung my sword. Stop! I swung my sword. Stop it! I swung my sword. Did I not tell you to stop? Suddenly my sword stopped. I didn't stop because I wanted to stop. There was a cane. The heavenly demon lifted a wooden stick and stopped my blade. Her dark inner energy echoed on the cane. You, the heavenly demon muttered in a low voice. Where did you learn the skills of our school? Her eyes were pitch black. You can't fool my eyes, no matter how messed up and inexperienced your forms are. What you've done right now was definitely the infernal heaven's demonic art. In this world, only the members of the demonic sect can learn this skill, but I, the head of the cult, have never seen your face. Speak. From where did you steal it? I realized then that I was more tired than I thought. I had run out of breath. My whole body was wet with sweat. The holy sword in my right hand felt as heavy as a rock. I looked around. The Murim Lord was, of course, but even the other people in the party were watching me with bated breath. From the open ceiling of the cave, the starlight of the night sky was pouring down. Maybe more time had passed than I thought. I forced my mouth to open. Am I worthy enough? Do I have the qualifications to be Heavenly Demon Nim's disciple? The heavenly demon was silent. After being silent for a while, the woman turned her back. She walked to the dark side of the cave. Her back was refusing everyone, so nobody could chase after her. If I had a little more energy, I might have followed her. Death King Nim? Slump. My knees collapsed. Death King Nim! Are you okay, Death King Nim? Everything was hazy. I thought it must be because I consumed too much aura at once and my head blanked. I would probably pass out and stay like this overnight. I tried to smile at the alchemist to reassure her, but even that was difficult. The scene in front of my eyes was already dark. Tsk, tsk. Just before I fainted, I heard Bei Huryong's voice. You pushed yourself to the verge of death by using martial arts above your level. Little crow tit, that's why people keep saying you have to build up from the basics. Only Bei Huryong sighed. Then, it wasn't too bad, crow tit. You're an admirable bastard. I lost consciousness. Chapter 71, World of Dead Constellations. Chapter 71, The World of Dead Constellations. 3. Translator Thursdays. Editor Sasha 6. Winter. So Baekhyang entered the mountain. She was 11 years old. Child, no one will force you to do anything. The headquarters of the demonic cult. The place that the old man took her to was like heaven. Even when she didn't do anything, she was still given food in the morning and evening. She was given a warm futon. There wasn't even anybody to discipline them. Eat when you want to. Sleep when you want to sleep. Play when you want to play. Baekhyang, just live the way you want to live. So Baekhyang was dazed. This place might have been the paradise she heard of in the legends. All the adults here are so nice. Children her age grinned broadly. They don't make us do anything. Are they trying to raise us as slaves? Idiot! It's been a year since I've been here, and they haven't done anything like that. There were many orphans in heaven besides her. Very many. Even at a glance, there were more than 2,000 of them. Furthermore, 1 or 2 children entered the mountain every day. Once, during a famine, dozens of them had entered in one day. Were there so many orphans in the world, you guys? So Baekhyang parted her lips. How did you guys get here? There was silence. The children stared at her. Then, in an instant, they opened their mouths. The farming was too bad. My mother worked in the red light district. I don't want to talk about it. Why do I have to tell you? At night, thieves with swords attacked the town. The villagers all suddenly got sick. They kept hitting me. I ran away. Hunger, mission, illegitimate child, bandits, pandemics, abuse. Each time the children opened their mouths, poison flowed. So Bakyang was dizzy. The poison drenched with hunger was bitter. The poison with resentment for one's calling was burning. The poison of an illegitimate child was fierce. The poison of being stabbed by bandits was cold. The poison that grew from the plague was nasty. The poison salted with abuse and beatings was rotten. You guys, were there so many poisons in the world? Have all the bitterness, heat, pain, and rot from the world gathered here? Then what was this place? How could this be heaven? So Bakyang remembered. Are you guys happy now? It was a jar of solitude. Are you okay now? Put toads, vipers, tarantulas, centipedes, fire ants, wasps, and all kinds of poisonous insects into the jar. Then seal the lid. The viper bites the toad eats the tarantula, and the venom eats each other until finally only one survives. Let it rest to make the ultimate poison. Yeah, the children laughed brightly, because I can eat rice every day. I don't have to work for my mother. I'm always fine. Yup, there are no thieves here, right? Even if it hurts, the doctor will fix it. Nobody hits me. I like it. Toad, viper, tarantula, centipede, fire ant, wasp. The children opened their mouths and laughed, but in So Bakyang's eyes, her peers looked just like poisonous beasts and bugs. That was right. This place wasn't like heaven. It was just a jar to nurture the loneliness of one person. So Bakyang quietly put her hand on her chest. It was cold. It wasn't something that could be warmed with a warm morning's porridge, evening soup, or a thick blanket. Ice that would never heat up was buried in the middle of her heart. That was her heart. Her mother was leaving. The snow was drifting down. Her mother didn't stop walking away. Like her, the snow did not stop. From that day on, So Bakyang didn't get along with her peers. Eat when you want to. Every morning and evening, the food she ate lessened. Sleep when you want to sleep. She went to bed early and got up even earlier. Play when you want to play. She didn't play. While the children laughed and played around, neutralizing their poison with laughter, So Bakyang did not socialize with them. The children murmured, "Bakyang is strange. She's always playing with the farmers. Weird." Yup, she didn't eat rice, on purpose. Why does she hang out with the farmers? I don't know. She ignored it. Just live the way you want to live. Time passed. One day, an old man came. It was the old master of the demonic sect who had brought her here. Although time had passed, the old man had not changed from that winter day. "It's been a long time since we saw each other, Bakyang." "Yes, it's been a while. I have something to ask you." Thud. Thud. The old master hit the ground with his staff. "I hear you don't fit in with children your age." "Yes, I hear you help the farmers grow the food you eat and harvest it." "Yes, I hear that you make all the clothes you wear and the blankets you use." "Yes." "Why?" The old man tilted his head. "If you want, you can live in abundance, even if it is not luxurious. This is a peach blossom spring. Grown-ups farm and pick fruits for you. You are just a child, so why do you work so hard?" So Bakyang parted her lips. The Mo family, who farms on the lower part of the mountain, had their 2 daughters taken away by the governor. Mr. Choi, who works in the orchard, was called to build a wall, and his second son died while he was gone. He brought up this unfairness to the governor, but he was accused of conspiracy, and even his firstborn was killed. After burying the bodies of their 2 sons in their hometown, Choi and his wife devoted themselves to this place. So Bakyang listed all these out, one by one. The farmers who bring crops to the orphans were all injured by the world. There isn't a single person among them who doesn't have a painful story. Not even one. This is not heaven, so Bakyang said after scrutinizing the farmers' circumstances. They don't feed and dress us for free because they're dumb. Then? The old man asked back, "Why do you think you eat and sleep for free?" "Because they want us to take revenge for them. Because of regret and resentment. Because they could not forgive the governor and towns that ruined their lives. They want to get revenge, but they don't have the power to get revenge." So, Bakyang said, "I heard it. They say you have to learn and master martial arts from a very young age to succeed. Those farmers, the people who feed us and dress us, are too old to deepen their understanding of martial arts, but they can farm for children who can learn martial arts. We don't eat and sleep for free. That was what paradise was. It is to take revenge on the world on their behalf. It was the headquarters of the demonic cult. The old man was silent. After being silent for a while, the old master asked, Baekyang, yes. Do you have anything to say to the world? So Baekyang nodded. Yes. About the cold, about a winter's blizzard, about that day, following a mother and crossing a snowy field, about the mother who continued to walk away while hearing her child scream, about the child left behind, about the cold, about someone's heart, I do, about hunger, about a child born in the red light district, about illegitimate children, about the child who lost his family to the thieves, about a child whose village disappeared due to the plague, about a child who was abused and beaten, about their poison. I have a lot to say. The world was wide. Very many things. What had to be said was infinite. The old master quietly closed his eyes. Is that so? I suppose you do. It was quiet. If so, the world will have to listen to you. The old man opened his eyes. I am one of the demonic sect's 7 elders. I am known as the demonic Buddha. Is there a Buddha in hell? If there is no Buddha in hell, what use does he have? Even though So Baekyang called this place hell, the old man did not reproach her. Rather, he responded as if it were natural. Only then did So Baekyang know that she had chosen the right path. You passed the admission test. You did not lose yourself even with the abundance of food and a comfortable bed. Thus, your poison will be sharp. Take me as your teacher and call me master. Master. In the future, your sword will ring in place of countless screams. The old man raised his cane. Then, he placed it on the shoulders of the young heavenly demon. Bow, you are my disciple from now on. That day, So Baekyang entered the sect. She was 13 years old. 7. Get up. It was early dawn when I woke up. There was a voice that seemed to whisper in my ear. When I opened my eyes, the heavenly demon's face was right in front of my nose. Oh, already can't stand up? She was really right in front of me. She was so close that I could see each of her eyelashes. When she blinked, her eyelashes opened and closed like black curtains. I was lying on the floor. The heavenly demon stared down at me in that position. There, heavenly demon Nim. Was it because I just woke up? My mouth felt so stuffy that I couldn't speak properly. If you're still there, I want to get up, but I can't. It feels like my head will bump into you. Seeing how you're so eloquent after waking up, your body must be fine. The heavenly demon straightened her back. Go into the hot spring and take a bath. Wash your mind and body with all your heart. Yes? I shall be waiting at the entrance of the cave. The heavenly demon swung around and walked away. I had nothing to say. The small back of the heavenly demon disappeared to the other side. I stayed in the cave, dumbstruck. The other sleeping party members were also there. Unyang. Who? Were they immersed in the virus research until late at night? Tools were scattered around the sleeping forms of the alchemist and the medicine king. The venomous snake was crossing his arms with a big smile, as if he was in a very pleasant dream. What kind of dream did he have to be able to sleep so sweetly? I opened up 3 psychological status windows at once. Yes, I am right. No, why should I even explain this simple thing? You wouldn't understand it even if I did explain it. Anyway, I'm right, so do what I tell you to do. You're driving me nuts. You're as dumb as a water flea, you idiots. And no, that wasn't what I meant, but if you just mull it over in your noggin, if you just think a little more, you can understand this simple logic. I'm sorry. Ha, this is my 100th victory, Marcus. Also, I won 999,999 times against that youngster who's an alchemist of something. Oh ho, is there really no one standing in the way of Sean McAllister's road to victory? It's sad to realize just how much superior I am in this world. Okay, I shouldn't wake them up. I especially thought that I shouldn't touch the last one. I washed my body carefully and went out. Shiny and Bei Huryang were holding their breaths the whole time. The white sky loomed over us as the dawn mixed with the snow on the horizon ate. Upon exiting the cave, I saw a snow-covered world. The heavenly demon stood in the middle of a snowy field. Arms crossed, she looked at me up and down from head to toe. Did you wash up everywhere? Yes. I cleaned until I felt that even my mind was cleansed. I hate people who speak well. The woman frowned, furrowing her eyebrows as if she found me dissatisfactory. And you are too good at talking. Your tongue is much too light. I worry if your temperament is more of a scammer than that of a good man. Ah, was that so? I've never really thought that I had a talent for speaking. However, the witch, who was second place in the rankings, also told me off, saying that I was good at talking. Was I born with a talent that I hadn't known about? As I was locked in these thoughts, the heavenly demon narrowed her eyes at me, displeased. I also opened her psychological status window. Despite his silver tongue, his face is still dumb after he washed up, so he's not cute at all. He's the very picture of a member of the Hao Munju. What was Hao Munju? Follow me. I followed the heavenly demon, keeping her in my sight. As we crossed the snowfield, the heavenly demon said, "If you want to wear the clothes of the demonic cult, you have to pass numerous tests. Although you have proved your qualifications, that doesn't mean you have passed the test. Our first exam is it the test of comfort?" Thud. Maybe I was imagining it, but the heavenly demon's steps seemed to falter. You take in children, raise them, and feed them for free. Children who settle and are complacent with this are raised by the farmers, craftsmen, and others on the auxiliary side of the sect. They would grow up and support the demonic cult. But it's different if you pass test of comfort. Then, you are recognized as a disciple of the cult. These are the children who officially learn the demonic arts. At this time, they say that they have truly entered the demonic cult. How do you know that? I was killed by you in the last run-through, and I saw your trauma. I couldn't say that, though, so I just smiled. I know quite a lot. Ah, how indifferent the heavens are. The last connection that I'll make, and they brought me a sly thing like you. Must I really accept this Hao-Mun-like wretch into the sect? Behu-ryong nodded from the side. Yup. Zombie does look like a Hao-Mun scrub. Because it's the heavenly demon, she has a good eye for people. What are you talking about? Well, if you were just a scrub, you'd lose interest in things too quickly. But when you're being weird, you just don't quit. So it's even worse. Was this a compliment? Or was it an insult? Whenever I wondered if someone was complimenting me or cursing me, I would just interpret it as a compliment. There were desolate times. Today, people are too stingy with praise. Shouldn't I, at least, receive people's words in good faith? That's right. Even if the other person was a weird, eccentric, and negative ghost like Behu-ryong, I'm saying that that part of you is like a scrub. You crow-tit. I had no idea what he meant. Really. This place should be good enough. There was a pit in the place that the heavenly demon led me to. A huge pit. The center was hollow, shaped a little like the Colosseum, but it was as dark as midnight because the dawn's light could not reach it. Be joyous. The heavenly demon turned and looked at me. This great self is willing to accept you as a disciple, the world of the demonic sect. The heavens won't reject a member if he is well qualified. But I can't accept you as a formal disciple yet. No, heavenly demon Nim, you're too much. I came from far away to become your disciple. I also showed you that I was qualified, but what do you mean that I'm still not good enough to be your formal disciple? First of all, your words are very suspicious. The heavenly demon stared at my face. It's really suspicious that you came from beyond the Great Wall. I also doubt that you admired the Great Me for a long time. According to my senses, everything seems like a lie. But your nature does not seem too vile, so I'm letting you go. Seriously, how does this person have such strong senses? Honestly, it's weird because you actually have a good heart. That's right, you are truly a freak. It's difficult to determine right now whether you will be an opportunity for me or if I will be an opportunity for you. What is the test? There. The heavenly demon pointed to the bottom of the pit. I threw a jiangshi down there. He was once a well-known master in Gangho, one of the most promising people of our cult. Defeat that jiangshi. Then I will accept you as a disciple of the cult. But the heavenly demon gave me a clue, arms crossed. Fight while you are hungry. What? Just as I said, fight the jiangshi, but with only hunger in your heart. Only the pain of hunger must be in that place. Do not let any other emotions or thoughts penetrate your psyche. The heavenly demon's voice echoed, Can you do it? Then I realized she already considered me her disciple. saying that I was not a formal disciple or a disciple at all of those words were nothing more than hot air. In the heart of the heavenly demon, I was a disciple who will be taught according to the teachings of the demonic cult. I was the one who would inherit the infernal heaven's demonic art. All of your sword's movements must stem from hunger, the heavenly demon said. Think of the hungry voices and groans, the arm movements and footsteps of starving people. Everything. Think about it and plant it in your mind. Make it into your will. By this will, crafted only from hunger, swing your sword. Only then will the infernal heaven's demonic art reveal its true power. I looked down the pit. Ooh. A zombie was howling at the very bottom, a black uniform. It was old and worn out, but the zombie certainly wore the uniform of the demonic cult, a pit resembling hell. You could call that zombie my senior apprentice. I opened my mouth, if I swing my sword only out of hunger, what will happen? You will be able to cut a man who has never starved in one blow. The heavenly demon spoke calmly. Therefore, you can fight half of the righteous sect members with one maneuver. Thus, that was why this was said, nails that scratch the world. First, learn the way of Asa, death by starvation. Then learn the way of Galsa, death by dehydration. Only by understanding thirst can you wield a sword to strike those who have never been parched and twisted. Next is death by drowning. You will master all 9 sword techniques, and through these you will overturn the world. I squeezed the hilt tightly. My heart was beating. That's quite appealing. The end of the heavenly demon's mouth rose. I think it was the first time I saw her smile in this life. Perhaps she liked my fighting spirit. If so, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and don't fall into hell. With that, I jumped into the zombie pit. Chapter 72, The One Who Gathers Death. 1D2, The One Who Gathers Death. Translator, Thirst Editor, Sasha 1. What word in the world matched the least with zombie? I knew that it was a strange question, but this world was occupied by zombies. As I fought against zombies and practiced martial arts, I naturally had to worry about zombies. So I just realized which word was the worst combo with the zombie. Go! That was Dukin. Ah! A zombie in a black robe gathered his hands and fired a Hadouken at me. I wasn't kidding. It was real. I'll say it again. This zombie, who had lived as a person of the Murim world, screamed and fired Hadouken at me. This is crazy. Whoosh! The Hadouken easily pushed me back. I flew through the air like a tossed wooden stick. What had happened so far already left me dumbfounded, but it didn't end there. Woo! The zombie kicked the ground with a tap. It was a strange technique for movement. He sleekly activated a lightness skill. As if his body was filled with helium, the zombie soared into the air. In a moment, the zombie flew all the way to right in front of my nose. Insanity. Hey, wait, this can't be real. I swung the holy sword urgently. But before I could wildly cut the zombie, a voice stopped me from swinging. Wrong. Don't swing your sword randomly. It was the voice of the heavenly demon. She was looking down at my fight from above the pit. Did I not say this? Think of the hunger, death by starvation. Think only of the gnawing in your stomach. If you just swing your sword, the infernal heaven's demonic art is nothing more than a useless shell. But! The zombie opened its mouth in front of my face. Crack! I barely managed to twist myself away and avoid the zombie's teeth. I didn't have the time to fall properly, so I just ended up rolling on the ground. Was it more angry because I avoided it? The zombie roared and rushed at me again. I'm not really hungry right now. Fool, the heavenly demon shouted as if she was frustrated. Can't you think of the color red in your mind even if it isn't in front of your eyes? Just because you're not hungry right now doesn't mean you can't remember the feeling of hunger. Go! While the heavenly demon talked to me, the zombie continued to attack me with its nails. If I was scratched by those nails even once, it would be over for me. If I became infected with the zombie virus, I would become Kim Zombie in the truest sense of the word. Chang! Clink! The zombie's nails struck my sword with a horrible sound. I couldn't attack, busy as I was with trying to defend myself. I could taste death. If you can't do this, it is because you aren't yet used to the sense of hunger. Your stomach is too full. Those who learn the infernal heaven's demonic arts must be able to freely recall their senses. A sense of hunger. Memory of hunger. Remember the longest time you were starved for. Go over your senses from back then. Where were you then? What did you want to eat the most? How long had you been hungry? The longest time I starved for was 3 to 4 days. What? 3 to 4 days? The heavenly demon was dumbfounded. You mean that the longest you've ever starved was for only 3 days? That's ridiculous. It has been a long time since the world has become so turbulent, and the harvest has been bad. How could you only starve for 3 days, unless you're the child of a noble family? Well, the place beyond the walls were more abundant than the central regions. Of course, the tower, where people from all over the world gathered, was more abundant than the Murim world. Furthermore, it was also a place where you could enjoy modern civilization. There probably were quite a few hunters who've never starved for more than 2 days. Oh ho! Huh! Tsk, tsk, tsk. The heavenly demon sighed. I see that this isn't getting through to you. Hunger is the most pressing sensation. That is because it is a pain that cannot be skipped for even a day, a pain that no man can reject. People live to soothe their hunger. There is no difference between the hunger of an emperor and the hunger of the lowest caste. How can you awaken the infernal heaven's demonic art if you don't even know this? No, but I lived as an F-class hunter for over 10 years and have gone hungry quite often. When I bought teok teok baki while living outside the tower, I counted how many rice cakes there were per serving and only bought from a shop that gave 4 more pieces. Enough. The heavenly demon turned around. This was my fault. For a moment, I had hope, as I thought you are a man who's only talk. I was at the bottom of the huge pit, so the heavenly demon's figure quickly disappeared from my view. Chang! Clink! Barely blocking the zombie's teeth and nails, I shouted at the already distant heavenly demon. Heavenly demon Nim? There was no answer. Heavenly demon Nim? Again, there was no answer. The heavenly demon was a warrior who didn't look back. Please wait. Oh my God, it's not like being hungry is something special. Does that make any sense that you can't learn martial arts because of that? Ha! The Hadouken zombie opened its mouth wide again. Ah! Oh, chomp! You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. I regressed to a day ago and stomped my feet. As I returned, I saw the skill card of Hadouken zombie, suffered trauma, and received system verification that my ego was maintained. But that wasn't important now. But I also lived through a lot of hardships. I was fuming, indignant, wanting to win. Only those 2 emotions, like red and blue fireworks, burned in my heart. They went beyond just burning. They blazed. Wow. Beihuryeong rested peacefully next to me. She's educating you in a very traditional way. Well, she's teaching you an arcane art, so that's only right. Zombie. Humans have been eating more since olden times, so they become more simple. Fine. So she's coming at me like this, huh? Huh? I ignored Beihuryeong's words and left the hot spring cave. If you come out like that, do you think I'll cower and surrender? Am I supposed to be thankful? I'm a man who is burned to death. I was scorched from my head down. Do you think I won't die from starvation? Beihuryeong wore a rare, embarrassed expression. Zombie, why are you like this? Hey, instead of this, learn swordsmanship only from me, not the heavenly demon woman or something. I'm much more tolerant when it comes to being a teacher. She wants me to feel hungry, then I'll starve. Damn it. Beihuryeong muttered. What a dilemma. This guy's completely gone nuts. Oh, he's a crazy kid who can't see anything in front of him when he gets mad. We'll lose out on so many days. From that day on, I entered the road to hell. I'm going to find the items needed to clear this stage. That's what I told the party. With that, I left. Alone, I went as far as I could from the hot spring cave and isolated myself on a snowy mountain. Doing nothing, I just stayed there. You're crazy. Did he even know what I was trying to do? Beihuryeong looked at me with judgmental eyes. You're just going to stay here until you starve, right? Yes, that's it. Ah, man, Beihuryeong lamented. Everyone else should have to know how dumb this guy is. Ah, poor me. I'm the only one who knows this, alas. I regret becoming a ghost when I died. I regret it. He was noisy. Zombie. No, Ganja, please. I don't care that you're so crazy immersed in your training, but what did I do wrong that I have to keep watching you from the side? Huh? Hey, I told you you're being noisy. Let me ask one thing. How many days do you intend to do this? I sat in a small cave on a snowy mountain. It was different from the cave where the heavenly demon and the party stayed. Of course, there was no hot spring and there were no grains or energy bars. It was just a dark and cold cave. I don't know, at least 112 days. What? I saw it in the heavenly demon's trauma. She hadn't eaten anything for 111 days and endured with just air, so I'll hold on for 112 days. You damn sashimi-like. Behurirang continued to curse at me for over a minute, but it was pointless. No matter what he cursed at me, my mind was unaffected. I had already started to sit in a lotus position. You can't last for more than 100 days, no matter how much you want to. Behurirang cried out. Look at the weather now. It's cold. It's super cold. You'd freeze right away if you didn't have aura, but how are you going to keep circulating your aura for over 100 days? No matter how much you try, 20 days will be the limit. Seeing how I didn't respond to abusive language, he was now trying to speak persuasively. Besides, Gongja, enduring for more than 100 days is no longer in the realm of hunger. You've never starved for more than 100 days, right? Since you haven't, stop talking. Have you ever starved like that? Yup. I know it because I practiced fasting in my youth. I felt like I was going to die of hunger for a few days, but after a while, I didn't even feel hungry. It's not starvation, it's just mental discipline. Mental discipline. Then there's my answer, I replied flatly. I just need to fast for 15 days, then keep repeating the 15th day. Behurirang huffed. What are you saying? I won't eat anything for 15 days. I'll hold on until my hunger peaks, then I'll kill myself to stay on the 15th day. My hunger level won't change. I looked at Behurirang. I repeat until I have 112 days like that. How does it sound? I won't run out of aura. I'll continue to feel hunger. It's the perfect solution. You. Madman? Behurirang was astonished. Just learn from me. Don't take a strange master as your teacher. I told you my martial arts is superior. If you really need a teacher, you can learn from me. What the hell is making you do such a crazy thing? I will learn the infernal heaven's demonic art perfectly. My heart was ablaze. Do you know why the heavenly demon lost hope in the world? Do you know why this world, the chronicles of the heavenly demon, ended? It's because she felt that it was meaningless to live longer. When the Murim Lord was lying in his sickbed, the heavenly demon muttered to herself, "The whole world has become empty." That was the end. If the world was a book, that was the final sentence written on the last page, that it was all meaningless. Even if people continued to talk, none of their words mattered. Even if people moved, no matter where they went, no matter what they felt, none of it had any meaning. Even if there were hundreds of lines after that sentence, even with thousands of lines of description, it was to no avail. It was the same as a white sheet of paper. Then the novel dies, and the world dies. It would perish. That was what the librarian meant by serial disnuation, but I didn't want this world to perish that way. I didn't want the heavenly demon to end like that. It's easy to live while avoiding things. I looked outside the cave. There was a white snowy field. Let's say I have a thug-like skill. I'm the greatest. If I win everything by skill. Hunters that are inferior to me are like that because they are idiots. I don't need to care about the idiots, so I just pick a stage that's comfortable for me to target. No matter what happens, I laugh at them. I look down on them, cynically. I circulated the aura all over my body, still in the lotus position. It does look cool, I admit. Then I began. And while cynicism isn't childish in itself, people who live while being cynical are childish. I started to starve myself. Fairness is childish, but the people who live fairly are not childish. I starved for a day. Only I am a person too. I have to live. I starved for 2 days. Then the answer is obvious as to how I should live. I starved for 3 days. I starved and starved again. Chapter 73. The One Who Gathers Death. Chapter 73. The One Who Gathers Death. Translator, Thursdays. Sasha 2. Hunger. What is hunger? It had been a week since I started fasting. Well, the first and second days were the most painful. After 3 days passed, the pain went away. My gut movements slowed down. My thoughts became slow. My life itself faded a little. If you compare a person's life to a river, in my case one could say that the current had shrunk and dried up like a river during a year of famine, a drought. It quietly faded and receded. The stream of water shrunk and shrunk again, and it persisted like that until one day the stream of pain, the stream of thoughts, and the stream of life all dried up. Was this what hunger was? Did the heavenly demon want me to train like this? No. I got up from my cross-legged position. This isn't what she meant, I muttered quietly. If I just stay still, this will all be for nothing. I took out my sword. In my head, I pictured the movements of the infernal heaven's demonic art, and I swung the sword according to that image. Thoughtlessly. What are you doing? Exercise. Winter was cold. I inhaled and exhaled the cold air. Was it because I drank snow for the past 7 days? My breath seemed to resemble a flurry of snow. I was thinking about this wrong. I'm a little stupid. The hunger that the heavenly demon mentioned is not simply not eating. It's even worse to just fast in the lotus position. It was the first time I moved my body in a week, and I immediately ran out of breath. My muscles were shaking. My respiratory tract was tight. Hunger is when you want to eat but cannot eat. Clumsily, I tried to do a sword dance. However, I was sweating. It was different from sitting silently. My body began to come alive. The amount of sweat dripping from my skin was probably equal to the amount of water I took in. This week, I was thinking about a farmer, a hungry farmer. What is hunger? What sort of farmer wouldn't go out to the field because he was hungry? Whether he's hungry or not, whether he ate or not, he has to work. And even if he works hard, there's nothing to eat. Wasn't that what hunger was? He swings his pickaxe, he digs the ground, but it's a famine. It's been a grim time. No matter how much he works, the seeds don't sprout. The seeds really won't grow. I swung my sword. Because there is nothing he can do. I closed my eyes. The land. I imagined a land that was dry and arid. That's why he is hungry. A farmer strikes the dry ground with a pickaxe. Thud. The dirt would crumble, like breaking a stale cookie. It's been over half a year since it rained. The reservoir is empty. The well in the village is also dry. There isn't a single drop of water in the field. In broad daylight, an old man comes out and sits at the entrance of the village. He doesn't speak. The old man's wrinkled face is also dry. Because it's a drought. The sun is hot. Some villagers have already abandoned their farming work. Their fields were abandoned. Since they abandoned their work, there were fewer reasons for them to not abandon their homes. The villager took the children and left for the coast. But this farmer hasn't let go yet. Why? Because the sea doesn't seem to be different. He doesn't know how to fish. People can only live by what they learn to steal, and the farmer only knows to steal from the earth. It was the same for his father, his father's father, and the father before that. 1 day passed, 2 days, 3. The farmer goes out to the field. He goes to work even though there is no reward. In the evening, he climbs the mountain and peels off the bark of some surviving trees that he can eat. Now, there is hardly any bark left. All the villagers had taken off. When he descended from the mountain and looked back, the trees were all white and bare. From a distance, it looked like a forest of birch trees. Hunger was what made the world white. But the farmer swung his pickaxe on the bare ground. I swung my sword in the air. He can't even eat the bark. He has a family. It's been more than a week since he's eaten anything resembling food. He has a child. So, Beihuyang asked. The pickaxe swung repeatedly, as did my sword. So what are you going to do? First, he'll go to the well in the village. He barely scoops a bowl of water from the well, which you could see the floor of. The water is used to prepare the bark. Put small leaves in the water and then boil it. The fresh smell of plants, the thick smell of the bark mixed with the water vapor and spread through the air. The farmer swallows his drool. I'm hungry, I also gulped. I want to eat. He wants to bite off the bark. The bark was becoming sweeter. The bark retained the smell of the water and leaves. He thought it would be sweet. He wanted to tear the bark apart with his teeth. The thick juices would probably flow from where it was torn. There would be an earthy taste to it, a brown-colored food. The bark was edible soil. I want to eat. But he had to be patient. I have to give it to my children, at least this. I have to give it to them. The children whined. They cried. The bark that their father brought. The children hated the bark that he brought and barely touched it. They screamed. They complained while eating. They flipped it. Ah! Without thinking, the farmer slapped his child on the cheek. Just like the farmer swinging his arm, I also swung my sword. This isn't me. The farmer turns his back on his children. This isn't who I am. He wasn't someone of the nature to beat his kids originally. He was not such a person. However, the famine was terrible. It had been so long since he'd put proper food in his mouth, and his nerves were sharp. He became sensitive. It was too much. My life isn't supposed to be like this. The farmer picks up the bark. What is hunger? There have been numerous famines since the world began. There were countless farmers. There was a lot of hunger. Fight while you are hungry. Can you move despite the hunger? All of your sword's movements must stem from hunger. That was right. There was motion in hunger. Think of the hungry voices and groans, the arm movements and footsteps of starving people, everything. The motion was that of a farmer slapping his child. The gesture was that of the farmer angrily leaving the house and dumping the bark in the yard. The gesture was that of the farmer going back and handing the children the dirt-stained bark. Think about it and plant it in your mind. Since the world began, some farmers beat their children, while others touch their children's cheeks and whisper their apologies. Some farmers would even beat their children and kill them. Some farmers would survive until next year, while others die with their children. That was how it was, and that was how it would be. Make it into your will. There were no gestures that did not come from hunger. Based on this will. Crafted only from hunger, swing your sword. With the motion of indignation and resentment of hitting a child, I swung my sword. Throwing the bark on the ground, I swung my sword with a motion that meant abandoning life. With the gesture of handing the bark back to the children, I swung my sword. Only then will the infernal heaven's demonic art reveal its true power. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form, Asa, the sword of starvation. I slowly opened my eyes. The white daylight in the snowy field had turned into black night. My whole body was soaked with sweat. It was only when I was drenched with sweat that I felt hunger. I was hungry. A mad hunger gnawed at my stomach. My empty stomach seemed to have sprouted teeth and chewed on my intestines. This is hunger. It hurt. This is hunger. The demonic arts. The nails that scratch the world. The walls of the cave were scattered with scratches. Was there a storm of something? My sword strikes were clearly engraved on the stone wall. Stalactites and stalagmites were sliced through. The stone walls and pillars had been cut by a blade, even though I had barely used any aura. But it's still not enough. I had just reached the edge of this new skill I had gained. I felt it clearly, with the sword paths drawn in my head, an image drawn in my heart. The unmistakable feeling and sensation of the two matching was at my fingertips. That's how I knew. It's still clumsy. The place where my fingertips softly touched, it wasn't the peak of the mountain, but its entrance at best. Are you crazy? Paryang looked at me with a face that said he was tired. Oi, why are you calling me crazy again? This time, I'm training properly. Properly? Even those who practice the seduction arts are training more properly than you. Bae-Huryung sighed deeply. That's why ignorant people are scarier, you little crow tit. Even if I traveled the whole world, I wouldn't find a guy as crazy as you. Your spirit is of the righteous sect, but your mind and methods have turned to the demonic cult and embraced it. Good grief. I don't know the martial arts terms yet, so what about it? Such an idiot, Bae-Huryung muttered. This is bizarre, but this kid has no clue. Good grief, I'm going nuts. Tell me so I can understand. Come on. In a word, a master of the righteous sect is using the demonic arts. You want me to be more precise? It's a master of the righteous sect who only knows how to use the demonic arts, you zombie. Are your nose and ears stuffed? Well, I raised my left hand to cover my nose. It does feel a little clogged. This guy has been starving for just over a week and then his mind goes nuts. No, it was like this from the beginning. Did I do something wrong in my previous life to have to deal with this idiot? Bae-Huryung lamented. This guy's even making me disturbed in the mind. Wow. How am I supposed to teach this guy martial arts? I think it'll be fucked if I teach him the same way I taught Grandpa Marcus. What am I supposed to do? I was hungry. I wanted to eat a choco pie. A choco pie that when bite into it tastes like chocolate. A choco pie with a chewy white marshmallow inside. I wanted to eat just one piece of choco pie while drinking warm milk. What is hunger? Gongja says that hunger is a choco pie. A delicious and healthy chocolate pie. Hey, you're thinking of something else now, aren't you? No, I'm thinking about martial arts. Don't lie. I can clearly see from your face that you're thinking something foolish. Why does this man know me so well? Was he a stalker? Technically, Behur Young was a ghost that always followed behind me. You can even say that he's a ghost stalker. My mood soured when I thought that. What a nasty stalker. I'm telling the truth, the truthiest of truths. Were you frequently deceived when you were alive to be this doubtful? Then tell me, what and how were you thinking about martial arts? The stalker nitpicked. Even the way that he hung on to the little things resembled the behavior of a stalker, even though he was as large as a gorilla. Hurry up and enter Nirvana, ghost gorilla stalker. I made a solemn expression. I thought I'd go down the mountain for a while. Descend the mountain? Why? Are you going to teach the heavenly demon a lesson this time? Shh, I waved my hand in denial. I've only just reached the start of the infernal heaven's demonic art. What use is it if I commit suicide now and return to the heavenly demon? I'll only get the same reaction, like, well, he has some potential. Yeah, why does that matter? You'll still get recognition from her. How is that enough? That won't do at all. I left the cave. Do you know how frustrated and upset I was when the heavenly demon ignored me, saying that I'd never really starved? I'm a petty person. Just being recognized can't heal my wounds. This guy is giving me a bad feeling. The response I want is I'm surprised. I wanted to see her surprised face. I wanted the heavenly demon to see me use the sword and be shocked. Your talent is overflowing. It's explosive. I didn't realize that you were an opportunity for me. I'm sorry, the eyes of the great me have sprained for a while. Yup, just imagining it made me feel better. At that moment, the heavenly demon's face would be as satisfying as a choco pie. Well, how does this sound? Sword Emperor, you acknowledge it too, right? Such a nasty asshole. I came down the snowy mountain and headed for the snowfield. I felt something while using the infernal heaven's demonic art. Compared to the people of this era, I have never been so starved. The farmer knows the bark, the exact tree that he would strip it from. He knows just how to prepare the bark. My imagination couldn't go that far. Because I haven't tried it. The clearer my mental image, the more powerful skill that will emerge. The reason that my martial arts is weak, even though I've learned the infernal heaven's demonic art skill, is because my image is inferior. So, I stopped in the snow. From now on, I will fill the imagination that I lack. What are you going to do? Are you really going to eat bark? No, there is a much better way. I laughed. 100 Ghosts reincarnation. Moonlight shone. The snowfield was dyed silver. Suddenly, a cloud covered the moon. The clouds in the night sky became shadows on the snowfield. Little by little, like bugs, the shadows swallowed the snowfield bit by bit. The moon was swallowed by the shadows. Your skill is being activated. After a while, the clouds receded. However, the shadows in the snowfield did not disappear. Even in the moonlight, the snowfield was no longer silver. As if the moon, once swallowed, could not return, there were numerous shadows in the snow. My lord, one of the shadows opened her mouth. Did you call us? Prita knelt on one knee. Crunch. The snow was crushed by her knee and made a small sound. Thousands of skeletons stood behind her. Yes, I nodded. Prita, I have a task for you. Please give us our orders. This is a world that is ending. All humans have become ghosts and corpses, wandering around the 9 celestial bodies. Well, maybe it's similar to the Ajim Empire that you once destroyed. Prita bowed a little lower. My command is simple. Scatter. Scatter and gather the hungry corpses. The hungry corpses, you say? Correct. I gazed upon the endlessly snowy night. There will be towns and rural villages somewhere around here. Find them and bring the corpses that you find to here. The corpses move so they will resist, but you number over 4,000. Overwhelm them with quantity. How many? Prita opened her mouth carefully. How many corpses shall we retrieve? 112. Humans with the trauma of hunger. I will learn their hunger, and when I learn and master their hunger, I would be closer to the heavenly demon at last. Chapter 74. The One Who Gather. Chapter 74. The One Who Gathers Death. Thursday, Sasha, my lord. Prita looked up at me carefully. Experiencing 112 deaths is excessive. Even now, you've become so emaciated in the last few days that it's hard to recognize you. Huh? Did you become so loyal that you're worried about my body? Prita hesitated. She seemed to be agonizing over how to answer me. Would it be better to use flattery, or should she reveal her innermost thoughts? When the Lord disappears, I will disappear too. Preta opened her mouth. I will no longer be able to live in my little paradise. My life, my memory, my meaning, and everything will disappear. Everything depends on you, my lord. I am concerned about myself, so I am concerned about my lord's body as well. It's nice, to be honest. The corners of my mouth rose. How about you? Are you living all right these days? Excuse me? You ended up living in Estelle's village. The people whom you valued more than your life have also returned. So how are you doing? After gaining the right to monopolize the 20th floor, I released Preta to the village. Other than when I needed her to do something like right now, she would continue to stay in the village. It would be the same in the future as well. Preta replied with a nervous look. I'm doing fine. Anything special? If we're talking about something special, Preta blinked. There was a time when people called hunters came in. They said that the secret to how the Death King suddenly became stronger and the 5 top guilds' secret treasure were hidden here. However, the witch whom you brought in and the hunters who follow her prevented it from becoming a big fuss. Indeed, it was the Black Dragon Guild. Their follow-up services are top-notch for sure. There are no more whispers from the minor lords of the neighboring kingdoms. They've been contracting measles from the nomads they brought in to fight us. And even if that wasn't the case, both the Empire and the Temple declared my village a holy place. Sometimes the lizardmen and elves come and give gifts. It seemed that things in that world were going according to order. Well, but for me, the abilities that I used to possess have disappeared. There are sick people who heard rumors about me and come to visit. In addition, after the village was declared a holy land, pilgrims who wish for a miracle have come together, and I'm not sure what to do with them. For now, the hunter priests who follow the heretic questioner, whom my lord introduced us to, are taking care of them. Don't worry, I have something in mind. Specifically, I plan to build a new pharmacy for the alchemist on the 20th floor, since she said she would only take in new clients through me. After this expedition is completed, the alchemist's position would be solidified. I have to make sure that the traffic is organized. As it was a place where patients constantly visit, she would be able to gain experience with various diseases. The alchemist won't be able to handle the workload alone. Some staff would need to be hired. It would be okay to have Preta as an assistant, and it should be good to have pharmacist wannabe hunters as her disciples. Then the size of the pharmacy will naturally increase. It wouldn't take a long time for the new pharmacy to be recognized as a branch of the Alchemy Castle, and then the branch will be converted to its headquarters. I have to take care of my people, I smiled. Anything else? Other than that? Oh, Dazina. Dazina is the head of the school in my village. I think she liked the teokbokki that the hunters brought us. And Garchov, the old man who takes care of the orchard, handed out the fruit grown by him to the Black Dragon Guild's hunters who stood guard in the village. And the Black Dragon hunters gave him the fruit from my lord's world. The wind blew. Snow fluttered, and the moonlight quietly faded with the scattering snowflakes. Preta's voice flowed like snow. Under the moonlit night, I listened to the story that continued up until its end. Preta bowed her head. And that's the situation. It sounds like you're living well, Preta replied carefully. Yes, I'm living well. I nodded. We should improve the lives of people in this world as well. Come on, go and collect the bodies. Golden hair flowed down to her shoulders. Preta bowed again. A sound spilled from her lips. As you command. 3. There is a saying that goes, the right man for the right job. Summoning Preta and entrusting her to collect the bodies had very good results. She was one of the lower constellations. She had been called the Devil King of Fall Rain and had destroyed the world at least once. She knew how to reap death. I will start looking for a town or city where the government offices are located. Thousands of skeletons moved at Preta's signal. Because it is a workplace for officials, there should be a map. It will be just a clumsy map, but it should be enough to compare the geography. I'd like to combine the fragmented maps to explore remote rural and fishing villages. 3 days after the search began, Preta delivered the zombies to me. They were not the bodies of those who had learned martial arts. They were just ordinary farmers and peasants. They were that sort of bodies. I will bring back the corpse of a mother who hung herself because she could not bear to see her children go hungry. The skeleton's bones were white bones lined up and brought over the corpses. In the middle of the snowy field, it was difficult to distinguish between the white of the bones and the white of the snow. So, from a distance, it seemed like the bodies were moving on their own and gathering in front of me. The children who opened their eyes in the morning to discover their mother's bodies. I will also bring the corpses of the children who died while crying beside their mother, withering like the wild grass. The procession of corpses continued. The deaths were listed. The people in the village who cursed the mother for dying, unable to fulfill the duties of a parent. The one who hid in a well to avoid the epidemic, but couldn't escape from the well in the end. A prisoner who starved to death without even the chance to escape. Prita carefully separated and chose the poor corpses. She was like a servant paying only the most precious tributes to the king. At the end of the week, Prita again knelt on one knee in the snow. I brought them, me lord. I looked at the snowfield. Coo, coo. Numerous deaths were arranged on the field. The zombies were struggling against the hold of the skeletons who held on to their limbs. Some corpses looked old, others were young. Hunger did not discriminate by age. Good. I untied my tie. I took off my suit and threw away my underwear. It was a dark night. With my bare skin exposed under the sky, I gave an order to the skeletons. Let them go. At that moment, as soon as the corpses caught by the skeletons were released, 112 zombies rushed forward. It was their instinct telling them to come to the place with the strongest scent of flesh. Toward where I stood. Come, I smiled. All of you, come! Chomp, a young corpse jumped at me. It bit my calf. When terrible pain was about to rise up from my calf, the pain ended halfway. It was because an old corpse ripped off my thigh. The pain from the calf ended in the thigh, then again thickened and soared to my stomach. Perhaps I screamed. But I couldn't hear the scream because a zombie tore off my ears. My lips were eaten. My tongue was eaten. I couldn't hear, couldn't speak. I just looked at the sight of the countless shadows burrowing into my body. You have died. I looked up at the night sky. The moon was white, as if it was a land where snow fell forever. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The moon that the old man looked at before he died was exactly the same as it was now. All his life, he was a small-time fisherman at the river. When a Jiangshi bit his finger, the old man was not shocked. He drove the ferry calmly. If I die in this boat, it won't cause discomfort to the rest of the world. The old man's wooden boat, within sight of the village, bobbed and shook in the river. The old man lay on his stomach. It was as comfortable as lying in a casket. It would be good to die as the boat was overturned by the waves. It would be good to die as if he was just falling asleep. The old man considered it happiness to be born on the river and die in the river. The last moon he looked up was peaceful. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. He didn't know how the world had changed so much. That was what the young viceroy thought as he strolled along the city walls at night. This wasn't even his hometown. He was once a student who just memorized a few lines in the writing room. However, the viceroy died, his people died, and the people's servants died. One death led to another, like a polite request to be passed on. At the end of those requests, the one standing was himself. Town leader Nim, a soldier, approached him and spoke. He wasn't always a soldier. He had been a pimp at the inn. Even though he was testy, his head was put on right, and he was useful. What is it? The granary is empty. After half a month, there will be no millet in the warehouse. Fishermen sometimes catch fish, but they are not good enough. What will you... Reduce the grain ration for the elderly, the young viceroy said. There are countless Jiangshi. We have to save those who can still fight. Reduce the food that goes to the elderly and children by 1/3. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The viceroy in front of him was cold-blooded. Sometimes it seemed like he was colder than the Jiangshi. The soldier was sometimes puzzled how this geek, who had only recited Confucius teachings at the entrance of the village his whole life, gained such guts. The backlash will not be small. Reduce the food you give to young people by half. There will be those whose reductions are greater than others, but so long as everyone is getting less, it will be bearable. Still, won't they be dissatisfied and argue? I will starve first, the viceroy said briefly. I'll fast completely. If I, as the leader, do not eat anything, the complainers will lose their strength. Is that all right? I won't last long anyway. What difference does it make to me if I starve for a few days? The moon that he saw on top of the wall was lonesome. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. We'll all starve like this, the kid shouted urgently. It was a young girl. As a beggar of the Everdirt, now that the distinction between the poor and the rich had disappeared, she had become the head of the children of her age. The town leader's telling us kids not to eat. He's telling us not to live. Then what should we do, sister? Even if we die, we should die with some food in our stomachs. That way, we can become colorful and charming Jiangxi. The little kid fumed. There is a recipe I learned in the Everdirt. It's called togwa. Literally, it's a snack made out of mud. Mud snack? It's a cookie that you can make as long as you have mud. Her eyes lit up. Listen, her eyes lit up. Should keep catching fish. Don't give it to adults unless they give something back, and we share it with each other. And the rest of you can go to the river and scoop soft mud. What are we going to do? I'll show you. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The children scooped mud from the river. The mud was mixed with grains of sand. The children kept the mud in the scoop, then took out the gravel and sand several times. Clumped the mud together and spread it on a mat. The little boss eagerly moved her hands. She lumped the mud together like a ball and threw it on the mat, and as if she was spreading plaster, she spread the mud wide over the mat. Good. It's done. What do you mean? It's done? Just dry it in the sun like this. Then the mud cookies are made. The children were dumbfounded. You're just baking the mud in the sun? How are these snacks? Shut up. It's a recipe that's been handed down in Everdirt. Watch well. The little boss pulled something out of her pocket. It was a bag of salt. Even normally, salt was precious, but now that everything was being rationed, each grain was worth as much as gold. Little by little, the kid mixed the mud with salt. There. After half a day, the mud dried up. It's done now. Each of you can have one. But be careful when eating. If you eat a lot in one bite, it won't taste good. Savor it little by little. The children half-heartedly started to eat the mud cookies. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. It's surprisingly all right. Some children scrape the mud cookies with their front teeth like a hamster. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. I like it because it tastes salty. Some children licked the mud with their tongues. Their eyes were round. It was like they were eating ice cream. Because of the children's saliva, the fringes of the mud cookie got wet. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. It tastes awful. Some children just cried. The little boss laughed. It's okay. It just needs to be edible. In the future, we have to take care of all of our food. Eat togwa every day, and if we catch fish, we'll eat fish as well. All right? Yes, sister. The children soothed their hungry stomachs with mud. A person's mouth was sly. The children's throats accepted the salty mud as food. The salty taste was to trick the tongue for the mud to be swallowed. So when the children were eating mud, they didn't bite it all at once. They tasted the salt while licking the mud with their tongues. Don't lick too much. The taste will disappear. You have to eat pieces of it while licking. By the river, children needed the mud every day. Yeah? At the riverside. Look over there. It's a body. It was the same river where an old man had left on a boat. The old man who was born on the river died in the river. The old man regarded it as happiness. He thought that using a boat as a coffin and dying was a way to do no harm to the world. But there was something the old man didn't think about. Drowned corpses sometimes washed up on the shores. If it was the old man's happiness to die in the river, it was the old man's misfortune that his body had been pushed to this river, not the other side, and it was everyone's misfortune. The old man must have drowned. How sad. Is it a fisherman? The children approached the old corpse with fear and curiosity. Huh? It was a dark dawn. Ooh, wait a moment. Yeah, it's a Jiangxi. It's not just a corpse. The corpse wriggled as it smelled the tender flesh of the children. Run! There were some children who ran away. Ah, there was also a child who could not run away. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. That was it. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The fortress along the river, which lost contact with the capital and the surrounding villages, was destroyed. The old man died. The last town leader died while fighting. A pawn soldier died trying to get past the town gates. The little boss died while holding her younger siblings. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. They tried to live. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. They struggled. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. Because they tried to live, they starved. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The fingers of the children that they used to scoop up the wet mud by the river, their hands spreading the mud dough on the mat, their fingertips holding tightly onto the dried mud cookies. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted, 112 deaths. There was no gesture that did not come from hunger among them. Trauma reenactment complete, confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. The penalty is ending. I slowly opened my eyes. The snowfield was deserted. On this quiet night, I softly talked to myself. I wanted to learn how to prepare the bark. Reality surpassed my imagination. Was the bark of a tree not traumatized in a world that was nearing destruction? Humans could even eat mud when they were cornered. That's right, things like that happened too. I stood up and dug into the snow. I wrapped Aura in my bare hands. Digging in the snow and digging again, I reached the frozen ground underneath the perpetual snow. It was the first land I saw after falling into this world. Let's see. It was not easy to dig into permafrost. I had to use Aura for this as well. I dug up a handful of earth, then heated it up as well as the snow with Aura. It was just like boiling soup. After a long time, the grains of dirt began to soften. It was mud. I picked out the grains of sand and gravel. I followed what I saw in my dream. The mud was kneaded into spheres. I took off my suit coat and used it as a mat, and I spread the dough on top of it. Yup. Time passed. The mud cookies were baked in the morning by the broad daylight. I carefully held the mud cookie, which looked just like an ordinary sweet, with both hands. Thank you for the food. I cracked it with my teeth. A crunching sound echoed in my mouth. I licked the edge of the mud cookie with my tongue. The texture became a little softer. However, it was only soft at the tip, so when I put it in my mouth, the grains of dirt stuck to the roof of my mouth. My whole mouth felt that unpleasant texture. A little later, I got the hang of it. This food was not supposed to be chewed with my molars. I had to gnaw it with my front teeth, then swallow it little by little. The warmth of the sun and the smell of the soil. I slowly ate the food that was made with those two treasures. It really doesn't taste good. I bit into it. It tastes bad. I ate it little by little. Really, it tastes bad, I swallowed. My shoulders trembled. My heart trembled. An unspeakable emotion captured my whole body. Was it anger or was it sadness? Maybe it was hatred. Humans have probably come from the earth, so why can't we just eat the land? Why was the scent and texture of the soil so unpleasant? Why? Before I knew it, my right hand was clenched. Emotions that may be anger, sadness, or even hate gathered in my hands. Then I realized. The emotions that could not be expressed by words were originally expressed through one's hands. They weren't meant to be said. They were meant to be swung into motion. Martial arts were just the swinging of one's hands. I should return. I pulled out the holy sword. I pointed the tip of the blade at my neck. I should return and show the heavenly demon my sword. No, it wasn't my sword. It was the sword of the old man who died without a name, the soldier, the viceroy, and the children. I hadn't read the texts on martial arts, so I didn't know the mysterious doctrine of yin and yang and the 5 elements. If there was any law to my martial arts, it was only their screams. If my blade followed any natural order, it was the gesture of the humans who were thrown away by the heavens. 3. Because it is full of resentment, it is infernal. Because we view the sky with our resentment, it is the infernal heavens. I stabbed the middle of my neck with the holy sword. With the deaths of 112 people in my heart, I regressed. What I had to do was no different from the last time. I asked the heavenly demon to accept me as a disciple. Like before, the heavenly demon pondered over it for one night. After one night, the heavenly demon presented me with a test. What is the test? There. The heavenly demon pointed to the bottom of the pit. I threw a Jiangshi down there. He was once a well-known master in Gangho, one of the most promising people of our cult. Defeat that Jiangshi. Then, I will accept you as a disciple of the cult. Then the heavenly demon said, fight while you are hungry. Fight the Jiangshi, but with only hunger in your heart. Only the pain of hunger must be in that place. Do not let any other emotions or thoughts penetrate your psyche. Can you do it? I didn't answer. There was no reason to answer what could not be said with words. Instead, I quietly jumped into the pit. Go! One Jiangshi ran at me. I looked at the Jiangshi with indifferent eyes. The scent of mud in my mouth, the texture of a lump of dirt in my hands, with only the children's hunger in my heart. Infernal heaven's demonic art, first form, sword of starvation. I swung my sword. With the first strike, I cut both his legs. The second strike, I cut off both arms. The third strike sliced off the Jiangshi's head. There was no gesture that did not come from hunger. The man who was supposed to be a high-level master of the demonic sect was silenced in the bottom of the pit. I looked up. The heavenly demon's mouth hung open. She was looking amazed, like when she first saw our party. Perhaps she was even more astonished. Her eyes shook. Seeing her eyes shake, I was sure that her heart would be swayed. The meaning of life when she had thought that all was lost. It was because she saw it right before her eyes, a new beginning because it became visible. Heavenly Demon Nim, I slowly opened my mouth. What kind of death will we master next? Chapter 75. Chapter 75, translated Thursdays. Sasha 1. There are originally 9 swords in the infernal heavens. Demonic art, the heavenly demon commented after seeing me in battle. The sword of starvation, the sword that you showed, is just the first form. You know this. Yes. After the way of starvation is the way of dehydration. The way of dehydration. So it's death from thirst. Yes. Child of the outside world, you demonstrated the sword of starvation very well. So if you devote yourself to training, you will get good. Wait just a moment, Chuck. I raised my hand. Please wait. I felt sorry, but I couldn't endure it without raising my hand. The person sitting cross-legged in front of me was about to go over a wall as if it were nothing, but the wall seemed very high to me. What is it? What did you say just now? Good enough? The heavenly demon closed her mouth. Huh, that's weird. I thought I did pretty well, but it was barely good enough for the heavenly demon. Oh, I'm sorry. Suddenly, my self-esteem is disappearing and I'm losing my confidence. I think I'm losing my nerve. The heavenly demon's mouth wiggled. Fine, I'll admit it. You demonstrated the sword of starvation skillfully. Don't be impudent and go around saying that the infernal heaven's demonic art isn't much. Excuse me? What did you say? I did it skillfully? Are you going to harass the great me with wordplay? The heavenly demon said. It seems like you will only be satisfied if I bow my head to you. You're truly a child who doesn't know when to stop. Why don't you be the teacher? I myself will be your disciple. Okay, she nibbled. I acted casually like a fisherman. Oh, does that mean you recognize me as a disciple, right? Heavenly Demon Nim, not an outsider, but an inside disciple of the sect, the real, authentic, best disciple. The heavenly demon was again at a loss for words. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a small pause, her mouth slowly opened. Refrain from making other sounds, child. Since I will be teaching you from now on, you must concentrate. Just as I thought. The heavenly demon just forced herself to ignore my words. Force comes from stubbornness, and stubbornness comes from sincerity. I could tell where her sincerity stopped. She really won't admit that I'm her disciple even if she were to die. The relationship between an older and younger member of the same sect. The heavenly demon had already marked me as a disciple. Nevertheless, adamantly, she never said these words, I shall accept you as the disciple of this master, out loud. Though the Sword Emperor and I bickered often for the heavenly demon, that is, for most martial artists, the connection between a teacher and student was that heavy. A heavy connection can sometimes turn into a terrifying connection. Therefore, the demonic cult woman did not declare me as her disciple. She was hesitating. What kind of person was I? Not only did she see me for the first time in her life, but I was also not from the central area of this Murim world. Should such a child be allowed into her heart? Can she have more hope in her life? So Baekhyang, the master of the demonic cult and the heavenly demon, was conflicted, and so she was hesitant. Listen carefully. If you have learned the sword of starvation to that level, you are at least entitled to listen and steal the teachings of the sect. But, although her outer appearance was being unreasonable, inside it was perfect. Character window. The inner mind reflected in my eyes told a completely different story. Name, so bearability, 51. Favorite genre, hated genres, classical, mythology, history, fairy tales, characters, hated characters, oppressor, deceiver, playboy. Favorite plot, all-out match. Hated plot, running away, meaningless death. Psychological state, is he a disciple? The time to make up my mind is also, no. It's a bad idea. I should be content by facing off with Namgung-un. It is too much to have a disciple now at the end of my life. It is an ugly desire. That's right. I smiled in my heart. Please consider it more. The heavenly demon's troubles, they were like a green light for me. Please be more shaken, because I was the one who presented her with a crossroads. Will the Murim lord and she continue the war of good and evil without hope? Or will she take a disciple and take the measures to continue the doctrine of the demonic sect to the next generation? Which way would she escape the meaningless death? Please don't let go of your life like this. My words were light. They were in vain. Light words could only be responsible for light-hearted people. No, it was like they weren't taking responsibility at all. Please live. How empty those words were. Even if the world perishes and you are left alone in this world, I still want you to live. I wish you will survive. No matter how many words I pile up, they didn't carry any weight. I want to be your reason to live a little longer. Useless and vain words. I didn't say them out loud. I was sure that it was for the same reason that the heavenly demon didn't declare me as her disciple. The lightness of words is bound to be weighed down by the heaviness of one's actions. That way, it won't fly away like a whim. But the heavenly demon and I both still haven't tried hard enough to say what we wanted to say. It's not the time to decide yet. The heavenly demon thought in her heart, I haven't come up with a decision yet. I thought to myself. The heavenly demon and I faced each other. Child of the outside world, you don't look focused. Are you listening to me? Yes, I was watching well. Of course I'm focusing. What do you mean? It's not a joke. I'm serious. Of course. I swear to anyone, whether it is the Jade Emperor or King Yomra the Great. We exchanged glances. Unlike her hands, her eyes were conflicted. They do say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. The heavenly demon opened her mouth after going back and forth several times. Fine, seeing that you are overflowing with confidence, you can take the next test right away. The heavenly demon brushed away the snow and stood up. She started heading somewhere. Do not follow me. My feet are busy. Saying so, she left. The heavenly demon walked on the snowy field, but there were no footprints left in the snow. Only a thin shadow slid over the icy path. Extreme Qigong skill, traceless snow road. The woman was demonstrating what she talked about on the first day after we fell into this world. Suddenly, I want to fight her. Bae Huryong said abruptly. I want to have a match with her, even if it's just one match. Really, I thoughtlessly turned to face him. What? Did you get salt in your ear? I said I want to have a round with her, a contest. For me, it was the first time I had seen Bae Huryong look like that. Fuck, damn it, shit. The Sword Emperor was truly angry. Know this, zombie. In the Murim world where I was born, the demonic sect was extremely weak. The only use for those demonic henchmen was to hit them. There was a guy who called himself the Heavenly Demon, but I planted his asshole in the ground and changed his nameplate to the Earthly Demon. Fuck! I challenged and changed the names of hundreds of so-called strong warriors. Ah, really? Something was different. His current expression didn't resemble anything like the times when he lost a bet to me. Then, he writhed around, saying that he was angry. But the expression Bae Huryong was making right now was, I'm really jealous of that Murim Lord bastard who was born here. It was much more intense. What if it was me, huh? We'd have a fight with our lives on the line. We'd say, oh, will this be your death or mine? After that, we'd climb up a snow peak and have a bowl of rice wine. Chewing on a segment of a tangerine, it'd be satisfying. That's the perfect meaning that all warriors search for, wanting to win. The spirit of victory. Fighting spirit. His face became as fresh as raw meat. Ah, really? If only I wasn't a ghost. I silently kept my mouth shut. Without meaning to, I had also begun to worry. My head still down, I put my chin on my hand. My head was filled with thoughts, so I needed to support it with my hands. Huh? Zombie. You look like a zombie that's wondering why nobody is calling them a zombie. You're sulking because I called you a crow-tit, huh? Hey, should I just call you a zomtit? That's it. Huh? I'm saying that's it. I quickly raised my head. Say the boss makes a cure for the infection. Say that I'm recognized as an official disciple of the heavenly demon. That's good. Everything is good, but I felt that alone won't be enough. Can we call it a finale? But you just gave me the cherry on top. Nice play. Good job, Sword Emperor. I laughed. For some reason, the Sword Emperor looked at me and stepped back. What's wrong? Nothing. Just every time you put on that expression, it's like an ill omen for me. Should I say that it's unlucky? Because something will stain my face and stature. But I respect Sword Emperor Nim so much from the bottom of my heart. You know that, right? Thank you. Are you trying to make me throw up on your face? I put my hands behind my back and stared at the faraway sky. There was an unpaid debt between us. Behuryong hesitated. Debt? What debt? I am a human being who has never lived in debt my entire life. Oi, this Gongja kid is trying to trick me with his gob again. Don't do that. Uh-huh, you'll get hurt like that. Let's bet how many times I'll die when climbing up to the 19th floor. Our Sword Emperor Nim bet that I would die less than 100 times. I bet that I'd die less than 99 times. No, right? My smile became a little kinder. No, that was already a long time ago. If my memory is correct, then regarding this bet, the conclusion clearly ended with number 97. If my calculations aren't off, 97 is less than 99, right? Sword Emperor Nim, why do you keep doing this to me? Please listen to one request. Behuryong looked as if he would cry. Fine, you evil bastard. Beat me up or kill me yourself. It was a complete surrender. 2. The heavenly demon came back. She had left alone when she crossed the snowfield, but not when she returned. She carried a zombie on her back. Like the Hadouken zombie, this zombie wore a black uniform. In our sect, there is a group of elite members called the Bloody Ghosts. It is the best combat unit made by collecting only the greatest swordsmen and lancers. They are people who exist only to fulfill my orders. In other words, it was my second opponent. I readied my stance with the holy sword. The last time it was a promising master, and this time it's someone from an actual combat unit. The difficulty level is jumping higher. Don't worry, I took care to bring a child that would suit your level. The heavenly demon probably did go looking for the perfect opponent for me. She must have searched the snowfield, going through hundreds of zombies, one by one. It was a thoughtful consideration. It was a heartfelt gesture. I gratefully accepted this as a kind of compliment. What you have to demonstrate is no different than from this morning. Fight the Jiangshi. With only thirst in my heart, only the pain of thirst should be in that place. The heavenly demon smiled. That's right. No emotions or thoughts other than thirst are allowed in your psyche. All right. I dashed forward, excited. I'll show you something amazing. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. It's ridiculously strong. Damn it! I did show something. The fastest death scene in the universe. Alchemist, Medicine King. The research for the zombie virus treatment should proceed like this. Oh my God, it's just like my research. No, it's like my research was organized and arranged like a bouquet commissioned by an aristocrat. And it feels like it's been put in a formal dress like an earl. What is this? Death King or whoever you are you also from Silicon Valley? This is exactly the way I'd arrange things. First of all, we had to update the findings of the treatment research as we did every time. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. This time, I decided to shut myself in on top of a snowy mountain to do some closed training. Like last time, I ordered Prita and the skeletons to collect more deaths. Although it was different in that I told them to find corpses that died of thirst rather than hunger, the order was not very different. Scatter. Scatter and gather thirsty corpses. Yes, my lord, as you command. However, I have one more thing to ask of you. This is where it began to deviate from the last time. Prita tilted her head. If it's an order, There will be jiangshi that use martial arts in the vicinity that are alone. I wasn't referring to the forest of corpses that we saw as soon as we fell into this world. During the last 3 years, the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord fought their battles, and they lost bodies, jiangshi, one by one during the war, when the blizzard blew for days without a break. When the day didn't come because the night was getting longer. At that time, the power of the demonic cult and the righteous sect gradually walked away and disappeared. These missing people were the ones I was talking about right now. Find them, I said. Find the demonic cult members in their black uniforms. Find the chivalrous fighters in their white uniforms. Whether it's 100 or 300 lie away, you must release the skeletons and find them. No. Make a map and put a mark wherever the jiangshi are located. Prita looked puzzled. What are you trying to save those lives for, my lord? It's a dying world, but there are 2 people who are still at war. They want the right conclusion to their fight in the world. Unfortunately, however I look at it, it's just a sad game of pretend to me. I looked up at the night sky. The moon was out. They want to see a good conclusion, so I'll prepare for a real war. A real war? That's right. I smiled, the expression slipping out of me by itself. I felt like Santa preparing a Christmas present. I will prepare for a proper war between good and evil. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Thursdays. Lightbryn 3. When I first tried to learn the Sword of Starvation. What? The Heavenly Demon was disappointed. You mean that the longest you've ever starved was for only 3 days? She didn't notice my efforts. She gave up on me. She felt resigned. She only looked at me, swing my sword for a little while. Then she easily turned around and left. I see that this isn't getting through to you. How can you awaken the infernal heaven's demonic art if you don't even know this? The Heavenly Demon tried to make me give up on my own. Because there was nothing she expected from this world anymore. Because she felt there shouldn't be. It's fine. This was my fault. That's what happened when I was learning hunger. But when I started to learn thirst, her attitude changed completely. 4. Your sword is too simple, said the Heavenly Demon as she watched me fight the jiangshi. I felt that the way her eyes looked at me was gradually changing. Sometimes I fumbled with my sword, and even though the Heavenly Demon frowned, she didn't turn her back on me. Rather, she gave me advice. I can't find a skillful use of it in your sword. There is no application. It's honest and upright, but it's just as vulnerable. The Heavenly Demon was beginning to place her hopes on me as a human. It's like your sword is not fighting against humans, but against the world. It is not a sword of our school, but a sword of the righteous sect. It's rather unexpected. At first, I was also killed in a single blow by a martial arts-knowing zombie, but as time passed, I was able to easily deal with the martial arts practitioner zombies. It was natural, because every night I was killed by the jiangshi that Prita brought to me. The more I went through the trauma of the corpses who died of thirst, the stronger my sword became. I shall teach you the core of our simgyo. When my sword became somewhat stronger, the Heavenly Demon finally began to teach me. Simgyo? What's that? It's a trade secret, the key to our methods. I see that it's not easy to talk to a child of the outside world. The Heavenly Demon hemmed and cleared her throat. Think of the time when you learned the Sword of Starvation. What did you think of when you swung your sword? I thought of starvation. Of course you did. But it's not just that. You may not have realized it, but you may not have realized it already penetrated the essence of the demonic arts. The essence of the demonic arts. I shall tell you what that is from now on. We sat face to face in the snowfield. Now, think of an apple. If it's an apple, like an apple you can eat? An apple to eat. I imagined one apple as I was told. Are you thinking about it? Yes. How does the apple feel? What? The Heavenly Demon's question was weird. How does the apple feel? I didn't really have an apple in my hand. How could I tell how it felt? I was puzzled. The Heavenly Demon looked closely at my face. You don't know? If I force it, I can probably imagine. That's fine. If you don't know, say you don't know. Ah, yes, I have no idea. The Heavenly Demon smiled. The woman seemed to be rejoicing. You're honest. Good, now think of hunger. I thought of the pickaxe that the farmer relentlessly struck into the dry land. I remembered the gesture of him hitting his child. The children dug up the soft soil along river and made togwa. Did you think of it? The heavenly demon whispered. Yes, I recalled it. How does the hunger feel? The crackling dirt in my teeth as I ate the mud cookies. The flavor, the crunchy texture. It's very dry. What is the scent of hunger? It's the smell of soil. Oh-ho, what kind of soil is it? There are many types of soil. There is a separate soil for farming and a separate soil for making pottery. There is black soil and red soil. I'm curious, what is the soil of hunger? It's mud, I said with my eyes closed. But you can't just scoop any old mud. It has to be mud with little gravel and no sand. I see, I understand. How does hunger taste? Child, the heavenly demon's voice softened. I asked what the taste of hunger was. Why haven't you answered right away? Because it's sad, I said. The kids dry the mud cookies in the sun. While they're drying up in the sun, there is nothing to do, so the kids stay by the mud, waiting for the mud to dry. They are the children waiting for the sunlight. Yes, hunger is children waiting for the sun. That's right, that was what happened. Child, that is your poem. The heavenly demon's voice fell like the austere snow. When I asked you to describe the touch of an apple, you replied that you do not know. But when I asked you about hunger, you felt the mud. You could smell the mud. You chewed the mud and ate it. You have seen the flowing river, and you must have overheard the sounds of the river. An old man's last voyage, the wooden boat, the night sky, a loner who tried not to cause trouble for the world but eventually became a nuisance nonetheless. An apple has a form, but there is no hunger. An apple can be tasted, but it is void of hunger. But you talk well about hunger. Hunger for you is mud, sunlight, river water, and children. Child, that right there is your talent, the heavenly demon said. Now open your eyes. I opened them. The heavenly demon was moving her hands while sitting. The reason you don't know the texture of an apple is simple, because it did not stimulate your memory. My memory. If you've ever eaten an apple, you will know. The heavenly demon moved her hand with a smile. In a moment, I was able to recognize it. The heavenly demon was pretending to cut an apple in half. Apples have soft skin. It's shiny, but it's also a little bumpy. I myself usually like to eat apples with the skin, but it will be different for a child with a cold. I would cut it in half. It really seemed like an apple was in her hand. Carve it out with a spoon. Feed the apple scraped off with a spoon to the sick child. Have you ever eaten scraped apples as a child? I had. I remembered a teacher at the orphanage doing that. The teacher made me lie down because I had a cold and fed me an apple scraped out with a spoon. What is the texture of the scraped apple? It's a little grainy. Correct. The originally crunchy apple has already been chewed on by the spoon and it becomes grainy. But is that all? Has it become tasteless? No. The yellow juice is filling up my mouth. Yes. And is that all? If you scrape the peel too, the remaining apple peel becomes ridiculously wrinkled. The hand of the mother who dug the apple for you also becomes yellow from the juice of the apple. But then say, child, what among these feelings is the feeling of the apple? I was stuck in my own thoughts. The heavenly demon asked me as if trying to make me hurry. Is it an apple as a whole? Is it an apple cut in half? Is it the scraped juice of a spoon? Is it the peel? Is it the mother's hand? What is your apple? What is my apple? I saw a mother who only ate the peel after giving all the flesh of the apple to her child. To me, an apple is the leftover peels for the mother. It is a child with a cold. It is the mother's heart that has been sharpened one spoonful at a time. For some reason, my heart became warm, even though we were sitting in the middle of a snowy field. Maybe it was because the heavenly demon had smiled. And I also think of those young children whose mothers never carved an apple for them. But the heavenly demon's smile did not last long. I think of a mother who cannot buy apples. I think a mother who would not buy one even though she has the means. I think of a child who has no one to care for him even though he is lying on his back. I think of a child who died because he could not be cared for. Her anger manifested in a poisonous gas. The heavenly demon's black eyes somehow looked even darker. There is nowhere in this world that has not been touched by human memories, and thus there is no place in this world without resentment. I felt sick. There is no form in hunger. There is no taste. There is no scent. Wrong. Hunger is mud, a river, and a child. Even a single apple is hunger. Child. As you use mud for hunger, do so for thirst. Feel the pain of the thirst in your throat, sense it, fill yourself with its taste, smell its scent, eat it, touch it. The demonic arts are memories. Memory is also a sense. This is the key to our sect's methods. The feeling of scooping out mud, the feeling that you capture in your hand, is your hunger, your infernal heaven's demonic art. The back of my neck was cold. Cool electricity flowed through my body. If some folks have suffered unfair things, that's all. They can't speak, they can't let go. Unable to express themselves, the resentment continues to accumulate in the mind, and eventually it solidifies into bitterness. However, the warriors of our demonic cult are different. The heavenly demon looked at me. We swing our swords. I grabbed the grip of the sword without thinking. As a geisha sings and a scholar recites a poem, we swing our swords. What is the difference between a ruffian from a band of thieves and a warrior from our sect? They are swung by the sword. But we swing the sword. It's just that, and that difference is everything. My training began. If you just live, taking what you're given, how can you call that a life? That is death. Can you call a sword that swings you as you swing it a sword? It is a beast. Do you want to die? Do you want to become a beast? No, I bit my molars firmly. I am a living human. If so, become thirsty as you did when you hungered. I had gathered 112 people who had died of starvation. Among them was a child who ate mud cookies. I bit a grain of dirt in my mouth. Suffering, infernal heaven's demonic art. First form, sword of starvation. You have found the mud of hunger. Now you will have to find something of thirst. For you, hunger was the children waiting for the sun. What is thirst for you? I gathered 48 people who died of thirst. Among them there was an old woman who drank seawater and kept drinking. Her innards were pickled in salt water. Suffering. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Second form, sword of thirst. For you, hunger was mud and thirst was the sea. But is thirst the only pain the sea brings about? There is also the pain of drowning in the seawater. There is the pain of drowning in the river. Child, what is water to you? I gathered 37 people who died from drowning. Among them was a father who gave his child his last breath. As he sank into the water, he shared his breath with his mouth. Suffering. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Third form, sword of the drowned. Hunger is dirt, thirst is a wave. For you, choking is a father's last breath. The land, the sea, and the air are already yours. Child of the outside world, what is winter for you? I gathered 96 people who died of the cold. Among them there was a newborn child who was stuck to the body of an already dead mother. Up until the very end, he held on to the body tightly until he froze. Suffering. Infernal heavens, demonic art, fourth form, sword of freezing. The dawn passed, the morning passed, midday passed. While the world passed through a day, I had experienced 293 deaths. Child, your sword. The heavenly demon slowly opened her lips. Really, it's ever-changing. The way the heavenly demon looked at me had also changed. People have different tendencies. Martial arts comes out of the different tendencies in one's life. These habits that cannot be fixed. The infernal heaven's demonic art is especially like that, but you are diverse. You're rich in different tendencies. I often hear that I have a variety of styles. I'm sorry, was that nonsense? No, it was bullshit. You're talking a little bit seriously. To be honest, it was a pile of bullshit. Was that so? Was it a pile of bullshit? If it's a pile of bullshit, I can't help it. It is difficult for humans to know all the pain in the world, and even if they know it, to endure all the pain to its limits. It's very hard. But as I watch you learn the infernal heaven's demonic art, it's, The heavenly demon furrowed her eyebrows. She turned her head. Someone is coming. Someone was approaching from the direction of her gaze. It was still broad daylight, so it couldn't have been a zombie, and because it was a world that had already been destroyed, it couldn't be an unwelcome visitor. It was the Murim Lord and the venomous snake. The venomous snake was carrying the Murim Lord over the snowfield. The heavenly demon's nose twitched. What's this old dotard here for? In that pathetic way, no less? Ha! Did you finally accept that you're just an old fogey? Shut up, the Murim Lord said, while on the back of the venomous snake. I came because I was worried about you. Worry? You were worried? Even a Jiangshi passing by would laugh. You're weaker than me, old fool, so don't think you're in the position to worry about. Madhu, you haven't even done the ceremony of 9 salutes yet, huh? Ha. It's obvious. I knew you would be like this. The heavenly demon closed her mouth tightly. In my mind, I was tilting my head confusedly. What is the ceremony of 9 salutes? It's the ceremony used in formalizing a relationship between a master and disciple, Young said. The specifics are slightly different for each sect. There are places where you perform a deep bow 9 times, and there are places where you bow only 3 times. I don't know how it is in the demonic cult. It's a secret and sacred ceremony. How was it at your sect? Well, if you endure after being hit by the teacher 9 times, that was the ceremony of 9 salutes for us. I endured up to my 63rd hit, so it was the longest record in my sect's history. Isn't that awesome? I realized why Young was such a crazy guy. His righteous sect just made a bunch of madmen. Shut up. I myself will decide who to accept as disciples and when, the heavenly demon said. It's not a matter for you to interfere in. You're just talking vainly now. Of course I have to interfere. The Murim Lord came down from the venomous snake's back with a thump. The old man stared at the heavenly demon fiercely. Because the reason you don't take in disciples is that you feel sorry for me. Huh? What are you saying? It's just the 2 of us left. You are the only one on the path of evil, and I am the only one on the path of righteousness. If you alone take in a disciple, the only young people will be in the demonic cult. So what is the conclusion? It's like you're winning the war between good and evil without even fighting. You and I have agreed to end this ourselves. We swore. Because you feel bad about breaking our oath and you feel sorry for me, you're not accepting that young child as your disciple. Huh. I guess that's right. It could also be that sort of reason. They're in the same situation, but it would be weird if only one of them had a disciple. Looking at the feelings of the heavenly demons, it seemed that she did feel sorry for the Murim Lord. But, there's no need to be so uselessly loyal. I thought you would do this, so I took the initiative. The Murim Lord tapped the venomous snake on the shoulder. The venomous snake scratched his cheek with a bitter smile. Well, it ended up like this. The heavenly demon's eyes widened. Oh, old man, you couldn't possibly have that kid. That's right, I made him my top disciple today. You bastard! You think it's all right to do this to my great self? The heavenly demon rushed at him. Boom, boom, 2 masters rolled around in the snow in a dogfight. Do you know what kind of heart I had not going forth with the ceremony today? But this old man ignored the young, devoted heart of my great self as if it was nothing. Shut up. If fate comes to find you, thank your departed parents in heaven and accept it. A person can't just ignore it because they're being too conscious of others. What about the great battle of good and evil? Does it have to be just the 2 of us for it to be the battle? If our disciples fight, it can also be considered as the great battle. I can't accept it unless you're my opponent. For a demon lord, you sure have some idiotic thoughts. What did you say? The woman grabbed the old man's neck. The old man, unwilling to lose, grabbed the woman's head and glared. Ah, you demon. You're always like this. If it's not one thing, it's the other. You rockhead. You think the world will split apart just because we split our positions? I don't know what sort of world you see, but the landscape I see is ice. Anyway, it will split if you split it. Then melt it. There is a fire called the demonic path that will melt it, and the demonic cult members are the firewood. Then get 1 more log for the fire. Axe saint you hypocrite of the righteous path, you're just grabbing the ends of my words to fight me. There was such an argument between the old man and the woman. Whenever the 2 traded blows, 2 different worlds clashed with each other with the sound of metal. Worlds were able to establish themselves even in this endless dogfight. Leaving the 2 worlds to fight, I looked at the venomous snake. It's a little surprising. What are you talking about? How did someone like you, with your true self, take someone as a teacher? Was not something that I could say to him right away, so I beat around the bush a little. Aren't you the Chen Mumun master? Is it okay for the guild master to receive tutelage from a new teacher? Fuck. If you have a place to do a sword dance, you do the sword dance, and if you have a teacher to learn from, you ask to learn. I can't just sit back for each of these things, picking at why. The venomous snake smiled. The thick lines of his face held a manly kind of smile. Huh. Venomous snake Nim. What? I'll tell you clearly. Being pushed into this position by force or by mere pity. You'll regret it if you were to be a disciple of the Murim Lord with such a half-hearted resolution. The two worlds were still fighting loudly. It was different from the time that the venomous snake was pushed into the chronicles of the heavenly demon by his pride and his followers. This was an insult to those two worlds. I couldn't forgive it. I really don't know what you're talking about. The venomous snake scratched his cheek, then sharply raised his single eye. Hey, why is the guy called the Death King rambling about this so much? If you want to confirm something, confirm it with your sword. With that, the venomous snake raised his sword. It won't be easy, though, but there was an easy way to check. It would become apparent if I opened up the venomous snake's psychological status window. But instead of doing that, I said quietly, Venomous Snake Nim. Yeah, have you ever been hungry? The venomous snake blinked. What? At that moment, I ran forward. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Translator Thursdays, Editor Sasha, Lightbrin 5. I rushed at him. I raised my sword. I stabbed and cut. Infernal heavens, demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. My body became that of a hungry farmer. My sword became a pickaxe. Struck by my blade, the air crumbled like dried mud. At the end of the smashed, shattered, and broken void was the head of the venomous snake. What? The venomous snake flinched. His gaze was stained with shock. The venomous snake's shoulder was about to move, but it stopped, and in the next moment his hips moved. He had given up on a counterattack and was now trying to dodge. But there was no way that a farmer's pickaxe would not strike the land. My sword dug into the void. The venomous snake pulled himself back. The void sucked in his body's worth of air, breaking the atmosphere. Bang! The snow whirled around with the sound of the air cracking and bursting. It was winter. Every time the wind blew, the snow did too, and the air that scratched one's nostrils was extremely dry. Fuck! The venomous snake raised his sword. Between the flurries of snow, the venomous snake's eye flashed. There was a shock in the lone eye of the Chen Mumun master. What is this? I rushed at him. Once again I raised my sword. I stabbed and cut. Ho! The venomous snake again jumped back instead of blocking my sword. Holy shit! And with an explosive bang, ice pellets rose in the air. Fucking! Whenever I cut, the venomous snake escaped. He had no choice but to avoid it. Son of a gun! A whirlwind burst in his place. Motherfucker! As I ran at him again, I stopped. To be precise, my body came to a stop abruptly. I wasn't breathing. I hadn't realized it. Huff! As I inhaled, dry air hit my throat. There was a tornado raging in my lungs. Hoo! I felt as if my intestines had flipped over. Ha! Every time I breathed, my body hurt and I trembled. But I did not let go of my sword. 1 round. The battle was over in 1 round. Infection. It was obvious that you would get it. The venomous snake stared at me in a cold sweat. Death King, I thought you were just talking shit, but your sword skills are also quite good. Fuck. Really, what the hell? These blows can be summed up as a petty demonic sword. Yes, disciple. That indeed is a sword where you can feel the force of the devil that freezes and shatters the world. It is the eternal demon sword, cried the Murim Lord, who was grappling with the heavenly demon. There must be an insurmountable 4th-dimensional wall that could not be crossed between the petty demonic sword that the venomous snake said and the eternal demon sword that the Murim Lord was talking about. But that wall could not be noticed unless one was a mind reader. 1. The heavenly demon also did not realize that the wall was there. She clicked her tongue. You're pretty sharp for a guy with only 1 eye. Of course, it's unfortunate that he's a little old, but he has a true eye that sees the essence of things. Otherwise, would this axe saint accept him as a disciple? The Murim Lord shouted, glancing at me. You've also gotten a better disciple than you could have expected. It hasn't been long since he's been yours, and he's already using a terrifying demonic sword like that. Ha-ha! The Demon Lord's little seed is scary enough to surpass even the 4 Demon Lords. I told you I still haven't accepted him as a disciple. Confound it. Are you still saying that sort of stuff? The heavenly demon shut her mouth. That's right, I thought, breathing wildly. Hope this isn't a fight for me to beat the venomous snake, nor a fight for the venomous snake to beat me. The purpose of this match was to make the heavenly demon accept me. In this respect, the Murim Lord and I had the same purpose. We were both trying to give the heavenly demon who was just waiting for destruction a future. The Murim Lord grinned. "Disciple! Yes, master!" The Murim Lord shouted at the venomous snake, who answered with good spirit. "From now on, I'll give you some advice. Make sure you listen." "What?" The heavenly demon's jaw dropped. "Oh, old man, what are you doing now?" "Why? Do you have a problem? Didn't you say you weren't teaching that greenhorn demon?" That's true, but, you're giving advice during their competition. It's rude for someone to give a hand when playing Baduk, but it's even more so when two martial artists are competing. These two are martial artists?" The Murim Lord laughed and stroked his beard. "In my eyes, I can only see the proud successor of the righteous path and the newbie demonic cultist. Since it's a young demon, it's okay no matter how we defeat him. So there's no problem. The more I see this old man, he really..." "Heh!" The Murim Lord shouted energetically. "Disciple, that newbie demonic cultist, his blows may be pretty hard, but don't think he can keep up this momentum. Never get hit and keep avoiding it. Dodge and wait for his strength to fall." "Oi, oi, master. It's true." The venomous snake grinned. "I figured out that much a long time ago. Do you have any more practical advice?" "Hey, why is your disciple talking like that?" The heavenly demon ground her teeth. It was a face bursting with heat in various ways. "Is that really the dignity of the last disciple of the righteous sect? Oh ho, this demon's got a problem with the way he talks? Then do you expect children from the outside world to talk the same way as we do? Or why not?" "Your disciple? Oh, you said he wasn't your disciple yet. Anyway, are you worried that the noob demon will be crushed by my student who speaks that way?" "You. Disciple, use the butterfly sword and the precept of life and death. You'll beat him in one round." The venomous snake's thick eyebrows wriggled. Below it, in his one eye, there was a deep realization. "Sure. Is it the butterfly sword and the precept of life and death?" "That's right. I'd like you to also add the tricks of your everyday martial arts. But is it possible?" "Fuck! Of course it is possible. Master, I'm the venomous snake, guildmaster of Chen Mumun." The venomous snake blew his nose and gripped his sword with vigor. Meanwhile, I was finally able to control my breathing again. As I fixed my posture, the venomous snake whispered to me, "Death King." "Yes. You asked me if I had ever starved?" "I did." Venomous snake Nim. "Is that your martial arts?" His question was as sharp as a glance from his single eye. I replied evenly, "It's the imagery from the previous blow." "I thought so." The venomous snake smirked. Then he turned his head and smiled. "I'll ask it another way, Death King. What do you think is martial arts?" The leader of the Chen Mumun asked about martial arts. It was the same as the heretic questioner, discussing God, the same as Sword Saint discussing the sword, and the distant future master of the alchemy castle discussing medicine, so it was something that I had to listen to properly. I would have done the same. If I didn't meet the Sword Emperor, didn't learn demonic arts from the heavenly demon, and above all, before I read the psychological state of the Sword Emperor. I'll answer it for you. The venomous snake lowered his stance and raised his sword, like a venomous viper ready to strike. "Lift your feet, swing your arms, make a fist." Then he moved. No, he flowed. It was as if the venomous snake himself had become liquid. Like water flowing from a high spot to a low spot, he flowed smoothly and gently, right in front of me. He flowed like that, and in the next moment, bang! Martial arts means I barely blocked the blade that soared up from the bottom to the top. Immediately, the venomous snake twisted the blade. The blade ran up against my blade, creating sparks as it did. The venomous snake straightened his sword like that. As if piercing the sky, he stood upright and slightly bent his wrist. He tilted, then he yelled, "You beat up the little shit in front of you." The strikes poured down like rain. "That's all, you little shit!" A shower of blades rained on me. Damn it, bang! As soon as I blocked it, bang! The next blow went, oh! The next blow again, damn! And the abruptly falling blade chewed down on my sword and bit it. In that instant, he widened the opening I had made. Then swish! The burrowing blade scratched my cheek. This blood spilled. I narrowly took a few steps back. But I won't miss. The venomous snake literally followed me, curling up like a serpent. Again, a slash from the bottom to the top. As soon as I blocked it, he rose and showered down more blows upon me. Damn it! Damn! He was definitely strong. He wasn't ranked highly among hunters for nothing. This venomous snake. Oi, oi, Death King, is that all you have to show after drawing the first blood? The venomous snake snorted. The burning feeling inside me burst out not from my mouth, but from someone else's. Damn it! It was the heavenly demon. You! She bitterly yelled at me. What are you doing? It's a shower. It's water. Doesn't that sword form resemble rainwater? The heavenly demon, who had been provoked by the Murim Lord, finally couldn't keep it in any longer. The woman shouted at me with her fists clenched. What are you so afraid of? Receive it and drink. The heavenly demon was acknowledging this match. She was acknowledging that it was between me, who had become the successor to the demonic cult, and the venomous snake, who had become the successor to the righteous sect. She was accepting the fight between the two of us. This was a confrontation between the demonic cult and the righteous sect, and we were both accepted as the proxies of the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. Ha! I laughed. Understood. I lifted my stance while holding the sword in reverse. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Second form, Sword of Thirst. I blocked the pouring attacks of the venomous snake before it could start pouring. Then, as if I was drinking it upside down, I dragged it to my desired path. It spilled to the ground. Oh, the venomous snake who had wasted a turn, and I, who had made him waste the turn. At the moment when our eyes crossed, the voices of the old man and the woman also crossed. Disciple, use the rotten leaf earth technique. It's become wet soil. Ha! Then make it into a puddle. The venomous snake crouched and took a defensive posture as I simultaneously twisted my sword. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Third form, Sword of the Drowned, very slightly at an angle. When it's nearly horizontal, bang! Tack, bang, make it fly, bang, matching the venomous snake's breath, bang, when he blinks, bang. With that, for the finale, in reverse, oof, bang, fuck. The venomous snake ground his teeth as his flank was cut. The Murim Lord shouted, it's strong, fall back, follow, the heavenly demon yelled. The venomous snake retreated, following the Murim Lord's orders, and I advanced, following the voice of the heavenly demon. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Fourth form, Sword of Freezing. Ah, you! The venomous snake was angered. You're a sucker for a fight, really. Venomous snake Nim is also tough. No, you're really a sucker. Were you a lollipop in a previous life, Death King? How does it stick together like this? 3, then was venomous snake Nim a dog in your previous life? As we wondered about each other's past lives, the venomous snake and I clashed swords. A large amount of snow soared as the winter wind raged. The field became more heated, though. Break off at a good point, disciple. Hit him properly. Don't block it. Avoid it, even if you have to use the running wave. After that, use the Aged Earth counterstrike. Child, you can't stop either. Avoid it. There were scars on our skins. They were increasing in number. Blood splattered, flesh flew away. Both the venomous snake and I had become caked in blood at some point. The open wounds were buried in the cold wind and quickly hardened into scars. Oh ho, Madhu, you bitch! Aren't you the one interfering in their match now? The Murim Lord was scolding her, but he was still laughing. You're an old man with only sly serpents in your mind. The heavenly demon was telling him off, but she was laughing. Whenever the two laughs intersected, the venomous snake's sword clashed with mine. Neither I nor the venomous snake intended to kill each other. There was no intention to kill even in the war between the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. Therefore, this was not life or death. It wasn't a fight to kill, but it was a fight that, if ended, would allow everyone to die. Huff! Hoo! Ha! I became the sword of the heavenly demon. I fought with all my power in the place of the heavenly demon, whose body had become infected and could not fight without spilling her energy all over. This was the scene that she had lost. Ha! The venomous snake became the sword of the Murim Lord. He ran with all his power in the place of the Murim Lord, whose whole body was infected and who could not wield an axe without breaking his spirit. This was a dream that he couldn't dream of anymore. All scenes fade. No matter how brilliant a dream was, it would one day become discolored. Humans all decay. At some point. The heavenly demon stopped talking. The woman who was called the greatest of all time in the Murim world slowly covered her face. You wicked things. A decaying genre, a decaying world. I threw it all away. I threw it away a long time ago, but it's starting again. Only people could abandon people. Only people could not abandon people. What do you want? How much time had passed? When neither I nor the venomous snake had the strength to lift our swords, our match was over. There was no winner. There was no loser either. I put away my sword. Breathing harshly, I walked with arduous steps. I walked in the snowfield. I walked to the heavenly demon, who was standing with her face covered, and I kneeled on my throbbing knees. Heavenly demon Nim. I touched the snowfield with trembling hands. I want to become your disciple. I want to be your scene. I would like to have heavenly demon Nim as my teacher. I want to be your dream that doesn't discolor. I am called the Death King. I hope your scene leads to my scene, your dream leads to my dream, and your life leads to my life. My real name is Kim Gongja. It was a period when all sincerity was mocked. I want to support you so no one can laugh at you. Please accept me as your disciple. Please keep living. That was what I said. The sunset colored the sky. Snow was falling in the field. I am the heavenly demon, So Baikyang. Snowflakes fluttered in the wind for a long time before falling from the sky to the snowy field. There were countless snowflakes, and one snowflake came to rest on one woman's dark hair. The white melted in the black and flowed down. Bow to me in the ceremony of 9 salutes. The heavenly demon opened her lips. I will receive you as my last disciple. Chapter 78. The Scent of Snow. Chapter Scent of Snow. On Thursdays. Lightbrin 1. Baraya, Baraya, Agaraya, Agabaraya. The heart is a candle, so burn this place. These were prayers that had been handed down since ancient times. As monks chanted Amitabha, the demonic cultists chanted Baraya. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya. The heart is a candle, so burn this place. No one knew what Baraya meant. So Baikyang also didn't know. The old man who brought Sobek into the demonic cult didn't know. They memorized it without understanding. For Sobek-kyang, Baraya was a song of the people. It was a scream. Screams originally have no meaning. So wasn't it natural that the song of the commoners also had no meaning? One could memorize it without understanding. Just like how people don't have to know much in order to scream. A person can be polite only when he learns etiquette, and he can practice justice only when he learns righteousness, but the exception is screaming. Even someone who has learned nothing could scream. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya. Screaming was a commonality between people of all nations in the world. The world that Sobek-kyang looked at was screaming. I have nothing more to teach you, the old man said. It is time for you to make your appearance. Where should I go? Sobek-kyang asked, a subdued voice. She had already become mature. The 11-year-old little kid was not here. Black hair, black eyes, black uniform. The woman was as dark as a well in the night. She wanted to be hell, to become the people's hell. The woman advanced that much. Where do you want to go? To the place where people starve. Sobek-kyang replied. I want to go where the thirsty are, where there are those who are suffocating, where there are cold people, where the drug addicts are, where the ill people are, where people are punished by the government, where people burn. Sobek-kyang looked into the air. That's where I want to go. Far, far away. The sound of prayer was heard outside the main hall. The demonic cultists were bowing as they prayed, their voices, their trembling. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya, they vibrated and traveled through the wooden floor. Then Baikyang, the old man, opened his mouth. You can go anywhere in this world. So Baikyang, 21 years old. She appeared in the Murim world. That winter, 31 martial artists, 47 court officials in the court, and 55 members of powerful families in the provinces were killed. 2. Our sect's traditions are special. The heavenly demon quietly retreated from the others. She congratulated the Murim Lord and the venomous snake. Then, she started to lead me somewhere with just the 2 of us. Do you know how to do the ceremony of 9 salutes? No, I don't know how. In our sect, when a disciple greets his master, he bows 9 times. The place we headed for was a cave fogged up by a hot spring. I had become used to the caves like they were my own home, but I wasn't familiar with the spot that the heavenly demon took me to. It was a place our party had never been allowed to enter. The heavenly demon walked deep into the cave. The heavenly demon waved her hand. Her loose sleeve fluttered once, then candles lit up the darkness. Countless candles lit up the stalagmites and stalactites of the cave. But it doesn't end with just bowing. The master decides whether or not to accept the 9 bows. The master can demand the student to do the ceremony of 9 salutes as many times as they want until they are satisfied. The heavenly demon grinned. To sum it up, it all depends on how I feel. Are there any other criteria? There are. The end of the tunnel. Naturally, the heart is more important than appearance. Child, the reason why the time and place are important to etiquette is simply that a person's heart is cunning and light. There was a huge library. Every time the heavenly demon took a step, candles were lit on both sides of the step. The more the candles were lit, the clearer the library's true form became. A high cave ceiling. Books and bamboo poles were stacked up to reach the ceiling. It is not easy to grasp the lightness of the heart. The heavenly demon walked. A candle lit up by her ankle. Therefore, man chooses sacred times and sacred places. He relies on the time and place. It is to hold the light heart heavy by depending on the sky and the earth. Heavenly Demon Nim. This is the sect's secret martial arts storehouse, the heavenly demon said. And it's also the martial arts storehouse of the 5 noble clans and the 9 great schools. I call this place Cheonmugwan. Baehuryung opened his mouth. That's awesome. It's totally a treasure trove. Zombie, I'm gonna look at some martial arts books. Don't mind me and do whatever you have to do. I can. If you can, drag it out until I can read it all. The martial arts crazed Baehuryung ran to the books. Oh yeah. All the skills in the world are mine now. I'll get all the enlightenment, all of it. The heavenly demon was calm, unaware that there was a ghost running about in her library. When I was 21, I entered the world of martial arts. Can you guess what my first thought was when I appeared in the Murim world? I'm going to destroy all the heads of the bastard do-gooders in the righteous sect? That was my third thought. I'll prove that the demonic cult is the best? That was my second thought. The heavenly demon winked with her left eye. What I said was this: since I was young, I really hated the word Murim. Huh? Murim is a word that reveres Mu, the martial artists. But how can there be only martial artists in our world? There are boatmen and farmers. Merchants live here, as do prostitutes. There are countless trees that make up a single forest. Each tree has a different name and a different grain, but the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans named the forest, above all things, after the Mu. She didn't like it. Quietly, the heavenly demon muttered, so the great me decided to take away the Mu from them. To take away the Mu? I robbed them of all the martial arts texts that they worshipped like a shrine. The heavenly demon laughed raucously. The smile on her face was playful. Hoo-hoo. The face the Gonryun masters made are still clear in my head. They begged with their heads hung down for me to leave the book containing the wisdom of the cloud dragon. I am a great person. I just buried those Taoists in the ground but left their heads sticking out. And while they were watching, I wrapped up the martial arts books and left. Wow. My master has such a nice personality. It has been decades since then. Now this is Gonryun and the shamans. It is the 4,000 Tang Mun. It's the strongest family in the nation. It's the Mozen sect. Since all the martial arts in the world form a forest here, this place truly deserves to be called Murim. The heavenly demon slowly sat down. I would like to receive your bows here. Will you do it? Yes. I'm not going to care about the appearance. Child of the outside world. Just bow as your body tells you to. I did. I took off my shoes and put them down. I got down on my knees. The moment that my forehead was about to touch the floor, the heavenly demon's voice flowed. Bow 9 times, but put a different heart in each bow. A different heart. The first bow should contain the heart of hunger. Do you understand? Was that so? Yes, I understand. The relationship between the master and the disciple was truly precious. In the demonic sect, this ritual was not simply about bowing 9 times, the ceremony of 9 salutes. It was no different from the infernal heaven's demonic art. Slowly, I breathed in deeply. I drew a picture in the center of my heart, a farmer wielding a pickaxe, the riverside, mud. Hunger is children waiting for the sun. I bowed. The heavenly demon nodded. She accepted my first salute. There was no lie in my hunger, so there was no fault in my bow. The stages of the demonic cult are largely divided into 4. To me, who would soon become a disciple, The heavenly demon gave an ancient lesson. The first stage is Ipma, or rising demon. Rising demons are those who know how to talk about their pain. The cultists who enter our sect speak with a sword, not with words. Therefore, the rising demon is a person who knows how to speak of his pain with a sword. I bowed again, after hunger was thirst, and I pictured seawater in my heart. The second stage is Gukma, or extreme demon. The extreme demon is someone who knows how to speak of the pain of others. Therefore, the extreme demon refers to a person who can use a sword to deal with the pain of others. The heavenly demon silently accepted my second salute. I bowed again, drawing the image of the drowned father in my heart. The third stage is Talma, or elusive demon. Again, the heavenly demon nodded. She was willing to accept my third salute. The elusive demon is someone who knows how to talk about the pain of everyone. The elusive demon can walk down the street and easily feel what makes the person passing by him suffer. I did the fourth salute. It is extremely rare for anyone to reach this level. Even in the history of our sect, the number of elusive demons can be counted on one hand. The great me is an elusive demon. Again, the heavenly demon accepted my bow. Finally, there is the stage of Sinma, the demonic god. The demonic god knows not only the suffering of all men, but the suffering of all things. It is said that he can speak of the pain of all things in creation. But this is a theoretical stage, so I will just skip over that stage. In fact, no one has ever reached the stage of a demonic god. It was when I was trying to do the fifth salute. Stop, I stopped. Do it again. The fifth sword of the infernal heaven's demonic art was the path of poison. They were the movements of those who died from poison and addiction. I hadn't mastered the fifth sword yet. The heavenly demon said softly, "I told you to do it again." I bowed. Do it again. I bowed. Do it again. Again, 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 again. There was sweat on my forehead. Cool sweat ran down my back. The heavenly demon's face remained calm. Do it again. Number of times to bow with death by poisoning in my heart, 336. Number of times to bow with death by illness in my heart, 189. I had to bow 510 times with death by blunt impact in my heart before the heavenly demon accepted my salute. I was sweating. I silently knelt down and bent my back. You're a straightforward child. The heavenly demon smiled. There are children who are honest from birth. There are also children who are born with a bad omen but become honest by their own will. Child of the outside world, you are definitely the latter. I wonder what kind of life you've led to come this far. Her smile was a little sad. What kind of life are you trying to lead to become like this? The candlelight flickered, the light shook, and the shadows shook. As it swayed, the shadow of the heavenly demon and my shadow overlapped. If the sun means life, then shadows mean pain. The thin shadow opened its lips. The outline of each human as they live their life is separate, but their pain overlaps again and again. Thus, humans are not one because they are alive, but because they feel pain. It was the doctrine of the shadows. If you say that you will share the pain with someone, you are saying that you will be with that person for a lifetime. Therefore, those who are hurt by everyone only want to be with everyone. Child. A doctrine with only one mouth that could share it, pass it on in this world. Gongja. That mouth was talking to me. People don't just decide who they leave scars on. They can also decide whose scars to wear. The common people you are trying to save will never be good. The crowd you have saved will never be honorable. The one you love will never be perfect. The shadow whispered. The whisper of the shadow carried the heat of the candle. Even so, if you want to be hurt by everyone, if you are willing to give them your bare skin, think about how they scratch you with their fingernails, how they will hurt you even if they hug you too tightly. Life is pain, but that is only human suffering. Bara bara, agabaraya. This is your heart's meaning and fire. Burn it and see the shade of others. The candle wax dripped. The eighth infernal heaven is death by fire. It flowed down. Gongja, bow with a burning heart. But you know that I'm the Flame Emperor. That's why you have to die for me. Goodbye. I bowed again. Deeply. The shadow was silent. 336 times for the poison, 189 to the illness, 510 for blunt impact. The words "do it again," which rang in the cave 1035 times, was not heard this time. She seemed to be satisfied with my single bow for death by incineration. I see. The traces where the candle wax flowed, a voice spread over the spot where that trace was made. The infernal heaven's last sword form? It is not set. It is a freestyle. From generation to generation, the sect leader engraves their own death on the last sword. So the ninth sword of the infernal heaven's demonic art varies greatly from person to person. A place for one's own death. Bow with your death. While committing suicide 4,090 times, my neck hurt. My neck stabbed with a dagger, hurt. My hands trembled. My arms shook. I was afraid that the blade would go crooked or miss because of the trembling and shaking. I was afraid that the pain would be prolonged if I stabbed myself wrongly. So I wrapped green tape on the handle of the dagger. The green tape wrapped around the hilt was also wrapped around my right and left hands. It was fixed there. That way I wouldn't tremble. I had regressed 4,050 days. But I died 4,090 times. I had to die. I almost gave up on the way. I had ran away from it for several days. However, I couldn't forgive that person. I didn't have the confidence I could forgive him and keep living. I wrapped up the green tape again. The slower my death, the blurrier my determination became. The blurrier my determination, the more I had to die. I stopped thinking of these useless things. I disregarded my hesitant thoughts. I desperately wanted to live, so I died desperately. Suicide. I drew it as the last picture in my heart and bowed to the heavenly demon. The shadow shook. It was the heavenly demon standing up from her seat. I realized it a bit late. When I realized it, the heavenly demon already put her hand on my shoulder. Gongja. Our shadows overlapped in the cave. You are my disciple. Yes. You are my disciple. Yes. I don't care where you come from. Wherever you go, wherever you are a disciple of the heavenly demon, So Baikyang. Our doctrine is in your heart. Even if society is destroyed and the world ends, as long as your heart still beats, the infernal heavens will continue. I opened my mouth. Yes, Master. My neck hurt. Those were painful days. I finally knew it now. Chapter 79, The Scent of Snow. Chapter 79, The Scent of Snow. Translator Thursdays. Sasha, Lightbryn 3. After a long while, the heavenly demon and I were able to return to the party. The two of us were quiet. As we walked through the cave tunnel, the heavenly demon said only one thing. It's very dark ahead, so be careful where you step. I just answered yes. With that, our conversation ended. When I peeked at her face, it seemed to be submerged in apprehension. What was the heavenly demon? No. What was Master thinking about? Character window. There was a saying that a disciple should not step on even the shadow of their master, but it was hard to withstand my curiosity. Could it be that I had shown her too much of my weakness, and now Master had become cautious? That wasn't what I wanted, though. Name, favorability 85. Favorite genre, martial arts. Hated genres, classical, mythology, history, fairy tales. Favorite characters, rival, disciple. Hated characters, oppressor, deceiver, playboy. Favorite plot, all-out match. Hated plot, running away, oblivion, meaningless death. Psychological state, here. If I calculate my remaining energy, I can live for 1 year and 6 months more by being frugal. A year and a half. As I thought, it's difficult. Within a year and a half, I must pass down everything to Gongja. My face tingled. I felt guilty for peeking into Master's heart, and not only that, I felt bashful. Also, a little touched. I wasn't sure what emotion it was, but my face felt very hot. Am I really weak against something like having people's favor and being recognized? I heard a snicker. Zombie! Today is a really good day. It's a lucky day. Of course, my feelings of being moved did not last for long. A not-human ghost jerk shattered it all. Well, no matter how different the world is, martial artists aren't that different from those in my Murim world. Still, it makes me feel good that I can read martial arts texts for the first time in a long time. Kya! By the way, did your ceremony go well? Huh? What's that? That sour look. You already look ugly, zombie, and you're making it uglier. You need to take care of your appearance. If my favorability rate could be shown right now, it would have immediately gone down by 10 points. Anyway, ghosts do not know about the human mind. Shiny just barely stops sobbing and looks up at the warrior. Shiny, who had been shivering since a while ago, finally stopped. As expected, a constellation knows the human mind and what it feels. My favorability for Shiny rose by 30. Oh, "You've returned," the venomous snake said to us. His one eye soon looked at me. "Is the ceremony over now?" "Yes, I officially became a disciple of the demonic cult." "Cool. Congratulations." "So, how did venomous snake Nim become the Murim Lord's disciple?" The venomous snake smirked and folded his arms. "Well, somehow it just happened. You said stuff like that earlier, too." "What? Do you want to hear all the details?" "If possible." The venomous snake looked at me with his arms crossed. He shook his head with an expression so guarded as if not even a needle could pierce him. "I'm sorry, but it's impossible," the venomous snake said casually. "I just asked him to teach me. Nothing really happened." Huh. Since our spar was also over, I opened the venomous snake's psychological status window. Sheesh, that nearly dead old man. No, now he's my master. Anyway, he says his life is short and wants to give the heavenly demon a reason to live. How could I refuse and say no? And he's skilled, he's superior to me. I looked at the venomous snake, feeling as if I had been hit on the head. The venomous snake. He was a real man. Whoa, maybe it's because I lied, but I keep thinking about it. The Murim Lord and the heavenly demon sometimes spar against each other. I'd been thinking that they're sort of awesome since seeing that. So, since the two of us were sitting together, we started talking about martial arts. Then the Murim Lord suddenly said, "Whoa, oi, you, is it true? How blessed is the outside world to have a genius like you." He seemed very astonished. As for me, I scratched the back of my head thinking, it's not that much. Then the Medicine King stepped in, asking why he was making such a fuss over that little thing, saying, "This guy, the Chen Mumun Master, is a precious peer to me. Even though it looks like this, with his skill, character, and appearance, of course he is qualified to be one." The alchemist also blushed, saying, "Yes, Chen Mumun Master is like an older bro. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Anyway, the Chen Mumun Master is the top ranker in our world. He's even said to be an idol that people all over the world look up to. I think, I said something embarrassing." And she clasped her hands to her cheeks. With the banquet of facts suddenly pouring out of them, I had no choice but to look at the distant mountains. Then the Murim Lord nodded as if everything made sense. "Hey, I have a request. As the greatest genius, please be my last student." "Ha! This was so difficult. I just want to live quietly, but really, why is my life so—" Okay, that was enough. The venomous snake. He was a real man. Death King. And demonic cult sect leader SI. The best real man of this time shrugged as he said, "I have one good news and one sad news for you." "What is it?" "It was successful." It wasn't the venomous snake who answered my question. It was a more shaky voice, the voice of the alchemist. The alchemist was walking this way, wearing her thick glasses. "The cure. I developed it. It was a success, Death King Nim." The reason I couldn't answer right away was not that I was impressed with the declaration that she completed it. The alchemist was a genius. I had no doubt that she could develop a cure. It was only a matter of time. In the meantime, I spent a lot of time learning about the infernal heavens demonic art. If it was the alchemist, especially with the help of the Medicine King, she would definitely be able to develop a cure. "What? You made the medicine?" Master looked surprised. "Is that really true? If you are lying, say it now. I am generous enough to overlook a single lie." "Yes, it's the truth," the alchemist said. "Actually, I developed it yesterday. I observed it for an additional day because I had to see the results of the clinical trial." "Clinical trial? What's that?" "It's to see if the cure works properly. The experimental subjects donated by Heavenly Demon Nim and Murim Lord Nim— I'm sorry, the faction leader. I looked at his progress for a day." The pharmacist seemed to be struggling to keep her face expressionless. "It's been a long time since he died, so I couldn't revive him. The zombie virus, I confirmed that the contagion was gone, and his body became an ordinary corpse. Yes, there is nothing wrong with the cure. If that's true, isn't it a great occasion?" Master was delighted. "That's amazing. Even though the doctors and the Taoists all worked together, they couldn't defeat the disease. To find a solution with only two people, that's something that goes beyond talent. Thanks to the data provided by Death King Nim, there's no need to be modest. Heal the old man axe saint right now." Master grabbed the alchemist's hands. Master's joy could be vividly felt in her gestures and motion. "That guy pretends to be strong and proud, but he's trembling. He doesn't have many days left. He must have known that and so took in a child of the outside world as his disciple. It must be God's compassion that let you develop the cure before the old man passed away. Yes, of course I'll treat him. That's why I'm here. Then I opened my mouth. There is a problem with the cure. Isn't that so, boss? The alchemist hung her head. Her complexion was as dim as her voice. From the moment she said that she finished making the cure, the alchemist hadn't made eye contact with me. I had started to feel anxious from that point. No, there is no problem with the cure. After all, I'm the one who made it. It's perfect, but what? There are harmful effects to the abdomen. Patter. We heard the sound of light footsteps. Madhu, I also witnessed that horse-faced Taoist's body return to normal. Just in case, I grabbed 2 more jiangshi to look again, but the results were the same. There is no doubt about the efficacy of the medicine made by this maiden. The Murim Lord, the Axe Saint. The old man in a white uniform slowly walked over to us. But you know, the 2 of us are already half corpses. Our bodies have become corpses long ago, but we've been saving them by force. Master's face hardened. The Murim Lord stroked his beard in a forlorn manner. We skillfully defied the laws of heaven to survive. Now we must pay the price. It's been a long time since both of you were infected with Jiangshi disease. The alchemist opened her lips. If you haven't been infected yet, or if you were just infected, the cure and prevention will end with just 1 vaccine, but the 2 of you. The alchemist, with her head bowed, quickly moved her mouth. There is no abnormality above the point where the cervix meets the spinal column. After taking the cure, you'll return to normal as it was before the disease spread. However, below that point, what you are talking about is the origin of the disease, the pathogenesis, so it's impossible to distinguish the taki. In particular, the condition of the lower body was serious, the alchemist said. The passage through which your life energy moves is the same passage through which taki spreads. In simple terms, you have to clean the hallway. The cure is not a meticulous tweezer, but a dull broom. You can't separate the dust and grains of sand while sweeping the hallway with a broom. The hallway has so much dust piled up, especially the lower part of the abdomen. The lower part of the abdomen was the place where life energy accumulated. For martial artists, it was as precious as life itself. There, we have to clear everything. If you clear it up, Master said. What does it mean to clear it up? We have to get rid of it. The alchemist's voice was tight. We have to perform surgery. Are you saying you're going to get rid of the tumor attached to the abdomen? That much is okay. There may be a loss in energy, but that can be recovered quickly. No, I have to remove it completely. You don't have to doubt the success of the surgery. This type of surgery has been done before. I'm not a specialist, but the Medicine King is skilled. I am also capable of providing support, so... She has great skill in medical procedures, the Murim Lord said, interrupting. I don't know much, but the doctors of the outside world are more skilled than the ones within the walls. It's amazing to watch from the side. Madhu, you should also look at it if you have the chance. Namgungun. I am, the Murim Lord coughed. I am going to have the procedure. It's only a handful of energy that I'll lose anyway. There's nothing to be sad about. I have no regrets. I'm glad that I can have a disciple in my old age. Even without my lower abdomen, I will have the mind to teach my pupil, and my disciple is a once-in-a-lifetime genius who understands 10 things if I tell him 1. The Murim Lord looked at his longtime nemesis. We are martial artists. Martial arts is in the heart. If the heart remains, martial arts remain. Isn't that so, Baikyang? Master could not answer. Throughout the night, the Murim Lord underwent surgery. Around dawn, the alchemist and the Medicine King informed us that the operation was over. The operation was a success. 4. At dawn, the snowfield contained the color of the shade. Master stood alone at the entrance to the cave, looking down at the shadowy world. Long black sleeves fluttered in the wind. The scenery was far away, but Master's back looked to be farther than the scenery. Master, did the result of the operation come out? Yes. What happened? He's safe. Is that so? I see. Master's gaze, though focused, did not seem to be looking at anything in particular. Disciple? Yes. I wanted to cut down all the coldness in the world, Master said. That has been my wish since childhood. I resented the winter. The snow that fell in winter was something regretful for me. Why were there seasons in the world, and among the seasons, why did winter have to take people's lives? A world that had become covered by perpetual winter. The woman born with ice, snow, and shade hated the season that most resembled her. I was confident that I could punish those who froze the world, even if I could not cut down the coldness with one strike. I remember the days when I first appeared in the land of rivers and lakes. It was also midwinter then. I realized that something had changed about Master. Her sword. Master was holding a sword in her right hand. There was no guard. It was made only with a hilt and a blade. Unlike other swords that were transparent like mirrors, Master's sword was pitch black. It was a sword that refused to be transparent. It was my first time seeing it, but I could guess what the sword was. Bloody demonic sword. That's right, Master softly chanted. When I first appeared in the land of rivers and lakes, I tried something. It was the will of a young heart. I accepted the coldness of the world as a literal thing and wished to cut down the snowy mountains. Master exhaled. The breath shed at dawn was white. In the white sky, high mountain peaks rose. I couldn't even cut off the hem of it during those days, but Master raised her sword. What will happen now? I wonder. She swung the sword. It was a sluggish gesture. Master's sleeves were long, so it took a long time for it to follow her hand movements. When the black sleeves fluttered in the air, the time in the world seemed to have stopped. In the frozen air, Master's sleeves moved freely. Barayo, wish. Sword dance. Barayo, wish. Sword life. Agabarayo, I have a wish. The swordswoman was burned up as she performed her sword dance. My heart is a candle. With that, burn this place. The snowy mountain was cut. The snow peak, which did not bear trees nor reveal rocks, which had no meaning except for just being there, was cut. The screams of the snow-covered mountains resembled thunder. Following the echoing scream, a pure white explosion. The snowy mountain collapsed, starting from the peak, causing a wave of snow to fall, and the waves built upon each other and fell apart in layers. It continued to collapse. A blizzard created by a person, not the heavens, greeted the dawn. Master was out of breath. I could only cut the peak. I cut the mountain with my heart, but killing it with just my spirit is a far-off dream. This is the last stage of the great me. Disciple, Master looked back at me. One mountain was crumbling white. I will undergo the procedure. Chapter 80. The Scent of Snow. Chapter 80. The Translator Thursdays. Editor, Sasha Lightburn 5. Master did not undergo the surgery right away. I'm sorry. I just have to take a break. It was just after the Muram Lord's procedure ended. Both the alchemist and the medicine king were tired from performing the surgery. The alchemist collapsed and fell asleep, and the medicine king went to the hot springs with his jaw hanging loose, clearly out of it. Master frowned and looked down at the Muram Lord. Old man, I heard you lost your lower abdomen, so I came to see it myself. My first visitor since I've become a patient is incredible. Fine, come and feast your eyes. How do you feel? The Muram Lord, who was lying down on the mat, and cackled. I feel light. I feel like I just might ascend. You're full of shit. You can't even turn over a new leaf, let alone ascend. The Muram Lord smirked. Well, your mug looks lighter too. Madhu. Have you also decided to get the surgery? Yes. Master sighed. I just spent a year's worth of energy while swinging my sword. It was the last time in my life that I could play with my chi like that. Ho ho, the Muram Lord's eyes sparkled. It must have been a magnificent sight. How regrettable that I couldn't see it while I was lying in bed. So, what did you do? I tried to cut the winter, but I could not. That stage of deathly desperation is far away for me. Oh, that's a shame. Well, cheer up. Isn't that an unprecedented stage? If it were as easy as that, the world's history would have been upset at least 6 times. The Muram Lord cackled again. Looking down at the old man's laughter, Master opened her lips. Namgungun, you are? I don't regret it at all. The Muram Master flatly cut her off. The world fell to pieces a long time ago, but we lasted for 3 years by a strange fate. It was a strange fate that the outside world's doctors could treat us. That I could have a final disciple, that the righteous sect that I thought would end would continue. All of that is some strange act of fate. If all these strange coincidences overlap, isn't this what you call a miracle? I am merely feeling grateful for this miracle. The only thing that I regret is this. We've never been able to conclude our war of good and evil, Madhu. Well, there is no such thing as a perfect life. Our disciples will take care of it. Yes, they will. Master smiled a little. It was a lonely smile. However, Master's eyes, as she looked at me, held a strong faith in them. If this is the end of my life, I shall accept it. It wasn't a happy acceptance, but it was close to it. No matter how sweet candy is, it must melt in your mouth before you can swallow it. Maybe Master was carefully thinking about the end of her life. I nodded. Master, I have to go somewhere for a moment. Where in the world can you go with the outside in that state? Think about it as your disciple going out for some air. Don't worry. I feel more worried because you said that. Master quietly lowered her eyebrows. You're not trying to get involved in something perilous, are you? I will definitely be back before Master's procedure is over. I covered my fist with a hand in front of me and bowed. The way my hands were probably looked quite awkward, but I put my heart into the action. Please get treated comfortably, Master. When you open your eyes again, your unworthy disciple will be waiting. Master accepted this. Now it was time for me to give Master her life back. 6. I exited the cave and crossed the snowy field. As I crossed the snowfield, I pictured how this world looked before it was destroyed. The Murim, a martial arts forest. Was there a thick forest over there? Gangho, rivers and lakes. Did water flow over there? Milord, it was the other side of the snowfield. I have executed the order. In the middle of the snowfield, the place where the trees had grown and the river flowed, Preda was kneeling on one knee. Did you find them all? Yes, Preda said, her head bowed. White snow was like dirt on her hair. The snowflakes proved how long she had been kneeling. As our Lord ordered. I had ordered Preda to do something the other day. There will be Jiangshi that can use martial arts in the vicinity who are alone. Find them. Find the demonic cult members in their black uniforms. Find the chivalrous fighters in their white uniforms. During the last 3 years of the great battle of good and evil, many Jiangshi have gone missing. The corpses of the warriors were swept away by the blizzard and the snow in the wind. There were 439 Jiangshi from the demonic cult that were lost. From the righteous sect, 478 Jiangshi. In total, 917 people were missing. That wasn't all. 560 members of the demonic cult were not lost, but are in the vicinity. Members of the righteous sect that are in the vicinity, 521. In total, 1998, all of them. Preda bowed a little deeper, over her thin shoulder. I have gathered them here for you. Jiangshi were lined up in the snowfield. My regiment of skeletons held the Jiangshi captive on both sides. It was morning. There was no way that the weak Jiangshi could move in the sunlight, but even if the clouds covered the sun, their battle formation would not fall apart. Good, you did well, I nodded. Now bring the Jiangshi to me one by one. Yes, as you command. The skeletons dragged over the cold corpses. By the time the first one reached me, I was already holding the holy sword. Winter was cold, but my blade that sliced through the winter air was colder. Baraya? The wind blew? Just as the rain was collected in a lake, the wind blew into the valley in a rage. As it was collected in the valley, the sound of the winds seemed to resemble human voices. Bar away, the wind shouted the sutra. The sound, as it dropped down, resembled the sound of all humans. I heard the sound of the wind that was rolling down and swung my sword, Agabaraya, and cut decisively. The Jiangshi's head split. Huff, I cut and cut the corpses, without any rest. As the Jiangshi's heads burst, fragments and debris splattered all over. Next! Yes! The skeletons quickly brought over the next corpse. Preda orchestrated the army of bones into moving in the way that was needed. As I fell into a steady pace, Preda quickly presented the corpses to me, and when I felt tired, she slowed down a bit. Faster! I'll finish them all before sunset today. Yes, milord! Like the flowing wind, we continued our executions. A total of 1998 corpses. No matter how immobile or subordinate they were, it wasn't easy to cut them with a single strike. Huff, huff. Who? I had been thinking about it all along. How can I reach the perfect ending? What kind of ending will ensure that Master is completely satisfied? How can a person's life become complete? I wanted to achieve it without a single lie. So I came to a conclusion. It isn't enough for me to be her disciple. When Master goes crazy, that's the bad ending. Definitely a poor result. But was it really a happy ending with just the introduction of a disciple? Would Master be happy and satisfied with this ending? No. Normal ending is by no means a complete ending. It barely satisfied the criterion of an ending. Even if I declared that it was over with this, the librarian, the constellation, would probably accept it, and the 22nd floor would be cleared as it is. Huff! Hoo! But I would never be satisfied. My lord, please stay strong. There's only half of them left now. Shiny cheers for the warriors' struggle at full power. The sun went down, the sky turned red, and the snowfield was dyed violet. Hoo! Huff! Hoo! I don't know how long it took. 7 hours? 8 hours? It should have been about that much. Anyway, I swung my sword without stopping. My clothes were drenched with sweat and bits of corpses that I had cut down. The last 10 are coming. My lord, 10 people. I looked in front of me. As expected, only 5 members each from the demonic cult and the righteous sect remained. I took a deep breath and clenched the hilt tightly. A little more. There are 5. A little bit more. Last! This is the last one. I smashed the head of a demonic cult member in a black uniform. The Jiangshi's frozen brain shattered like ice. Finally, after cutting down the 1,998th Jiangshi, I gave way and my knees fell into the snow. Huff! Huff! Huff. Who? You've worked hard, my lord. You have done a great amount of work. Preeta looked like she was ready to jump with joy. It was expected since she had also suffered alongside me for over half the day. Ever since I collected her as a part of my shadow, Preeta had always been brusque. It was the first time I had seen such honest joy coming from her. What are you so happy about? I asked after my breathing had stabilized. Then, Preeta realized that her face had been showing her emotions for a while and quickly returned to her normal cold expression. When I thought of the scene that my lord would show, my heart naturally felt I haven't been able to see my lord's master in person, but I think she will be happy. And not just a simple joy, but really, greatly. I guess, I smiled, stretching out in the snow. I hope she'll be pleased. The cure was developed. I was recognized as Master's disciple. Finally, I even obtained permission from Beihuyang. It wasn't easy getting all the way here. Finally, I was ready to see the ending of this world. 7. A week had passed. I feel somewhat empty without the lower abdomen energy. For a week, Master and the Murim Lord recuperated. Fortunately, there was no need to find a separate spot for that. The cave here with its open-air bath served as the best vacation resort for recovering. Even if I regulate my breath, my energy isn't piling up. It's quite uncomfortable not to have qi. This is the pain of the desperate people who can't do martial arts. Personally, I'm more comfortable now. Honestly, I didn't feel like I was alive even though I was living. I had to block the taki every day, make sure my heart was still beating. Oh my, oh my. The Murim Lord sighed, sinking further into the hot spring. Because I can breathe without thinking, I feel like I'm living a little now, and all this is thanks to the children of the outside world. Why, you did well hanging in there for so long. The alchemist hesitantly ended Master's examination. Today's treatment is over. Both of you are fine. We could even say that you're cured. Even if the Jiangshi were to bite you again, you won't become infected. Thank you. Master raised her hand and stroked the alchemist's head. Flinch, the alchemist briefly cowered back. That old man and I are obliged to you for saving our lives. It's not easy to help a stranger. Oh, not at all. I only did what was natural. It's amazing that you think that was something natural. It is even more amazing that you went through and saw it till the end, what you thought was natural. Child, even at your young age, you are great. No, that is... The alchemist couldn't move as Master continued to pat her head. Although she was very embarrassed, the alchemist didn't seem to hate it. They looked like close sisters, and watching them made me feel happy. But I couldn't be content with just this. Boss, does this mean it's all right for both of them to move around now? Yes. Just in case I had them recuperate for a longer period. Even if they move around and exercise, there won't be a problem. Okay, Master, Murim Lord Nim, will you walk with me for a little while? A walk? Master tilted her head. I'm delighted that I can get some fresh air with my student, but why would you bring around this old coot? Gongja, even a pleasant walkway becomes a filthy road if you go with that old man. Well, if it's a walk with the old demon and the young demon, it's me who would rather refuse. You dumb cultists can go by yourselves. Their reaction was to be expected. No. I shook my head quietly. Both of you have to come. Huh. Master and the Murim Lord looked at each other. They seemed to have noticed that I wasn't suggesting a normal walk. Their expression showed that they didn't know what it was about, but were interested. I understand. My disciple must have some secret plans. I don't want to walk with this old fool, but I'm willing to be tricked by my dull-witted disciple. Well, since a baby demon plotted, it's probably no big deal. I don't expect much at all. We left the cave. It was cold. Just like it was on the first day we fell into the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, it was still winter. What was different from that day was that neither Master nor the Murim Lord could use their chi. They wouldn't be able to use it forever. With my right hand, I held Master's hand. With my left, I held the hand of the Murim Lord. That way, I could use aura to warm them both. Master? Yes. Murim Lord Nim? Yeah. The two of you had said this. The only regret you have is that you were unable to conclude your battle of good and evil. That it's unfortunate, but it's a problem that we who have become the disciples will have to resolve. The two leaned against my warmth and crossed the cold winter road. But I thought of something else. Was it because it was the first time they were going out in a week? Or was it their bodies, which they had to use without their inner energy, that was unfamiliar? The steps of Master and the Murim Lord were a little clumsy. The great battle of good and evil is the ritual between you two. Even if I and Chen Mumun Master fight, it is just a normal spar. It can never be a great battle. Only a spar between the two of you can be the great battle. It is because it was you two who have held up the demonic sect and the righteous sect up to now. Disciple? Thank you. We got to the snowfield. Thank you for not giving up for 3 years. The place where corpses were once spread like a forest, the forest of silhouettes. Now, this place was nothing more than a clear snowfield. Thank you for coming to gather the Jiangshi again every morning. If you had given up, if they had been treated as mere corpses and left to disappear, I would never have been able to recover them. The life that you both lost, the scenery you should enjoy. To return them, I slowly opened my mouth. 100 Ghosts reincarnation. My shadow spread over the snow. Your skill is being activated. In the shade, figures rose like snowmen. 1, 2, many. Some shadows wore black robes. Some shadows had their white sleeves fluttering. They gradually took shape in human forms and looked down at their hands, amazed. Disciple, just what? However, none of them would be as surprised as Master and the Murim Lord. You can think of it as a dream. It's okay to just look over it, saying that it's an after effect of losing the energy in your lower abdomen. It's all right to assume that I learned a strange martial art to recall the memories and bodies of the dead for a while and make them the same as before. Master, Murim Lord Nim. The 100 Ghosts reincarnation was complete. The demonic cult is not over yet. Elite members of the demonic cult, 1,000 people. War has not yet forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has not forgotten war. Elites of the righteous sect, 1,000 people. The demonic cult will not end because of the Jiangshi, and the righteous sect, too, will not be eaten by mere corpses. The true great battle of good and evil. That was what the two hoped for. If the demonic cult disappears from the world, it is only by the blade of the righteous sect. If the sect is to be destroyed, it must be because of the wicked fingertips of the demonic sect. As the master of the demonic cult said, and as the leader of the righteous sect desires, I smiled. Then I covered my fist with a hand and bowed. Fight to be the final master of this world. Chapter 81, The World's Shabbiest. Chapter 81. The World's Shabbiest. 1. Editors. Lightbryn 1. Murmuring sounds flowed all over the snowfield. What the hell just happened? I'm alive? Is this heaven? The members of the demonic cult, the people of the righteous sect, the last thing they remembered was their own death. They may have memories of being bitten by Jiangshi, but they had no memories of turning into Jiangshi. From their point of view, years had passed in the blink of an eye. But there were also people who had been fully aware of the past 3 years. Master stared at the snowfield blankly, like she couldn't believe her eyes. Disciple? Yes, Master. You're not simply from beyond the walls, are you? No, you must be from a completely different world. This sort of thing is not the sort of sorcery that a mere human can do. It's an act out of some absurd legend. Or did I perhaps die and arrive at paradise without realizing it? No, that's not the case. I shook my head quietly. These people, like you, Master, can no longer use martial arts. They're very weak compared to when they were alive. However, this is not paradise, and those people have memories of their lives. Please go and check it for yourself. Please go now, Master. Tap. Master stepped onto the snow. Tap, tap. Her footsteps were very light. They were the footsteps of a person whose lower abdomen chi was taken out. They were the footsteps of a martial artist who lost her inner energy. They were the footsteps of a woman who struggled against a disease for 3 years. The heavenly demon. My master. She approached the cultists with those light footsteps. The cultists were still trying to make sense of the situation. First we have to check the current situation. Everyone stay calm. Send a reconnaissance. Bloodguard leader. They stopped. The cultists flinched. A group of 12 or so cultists fell into silence. They then looked at Master, their leader, with a confused look. Heavenly demon. Master's breath thickened, becoming whiter. Bloodguard leader. It really is you. The silence was contagious. At first, only 10 or so were silent. But when 10 people shut their mouths, the dozens of people around them shut their mouths, and the hundreds of people around those dozens shut their mouths as well, in a cascade. The snowfield was silent. Demon Lord Walliong. Yes. Flame Ghost Demon. Yes, my liege. Sword Demon. At your command. One by one, Master began to call the names of the cultists. The cultists who were called did not ask any questions. They just immediately knelt down. Crunch, crunch. As they all knelt down, the snow beneath them compressed. I had lost you all. Master reached out her hand. I lost you, again and again. Master stroked one of the cultists' cheek. She patted it. My children. Her fingers trembled. Seeing their master tremble like so, the cultists hurriedly bowed their heads. This wasn't something that they should see. It was their way of showing their devotion to her. 1,000 members of the cult all turned their gaze to the floor. It wasn't just the demonic cult members that were in shock, of course. Oh ho. The old monk stroked his beard. I must have died in the cave and crossed the river. When I closed my eyes, there is no nirvana, no grave, just this snowfield. Monk. And there is also this common man mixed in among us. Oh ho. Even if I close my eyes, I must still mix with this person. What does the Buddha want from this monk? Seeing how you're just talking bullshit, you really are the monk. The Murim Lord ran and hugged the old man. I finally realized who the old man was. He was the Shaolin head monk, the one who endured the longest after Master and the Murim Lord. You came back. You're alive. My friend, you came back to us. I am not your friend. Ah, this is undoubtedly a miracle from the Jade Emperor. I hear the sound of a dog eating grass. In other words, it was complete and utter nonsense. Don't dirty the ears of this monk commoner. In the first place, I should never have fallen for your temptation to fight against the demonic path. It's better to quietly join the temple. Ah, my happiness from seeing you cooled as soon as you talked. It really is the monk I know. I just want to punch you in the face. The demonic cult members were quiet, and while the righteous sect's fighters were noisy with chatter. They were experiencing this reunion in their own way. Time passed. It was Master who first turned her head to look at me. Master and I exchanged glances. Her eyes were dark, and in her eyes her heart was reflected. My own heart was smeared, engraved with her feelings. Master opened her mouth. Her mouth opened, and she spoke to the Murim Lord. I am So Baekyang of the demonic cult. The Murim Lord, who was having a small discussion with his sect members, stopped. The Murim Lord let his peers go from his embrace and stared at Master from afar. Master bowed. I am the heavenly demon. Maybe today is the delusion of a blind man, but that is all right. It was midday. It's okay if I'm just a sick patient who is daydreaming. The snow in this field was not known as the perpetual snow because it did not melt in the sun. It was called that because even as it melted, more snow continued to build on top of it. It's all right if this is just a dream as the world goes to sleep. After all, life is originally an illness that we live through, and the world is the dream that we all share. For humans who wished to remain pure white under the blazing sun, it wasn't enough that they were born white. They had to endlessly spread the white color over the world. They needed the determination to break, be broken, and scattered over and over again. I haven't forgotten the name of the disease I was trying to get. I haven't lost the fever of my dreams yet. So I haven't let go of any people yet, and I haven't let go of the world. Baraya. The name of the disease, not the martial arts, proves my place, and the fever of my dreams, not my internal energy, is proof of who I am. The sound of breaking snow. I am here, and as long as I stay here, I will continue to be me. Even if it melts, it falls again. I am the main seat of the demonic cult. Master recited the declaration of war. I request our 990th battle. Everywhere, it was silent. The noisy righteous sect suddenly became quiet. The oldest of them and the youngest of them, they were all last heroes of the Murim world. They came here thinking that it would be the last battle of the Great War. How could they act rashly? If their last words were their wills and testaments, they wanted the words to be the will of the righteous sect. And the people of the righteous path turned to the one who represented the will of the sect. Murim Lord, Namgung family, the old man bowed. Taesong family head, Namgung Un. I am the Axe Saint. 1,000 demonic cult members and 1,000 righteous sect members faced each other. Your demonic cult made the screams of the common folk into your doctrine. The screams turned to revenge, and the revenge turned to genocide, painting the world red with blood. Blood-stained spirits, full of vengeance. You've turned the heavens and the earth red, but you still pretend to be the weak. The one who had risen as the Lord of the Murim world, with his own voice, explained the difference between the demonic path and the righteous path. You ceaselessly cry and grab at the hem of the heavenly demon. You beg her to take your place, to take on the evils of the world for you. And as you grabbed onto her sleeves, it became clear that you are weak and pitiful people. The old lord bellowed. Wrong! You too have hands and feet. How long will you dwell on the evils of the past? The Buddha said that if a tree wants to bear fruit, it must throw away its flowers. But what are you doing? You sell your pain like a florist sells flowers. In response, a group from the demonic cult growled. The cultists grabbed the hilts of their swords. Their malice rose and killing intent bloomed. Standing against them was the righteous sect's fighters, ready to fight. Neither side would have any chi, but the air in the snowfield turned savage. Well, the corner of Master's mouth tilted upward. I suppose this means you accept the challenge. Of course. To surrender or to the death? To the death. I accept. The two fighters broke their stances. Shing! At the same time, 1,000 demonic cultists and 1,000 righteous sect fighters drew their swords. It was midday. 2,000 blades shone brightly in the sunlight. Children of the demonic cult, Master clenched her fist. You can think of today as a dream or a hallucination. Baraya! 1,000 cultists cried all at once. Perhaps this is all just a vain dream. Baraya! If so, shouldn't we live like it's a dream? Aga Baraya! Our hearts are candles. Burn this place. For the demonic cult. For the common man. Master burst into laughter. Kill them all. The war began. 1,000 cultists roared and ran like beasts. There was no clever footwork. There were no interesting techniques. They rushed like beasts and bit like beasts. It was their war, according to their doctrine. You hypocrites, I am Demon Lord Woliong, the first rank of the 4 demon lords of our sect. Taste my blade. The demonic cult's Shadow Corps Squadron. Squadron leader, Demon Lord Woliong. I am Hyungong Jin, the faction leader of the Mudang Buddhists. I see there's no shortage of worthy opponents. Mudang Buddhist faction leader, Hyungong Jin. The two men clashed with each other as they yelled. The only courtesy between them was their self-introductions. The fight itself was brutal. Rap! Demon Lord Woliong punched Hyungong Jin with the hilt of his sword. Puck, teeth, blood. White shrapnel exploded and red liquid splattered. Ooh! Hyungong Jin yelled, revealing his broken teeth. Then he lifted his fingers and stabbed Demon Lord Woliong's eyes. Puck! With the popping sound, ha! Demon Lord Woliong was overcome with laughter. The Buddhists' cries and the cultists' laughter intertwined. Another pair of opposites was beside the two of them. Of the 4 demon lords, first rank, Flame Ghost Demon, I will take your head. The demonic cult's memorial squadron, squadron leader, flame ghost demon. May Buddha have mercy, I am called Jomyang. Shaolin Temple, chief monk, Monk Jomyang. With respect to the head monk, I, the first rank of the 4 demon lords, will allow you to attack me 3 times first. The Buddha will surely remember your respect. At the words of the flame ghost demon, Monk Jomyang immediately attacked. He wrapped prayer beads around his fist and swung it. The flame ghost demon, who said he would allow him 3 attacks, immediately ducked down and headbutted the monk's stomach. Kuh! Monk Jomyang groaned, then scoffed. You said you were yielding the first 3 hits. Did you really believe me? Do I look like I believed you? Yes. Drip. Sound of flowing blood interrupted his words. It looks like you did. The flame ghost demon crumpled to the ground. His nose bone was broken. At the moment when the flame ghost demon head-butted him, Monk Jomyang lifted his knee up as if he had expected it to happen. Looking at the flame ghost demon, whose face was stained from his nosebleed, Monk Jomyang happily stroked his beard. My acting skills have not gone rusty yet. You piece of shit. I still have 2 more hits to go. Holding both ears of the flame ghost demon, Monk Jomyang repeatedly struck him with his knee. Similarly, the flame ghost demon hit the monk's knee with his forehead. Crack, it was the sound of the skull breaking a knee cartilage. Monk Jomyang grabbed his knee in pain and hopped around. Those guys, they're fighting like common thugs without their chai. This is their skill. Amazing. The true faces of these righteous sect bastards are being exposed to the world. What a wonderful day. The demonic cult's assassination squadron, squadron leader, sword demon. You truly are vulgar. Mount Hua Buddhist faction, elder, 1,000 sword Nanhua. The 2 swordsmen clashed with their swords. Clang as their swords hit. Ku! Ooh! Both sides screamed at the same time and clasped their blades. Neither side could handle the impact caused by the collision of their blades. But neither let go of their swords. The sword demon grinned, baring his teeth. Fuck! Stop being stubborn and just let go. 1,000 sword Nanhua replied through gritted teeth. That's what I was going to say. The 2 looked each other in the eye and struck again. Clang! A breathless scream. Then clang! The sound of swallowing unnecessary hope. Clang! Hands and shoulders trembled. Both of them bled from where their grips had been torn. The blood that flowed from their lips and their grasps mixed together. But again, neither of them let go of their swords. The white uniform fluttered. The black robe shook. The sunlight fell over them, casting shadows on the field. Between the sun and the shadow, the righteous sect and the demonic cult clashed. Blood burst. For the demonic cult, for the common man. Ah! Die! All of you die! You phony bastards, come at me! A monochrome world. It was not splendid martial arts that flowed vividly there. It was only the red blood of humans. Huff! Ha! 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 Among it was a particularly red smile. Ah! Ha! 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 Ah! Ha! Ha! She was truly howling with laughter. There really are a lot of righteous sect kids. Master was shouting. Good, come at me. Let us match our swords. A black shade ripped through the righteous sect's people. The sun seemed to rise and set at least 10 times faster. The movement of the woman who suffered from disease for 3 years, unable to use her chi, stood out against the warriors who also could not use the same martial arts. This is unfair, Master laughed. Head monk of the Shaolin sect? Did you think you could kill the great me with that meager strength? You horse-faced Taoist. How arrogant to think you could withstand this cult's power. These words were familiar to me. Mount Song is flooded with the grief overflowing from the world. The heaven and earth's grudge burns the mountain. The demonic cult is the peak of the Murim world, and I am the peak of the demonic cult. Are you qualified to deal with a god among gods? However, Master herself was unfamiliar with these words. You shall not pass, lackeys of the righteous path. Master yelled. Namgungun. Sword clashed with sword and flesh bumped against flesh, but Master's cry pierced through all these sounds. Where is Namgungun? Master laughed and yelled again. Call the Namgung family and the Taesang family. Summon the Murim Lord here. No matter how dense the forest is, nor how vast the sky, there is only one person who will receive the sword of my great self under this heavenly world. 4 demon lords. Bring Namgung-un in front of me. The sound of her laughter was red and ecstatic. The old man walked step by step into a world that was turning redder. I remember the first day of the war. The Miram Lord took off his shirt. The winter air was cold. The cold would be crushing because the Miram Lord could not use internal energy, but he seemed to embrace the cold. Muscles that were as dry as bones stiffened. We couldn't come to a conclusion that day, so the great battle continued on to the second day. We couldn't finish it on the second day, so it was reserved for the third day. In the end, we started off wrong. When I think about it now, I should have used all my energy from the start. Whew. The Miram Lord took a deep breath, then he straightened up and beckoned with his hand. Come on, Madhu, today luck is on my side. The Miram Alliance Lord, Act Saint, luck, you say? Good. Crunch, Master stepped on the snow. Your luck today will be your doom. Demonic cult leader, heavenly demon. They breathed in. The two stared at each other, a half breath. The two walked closer. When the two breaths met, their hands attacked each other as well. White, flurries of snow whipped through the air. Black, hair fluttered. Red. Blood splattered. Chapter 82, The World's Shabbiest. Chapter 82. The World's Shabbiest, too. Aha! Master laughed. Aha! Ha ha! Her nosebone was broken and bleeding. As she shed blood in the white snowfield, whoosh! Master swung her bare fist. Huh! The fist hit the Miram Lord square on the chin. Master didn't miss a beat when the Miram Lord stumbled back. She ran. She rushed at him. She bit him. Ah! Rip! Cook! Huff! Ah! You bastard! The Miram Lord hurriedly pushed Master away, but his ears were already wet with blood. His flesh was ripped off with a squelching noise. Koo-ha! A quiet scream rang through the snowfield. Shh! Master spat out the blood-stained ear in the snow. Master's mouth also tinged red. She smiled as if she was happy with the outcome of her hunt. A devil. She was like a bloodthirsty evil spirit. Pfft! It tastes dirty. The Namgung family's lofty virtues do nothing to improve the taste of your flesh. Oi, Madhu, seems like you don't enjoy human flesh anymore. Can you even call yourself a demon? You're so old that you taste like rotten spinach, but there's some truth to what you said earlier. Master wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. The great battle of good and evil should have ended on the first day. Both you and I were holding back. I thought I was fighting with everything on the line, but in fact I couldn't. I didn't really risk my life. Today's fight is a second opportunity that nature wouldn't have allowed us. Master looked at me. Her silent eyes contained warm and tender regard. We can't foolishly repeat the same mistakes. Act Saint. Today, I shall use up everything I have. Are you going to use your true chai? That's right. Innate true chai. It was the energy that everyone has when they are first born. In other words, it was their life force. Unlike internal energy, true chai could not be artificially cultivated. If it was used, it was no more. And once it was used up, it was the end of the martial artist's life. They would die or become crippled. For martial artists, true chi was the last resort. It was a point of no return. Madhu, you and I are weak anyway, the Miram Lord said. Was it because he lost an ear? The Miram Lord frowned with a terrifying expression. If we try to draw out your true chi now, we can only use it like a novice or a trainee, let alone as a master. Of course, there is no internal energy without our lower abdomen. It will be impossible to demonstrate our skills. Don't you know this? I know. Are you intending to use up your true chi to show the martial arts of a trainee, at best? Of course, Master smiled. Don't be angry, Namgungun. I do not intend to throw away my life. I would never. I just hope that my inevitable last day happens to be today. I now feel the full joy of being alive. I'm grateful twice over. I'm grateful to myself for surviving to this day, and I am grateful to fate that I may die today. Even though the world is destroyed, yes, I am grateful for all the connections I have made up to this very moment. Master slowly got into a stance, right hand forward, left hand back. Looking back at it, I am truly happy as a warrior. Wah! Snow flew through the air. It wasn't snow from the sky. A small maelstrom of snow swirled around Master. Her innate true chi had trickled out. The wind whipped around, centering on Master. I see. Is that so? The Miram Lord accepted her wish with a clear face. All right, I've also longed for a day like today. The wind flowed backward. Let's die together, heavenly demon. The two ran toward each other. And as for me, I looked at the scenery as their life forces spilled onto the snowfield. Master smacked away the Miram Lord's hand. The Miram Lord stepped on Master's foot. Their arms crossed and their feet crossed, their true chi ceaselessly dripping from their bodies. It was a leakage that spilled their lives. The permanent snowfield that the sun couldn't melt mixed and melted into the lives of the two warriors. Master hit the Muram Lord's back. The wind blew. The wind flowed in the direction her fingertips pointed, and snow followed this path. In a world covered with snow, only the path through which the hands and feet of two people crossed slowly turned to the bare ground. And that wasn't all. Little by little, rapidly, things that weren't white grew around the spot where Master and the Muram Lord fought. A weed, a bush. The ground elsewhere was still frozen with snow, but between the two fighters, the seasons bloomed. They're being fed true chi, Behuryong said bluntly. It's like a feast for the plants because it's the true chi of such masters. But even then, it's only temporary. Even if it was only a moment, the seasons were beautiful. The earth drank the true chi of the two people. Thus, heaven and earth briefly returned to what they were before they immersed in eternal winter. It was a forest of peach flowers. A peach tree grew and thickened as if time were accelerated. The peach trees resembled human fingers. The branches, crawling out from the ground, stretched their hands toward the sky like they were trying to grab something. Flowers bloomed. Through the petals of pink-colored flowers, through the cracks of the branches like fingers, Master and Muram Lord dueled. Their hands and feet moved with the intent to kill each other. However, covered by the petals, it looked like a dance, and as it took the lives of two people, it was an unnatural death. 1. Many things in the world are beautiful when covered by flower petals, even killing intent, even the poison of my master. This is a rare event. The white snowfield, red peach petals flew around. Is it because one side was born with the ideal yin body and the other with a body for martial arts? The yin and yang have almost completely meshed together. Those two people are already in a world of their own. I've never seen such a curious sight. The peach flowers bloomed and closed. Spring stayed, then passed again. March of the Heavenly Demon. Master stepped forward. As the blizzard struck, the peach flowers scattered. Destruction of the yellow moon. The Muram Lord grabbed her wrist and twisted it. The wind stopped, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom again. The petals then were carried on the wind and buried my shoulder. It was only then that I knew. These red flowers were Master's blood. It was the blood of the Muram Lord as well. The petals bloomed from drinking the blood of these two people. I hate you and your people. Winter itself was bleeding. I hate you. Master, I hate the righteous sect. I don't like heroes. I don't like the 9 great schools. I hate the 5 noble clans. You all are happy while the common man screams. So aloof, but it is not your happiness that I cannot forgive. Of course it wasn't. Master, it was that even people like you could be hurt. Peach blossoms bloomed and fell. The seasons passed, but the number of flowers that bloomed became fewer, and the seasons became shorter and shorter. Even those like you said that things were painful. You made expressions of pain, spoke of pain, sought comfort, and provided comfort. Like you were pretending to be human. Master was dying. I am a detestable person. Flowers fell. So why? The seasons passed. Why were you beastly to the others, but always human among yourselves? Countless peach blossoms covered the shadows of the two. In retrospect, it was a momentary dream, a quick scene in a book. The branches were dry. No more peach blossoms bloomed. The wind blew, and snow covered the ground again. Amid the fallen petals, Master and the Muram Lord stood tall. Shake! Ka-ah! Fau-ha! Over the red flower field an even redder color was spewed. It was the blood of the Muram Lord. Master's tightly clenched fist had reached the chest of the Muram Lord. The old man stumbled like a mirage. Then lightly he fell. The red flowers rose up as if to accept the old man's body. Master stood still. Master. No answer came back when I called. Master! I stepped toward her. I hastened. I ran, and I hugged Master's body that was still standing tall. It was cold. Her body was cold, like an ice field. Master, I won. Master's voice was clear. The body heat that had disappeared from her body was still hanging onto her voice. But it was too light. Her fingers and body all became light in a moment, as if she was rapidly aging. Yes, you won. You won, Master. Originally, I should have pierced his chest and grabbed his heart, but rather than piercing, I stopped at hitting. I showed my disciple a shameful face. Not at all, it wasn't like that. Well, my face is still in better shape than yours now. What sort of expression is that? I carefully laid down Master with my arms. I used aura to cover her body. Even so, Master did not get any warmer. Pat, even the fingertips that touched my cheek were as cold as icicles. Don't worry, disciple. I still have a bit of time before I die. 2 hours. Isn't that enough time to say goodbye? I only had 2 hours left to hear this person's voice and hear her breath. You're still crying. Master looked sad. You're making things difficult for your master. Well, I have also made things difficult for you. I wanted to take a long time to tell you everything, but this old lady's stubbornness prevented me from even that. I worry about what I will leave in your heart, what I will hand down to you. I'm afraid I'll leave a void in you, Master whispered, letting out a cold, bloody cough. I wish for you to remember me like one remembers the flower at the moment it bloomed. Death King Nim! I heard an urgent cry. It was the voice of the alchemist. Maybe they just now realized that the great battle of good and evil had taken place in the snowfield, as the alchemist and the party from the tower were running toward us. Death King Nim! What is this? Oi, master! The venomous snake was surprised to discover the Murim Lord. Are you okay? Hey, master, look at me. Open your eyes. The old man is fine. Master coughed again. The last hit was shallow. It didn't go in deep. He was boasting that luck was on his side today. Being crippled is that fellow's luck. What do you mean by crippled? The alchemist opened and closed her mouth again. I would never let him go in that condition. Anyway, we don't have time for this. Both of you need treatment. I'm fine. Take care of the old man. But I know my body the best. It's already over for me. And, said Master, I want to spend the last of my time with my only disciple. Child, could you leave us two alone? The alchemist was both a pharmacist and a doctor. She approached and checked Master's pulse. She activated her skill to examine her patient's physical condition. The alchemist's complexion turned dark. I have painkillers. Would you like some? That's all right. Master smiled. The winter wind is lovely. It's nice and cool for my heart. When I reach nirvana, I want to feel this wind as it is now. The alchemist stood up. Her head drooped. She quietly bowed toward Master. The medicine king, who was standing by without a word, beckoned and gathered the rest of the party. It wasn't long before they went back to the cave with the Murim Lord. They were being considerate of Master and me. Master. Gongja. Master held onto my hand. What shall we do with the remaining time? Did you want to hear about my childhood? Would you like to hear how beautiful the headquarters of our cult is? Please. I, too, held Master's dry hand. There was still something left. Her life hadn't become perfect. There was still a missing puzzle piece, the one that would make sure that she enjoyed her greatest moments and would make a completely satisfying ending. I have a request. What is it? Please have a match with me. Master's eyes widened. How unexpected. All disciples dream of surpassing their master, but as you can see, I cannot move any further, Gongja. What's the point of winning against a person who can't even move? If it's not a match that involves the body. I want to compete against Master with words. A battle of wits, I see. A battle of wits. It was a match done not with the body, but with one's mouth. One person starts by describing what skill they would use and how. When the other person counters the attack, they also explain how they would deal with it. Therefore, there was no need to move one's limbs. No internal energy was required. It was a fight that pitted two people's perception of martial arts. A confrontation of their knowledge. Oh ho, Master gently laughed. Our disciple is being quite arrogant. If we compete with our bodies, Gongja, you will be victorious, but your defeat will be inevitable in a battle of wits. I have many skills that I've learned in my heyday, but you would fight with just the slight knowledge of the infernal heaven's demonic art. I opened my mouth. I don't think that the match against the Murim Lord was your best, Master. You even said this. Originally, you would have pierced his chest and grabbed his heart. Even if it's just a verbal fight, I want Master to achieve the most satisfying match in the end. The greatest fight with no regrets. That was the wish of all martial artists. Gongja, do you mean that you can show it to me? Yes. Master seemed to find my proposal interesting. Was she thinking that this was the childish thought process of her young student? She didn't seem to have any expectation that I could provide her with a satisfying match. All right, However, I will not take mercy on you, even in a verbal match. I will allow you to go first, but don't resent your master too much if I end the match with one strike. Yes. When the match is over, I shall tell you the tales of when I was younger. Now show this master the results of your training." Master grinned. It was a smile that felt like a peach blossom. I looked down at Master's face and slowly turned to the man sitting across from me. I looked at the martial artist who had reached the peak not here, but in another world. The Sword Emperor. Is it my turn now? He was also someone who rose to be the greatest of all time in another world. Even though he could not fight with his body as a ghost, he could do a verbal spar by borrowing my mouth. Yes. Please fulfill the promise from when you lost the bet. I will, Beoyong smirked. I wanted to go up against the head of the demonic cult here anyway. He crossed his arms and sat on the snow. I'll give her the greatest match of all time. Tell her that you will yield the first 3 moves. With me in the center, 2 godlike beings faced each other. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Sword Dance. N. Translator, Thursdays, PR, Lightbrin N. Heart's Sword. So Baikyang stumbled over that stage after winter passed again and again when she could no longer feel the cold of that winter, the sword of the heart. So Baikyang began to understand that stage when she was no longer referred to as the fragrance of snow, but instead as the heavenly demon. I can see it. So Baikyang, the woman who became the heavenly demon, muttered, "There is a stage ahead that no man has ever overcome. It looks as far away as nirvana, but is there any place that you can't go if you can see it?" The heavenly demon's heart pounded. The Heart's Sword was a legendary stage that was only talked about. Killing someone with your mind. If you have the intent to kill, you hold these murderous intentions in your heart, and the person will soon die. There was no need for a sword. There was no need for words either, and that stage finally presented itself in front of her. Heavenly Demon Nim, if, the greatest of us all, if she was given time, if she had 60 years to focus solely on training, really, if she had it, release us from this pain. The people prostrated themselves before her. The government told us to pay our tax with sable leather. My father went hunting for martens but didn't come back, so we couldn't pay the tax, and taxes are paid by the number of heads in our family. My grandmother told me that her days were short anyway, and to reduce the tax, Heavenly Demon Nim. In front of her, there were many backs stooped over in bows. There was a drought last year, so we had nothing to eat. I had nothing to eat, but I was ordered to build a reservoir and a dam to prevent next year's drought. But how can one build with a starving body? They dragged my daughter away, and she hasn't come back. Heavenly Demon Nim, there were very many. The heavenly demon quietly looked up at the snowy mountain. Years to devote herself to training. If she only had 60 years, she would be able to rise to a stage that nobody in history had ever done. That was a clear, indisputable fact. However, despite this, guide us. The heavenly demon stood up, holding her sword. The dark robe fluttered. There are many things that I must cut down. Would she abandon the world? Or would she abandon herself? In the end, the heavenly demon simply abandoned her own desires. She stifled her desire for strength until she desired for nothing. Because that was how she had always lived. That day, too, she cut down those who froze the world, but she couldn't cut down winter. 2. Originally, Bei Huryong kneeled down. It'd be unspeakable for a martial artist to borrow someone else's mouth for a match. It's discourteous, and in terms of rudeness, it would go down in history and be ridiculed. It was my first time seeing Bei Huryong in such a posture. He was sitting politely on the snowfield. I realized that it was a courtesy that he was showing to an opponent he recognized as a worthy rival. But even though I know it's ridiculous, I have no choice but to ask for a match. The Sword Emperor looked straight at Master. I am called the Sword Emperor. In the world of 1,000 blades, I was officially recognized as its number 1. It may be discourteous of me, but I request a verbal match between us. Then he lowered his head. Disciple? Master blinked. Come on, describe your first move. The match has already begun. Of course, Master's eyes couldn't see Bei Huryong. She couldn't hear his words, nor could she see his bow. Master, what is it? You know that I can use some strange techniques. Are you referring to the technique that brought the Jiangshi of my children and the righteous path back to life? Master laughed. Her laughter was quiet, as if it would soon disappear. I decided not to ask you anything. Silence is a virtue. Perhaps it's that you're an emissary sent by the Jade Emperor, who pitied me. Master was smiling as her head rested on my thighs. When she laughed, her head shook a little. From that movement, I could tell that she was becoming lighter. There is another technique I can use. Master's time was running out. I had to say things as concisely as possible. The technique involves summoning ghosts. The ghost next to me right now is a skilled martial artist. In another world, he was called the greatest. Aha! The greatest martial artist in another world. How magnificent. Master snickered. It seemed that she thought it was a funny joke. All right. Since it's a ghost of the greatest fighter in another world that my student summoned, I'll pay attention. I'll happily accept you as my opponent for a battle of wits. I looked at Bei Huryong. Bei Huryong continued to sit in silence. Well, what kind of move does the number 1 ghost have to offer? He said he would yield the move to Master. He said that he would yield the first 3 moves to you, Master. A bit of the smile disappeared from Master's expression. What a maniac. My disciple would never say such a thing. It must be the ghost that does not know his place. Then, with the 5th blade of the 12 Cloud Dragon swords, the Outward Dragon Quick Sword, I pierced the water blood point. The first move. I shall use the 6th form of the Earth Dragon style, Western River Cave Dragon, feinting and then retreating with the floating cloud step. Bei Huryong responded without hesitation. I didn't know what the 12 Cloud Dragon swords nor the Earth Dragon style was. The only thing I knew was the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. I was just calmly communicating their fight with my mouth. He used the 6th form of the Earth Dragon style, Western River Cave Dragon, feinting, and then used the floating cloud step to retreat. Master furrowed her brows. Then I will blow him away with the 7th form of the ultimate mysterious art, the expected reaction. I shall avoid it and feint with the 2nd move of the 6 boxing attacks, double sheet attack. Master's elegant eyebrows crinkled a little more. I will attack with the 6th form of 6 equal grave swords, Sword of Disinterment. I use my perching duck kick. I step back with the all-blossom chaotic step. 3 turns ended in an instant. I couldn't understand what kind of battle was unfolding between the two. However, Master was silent. You, Bei Huryong calmly opened his mouth. I can roughly imagine how you lived. After climbing to the top rank in your sect, you devoted yourself to your group without time for training. You could have entered the stage of life and death, but you didn't. Why? Because you were busy. 24 hours in a day is not enough to take care of a sect. You must have been busy taking care of your family, the members of your cult. What time would you have had for training? But, said Bei Huryong, you know what's the most unfair part of this? The corner of his mouth twisted. Even like this, you were still the strongest. You had no reason to aim higher. Why? You're already at the top. It was enough to survive, and everyone acknowledged your strength. There was no need to try, because you were literally their god. Poor thing. Your misfortune is that you were the absolute strongest in this world. Bei Huryong crossed his arms. Let me show you what a god among gods is like. I didn't repeat these words to her. I didn't feel like there was a need to. Master slowly raised her head. Her light body leaned on mine a little. With that, she sat up in the snow. You're not just for show. The Heavenly Demon, from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the strongest of all time, demonic cult. Of course, who do you think I am? Sword Emperor, from the world of 1,000 blades, the strongest being under the heavens. Righteous sect. Fine, I shall take you seriously. Come at me. A martial arts match. It began now. 3. I use the 1st form of the flaming blood dragon, ascending explosion to strike your chin. You're suddenly acting like the righteous sect, for some reason. With the upward momentum, I'll continuously use the 8 great cloud dragon techniques for 1 second. While one hand was being gathered into a fist, the other hand struck. 1 turn. I'll use the 3rd form of the assassination sword, the scholar's strike, to attack your fortune spring point and kill the momentum of your ascending explosion. Oh, interesting. What should I do? Should I receive it or... All right. I'll use the precept of life and death along with Cove Surge Thread. Another turn. Uh, as the battle of wits continued, Master started to run out of breath. The white breath of winter turned even whiter. Master closed her left hand and squeezed my knee tightly. With her right hand, she clenched my hand. She was trembling. Master's trembling passed on to me through her hands. How long are you going to keep your dirty foot over my fingers? I'll tear it off with burning leech boss plate, the second form of the three seeds demonic scriptures. I was only matching your aura. What a ferocious temper you have. I'll immediately take my feet off and onto the air with running wave, simultaneously using the fourth form of great godly chariot rotation, living death, to hit the right giant bone, Sun Valley, and spirit home pressure points at the same time. I will take 3 steps back with heavenly demon step. Master was delighted. Since you pretended to be the righteous sect, should I try to imitate the demonic cult's techniques too? They responded with the other sect's moves. That was right. The Murim Lord, the Axe Saint, was never really Master's rival. It was true that the Murim Lord was the strongest member of the righteous sect in this world. He was the only one who was able to stand against Master. But wasn't it proven in the final battle? When the two fought each other with all their power, it was Master who eventually won. The game had a fixed ending. Maybe that was why Master delayed the conclusion of the battle of good and evil 990 times. She was like a child who cherished and savored a piece of candy as long as possible because she knew it would melt away. I'm sorry. That was why in the bad ending the Murim Lord said those words to Master. I'm sorry, I'm weaker than you. I was weaker than you. Kill me. Clasp. Without realizing it, I tightened my grip. A foolish act. I attack your face with the second form of assassination sword. You wish. I use the iron burning plate to evade your attack, and this time I use ascending explosion on your other side. Aha! Master finally smiled. It wasn't a sad smile, nor a smile that looked like it would evaporate away. It was a bright laugh, backed by the pounding of her heart. Disciple, the ghost you brought in is the best. Yes. Now I could fully understand the feelings of the Murim Lord. He's probably the strongest person I know. Where were you hiding these ghosts, and why are you only introducing them to me now? I was a little upset. I've never met such a powerful martial artist before. No, I was very upset. I twist your arm and stop your force, and I take 4 steps back with heavenly demon step. You've already gone back 3 steps, and now you're going another 4. Are you running back with your tail between your legs? I go forward with the floating cloud step and follow you, then use sudden midsummer rain. I then carry it out with sword force. Ha! Sword force with sudden midsummer rain? I guess you're tired of searching for me. Fine then. I use the sword of thirst to strike upward against you, then use the first 3 forms of lower sand to strike the heaven pillar, nape, and life pillar all in a row. For me, the match between the two was incomprehensible. I couldn't even imagine the fight in my head. I understood the sword of thirst. However, I didn't know what lower sand dragon was. I knew what running wave was. However, I didn't know what sort of form living death of the great godly chariot rotation was. It all kept going over my head, and I wasn't even allowed to hesitate while trying to picture it. I could not see the match between the two at all. You have to attack like that. Great. I use the butterfly sword style's precept of life and death to dodge and step back, then use ultimate fertile heaven sword. Not bad. Not bad at all. If possible, I wanted to become her rival. If possible, I wanted to monopolize her hopes and be the one to grant her wishes. I wanted her to spend the last of her life happy because of me. But I couldn't see it. What I can see and hear, at best, was, good, I'll use the technique to get out of the way. I'll respond with the third form of sword style. Only something like this. I could not see the swords of the 2 masters. All right, I'll counter with the second form of... I'll follow up with the method of... The words didn't make sense. Fine, I'll stab your... and with sword style. You sure are in a hurry. I'll dodge using... then use to aim at your neck. I'll deflect it, then use the 10th form of... to attack your... with... After counterattacking, I'll twist the using... and It was dark. I was far from reaching their playing field. After deflecting it, it was then Master, who was breathless, looked back at me. Suddenly, time seemed to stop. Master's gaze, the silent gaze, stayed on my face. Right? There was a small smile on Master's lips. Disciple, the day is cold. The season repeatedly falls into winter, and so this area is known as a permanent snowfield. The snowfield is a harsh battleground. When you step forward, you often fall into the snow, so you have to continue using movement skills. Master touched the snowfield with her finger. The porous snow was smeared on Master's fingertips. So a battle on the snowfield always focuses on breaking the other person's posture. Disciple. Do you understand? You don't have to stubbornly cut off the person's head or stab their back. It is enough to push them until they can't hold their movement skill. That's why your ghost and I are trying to take over each other's space. If you steal their space, your opponent will have a smaller range of movement. Master. There's also a reason why we're using kicks. It isn't just to hit the other person. Kicks scatter the snow and obscured the other's sight. It's quite a frantic fight, isn't it? Master whispered in my ear. Close your eyes. Master's left hand slowly covered my eyes. Can you picture your master's opponent? Yes, it is a strong and noble master. He's a large man. He's nearly twice my size, right? In my head, I pictured Behuryang. Yes. The giant bear-like master is breathing unevenly. He's urging you to attack and smiling confidently. There is a big difference in our physiques. Of course, he's confident. The more Master spoke, the clearer Behuryang's figure became in my mind. How can I overcome the difference in our natural physiques? I have to accept it. Accept it, but think of my own strengths. I am able to move faster than him. Most of all, I am more familiar with Snowfield, and I am more adept in using my skills than he is. Yes. Play the long game. Do you understand, disciple? I am aiming for a drawn-out battle. Master laughed, then said playfully, but my opponent sees through my intentions. His movements become impatient. His sword cuts faster. He's running toward me like a wild boar, soon. But there is nothing to be scared of. I had already foreseen this. I step back, lightly, retreat back. My eyes. I drag him in. The landscape was drawn before my eyes, only I keep walking backwards. My footsteps continue to be light. He acts like a wild boar, rushing in and throwing snow around in all directions. The winter repeated, and the world turned into a permanent snowfield. Master stepped back. Behuryang rushed forward. Snowflakes fly away with each step we take. I, too, started to be able to see their swords. Chapter 84, Sword Dance. Chapter 84. 2. Tar Lightbrinn Winter. It's snowing. Master's footsteps were light. It has already been 2 days since our match began. She stepped lightly, so lightly on the snowfield as if she would slip on the ice. A world covered in white. The black hem of Master's clothes flowed like a brush on white paper. How long are you going to run away? There was another brush following after her. Its strokes were tougher, stronger, and more intense than Master's. It was a brush dipped heavily in ink and pressed hard on the paper. If it's a movement skill, I won't lose to you. With heavy steps, Behuryang broke the ice under his feet, rushing forward where his gaze hit like a bulldozer. I am confident that I can keep running forever, but there will still be an end to it. Don't you know? This world is an endless field of snow. There may be no place to go, but there is an infinite number of places to run. I won't leave you be. Behuryang kicked the snow with a chwak, dashing forward. If you were in your prime, maybe you could run away forever. But this match is between us, as we are now. If we're counting the rest of your life, you don't even have 2 hours left. The sand in your glass is falling quickly. Are you still going to run away? Oh ho, how unfair. Life is unfair. Behuryang swung his sword. You have a point. Master turned her head and easily avoided the attack. I don't have much time left to live. I can't continue running away. At some point, we have to end the match. There's no reason that point shouldn't be now. Now you're talking my language. If so, Master grabbed the hilt of her sword. I shall show you my maximum power. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of Starvation. Starvation, like parents exchanging their own child with their neighbors to eat them. The sword parted the winter wind with a scream. Have you heard the tale of an adult who baked the neighbor's child into jerky and buried them in the snow? Have you heard the rumors in the village? Did you hear that if you dig at the snow on the side of the village road, your shovel will discover young flesh at each plow? How sad. Shing. Bei Huryang blocked Master's blade with his sword. It must have been a famine year. That's right. A famine is like an epidemic that always returns. But that's just chance. Bei Huryang was hit by the cold gust and swung his sword again. Good harvests happen by chance, as do famines. It's nothing more than coincidence. Sect leader, if you mourn so much over accidental tragedies, you should celebrate accidental blessings just as much. The depth of one's sadness should be equal to the height of one's happiness. Shing, the two swords clashed. A red plum flower fell. So I shall sing of the happy autumn harvest. Snowflakes descended like falling leaves. There are days when I looked at the horizon as I walked down the street. It was a day when the golden sea of rice stalks stretched to the horizon. Young children played hide-and-seek among the rice paddies, as tall as them. Laughter thundered and weaved in and out of the rows of rice plants. Autumn. The wind blew. The mountains and fields turned red with autumn leaves, and the horizon turned yellow with rice stalks. You talk of children's flesh buried in the snow? Then I'll talk of the children's laughter as they play under the bountiful produce. It was a world full of crimson maple leaves fluttering to the ground. Bei Huryang swung the sword. Either way, the days are both results of chance. If I have to put something into my heart as I swing my sword, I will think of the sound of laughter. When I think back on life before I die, I will think of the children playing hide-and-seek. It's an obvious choice. Really. Master sliced through the leaves. What a blessing! Infernal heavens, demonic art. Second form, sword of thirst. Both cases are by chance, you say. Of course it is, but happiness does not kill a person. The suffering from starvation, the pain of thirst can kill. And if you die, you're dead forever. It's the end. The sun began to set. I shall sing of the people who died unable to drink a sip of water. Summer. A heat wave covered the world. All the vegetation on the mountain dried up. Weeds turned yellow. Fruits shriveled up. The beetles crawled slowly, and hundreds, thousands, 10,000s of fish corpses were scattered along the side of the river. Flop. The fish's round eyeballs were desiccated. Ah! Master's sword became sticky. Bei Huryang parried the sword, but Master did not back down. Rather, she clung to him even closer. It was close combat. They were so close to each other that they could feel the opponent's breath. Chang, shing, sword quickly countered sword, so fast to make one's eyes dizzy. If you wash and swim in the summer, it's really cool. Bei Huryang parried Master's quick sword. You're teaching Gongja wrong. What? Sorry, my words were a little harsh. Rather than teaching him wrong, you're teaching him too early. Bei Huryang's sword flowed like water. It's good to talk about the pain of the world. It's also good to look at other people's suffering. But that isn't something to be done forever. Why do you say that? It's just that it gets tiring. Shing! Red lily flowers bloomed. This Gongja kid still hasn't tasted the wonders of the world. Suddenly, his fighting style changed. He has to taste its delicacies. It's only when he tastes it he can further understand the sorrow of those who would never be able to feel the same. He needs to swim in the summer. He needs to swim in it so that he can feel the pain of those desiccated and weak. A human heart is like a candle. So long as it keeps burning, it will burn out one day. Cult Master, did you know? This kid still has never fallen in love. He's never been in a relationship. His attacks poured down like a waterfall. But he already acts like he's carrying all the pain and sadness in the world. What an act. Ha, he shouldn't even dream of it. Even if your cult teaches kids young, he's way too young for this. It showered like rain. I'm going to teach this kid how to be happy. The rain poured. I'll teach him how to laugh without a single lie. I'll teach him how to put his arm around someone's shoulders. He should be able to learn how to be happy with someone. Only then can he learn endless sadness. The rain poured over the dry earth. The river became fuller with the rainwater. As the river's level rose, it swallowed the corpses of the fish on the banks. Violet morning glories opened up to drink in the raindrops, the sound of frogs croaking. You plan to be my disciple's master? Infernal heaven's demonic art, third form, sword of the drowned. That's right. How dare you? It was like a ceaseless stream of rain. The sword struck again and again. Who do you think you are to covet my direct disciple? Midsummer. The monsoons caused many floods. Countless rose petals floated down the river. Ha! Is this a joke? I'd planned to be his master first. The reservoir collapsed and the village was locked in the water. The water rose up to the feet of the mountains. On top of the rising water, Master and Beihuriong kicked at each other. Splish, splash! Waves erupted from where the two people stepped. I was the one who taught this guy how to take the heads of orcs. I was also the one to teach him how to utilize aura. I raised this brat with no talent in the martial arts until he could use it somewhat. And now, you're interfering and being a bad influence. You're calling me a bad influence? Yeah. The demonic cult is a bad influence, duh. The two glided around on the surface of the water. One was chased. The waves bloomed at his feet with a splash. The other was chasing. Gently, her toes traipsed on the rose petals. The two cast shadows over the waves and petals. Swinging a sword should be fun. The smell of water on a rainy day. The aroma of the flowers was thick. Gongja is not ready for the infernal heaven's demonic art. It's a sword that wields pain, understands pain. What's that supposed to be? It's too much of a demonic art, but he still needs to smell the flowers and feel joy under a summer shower. Gongja is my disciple. He was born to be the next master of this sect. It's because you think so that I'm calling you a bad influence, you second-rate master. Hundreds and millions of roses. Before long, the flooded river was no longer visible. There was no sign of the water. The rose petals had covered its entire surface. The world blazed red, becoming a flower garden. Spring. Flowers flowed, red peonies bloomed and flew into the air. Governing Red Chaos Sword's sixth form, Sword of Balanced Chaos, to slice your neck. Shing! 2 petals gave way to her blade. I take 2 steps back with the center snow step. I could see it. I'll send you flying with the Infernal Heaven's demonic art's 7th form, Sword of Blunt Impact. I could hear it. I'll use the Ocean Blossom Strike style's 4th form, Falling Harvest Moon, to confront you. I could see the two people's swords. I could see the pressed peonies underneath the two people's feet. The red peonies' aroma burst as they were stepped on. I could see it at last. Master was... The demonic cult's headmaster, the heavenly demon, was losing. I will resist you with the Infernal Heaven's demonic art's 8th form, Sword of Incineration. Under the sky of peonies, Master's blood spilled. It was bloody. The difference between Master and Beihuriong's skill was clear. No matter how long she tried to perpetuate the battle, it was impossible for Master to outrun Beihuriong's pursuit, and from attempting the impossible, Master's arms, legs, and shoulders bled red. Beihuriong got into a pose. I'll cut you off with the Old Remains Flower Sword's first technique, Sword of the Moonlit Night. The sound of Master's breathing became a little thin. Her chi was running out. It would be overambitious for her to try for mutual death by using her true chi. Master opened her mouth. I originally couldn't complete the final form of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. This was for one reason. I had been set on using the death from my youth, death by freezing. Freezing to death after being left behind in a snowfield by my mother. That was what I considered to be the penultimate death. Master raised up her sword high. But the tip of her sword pointed to the sky like an hour hand at noon. Paradoxically, I was able to complete the 9th form of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art after the world had been destroyed. Heaven and earth, it was my ego. Whether I looked up at the sky or walked beneath it, I was alone. Baraya. Baraya. Aga Baraya. The world is winter, and a lone candle burns. If I sing, it is the song of the whole world, and if I die, it is the death of everything. It's white. It's turning white, and whiter still. Her sword, it cut the heavens. My infernal heaven is the testament of the snowfield. Infernal Heaven's demonic art, 9th form, Sword of Freezing. The winter cut through the spring. The red-petaled sky split apart, and in its cracks, a white winter raged. It raged and descended. Petals turned to snow, and the hundreds of millions of peonies became hundreds of millions of snowflakes, freezing the world. It was a lonely sword. The attack sang of the heavenly demon's lonely death. Of course, as the winter torrent struck him, Beihuriong calmly looked up. A lonely death. Is this the death the leader of the demonic cult chose? Fine, I'll accept it. It's the perfect attack for the last warrior of a fallen world. A lonesome smile hung on Behuryong's mouth. But when it comes to solitude, I know it better than you. Behuryong gripped the hilt of his sword. How long did you last by yourself in this world? 3 years? 2? No, you haven't lasted a single day. After all, that fellow called the Murim Lord was by your side. When the Murim Lord dies, you lose your mind. The tip of his sword moved. I'm sorry, but then I've endured 130 years by myself. Martial arts, void form, first sword. The peony flowers were winter, spring, summer, autumn, autumn, winter, spring, summer, summer, autumn, winter, spring, spring, summer, autumn, winter. Plum blossoms and peonies and roses and lilies, lilies and plumsums and peonies and roses. The petal to petals, petal, because they were petals. Red was red, became red, red. Winter was, because it became red. Again, the winter, her breath. Because it turned heavy, I regained my breath. I couldn't see, I couldn't hear, I couldn't understand the last attack at all. Ha, huff, ha, ah. However, there was something more important than understanding the sword right now. Master, are you all right? How is your body? Master stared wordlessly at the winter sky. Her eyes weren't focused. Thump. My heart leaped. I fumbled to hold Master's hand, fumbling over and over again until I could find her pulse. It was beating. She was alive. She was still alive. Master. Master slowly opened her lips. I see, Master said. So it was like that. Saying so, Master looked into my eyes. Disciple. Her dark pupils. My disciple. You, from the beginning, you were only thinking about how to help me. Saying that you came here from the outside world out of admiration for me, that was a lie. It was a bright red lie. Why didn't I see it before? My disciple isn't one to cross the world infatuated by a reputation. Her voice, Master's voice, kept becoming smaller. Thank you. Disciple. Were you happy that you met me? I nodded. Yes. Will you remember me as the single petal of a flower? Yes, Master. I'd like to know what type of flower it is. A peony, I replied. I held Master's body. I'll remember you as a red peony, Master. Oh ho, Master smiled. How pretty. She brushed her hand against my cheek. How pretty, then. With her other hand, Master beckoned to the heavens. It was a weak and light gesture, like a baby bird flapping its wings. My disciple. Without a sound, without a single sound, the snowy mountain was cut. The mountain, cut in two, remained there as if it had always been like that. Master exhaled a white breath. She must have been trying to dream a white dream. Master. I buried my face in Master's shoulder, in the stopped breath. In time, to the person who was born with the scent of snow. You've cut through winter. Master, you cut down the winter. That day, the winter of one world was cut. Chapter 85. A Reader's Mind. Thursday's day. Editor Sasha Lightbrin. I held on to Master for a long time. Even if a person's breath ends, their body remains. Death was a cruel and merciless thing. Sir. A long time later, I heard a voice calling me. The warriors in black uniforms, the elites of demonic cult, were surrounding me. Even as I silently held on to Master, the battle of good and evil raged on. Eventually, the demonic cult won the war. Since we were in the middle of a fight, we couldn't confirm it, but several cult members overheard that our sect leader called you, disciple. The warrior asked nervously, Sir, are you the heavenly demon Nim's successor? I looked around. All the demonic cult members who survived the battle were staring at me, including the ones that Master had called the 4 demon lords. Some of them had nosebleeds, cut-up lips, arms that were chopped off. All of them, soaked in blood, waited for my answer with bated breath. I don't know if I am. Didn't our sect leader accept you as a disciple? That's right. I clung a little tighter to Master's cold body. I am Master's disciple. The man's face hardened. If our sect leader accepted you as her disciple, she must have taught you the infernal heaven's demonic art. This request may be rude, but please, sir, demonstrate the infernal heaven's demonic art in front of us. His tone was polite, but he clearly meant that he couldn't believe I was the heavenly demon's disciple without evidence. I'm being treated as an heir just by being Master's disciple. I realized then, why did Master hesitate so much about taking me as a disciple? It was because being a direct disciple of the heavenly demon meant inheriting the leadership of the demonic cult. Now, as the last of Master's warmth left this world, the mantle of cult leader fell onto me. All right, Is it enough if I use the sword of starvation? Yes. The sect leader said clearly that if it is even slightly unsatisfactory, do not accept them as my successor. We may not be renowned swordsmen, but we have enough skill to discern the skill of other individuals. The other sect members began to whisper around us. Hey, what's the bloody demon talking about? What? You don't understand. If you look at him, do one technique of the infernal heaven's demonic art, it'll be clear if he really is the heavenly demon's disciple. Really? But why is that bastard acting like our representative? I don't think we have anyone else who can act polite. He's from the Moyong family, though he's an illegitimate child. What? That son of a bitch is from the Moyong family? Hey, why are you acting so surprised? I told you this dozens of times before. Whatever. A river is a river, a mountain is a mountain, and a blockhead is still a blockhead, no matter how much you try to educate him. What are you talking about? I'm saying that your cancerous existence is comparable to the Sichuan Tang clan's poisonous arts, sword demon. As evidence of that, I am currently suffering from cancer. You are an amazing being when you consider that I have mastered 1,000 poison immunity. Oh, is that a compliment? Fucking blockhead Sanuvovich. Ahem. The bloody demon coughed. Then he eyed the cult members who were handing back. It was a very dignified look. He seemed to be quietly pressuring the others to shut up. However, the sword demon and the flame ghost demon tilted their heads. What are you looking at? You want to go. You're being rude. Go stare somewhere else. It feels gross. The bloody demon turned his head again and looked at me. His eyes seemed to say something like, nothing weird happened just now. Aha, I laughed a little. That's right. It was originally this sort of place. The demonic cult was made up of people who were mostly uneducated, falling back on the strength of their bodies. My master was refined and graceful, but on the whole, the demonic cult members were naturally ignorant about etiquette and manners. Hunger is. I did not draw my sword. I didn't want to bear a weapon while I was holding master's body. Instead, I coated my left hand in aura and struck. The attack carved into the snowfield. Children waiting for the sun. Flinch, the bloody demon who acted as the representative of the demonic cult, and the cult members who had been clamoring about all became silent. In the snowfield, my attack dug a deep valley into the ground that looked like a wound. I didn't finish with showing them just the first technique. Second form, third form, fourth form. All the techniques that I had learned to the extremes, I focused on my fingertips. Our surroundings became quiet. Was it thanks to glimpsing the desperate battle between Master and Bei Huriang? Suddenly, the power of my strikes were sharper than before. This was another thing that Master arranged. I haven't fully learned the other techniques yet. It would be embarrassing to show you. Is this much all right? Crunch! The bloody demon kneeled in the snow. I greet the successor of the demonic path, the new heavenly demon. Behind him, the flame ghost demon, the Wolliang demon lord, and the sword demon prostrated themselves, one after another. Crunch! Crunch! Snow was crushed beneath their knees. All the cult members who survived the battle of good and evil fell to their knees on the field. We greet the successor of the demonic path, our sect leader. I slowly opened my mouth. The title of heavenly demon is too much. I am already known as the Death King, and I would like Master's title to be forever in her name. However, calling me the sect leader is also excessive. I turned my head. By my side, Bei Huriang was silent, arms folded and eyes closed. He was probably going over the match against Master in his mind. I looked at Bei Huriang's face, then told the cult members, I'm still lacking in many areas. I have nothing that I could teach you. How can I call myself the sect leader? One, Kuju is the term, meaning literally schoolmaster. That would be a title just for the sake of having a title. The bloody demon looked to be at a loss. Heavenly Demon Nim, in her entire life, never chose the wrong person. Since she has accepted you as her direct disciple, you are certainly fit to be the next sect leader. Thank you. However, I judge myself as still insufficient to take on the mantle of the cult's leader. The cult members began to murmur. Well then, how should we address you? We can't continue calling you Sir. Young Master, someone suggested. Can't we call him Young Master? It was the flame ghost demon. He was the cultist who said he would yield 3 turns to the Shaolin monk. His nose was still broken, and dried tracks from his nosebleed were on his upper lip. Calling someone young lord or young heir is common enough. If you are just saying that you're lacking to become our cult's master and not that you're refusing the lord, it should be all right to call you young master. Huh, I nodded. That much was acceptable. That sounds fine. The cultists sighed from relief. They looked at me with more comfortable expressions. Young master, I'd like to thank you formally. I don't know what kind of technique you used, but we all remember being bitten by the Jiangshi. If it weren't for young master, we wouldn't have been able to finish the battle of good and evil and show our allegiance to heavenly demon Nim. The martial artist bowed. I am the first rank of the 4 demon lords, Bloody Demon. I command all of the Blood Guard. On their behalf, I swear loyalty to young master. Dozens of cultists bowed along with him. I am the first rank of the 4 demon lords, Flame Ghost Demon. I command all members of the Memorial Squadron. I swear allegiance to young master. First of the 4 demon lords, Demon Lord Wolliong, the Shadow Corps Squadron swears loyalty to young master. I'm the Sword Demon. With the Assassination Squad, I promise you our loyalty. Dozens more. I slowly placed Master down. Master looked like a flower blooming on the white snowfield. Placing down the single peony petal, I bowed to the demonic cult members. It is my wish that as long as my life does not end, the doctrine of shadows will continue on. It was at that moment. Stages cleared. You have cleared the quest, Remake the World, Volume 1. How long had it been since I heard this voice? Today, the 22nd floor stage has been cleared. Announcing to everyone again. Today, the 22nd floor stage has been cleared. It really felt like a long time since I heard this. Calculating challengers. Calculation complete. Not releasing my stance, I spoke. I have a request for everyone. Please take care of Master's funeral. The 4 challengers are being announced. The Snowy Mountain, split in 2 at Master's beckoning. Characters were engraved in the sky above the mountain peaks. Level of contribution rank. Rank 1, Death King. Rank 2, Alchemist. Rank 3, Venomous Snake. Rank 4, Medicine King. Don't make the funeral fancy. Master wouldn't want it that way. Master will be happy if you just stay where you are until the funeral ends. For Master, please, please, please. I didn't finish my sentence. I didn't have to, nor could I finish it. In the blink of an eye, I was no longer in the snowfield. Welcome, Death King Nim. The great library of all things. I've been anxiously waiting for you. The constellation, the librarian, smiled and looked at me. 2, congratulations. The librarian was floating in the air. His 5-meter-long sleeves fluttered like goldfish fins. The last word in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was the word please. The word please is a wish for someone. Wish, prayer. In the demonic sect, they memorized it as Baraya. Please and Baraya can be regarded as synonyms. In that sense, it's a really suitable ending. Just a moment. I ended the librarian's long lecture. I felt a sense of discomfort. This was my 2nd time coming to the Great Library. I stayed up several nights reading books. I had become quite familiar with this place. However, I could clearly see something different from last time. Why are all the other hunters passed out? The hunters who participated in the Apocalypse Challenge, all 250 of them, hunters who had titles and nicknames, were collapsed on the floor. The librarian raised the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. I just put them to sleep for a while. Put them to sleep? Yes. It's a fragrance that's harmless to the human body. The librarian reached out his hand. Dozens of books floated around the constellation. One of them was a book titled The Story of Yunyang City. There are many worlds like yours that communicate with words, but there are also worlds that communicate with songs, and others still that communicate through scent. In this apocalypse, people talk with the scent of anger, the scent of sorrow, and the scent of joy. Of course, there's also a scent of sleep. I was tense and alert. Please don't look at me with those eyes. I wanted to talk to Death King Nim, so I made the surroundings quiet for a while. A talk. What kind of thing are you going to tell me after making my colleagues faint? Colleague, as expected, Death King Nim. You can regard them as tiresome, useless luggage, but you say it so naturally that you think of them as colleagues. I have no choice but to shed another tear at the admirable heart of Death King Nim. I could see every move that your party made from here. It was like a movie. It was a moving and exciting scene. Really, Everyone here would have welcomed you enthusiastically." The librarian giggled. "But if I let them, it would have been a long time before I could speak with you, since my turn would be pushed back by a lot." The librarian shrugged. "I had to settle down the others for a moment so that I could talk with you. Don't worry, even if it looks like this, I used the most moderate method to put them to sleep." It was hard to believe. I looked around my surroundings. I saw the witch. She was leaning against a bookshelf with her long hair hanging down. I approached the witch and lightly searched for her pulse. Thump! Thump! Thank goodness. Her complexion looked fine, and her breathing was normal. After checking that my colleague was safe, I looked back at the librarian. "If you have something to say, please say it quickly and wake everyone up. Aren't you hurrying too much? I want to talk more slowly with the two of us. I deliberately left the other challengers to summon just you. I haven't finished everything on the 22nd floor yet. I also have to find a sword. Next time." The librarian's eyes looked like an upside-down half-moon. "You can investigate later." The air was filled with tension. The librarian was small, so some people may look down on him. However, he was someone who could summon strange monsters from another world at will. Didn't he swallow up 50 hunters at once last time? No matter how much I've learned of the infernal heaven's demonic art, I'll lose for certain if I fight him now. I swallowed my spit. "What do you want to talk about?" The librarian's smile deepened. "It's a very intimate story. Flutter." The librarian fluttered his sleeves and landed on the floor. He approached me and pulled something out from his sleeves. It was a pair of scissors. "Why scissors all of a sudden?" "Your hair is quite long. Death King Nim. I will trim it for you." The librarian tiptoed and started to cut my hair with a snip-snip. He didn't cut much, maybe about half of the hair from the back of my head. The librarian put the cut hair in a red silk pouch. "Your nails are long, too. It's a big problem if someone who claims to be a martial artist doesn't care for their nails. I'll clip them." The librarian pulled another object out of his sleeves. It was a nail clipper. The librarian grabbed my right hand and cut my fingernails. He did all of them, from the pinky to the thumb. And each nail was put in a different silk pouch. Hey, Librarian Nim. Yes. What are you going to do with these?" "Death King Nim." The librarian stooped his back. He kneeled on the floor, and as if it were natural, he took off my shoes. "Say that you really, really, really like someone. Really." "I'll try. Why? There's nothing you don't like about that person, from their toes to their head. It's love. It truly is a noble and pure love. But the problem is that the person doesn't exist in reality, but only on paper. It is a character that exists only in a novel." The librarian took off my socks. But then, ta-da! What providence is this? My ideal novel character appeared in front of my eyes. Now, at this time, what do you think I feel about Death King Nim?" the librarian said seriously, as he held a toenail clipper. "Yes, that's what it is." "It's like that. What's like what?" Don't move. What are you doing? If you move, my nail clippers may leave disgusting scars on your marble-like toe. That'd be a big problem." "Why are you getting angry at me? Get away from me right now." "Wait a moment. Just a moment, please. I'll stop with just your pinky toe. Just one toenail. You can concede this much, right?" Why is a constellation acting like such a pervert? If you don't want to give me your toenails, how about 3 eyebrow hairs? Only then did I realize the source of my discomfort. You weren't the type to speak so politely before. That's right. The constellation, the librarian, did not use honorifics like Nim. He used to speak while looking down on us. That was definitely how it used to be, but now, for some reason, he was using honorifics for me. This was why I felt something was off. Use your normal speech patterns. The librarian's lips. Impossible. How could I, a lowly creature, dare to speak down to the shining Gongjanim? This was insane. The librarian wants your pinky toenail clipping. Totally crazy. Character window. While I was struggling, determined to not give up my toenails to the librarian, letters popped up in front of me. Name, corner librarian, favorability, 95. Favorite genres, fusion, romance, adventure, horror, history, war, sports, SF, myth, fairy tales. Dislike genres, not applicable. Favorite characters, Constellation Killer, hated characters, not applicable. Favorite plot, story, hated plot, serial discontinuation. Psychological state. Toenails. If possible, I should get his eyebrows, too. I'd like to ask him for some beard hair after he grows a beard, but that probably won't work. Shining Ganjanim. Shine. 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 What a brilliant protagonist. I want to make you a bookmark and keep you forever. Chapter 86. A Reader's Mind. Tasha Lightbrin. It was creepy. A favorability rating of 95, and the scene of what happened when the favorability rating reached that high was unfolding in front of me right now. Glojanim, until I met you, I was only the blind Shimbongsa, the librarian shouted, squatting as he grabbed the soles of my feet. 1. I was deaf until I heard you speak. The librarian's eyes seemed to sparkle as he tried to clip my little toenail. You are my light, you are my music. His eyes were scary. Since your name means Confucius, I'll gladly convert to Confucianism. I will be a scholar only for you. A king needs a friend-like retainer who shares his opinions. From today onwards, I am a Confucian scholar who supports Gongjanim. Hey, just hey. What kind of demented scholar tries to collect someone's pinky toenail clippings? I wanted to ask the librarian that question, but I stopped when I saw his eyes and realized he wasn't in his right mind. His eyes showed that no matter what I said, he would clearly ignore it. First of all, his breathing was ragged. If you keep acting like this, I won't enter any more apocalypses. Pause. The librarian let go of my feet. Creepily, his fingers still twitched, even as he stopped manhandling my feet. Was he crazy? The librarian pondered over his thoughts like a scholar in deep sorrow. Indeed, it's an effective threat. For a moment, I was relieved that my words had worked. But analyzing Gongjanim's character, that'll never happen. What? Character analysis? It's because Gongjanim knows there are many other characters like the Heavenly Demon who are withering away unjustly in the other apocalypses. Considering Gongjanim's personality, you won't be able to resist helping those people. The librarian smiled. Don't look down at a Gongjamaniac. I know Gongjanim better than you know yourself. I can describe the energy bars that Gongjanim ate on the first day you entered the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, what hand you used to do it, what sort of expression you had, all over 2 pages. He must be crazy, right? This is crazy. He's crazy. Now, Gongjanim, be obedient and give me what you should give me. I was being shockingly conscientious when I didn't force you to sleep with the scent. I'm also shocked by your conscience. Gongjanim can't understand. Nobody has ever understood me before. Alas, how terrible is it that I've never been understood in my life? How cold is such a human heart? Even so, if I understand Glojanim, step away from me before I say I hate you. Thud. This time the librarian really stopped. Take 5 steps away from me, otherwise I'll really say it. The librarian meekly stepped back. Please use your normal way of speaking. It's kind of gross, seriously, and please return my hair and my nails. I cannot. You're being completely unreasonable. His old way of speaking had returned. The librarian was crying while hugging the silk pouches tightly. I'd rather that you cut my head off. No, wait, just a moment. Gongja. Right now, that was a hyperbole. Please don't make that expression, like you're really deciding whether or not to cut off my head. That will seriously hurt my feelings. Like a disheartened hamster, the librarian began to mutter. Eventually, I succeeded in calming him down. After burning up a silk pouch of unpleasant things, there was a terrible scream involved. The librarian and I managed to start talking for real. It was magnificent. First, the librarian reviewed the newly completed Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Your dedication to the Heavenly Demon was truly admirable. I could see the ending when you became her disciple. But you didn't stop there. The final battle of good and evil. The greatest match. Yes, the Heavenly Demon must have felt like she was eating sweet chocolate ice cream. Has the world from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon been transferred to the 22nd floor? Yes, the librarian grinned. Other hunters will be able to enter the 22nd floor. They'll also be able to learn skills by looking at the texts stored in the Cheonmugwan. It's all thanks to your work, Gongja. I put my hand on my chin. There was something I was wondering about while we were in the apocalypse. I want to ask you this. Ask me anything. I'll answer almost anything. Stop trying to sneakily take off my shoes like there's nothing wrong. Why was the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon an apocalypse? The librarian cocked his head to the side. My question seemed to be unfamiliar to him. Why? Does a book need a specific reason to be an apocalypse? I think so. I put my shoes back on. Librarian Nim, do you like happy endings or do you prefer sad endings? Both of them have their merits, the librarian replied immediately. An ending is like a port where the characters' lives come to a conclusion. Life can be happy or it can be rough. A general reader wants the characters to be happy, but I also want to hug them tightly when they fail or are sad. Which means that even unhappy endings are still proper conclusions. Yes, obviously. That's why I have more questions. I grabbed the librarian's wrist, which was trying to go behind my back, and took away the scissors. The librarian hopped up and down, trying to take back the scissors, but he wasn't tall enough. Even if I didn't interfere, the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon would have a proper conclusion, even if it is sad. Master and the Murim Lord did their best up to the end. They continued making an effort. Even though the Murim Lord died first and Master went mad, Master still reached the conclusion. I looked into the librarian's eyes. Why was the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon included as an apocalypse? Library Director Nim, why didn't the Murim Lord's death and Master's madness count as a proper ending? In fact, I was thinking about this question ever since I saw the fairy tale, Me and Our Scapegoat. Apart from whether or not I could accept the ending, the world looked like it had reached a logical conclusion. The constellation was silent. In the library, there were only the quiet breaths of the knocked-out hunters. Sake, seek. Among the rising and falling of the hunters' chests, the librarian was expressionless. I wanted to see a happy ending for some reason. Would something like that reason not work? If you don't like the ending, Librarian Nim can fix it yourself. Librarian Nim is strong. In the eyes of a hunter like me, you seem to be omnipotent and omniscient. But even so, instead of fixing the apocalypse, you sent us. In other words, this constellation was a reader. He was a reader who didn't want to intervene in the story, but just receive it as it was. He had no desire to ever be a writer. He could correct the wrongs, but he refused to do so. A reader who would never intervene himself. The Corner Librarian. Shall I do a character analysis, too? A thorough person like you would not call something an apocalypse just because the ending was weird. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon and the other apocalypse, too. In fact, there's another reason that the apocalypses are classified as such. Ah! You won't just let this go. The librarian smiled bitterly. Follow me. The librarian grabbed my hand. With the other hand, he picked up a book. The title of the book was The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. I will tell you the truth of the apocalypses. The constellation opened the book. Then my vision was covered with light. 3. When I opened my eyes, we were in the world of snowfields. However, we did not need to walk on the snow. The librarian was still holding my hand tightly, his long sleeves fluttering like the wings of wild geese in the winter sky. What if? Over the snowfield, what if the zombie virus was a disease that developed on its own in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon? If that was the case, as you said, I would never have called this place an apocalypse. We crossed a snowy mountain. That means the zombie virus did not originate here. It's a contagion that flowed from outside. It is as if the New World was invaded by external forces. The librarian let out a white breath. Over there you can see it. It was a high mountain peak, the sacred mountain of this world. On top of the mountain, which reached up to the sky, there was something huge. Shiny has detected an ominous energy. The holy sword by my waist trembled. Noting that, the librarian said, "Oh ho, it seems that your sword can feel it too. That's not unusual, since your sword had originally been a whole constellation. It is a given that one quickly recognizes others who are in similar positions to them." A similar position. Gongja, have you ever seen a constellation's fallen, the Devil King of Fall Rain? Prita. Yes, I have. Then, have you ever seen the body left behind by the death of the constellation? As expected, you haven't. The librarian had a lonely smile. It's quite the rare sight, so take advantage of this opportunity to see it. It was a dragon. More precisely, it was the corpse of a dragon. A dragon lay dead at the mountain's peak. The leather, which once had been smooth like silk, was burned black. The horns on the dragon's head rustled like coal. Its magic pearl, broken into two, was buried in the snow. Also, Shiny detects the presence of her sisters. There was a sword embedded in the middle of its chest. Shiny says that it is the Guardian Sword's second sister, the Sword of Compassion. A black energy, Taki, flowed out of the sword. If we were talking about its characteristics, we could call it an aura. However, it was not a normal aura. It was similar to the one that covered the Devil King of Fall Rain. No, it was murkier than that. The surging Taki wrapped around the dragon and covered the top of the snowy mountain. When white snow fell on the mountain peak, the Taki immediately infected it and turned it black. It hurts. Black snow. It's painful. The dark eyes of the black dragon seemed to moan. It hurts, and it's agonizing. It's painful. It stings. It's bitter. It hurts. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Didn't you say that it was dead? Over there, that dragon is still alive even now. It is already dead. What you see and hear is nothing more than a corpse's resentment. When an existence reaches the level of a constellation, they cannot die graciously, even if they do die. The two of us landed on the mountain peak. The black dragon was endlessly groaning on. Looking at the death of a constellation, the librarian's eyes seemed to be filled with regret. The plague that your party called the zombie virus, the true nature of it is a curse. A curse. Yes, it is the curse left as the constellation of this martial arts world. The yellow dragon, who stays at the Dynasty Lake, died. It is a grudge of being unable to die even when dead. Even though they have already died, the corpse remains and must endure further agony. When they were infected with such a curse, the people of this world became Jiangshi. I looked up at the dragon's corpse. It hurts, the host of the virus, the epicenter of the curse. The disease that destroyed this world began with that corpse. In the end, Master died because of the dragon's curse. If the constellation didn't stab itself in the heart, it means someone else killed it. That makes sense. Who is the culprit? You already have a good idea of who did it. I ground my teeth. Lefanta Agim. Correct. The librarian nodded. His nickname is the Constellation Killer. He is a person who crosses the boundaries of the world and kills constellations. Shiny said that a constellation was like the representative of a world. And a world that has lost its constellation is like a castle that has lost its ramparts. The likelihood that it will face an insolent destruction increases. Apocalypse. A world where the representative died and all its inhabitants disappeared. Why did he kill ordinary constellations? He founded the Aegean Empire, so he should quietly act as the emperor of his own country. Why is he going around ruining worlds? That's something that I cannot answer. The librarian stared attentively at my face. I am only a reader. You pointed to me and called me omniscient and omnipotent, but this isn't true. I may be omniscient, but not omnipotent. I can know the truth of a world, but I cannot intervene there. The librarian, who had spoken self-deprecatingly, suddenly pointed at my waist. However, you are different, the sword hanging by my side. You, who can intervene, are intervening again. Whether you want to or not, you're fixing things that someone else has broken, one by one. Once, it's a coincidence. Twice, it's a connection. But with the third time, it becomes an inevitability. You have saved an empire that had been abandoned by the Constellation Killer. You have taken the constellation shattered by the Constellation Killer, and now you have come to a world led to collapse by the Constellation Killer, said the librarian. The means of killing the yellow dragon of Dynasty Lake was both vicious and cruel. An ordinary person cannot even touch that sword. But you are able to. Gongja, you have created an inevitability with your coincidences and connections. I looked at the black dragon's corpse again. I muttered in my mind, Shiny. The holy sword trembled a little. Shiny replies, Yes, warrior. How do I collect your sister sword? Shiny says, You just need to pull her out and touch the sister sword. All right, I drew my sword. The winter air split. I struck the sword embedded in the black dragon's chest with my sword. The guardian goddess absorbs a piece of herself. In an instant, my sword was surrounded by light. Chapter 87, A Reader's Mind. Chapter 87, A Reader's Mind. 3 Thursdays. A light flowed from my sword and covered the black dragon. The compassion sword resists the absorption. However, There was a substantial amount of rebellious energy working against me. Shrung. A dark malice inundated me like a summer monsoon of sewage. It was like a black panther who had been sleeping quietly and had been startled awake by a touch. The compassion sword is baffled. She censures her sister and asks if she betrayed Lafanta. The guardian goddess is comforting her sister. The light of the holy sword and the shadow of the black dragon fuse together messily. The compassion sword demands the new owner to prove himself. White and black. Neither side would simply back off. The constellation's power is great. It should never be given to an unqualified person. The compassion sword does not yet recognize you as a new lord. All right, I looked calmly at the sword embedded in the black dragon's chest. You have a point, but how should I prove my worth? Taki continued to leak from the black dragon's body. It was throbbing. The malice was incomparable to what was there before, and that malice took on a shape, a dark angel. It was an angel made up of sooty water from toe to head. I am a fragment made out of the goddess's compassion. If you want to prove that you can be someone's idol, 1, you must prove that you can be compassionate. The expressionless angel spread its wings. Even those wings looked murky. Black spittle dripped from the 2 open wings. I ask you to leave your mind and body to me for a little while. Why should I? To peek into your memories. The light emitted by the holy sword became a little brighter. The guardian goddess cannot agree to this. If you travel together, you will end up seeing Warrior Nim's qualifications to be the new owner. There is no reason to take unnecessary risks. No, it's fine. I sheathed the sword. I can't carry a sword around my waist that doesn't believe in me. Even if it's the greatest sword in the world, I wouldn't be able to stand the uneasiness. Come and look at my memories or whatever until you're satisfied. It was the moment I opened my arms wide. The compassion sword is testing your compassion. The angel's 2 wings covered my sight. Like a mother bird wrapped around its chick, huge black wings surrounded my body. It was dark everywhere. Then a dreamlike scene appeared in front of me. Kind man, a garden on fire. Hang in there, you poor things. A paradise engulfed in smoke. The whole world has become empty. A snowfield in which peonies bloomed red. You are my disciple. The garden, the paradise, and the snowfield passed through quickly in turns. Suddenly, my darkened vision became bright. The angel's wings that covered my eyes had gone away. The black angel hurriedly gathered his wings and looked at me. The fragment of the constellation was still expressionless. However, the black eyes under his dark brows could not hide his bewilderment. You are. I'm not perfect. I spoke first. I'm weak for others' goodwill. I want to gain their favor. I can be a little unreasonable because of that. I really love being praised, and I struggle because I want others to see me as a good person. Maybe that's my weakness. The constellation fragment closed its mouth. And your former owner wasn't perfect either. I don't know what sort of magnificent vision Lafanta Ejim had to kill the constellations. Not yet, at least. Maybe he's doing it for noble reasons. But even if he has a good reason, I'm still going to say that he did something wrong. I lifted my sword and pointed it at the black angel. If you think your old owner was perfect and never did anything wrong, don't follow me. I don't need such a sword. The black angel slowly opened her mouth. Do you intend to kill Lafanta Ejim? If he deserves to be killed. Can you promise me that your personal feelings will not affect your judgment of him? I don't know. I was speaking honestly. My master died. The world is ruined. Too many people were hurt and killed, so I don't know. But I promise that I'll do my best. So if you think I'll stray from the right path, do your best to correct me. I'll do my best. And you can do yours. That's what it means to work together. The black angel's wings were crumbled. My ability is pain. The one who is cut by me feels pain, but I do not leave a scar on their body, nor kill them. Suffering without injury is my ability. The angel's form collapsed. It collapsed and became black water. New master, I swear to serve you as best as I can. Chwak! The black liquid swirled and flowed into the holy sword I was holding. It was like a violent flood. The holy sword drank in all the water like a thirsty fox in the desert. The existence of the guardian goddess has become more pronounced. The changes didn't stop there. Oh, it was the mythical beast that had been the constellation of this world. The black dragon groaned as the blade stuck in its chest was absorbed into my sword. Ooh. The black dragon had been killed a long time ago. It was like it didn't have enough of a mind to express anything in words anymore. The black dragon just murmured as if it were an old woman tired of life. Oh, finally the corpse of the black dragon turned into essence and flowed away. Its horn crumbled and shattered, its scales melted like a candle. The beast that reigned over a world met its end, and the winter gave way. The permanent snow cap on the mountain crumbled apart. It was an avalanche. From the top of the mountain, I could look down at the snow that broke under my feet and poured over into the world. Winter is the season of death. Next to me, the librarian also looked down at the landscape. You've ended this lonely season. A white avalanche swept over the white world. But what was left behind after the avalanche had passed was no longer white. The brown dirt of the ground could be seen. Brown was the color of this world's flesh. The long winter finally came to an end, and the ground began to bare its skin. How was it that the spring breeze was so different from the gusts of winter? Would Master know where the scent of spring came from? Library Director Nim, you can speak. I have a benefit from clearing the previous stage, so I can see people's natures. I can see the person's favorite plots and character type. I know. The librarian exhaled. The breaths that we let out were no longer frozen white. I am the one in charge from the 21st to the 30th floor. The perks that you received were also prepared by me. Since I was the one who gave it to you. Of course I know. Your preferred character is the Constellation Killer. It is. Why do you like the Constellation Killer? Lafanta Ajum is a human who kills constellations. I could understand why you would hate him, but I don't see a reason to like him. Ahem. The librarian closed his right eye. Since you asked, I'll give you a special answer. For a long time, I have had a dream. A dream, you say? Exactly. It is to make an appearance in a novel that I enjoy. The eyes of the constellation shone innocently. I was puzzled. If it's appearing in a novel, can't you do that right now? You can freely travel through the apocalypses. Hoo-hoo. You don't understand the reader's mind, I see. Appearing in a novel is a bit different from intervening with the novel. No, it's very different. The librarian laughed, covering his mouth with his sleeves. From the apocalypse's perspective, I am no different than an alien matter. An alien matter, an invasive species, an existence that should not naturally occur in that world. The Constellation Killer, who killed the dragon in the Mirim world, is on the same level as I am in terms of being a foreign body. But I do not want to intervene in a novel as an outsider. Nope, that's not allowed. I want to appear as a respectable character who has been in the world from the beginning, just like the other characters. This is my dream as a reader of the world. I still didn't understand. The librarian looked at my face and laughed. Then, this time I'll ask. Gongja, why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? The heavenly demon mastered how to kill with her mind in her final moments. Even though she was no longer as strong as she was in her prime, you could have used the 100 Ghost skill on her and make use of her memories. The heavenly demon thought well of you, so she would have been a strong ally and an excellent master. So why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? That's... Shh. The librarian raised his index finger and blocked my lips. It's all right, you don't have to say it. I already understand. Softly. His fingers pressed against my lips. You did not want to interfere with the last moments that your master achieved. It's the same for me. I don't want to directly intervene with the end of the world. Your heart and mine are not so different. Suddenly, the scenery over the horizon melted. The sun shone over the lake where the ice road had collapsed and exposed the surface of the water. I refused to intervene. That means that there is only one way I can become a character in a story. What is it? It's simple if you think about it from the other point of view. I don't go up to the protagonist of the novel. The protagonist comes to find me. The librarian whispered. Lafanta Ejum, the Constellation Killer, tirelessly murders constellations and moves back and forth between different worlds. One day he'll come to visit my world, the greatest library of all time. The librarian smiled. To kill me. The constellation pulled something out of his sleeves. It was a book that looked no different from the other apocalypses, but it looked more worn out than the rest. Did he take it out and read it dozens, maybe hundreds of times? Like an old writer's notebook, the book's leather binding was weathered, The Epic of Lafanta Ejim. The title was engraved with gold thread on the leather. I am waiting for the day that the Constellation Killer will visit the Grand Library. I look forward to seeing him stand in front of me one day, following his own story and his own will. That day, I will finally appear in the story of Lafanta Ejim. Even if the conclusion of that story is your own death? Of course. The librarian smiled. The constellation looked over the landscape of melting snow. His sleeves fluttered like a dancing crane. Isn't dying at the hands of the protagonist the greatest epilogue? For I had wanted to give a eulogy. Oh, young master, before returning to the library, I stopped by the cult members. I wanted to make sure that Master's funeral was being taken care of properly. Welcome back. Welcome, young master. As soon as the members of the cult saw me, they bowed and greeted me. However, I felt that they were flustered for some reason. It wasn't just one or two people, but all of them who were rushing away. I tilted my head. Is the funeral over already? And no, young master. Well, the funeral is still... Did something happen? The cult members exchanged looks. That's... The body of Heavenly Demon Nim has disappeared. The Bloody Demon, one of the 4 demon lords, said. He was the cultist that Master often called the leader of the Blood Guard. What? You'll understand more quickly if you see it, young master. I hurriedly walked where the Bloody Demon led me. Shortly thereafter, I arrived at the place where I had let down Master's body. Then I was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the snow all over the world began to melt. Heavenly Demon Nim's body also disappeared. I apologize. It was so sudden in the blink of an eye that we had no time to react. Where the snow melted, Master's body was not there. I couldn't see it no matter where I looked. We think that Heavenly Demon Nim's internal energy was so pure that as time passed, her body naturally melted and disappeared. However, a red flower was blooming there. In the last place Master had laid, where her arm touched the ground, where she planted her feet, where her hair flowed. There, reddish peony flowers were in full bloom. Amazing. Behuryung, who had been silent until now, muttered, "The constellation of this world died and left only a curse. But your master died and left behind a flower. Your master is better than that empty constellation." I approached the flower bed and bent down. I touched the peony petal with the tip of my finger. The petal trembled a little, staining my index finger red as I rubbed it. It was the first spring in this world. Of course, we're still preparing the funeral, the Bloody Demon said from behind me. We had hoped that young master would be able to attend. No? I shook my head. It's all right. Don't carry out the funeral. What? This is enough. I stood up. I turned my head to look back at the cult members. Although I received the mantle and became the young master, I'm sure there are those of you who cannot accept it yet. We live by strength. It is customary for the strongest warrior to arise to the highest position of a sect. Instead of a trivial funeral, let's substitute it with a sword match. It's also probably customary to offer what is the most valuable object at a funeral. And do we not value our swords the most? So let us offer our swords to Master. I laughed. Come at me. Spring was coming, like all living people do. My next story would begin on a stage a little higher than the last. Chapter 88. Dead ends are the norm. Chapter 88. Dead ends are the norm. Trans are Thursdays. Editor Lightbrin 1. I'm moving the headquarters of the Chenmumum to the 22nd floor, said the venomous snake. It was a few days after our group conquered the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. What? I decided to move. We'll move the whole dojo. Just as you inherited the will of the demonic cult, I became the disciple of the Murim Lord, you know, and Chenmumun is my guild. Therefore, it's only right that they follow me to the Murim Alliance. The venomous snake calmly read the novel. Like I saw last time, the venomous snake was a fan of reading. Although his hobbies were very lopsided, there were a lot of books here that satisfied his weird tastes. The venomous snake, wearing glasses, no frames, just for style, market value of 9,801, turned the page of a book with a magic cover, a hero-grade item that can be put on any book and change the title and cover design at will, market value of 2,000 gold. My teacher is also half disabled. but he still has his arms and legs. The alchemist somehow made it possible for him to move around. Therefore, I intend to place him as the Taesang Hobeop. The Murim Lord as the Taesang Hobeop? Yeah, he's heartbroken because the heavenly demon died. When I see that, I get all depressed, the venomous snake said bluntly. The Hobeop was the bastion of a clan. Literally, it means someone who watches over traditions. Among them, the Taesang Hobeop was the highest. The venomous snake was actually trying to set up the Murim Lord as the most important elder. In that case, it's better that he's distracted, such as by being busy teaching the younger students. It'll also help our guild members become stronger. I was a little surprised. Wasn't that really thoughtful? The venomous snake's hand stopped turning the pages of the book as if he felt my gaze. Oi, Death King, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not. I was just admiring that the heads of the top 5 guilds are definitely something else. I had wondered how this ridiculous otaku was so popular with his subordinates, but there was a reason. It was because he took care of his people. Is that so? The venomous snake blushed and scratched his nose. Ahem. Don't get me wrong. I just did something that should be done. The world gets too melancholy if you praise someone for doing what is reasonable. The world shouldn't become sad just because of me. What a bad feeling. Huh? I didn't say anything. Anyway, I felt troubled when I heard the venomous snake speak. Taking good care of your people. It was a problem I had been thinking about even before I entered the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. I also reached the 3rd place ranking as a hunter. But was it enough just to have a high ranking and know some martial arts? Popularity. Virtue. Wasn't this the time when I should develop such a mindset? Let's see. A person who I can say is one of my people here. I want another sword match. I really want another damn match. The overwhelming and diabolic sword fight. I'm so hungry for a match with my life on the line. Zombie, let's go to a martial arts novel for the next apocalypse. This time, let's go to a Murim world where instead of the demonic cult, the evil sect dominates. Let's go to an evil sect mass deer. No. This man isn't really... Gongja. With special consideration, the main office has made nail cutters tailored for your fingers and toes. If you feel my handiwork as I snip your nails, you'll never want to clean your fingernails and toenails yourself again. Just 3 minutes. No. Just 2 minutes. Please leave your hands and feet to me for 120 seconds. Not this perverted constellation either. I reject him even more. Shiny sings today as well. The brilliant feats of the warrior Nim, the figure of the manly warrior who spoke so eloquently at the fortress of the Ajim Empire. The struggle of the warrior who was as beautiful as he was desperate in the Murim world. Oh, Shiny is so happy to see the hero's esteemed face even today. Long live the warrior! Hooray! Hooray! Huh? Was it possible that nobody around me was normal? Not at all? Was this for real? Strange. I was normal. I was a model student who tried to live normally. But why was I surrounded by only crazy ghosts, kooky constellations, and ditzy swords? Thinking about it, all 3 of them weren't even human. This was nuts. Was this my destiny? If this was my destiny, wasn't it a bit like a dog? Was God perhaps a dog? This Siberian husky-like. One, aha, Death King! What are you thinking about? Heretic questioner. I was thinking that it would be nice if you go to the 13th floor and negotiate with the priests of Ajim. It would be nice if newbie hunters could take quests there. Oh, I was thinking the same thing. Death King and I are on the same wavelength, thinking about how we can help everyone. I'll be back. After chasing out the blonde corgi bear-like man, I became less and less confident in my companions. There, Death King Nim. A savior appeared before my despairing eyes. I succeeded in mass-producing the zombie virus treatment. The medicinal components should also be commonly available. If people get vaccinations in advance, they won't have any problems going around the 22nd floor. This is the person. Boss. Yes. Death King Nim. Do you have any plans to move? As I spoke about the plan I had right after the confrontation between the alchemist and the medicine king, the alchemist blinked. What? Your store is too small right now. Since you cleared this stage, the value of your name increased even more, so you'll have to expand it. You'll have a lot of orders. Would you be able to handle the demand with your store right now? I was also thinking about expanding the store. The price of real estate on the 1st floor is, you know how it is. I have to get a big loan. The Count showed me some kind of contract saying that she would pay for it all. No, you should never sign that. Who does he think he is? He was a cat that put his paws on someone else's fish. The real estate, if it's something like that, I'll give it all to you. I shouted loudly. In addition, I'll pay for the moving costs and interior costs. I'll take care of everything, so please just bring yourself without worrying. The alchemist opened her mouth. Really? Yes. Did you know that the 20th floor is my property? I'll arrange a nice spot for you. You just have to show up. The alchemist opened and closed her mouth again. She didn't seem to believe my proposition, but I was saying it sincerely. What good is land if I don't make use of it? It was not a waste to invest in a colleague who would become the master of the alchemy castle in the future. I smiled. In exchange, please make the medicine or potions I ask for with a slightly higher priority. Does that sound good? Oh, of course. I'm already doing that for you. What should I do? I'm receiving too many things from Death King Nim. The corner of the alchemist's mouth trembled. She was saying this and that, but a good thing was a good thing. The alchemist was embarrassed, but she couldn't hide her joy. Her tightly clasped hands seemed to shout, "Score! Let's go!" on the inside. My mind was also pleased. Yeah, it feels rewarding to take care of people. At that moment, ahem, hemph, kiddo, did you forget something? The Medicine King was standing there. I couldn't detect him at all until he was right behind me. Did this old man learn an interesting technique in the Murim world without me knowing? It was quite the skill. I wish I had some more land in my old age as well. He glanced at me. Oh, my store is so old these days that it smells stale. It often gets damp, too. It's so bad for my back. Because it is on the 3rd floor, my knees squeak as I go up and down the stairs every day. Another glance. It would be great if a nice young man gave me a roughly 100,000 pyong place with good air. I'm sorry. Excuse my rude friend. The sword saint approached and grabbed the back of the Medicine King. Like that, he dragged him away. While being dragged, the Medicine King raised his voice and screamed, "Geez, in what country does a friend interfere instead of help with someone's business deals? Did they teach you that in Northern Europe? Marcus, you bastard. You're from a prestigious Cabal family, but your business ethics are like a beggar's." My friend, I know you're upset about being old, but you don't have to be indecent, too. You already make a lot of money. It's a deficit. The orders have stalled lately. Alchemist. You there, Alchemist kid. Last match I had given it away. In fact, I don't have the power to stand in the way of Sean McAllister's Victory Road. Just say something like this. Can't you just do that for me? The hunters in the Great Library looked at the Medicine King. The alchemist had seen the Medicine King through new eyes after doing the joint research and working on the surgery together, enough to call him her elder, but now she regarded him again like he was a water flea, saying, "Whoa." The venomous snake, who had been quietly reading novels, grumbled, "Ah, frick! Why do the heroines always die in all the novels I read? Is this the trend these days?" Like I thought, this group had no normal people. 2. Opening a new pharmacy for the alchemist on the 20th floor proceeded without difficulty. The cost of construction materials were adequately covered by the gold received from the lottery. There was no problem with manpower either. Look here, Death King. I told you, I can reduce the cost of the construction materials. And that's not all. I can recruit more than enough people to build it. Just sign this contract along with the alchemist. I said it's fine. After ditching the Count, who kept lingering like a cat on a laptop, I looked back at Prita. Is everything going well? Yes, my lord. The construction progress is going smoothly. Prita, wearing a yellow helmet, a green armband, and a pink whistle in her mouth, led the construction. The labor force to be used for the construction was replaced by skeletons that were called forth using the 100 Ghosts reincarnation. This fucking shit! Hey, you bastard! Beggar's foot bandage! What kind of grudge do you have against me? Why am I stuck between some bones and have to move stones? Talk to me, fuckers! There was one gap where there was a young man with a ponytail and an extraordinarily strong mouth, but the construction continued to progress without a problem as the vast majority of the construction workers were skeletons who moved in perfect order. In the middle of the smooth construction, the alchemist and the Chen Mumun master and I signed an agreement. There, I guess that's about done. The contents of the agreement were as follows. There are still many jiangshi on the 22nd floor, which means there are many mobs, and there are a lot of ruined channels everywhere. There are also many dungeons. Yeah, so our Chen Mumun will have our base right there. That's hunters who want to go to the 22nd floor, visit the 20th floor before, vaccinated at my new pharmacy. Is that it? That's right. In the process, I get a commission. That's common sense. I, the owner of the 20th floor, alchemist building a new nest on the 20th floor, and Chen Mumun, who would move its headquarters to the 22nd floor, all benefited. Nice. I didn't think that the day would come when I would get commission from real estate. I felt very happy. However, when the pharmacy actually opened, it turned out that there was a problem with the plan. Specifically, too many people gathered on the 20th floor. Medicine God Nim, Alchemist King Nim, Medicine Emperor Nim, dear God of Alchemy, please sell me some medicine. You can go to and from the 20th floor without a title. Therefore, not only were hunters trying to get vaccinations to go to the 22nd floor, but even more hunters flooded the 20th floor. The procedure to produce the zombie vaccine was rather complicated. Generic drugs were being manufactured and sold in the midst of that, so the flow of human traffic was twisted. At first, the alchemist tried to deal with it on her own before screaming, "Death King Nim, this can't go on." Eventually, I had no choice but to call the last member of the 22nd floor attack team. The venomous snake put his arm around the Medicine King's shoulder and said, "Medicine King, your business is no fun these days, right? I'll give you a good spot at the 22nd floor's Chen Mumun headquarters. Would you like to come and act as an exclusive doctor?" "Oh ho, Chen Mumun master, who do you think this Sean McAllister is?" Though he yelled so loudly, the Medicine King's business was going through a rough patch. The merit of the Medicine King's pharmacy was that it handled high-end medicine. However, as soon as the super-competent alchemist appeared, the high-end strategy had become awkward. Everyone knew it, including the Medicine King. Eventually, when he was asked several times, the Medicine King groaned, "All right, for the time being, I'll give out vaccines on the 22nd floor and take care of emergencies for a fee." "Yes, please. I was in need of a doctor who could take care of Master exclusively." "Humph. Well, that man is easier to talk to than Marcus. All right, I was also somewhat lonely." In the meantime, the attacks continued. There were many hunters besides us who were eager to take on the next stage. 21st floor, the Great Library of All Things. 22nd floor, Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, genre martial arts fusion. 23rd floor, Saga of the Iron Knights in Space, genre SF. 24th floor, Dawn Mountain Cabin Journal, genre mystery history. Excellent. Truly, really excellent. The witch smiled contentedly. Before she knew it, she was commanding the hunters, carefully deciding what apocalypse to target and how many and who to attack. "Death King, your cool conquering of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon had a great impact. The other hunters' wills are burning, saying that they can't lose to you. These are people who don't listen well to what I say. It would have been great if things were like this in the past, too." The witch looked at me with affectionate eyes, kind of like how one would look at a golden goose. She seemed like she was going to say that it was all thanks to me that this tower was built. "If we continue this momentum, we'll be able to break through the 30th floor before next month." Unfortunately, the witch's prophecy was wrong. 2 weeks after the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon were cleared. Today, the attack on the 25th floor stage has failed. Hundreds of hunters, including the witch, stared blankly into the air, announcing to everyone again, "Today, the attack on the 25th floor stage has failed." What? The witch was bewildered. Shock permeated her black eyes. "I planned and sent out the best team. Failure." A hologram floated in the air of the Grand Library. The attack's situation was broadcasted through the screen. On the holographic screen, countless demons giggled and slaughtered humans. There were familiar faces among the people being massacred. The 4th-ranked hunter. Count. The 9th-ranked hunter. Crusader. One was a hunter who handled the gold in Babylon, and the other was a hunter who handled the people. the people in charge of economy and public order, as the witch muttered in surprise. It was the strongest hand that we had, but it was a failure. The Tale of Stormwind Academy, genre, romance, fantasy. Difficulty level, D-Class. Player limit, 2 to 5 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. Stormwind is a magic school with a long history. It is an ordinary academy where friendship, competition, love, and jealousy come and go. This apocalypse could have stayed as an ordinary school. However, there was a world-class artifact sealed in the basement of the academy. Reason for discontinuation. The villainess's fiancé, the crown prince, was stolen by a girl who had reincarnated for the second time. The villainess turned around and unsealed the artifact, liberating the great devil and destroying the world. Plus, the apocalypse's difficulty was only D-Class. The world was chosen because magic had been developed and it was rich in mithril-like ores. Ah, what a shame. The librarian looked down at the devastated hunters. But spilled water is spilled water. Maybe you can put back what was spilled, but I can't overlook an attack that has already failed. Gentlemen, please understand my position. The librarian smiled with his eyes. In other words, if one had the ability to put back spilled water, he would make an exception. It was obvious whom the librarian was referring to. I headed to the bathroom in the library. I had stopped by here once before, entering the chronicles of the heavenly demon. A man with a stiff face was reflected in the mirror above the sink. Damn it. I've never read a romance novel before. Well, you haven't read martial arts novels before either, but you resolved things well. There probably won't be a problem? That's true, but I grabbed my dagger with a sigh. I can't let the Count and Crusader die, and I don't think things will be cleared by sending someone else. As expected, I have to challenge this myself. Someone may ask why I don't give up and take on another apocalypse. Things weren't that simple. There was a reason I couldn't skip that apocalypse. Shiny cheers at the warrior's decision. That was because the fragments of the holy sword were hidden there. Okay. I touched the handle of the dagger and made up my mind. Let's go back one more time. With that, I returned to the day before the attack team was decided. It was that moment when my next stage was chosen to be romance. Chapter 89. Dead ends are the norm. Chapter 89. Dead ends are the norm, Thursdays. Editor Sasha, Lightbrin 3. As soon as I returned back to a few days ago, I spoke in front of the hunters. This stage, I'll take charge. The hunters became mute. Among them were the Count and the Crusader. The two of them originally died while attacking the 25th floor, but I came back to the time before they entered the stage. Of course, the people involved did not know that. The Crusader looked confused. I'm sorry, Death King. I didn't know if you had an interest in romance. Not at all. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'm an amateur at romance. But you still want to be in charge of this stage? Are you serious? Yes, I really want to take command. The hunters muttered. I spoke calmly to keep up my momentum. It would be good to select a hunter who is knowledgeable in the romance genre, but that's not the only criterion. I've never read martial arts novels. Even so, I cleared the chronicles of the heavenly demon well. That's right, but I have an ominous feeling about this stage. I think something bad will happen. Please let me be in charge. Flinch. There were a few hunters who responded to the words, ominous feeling. It was the witch and the sword saint. The two believed that I had the power of prophecy. It should be fine, right? Death King has proven his skill many times. I also think we should listen to Death King. The first and second place in the rankings supported my position, so things became easier. The other hunters didn't even try to dissent against us. Like I had wanted, I took command. Now, I'll choose the attack team to enter the apocalypse with me. I spoke with a firm heart. Only the most elite members can go to this stage. Please don't resent me if I don't pick you. The most elite members. The witch glanced at me with an expressionless face. All right. Then I have to go. I don't know much about romance, but if you really need me, I have to go. Though this is my first time encountering the romance genre. But romantic sensibility? Sensibility seems to fit me well. I'm not claiming to be an expert on romance. Yup, I just think that I should be included since the most elite members are going. The woman who introduced herself as a drama watcher seemed to be in poor condition. Romance and romance fantasy are somewhat different. If romance is macaron, romance fantasy is a chocolate mousse cake. Death King. I really do think we should bring along an expert. The master who exuded a quiet, deep energy was the Crusader. However, in the last run-through, she had failed in the attack. I felt uncomfortable bringing the Crusader. Isn't love something that can be replaced by money? People who pay well are good at dating. Love is power, power is money. It's an unchangeable law. I need to be appointed here. The Count unfolded a fan. Who the hell let that woman enter a romance? I looked around calmly. Finally, a figure entered my sight. That figure was drinking orange juice served by a bookmark maid. Heretic Questioner Nim. I called out to that person. Yes? Hit up a romance with me. Oh ho? The hunters nearby looked at us with astonishment. The Heretic Questioner. An iron-blooded slayer. A person who unconditionally tortured and executed people if there was a religious dispute, regardless of what happened. A true natural-born psycho who is treated like a madman, even in this tower full of abnormal people. If there was a survey of who in the world was the least suitable for romance, that human would be ranked first. The man grinned like an innocent boy. Yes, of course! Aha! If it's Death King's request, I will be happy to do it. For anyone who did not know the truth, it was really an angelic smile. Death King, are you crazy? In other words, when a person who knew the truth saw it, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The witch quickly came up and whispered to me. The Heretic Questioner can't empathize with people. Objectively, he's a psychopath, and subjectively, he's a sociopath. How can we take a man like that into a romance novel? Black Dragon Master. I also answered with a whisper. Although I don't know the laws of romance, I do know what's most important. What's that? Appearance. Huh? The appearance. I was serious. First of all, you have to be handsome. No, isn't that a little prejudiced? A lot of people in romance novels are described as looking ordinary. They cheat with the cover image. You shouldn't say that. Now, look at this. In terms of appearance, who looks the most angelic in the tower? It's the Heretic Questioner. Even I thought he was a real angel until I learned his true nature. We glanced at the Heretic Questioner. In the distance, the Heretic Questioner smiled brightly. Do you agree? Yes, his appearance is top quality, but it's a problem because his personality is inversely proportional. He's like a gangster. Furthermore, the Heretic Questioner is competent. He can use divine magic. Wouldn't he be able to respond to whatever happens? He also listens to me well. Above all, the Heretic Questioner wasn't two-faced. What he said outwardly and thought inwardly were the same. He was of one heart. I thought that this, too, could be an advantage in romance. It could be charming to many people when one acted exactly as they thought. It might be a clever idea, someone said, eavesdropping on our conversation. It was the Crusader. She was slowly nodding her head. Her eyes shone with admiration. In Ropan, or romance fantasy, the more crazy guys there are, the fresher it is. The Heretic Questioner isn't so bad for Ropan. It is unfortunate that he isn't obsessed with love, but there is room for him to develop into a madman-type character. I can see how it can be fun. Indeed, Death King, even in romance, you have a demonic intuition. The library became quiet. Did I say something weird? Again, the library was quiet. However, the witch was thinking. They have a point, but the Heretic Questioner doesn't look young like the Death King. He looks too young. Even if you look young, you have to look moderately boyish. A childish appearance isn't very popular. Whether fortunate or not, she never expressed her professional opinion. Thanks to that, I and the Heretic Questioner formed the two-member romance team. Seeing the determined attack team, the librarian's eyes gleamed. So you're trying to attack with a different combination. I can't wait to see what kind of story will unfold this time. The librarian reached out and grabbed the Tale of Sormwin Academy. The season of love is here. The time to praise love has arrived. It is beautiful to win love by transcending status, lineage, nationality, and everything. The sleeves of the constellation were fluttering. Maybe that's why love has become so difficult. Love is not only an emotion, but also attitude and posture because many people are obsessed with romance. The librarian laughed. Is it a romantic reality or is it a realistic romance? Gongja, it will be very difficult for you to keep these in balance. Therefore, I have prepared a special clear privilege for you. Clear privilege? In fact, you cleared the hidden stage of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon in addition to the normal stage. The reward for the normal stage was the 22nd floor, but you haven't received the hidden stage reward yet. I will present that to you now. What is it? Come here, my protagonist. I approached him. I will give you 3 cards. Saying tada, the librarian handed me the cards. On the cards, the following was written. Facial recognition barrier card. What a coincidence. Overhearing crucial secrets. Card. Oops, I shouldn't have said this. I said something wrong. Nice. Even the names are ominous. I didn't know what kind of effects they had, but I felt very suspicious. Excuse me, all of them will definitely be useful in romances. These cards will surely be your army and support, so don't worry. I could only worry. This is not my only gift. I prepared one more thing for you. Once you enter the apocalypse, you'll naturally come across the gift. What? Death King, heretic questioner. The librarian did not answer my question. Instead, he opened the book. Whack! Light emanated from the pages of the apocalypse. I appoint these 2 as characters of the Tale of Stormwind Academy. When you open your eyes, it will still be 7 days before the unfortunate end of the Tale of Stormwind Academy. Light enveloped the 2 of us. Please, I look forward to the wonderful ending that you'll show me. Esteemed daughter and the butler. Esteemed daughter? Butler? The moment I tried to ask what he meant, my vision turned completely white. 4. I was never really into romance. I didn't have a habit of reading, and I didn't have any friends who were enthusiastic about romance around me. To be more honest, I had no friends. I also didn't want to talk about how many people I could now call my friends. However, when asked what is the most frequent onomatopoeia in the romance genre, even I, who was only an outsider, could easily answer, slap, the sound of hitting someone's cheek. Lowly, impertinent thing. The high-pitched voice reached the chandelier on the ceiling. Before the chandelier stopped shaking, slap! The all-time #1 sound in the romance genre resonated once again. As can be seen by how I was leisurely describing the sound, I wasn't the one being slapped. Huh? It was the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner tilted his head, both his left cheek and his right cheek. Even though both sides had turned red, the heretic questioner smiled brightly at the person who had slapped his face. Did I do something wrong? Your hands are very strong. His opponent's expression grew grim. Was she some noble daughter? She was wearing a dress embroidered with lilies in silver thread. For my convenience, I attached to her the name tag of Silver Lily Girl in my head. How dare you act so nonchalant? How vulgar! Do you not know shame? Aha. And from here, things became more complicated. The Silver Lily Girl wasn't the only one wearing a dress. If I've done something wrong, please explain it to me. I'll listen, and if your point is reasonable, I will correct myself immediately. It is better not to use violence. The heretic questioner was also wearing a dress. Compared to the Silver Lily Girl's dress, it was plainer. The color resembled the flesh of a lime. The dress that the heretic questioner wore was a division of the innocent yellow and the refreshing green. Childishness could easily be mistaken for innocence. Ignorance could also be seen as being refreshing, but he didn't need any of that. His face was the top. The natural-born thug whom I chose based on his appearance smiled brightly. Now, person whom I don't know the name of, let's talk. Slap. You really, you insult me to the end. The Silver Lily Girl seemed to squeeze her whole body while speaking. The curve of her twisted back seemed to be transmitted onto her voice. The person who did the hitting was the young lady, and the one who was beaten was the heretic questioner. But as time went on, the lady's breath weakened. I overcame my confusion from entering the apocalypse and started to grasp the situation. A social gathering? A ball? Anyway, it's during some event. The ballroom was cast with the light of a chandelier. Dozens of people, in addition to us, wore dresses and suits. They were far away, nervously looking in our direction. Their expressions of embarrassment and tenseness were striking. It was natural, since the peaceful ball became a mess. The Silver Lily Girl is the villainous young lady. I looked at the young lady. Except for the imperial family, she is the highest-ranking person. She was also the one who would destroy this apocalypse. Come over here, the Silver Lily Girl said as she staggered. She seemed to be chewing on each syllable before spitting it out. Her voice made my lungs hurt just by listening. Yes, young lady, answered the servants dressed in black tailcoats. "These people, I hate looking at them. Take them away, right now. Take them away from my sight." "Yes." The servants' answer was never loud. Their voices were quiet. People of lower status adjusted the volume of their voice depending on the constitution of their betters. Anybody could see that the Silver Lily girl was sickly. To her ears, loud voices were poison. Ah. So the heretic questioner was incompatible with the Silver Lily girl. "By any chance, are you sick? That's a big problem. I'll help you." Quickly, clean up that master and servant and get them away from my sight. Lock them up." Because the heretic questioner was naturally loud and open, servants in tailcoats surrounded us like a military unit. "Excuse us. You must follow us for a moment." The words were archaically polite, but the actions weren't like that at all. The servants forced the two of us out. Over the ballroom and through the corridor, we were transported to a warehouse pale with moonlight. "Excuse me?" I said while being moved to the warehouse. For reference, I was wearing a tailcoat that looked just like the servants. "Where are you taking us now?" There was no answer. "Excuse me? Ducal servants, everyone? Slam." The heretic questioner and I looked at each other. Soon after, click! The sound of a turning key resonated. We were imprisoned in a warehouse, who knows where. If my common sense wasn't wrong, if a warehouse was locked with a key, it became a prison. Aha! As the moonlight spilled through the iron bars, the heretic questioner opened his mouth. "Death King, something big happened." The heretic questioner was smiling wide as if it wasn't a big deal at all. "I think I've become the female protagonist." That was right, and I was that young lady's butler. Chapter 90. Dead ends are the norm. Chapter 90. Dead ends are the norm. Translator, Thursdays. Editor, Sasha Lightbrin 5. "What a mess," I muttered. It was nuts. In this old warehouse where the moonlight shined through large iron bars, the heretic questioner laughed. His face was seriously bright for a situation that was no different from being imprisoned. When I was a child, I was often dressed up as a girl. I didn't know that I would really get the role of a young lady. This is another life experience. I want a bit of your limitless positive energy. The world is beautiful. Death King. Think positively. Did this person ever stop smiling? Even if a meteorite fell in front of him, he'd probably say, "Oh, what a disaster. The world is ending. It can't be helped. We did our best." Then he would just laugh. "What makes you so positive?" "This, right now." The heretic questioner wiggled his hands and made a hand seal. Then he whispered quietly, "Sacred technique, transformation." Light spilled through his slender fingers. It was the patented sacred technique of the heretic questioner. Since he said transformation, it should be a technique that changed something. Firstly, I couldn't see any changes based on his appearance, but as soon as the heretic questioner opened his mouth, I realized just what the transformation was. "How is it?" Immediately, I got goosebumps. "Do I seem a bit like a young lady?" "Your voice is..." "Yes!" I changed the structure of my vocal cords slightly. Grin. The heretic questioner smiled. "People already tell me that my voice is androgynous. A little adjustment makes it more appropriate. Aha, but I can't judge my own voice objectively. So how is it?" "It's wonderful?" Honest admiration spilled out from my lips. "You have the air of a dignified noble. Well, if you just keep your mouth shut." "Thank you." I stroked my chin. Unexpectedly, we possessed the roles of the female lead and her butler, but the heretic questioner and I could cope with that. The heretic questioner had his holy techniques, and I had regression skills. Okay, we could challenge this. The heretic questioner peeked up and looked at my face. "Your expression has relaxed a little." "Excuse me?" "Since you came back from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, your face has been dark." "Death King. You must have built up quite a lot of stress when you attacked the apocalypse." For a moment, I was at a loss for words. "Well, of course, you lost your beloved master. So I was also worried about this team. I was worried that Death King wouldn't be able to show his skills due to his sadness, but my worry was baseless." "Anyway, are you saying you can guess someone's emotions by looking at their face?" "Yes. I don't know how it feels to be depressed, but I can understand it conceptually. Haha. Machines creak when grease gets stuck. Stress may be humanity's grease. If it sticks around for a long time, it clumps together and becomes difficult to clean, so take care." "How fascinating. Was he trying to understand humans in his own way? He was a psycho, but he was a praiseworthy psycho. By the way, Death King. Yes. Something struck me as strange from earlier. What's strange? From my understanding, we're currently being imprisoned unlawfully. Our freedom of movement is suppressed. That is also how I understand our situation. I'm glad we see it the same way. And usually in this sort of case, guards are set up to monitor the prisoners. Otherwise, we can easily try to escape. The heretic questioner tilted his head. Now, I can't feel any presence outside the door, but I do feel a presence at the window. In this world, do they place guards at the windows, not in front of the doors? At that moment, damn it! Attack! Shadows jumped in from the window as the iron bars fell out. It doesn't matter if you kill the man. Just don't hurt the woman. The shadows were wearing masks on their faces. Their outfit concept was too grim for them to be guests who had come to check on us out of worry. Anybody could see that it was a surprise attack by unwelcome gatecrashers. Shiny! Yes, warrior. I pulled out the holy sword. Chang! My sword clashed against the attacker's sword. The back and forth wasn't much different from the attack scenes shown in movies. The conversation could be summarized with, "Who are you?" You don't need to know, but we have a powerful backer. Both my opponent and I were busy swinging our swords, but I had a cheap trick up my sleeve. Now! Flash. The holy sword lit up. Koof! The attacker, whose eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, closed his eyes tightly for an instant. In a battle of swords, an outcome could be decided in an instant. I blinked alternately with my left and right eyes to secure my sight, and then attacked my opponent's wrist. Eek! A scream mixed into his voice like it was marbling. Death King, you can't kill them all. We need to figure out the mastermind, so save some. I did as he said. The heretic questioner was also playing an active role as the hem of his dress fluttered. Impossible! This isn't an ordinary girl. The attackers were astonished. They weren't particularly skilled. No, was it our skills that were too great? Small fry that couldn't even use aura couldn't handle us. In the end, the 4 attackers were quickly overpowered. One of them was killed by the heretic questioner during the fight. Ahem, ha! The heretic questioner smoothly wiped off the blood that had gotten on his face with the sleeve of his dress. The attackers looked up at that heretic questioner. Their faces were pale with fear. I heard she was a weak, noble girl. How did this? Everyone, you have 3 options. The heretic questioner beamed, holding a dagger. First, if you ask me to kill you right here, you'll just die. Second, I can torture you in turn and get you to reveal any important information. Third, you can obediently confess everything, and you won't be tortured or killed. Which option do you choose? The person who seemed to be the oldest among the assailants scoffed. It was the man whose wrist I broke. Crazy bitch, I'd rather die! Yes! Understood. What? The heretic questioner's dress turned a little redder. A dull, percussive sound rang through the warehouse. His head had fallen to the floor. Heek! 2 attackers were left. Everyone, have you finished making your choice? Please spare us, young miss. We were just hired to do this. It's hard to survive in this world, I understand. But just as I understand your situation, you must understand my position. Please tell us why you attacked us. In exchange, I'll let you go alive. I think I'm making a lot of concessions in this deal. The attackers wavered. You seem to be hesitating. I understand. I'll help you a little so you can make up your mind. That, when you say help us, I'll whip you into shape. As always, the heretic questioner was smiling. Pain is proof that you are alive. When one's pain reaches its maximum, one's survival instinct also peaks. All right, I'll maximize your desire to live. Spare us. Please save us. This was insane. I intervened because the genre would change to an R19 romance at this rate. Please wait a minute. Heretic questioner. What is it? You don't have to do it like that. Please leave it to me. The heretic questioner made a puzzled expression. Death King, are you good at torture? Unless you're very skilled at it, I recommend that you let me handle this. I am an interrogation specialist. No, there's no need to torture them. Also, please wipe your face. I handed a handkerchief to the heretic questioner and stood in front of our attackers. The attackers sighed in relief. I felt sorry for them, but I wasn't about to be generous to people who had attacked us first. Misters, let me ask you something. What is it? You came through the window when you attacked just now. The iron bars were cut too easily. Did you hear that we would be trapped here and cut the iron bars in advance? The attackers did not respond. They only traded glances with each other. However, it didn't mean there wasn't a way to figure out the right answer just because they were keeping their mouths shut. Character window. I could see their psychological states. I heard that a woman would enter the warehouse. Damn it. I heard she was an ordinary girl, but it was a scam. As expected, the attackers already knew we would be here. While you were attacking us, you yelled, "It doesn't matter if you kill the man, just don't hurt the woman." Were you trying to kidnap this young lady here? Well, that is, the attacker's eyes flickered. It was a request to kidnap the woman here. The client said firmly to never injure the girl. That's why we attacked in a group of 4, to be safe. Yeah, I got it. Ha! I sighed. When I looked back, the heretic questioner was working hard to wipe his face with the handkerchief. He looked like a baby hamster gnawing on sunflower seeds. I think I know who the culprit is. The heretic questioner's ears perked up. Oh, do you really know it already? Yes. I want to hear Death King's reasoning. The heretic questioner's eyes were sparkling. I nodded and whispered, to start with, the culprit is someone very powerful. They need to be able to hire 4 assassins that can infiltrate the academy, which is impossible without knowing the academy's security system. Ooh, it makes sense. However, the heretic questioner raised a counterpoint. Does the culprit really need to be someone very powerful? It isn't the royal palace. It seems relatively easy to figure out the academy's security. Even someone with just a little bit of power to their name can do it. That's a keen point, but I shook my head. There is one more suspicious circumstance. Heretic questioner, do you remember what villainous young lady shouted when she chased us out? The heretic questioner contemplated whether he should put the handkerchief in his sleeves or not. Yes, I remember. She clearly said, "Quickly clean up that master and servant and get them away from my sight. Lock them up." Why do you ask? She never mentioned where to lock us up. The villainous young lady just said to take us out of the ballroom. But these attackers knew where we were going to be locked, and they cut off the iron bars in advance. And the ones who brought us to this warehouse were the servants of the villainous lady. Oh-ho, the heretic questioner's eyes narrowed, razor-thin. Indeed, it could be that the villainous young lady was the one who hired the attackers. All she had to do was tell the servants where to put us in advance and let the attackers know, too. Aha, and since she's the daughter of a duke, she has power. Yes, but it's too obvious. The heretic questioner stroked his chin. I am the protagonist of this apocalypse. I'm a noble lady having a fling with the crown prince. If the villainous young lady chased me away and I was attacked at that location, even as the duke's daughter, it'll be a tremendous scandal. The evil act has too much political burden. The heretic questioner was definitely quick-witted. He understood this strange story very swiftly. In other words, the villainous young lady is not the culprit. The true culprit is the one who wants that lady to appear as if she were the culprit. I agree. And this real culprit cares so much about the heretic questioner that he told the attacker to never hurt the woman, but they didn't care whether I, as the male butler, died or not. Finally, the culprit is powerful enough to buy off the servants of a duke. Aha! The heretic questioner smiled with his eyes. I'm starting to see who the real culprit is. You probably think the same thing as I do. I don't know the feeling of love, but I know about the habits of someone in love. If the real culprit actually cares about me as Death King speculated, these attackers can never tell us their personal information. Yes, I nodded. They must be waiting nearby so they can enter any time. Kwang, it was then that the old door of the warehouse was broken. Dust rose up and a group of knights poured in. At the front was a man who looked like he had never dirtied his hand in his life. Sylvia, are you all right, Sylvia? The man ran at us and tightly hugged the heretic questioner. Blonde hair that looked like uncooked ramen noodles wobbled in the air. He wasn't as handsome as the heretic questioner, but that man was also handsome. His level was around, say, 60% of the heretic questioner. Good heavens! Your whole body is covered in blood. When I heard that you had been kicked out of the ballroom, I was anxious and came to find you. How dare this vicious thing happen? And perhaps his psychopath level was about 60% of the heretic questioner as well. Without blinking once, the man gave an order. Look here, go catch the suspicious men right now. I will interrogate them myself and find out who is behind this. I don't know what family did it, but I won't forgive them, no matter what they've done for the empire. Only the knights answered in unison. Yes, we have received the orders of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Yup, Lady Sylvia, don't worry, I'll protect you. No matter how vicious the Duke's daughter is, I, the only heir to the empire, will protect you. You only need to rely on me. That man was the male protagonist of The Tale of Sormwen Academy, and he was the Crown Prince in love with the heretic questioner. Chapter 91, Fall In. 1, Chapter 91. Translator Thursdays, Sasha, Lightbryn 1 year ago. There were 2 young ladies to whom the Emperor gave epithets. Sylvia Evanale, daughter of Baron Evanale. A golden thread blooms in a yellow flower garden. From now on, people will call you like so, the Lady of the Golden Silk, the heroine of this world. Raviel Evancia, daughter of Duke Ivancia. A flower gilded in silver so as to not drop its head. Child. From now on, the subjects of the Empire will call you the Lady of the Silver Lily. The villainess of this apocalypse. Noble ladies usually receive an epithet when they have their debutant ball and enter aristocratic society. The royal family or high nobility who open their debutant balls give them their new names. The noble lady's epithet differed based on how high up in society the presenter was. A name given by a baron and a name given by a count were of different classes. The greatest epithet was, of course, a name bestowed by the emperor. It was the pride of one's family to be given a name by His Majesty. Since these 2 young ladies attended the same academy, the huge storm that brewed was inevitable. But even so, I looked at the prince. The crown prince was holding my colleague, the heretic questioner, who had taken on the role of the Lady of the Golden Silk. He was holding the heretic questioner so tightly that the dress rippled around his fingertips like scales. Isn't he too superficial to be the crown prince of a country? Strangely, I didn't like him. The prince met my eyes. He was looking at me a little distastefully, so I had to lower my gaze. But his gaze was also unusual. Contempt, fury, disdain, negative emotions were lurking in his eyes. You also survived. Was that directed to me? Probably, since I was the only one in his gaze right now. However, his voice sounded like that of someone who ate spinach 3 days after its expiration date. It kind of pissed me off. Yes, Your Highness. I imitated the way people in historical dramas spoke. I safely managed to survive. You're lucky. How can it be due to the luck of this humble child? Your Highness's grace must have been crazy good. The prince's lovely eyebrows slipped. Just now, I more or less implied, you set up the raid on your own. If he had a guilty conscience, then even an ordinary greeting should put him on edge. Your words are too much. Do you mean to say that my royal grace is embedded in everything that happens in the world? Saving your own life and saving Sylvia from the assassins and ruffians are all due to your own fortune. I thank you. Wow. He seemed to retreat and praised me, but listening carefully, that wasn't the case. It wasn't because of my skills, but rather because of fortune. No way. I'd like to think this wasn't true, but was the prince trying to keep me in check right now? The Lady of the Golden Silk is my master, at that moment, and I belong to her. My mouth moved without my intent. Your Highness, how can we say that it is luck that a sword protects its owner? The tool has just been used as a tool should. Your Highness praises me excessively. It was embarrassing. Really, truly, I had planned to step back after saying something vague. What good would it be if the prince and a butler got into a fight? Nevertheless, my tongue moved agilely. Huh? Have I finally gone nuts? When my head became a bit hazy, I heard a voice. The immersion toward the character is deepened. What? Currently, your immersion rate is 1%. What the heck? Really, you're so eloquent that I want to sew your lips together. While I was going mad in my head, the prince's face became distorted. Outrage, humiliation. It was really a face trying to hold back from cursing. If possible, I also wanted to yell out a bucket of swears. It was because seeing the prince's face crumpled up was strangely refreshing for a corner of my heart. Rather than thinking I should stop, I felt that his look was quite good. Crazy. This was insane. These days, barons and such nobility seem to select servants based on their tongue rather than their personality. If His Majesty knew the situation, he would surely lament it. Wait a moment. Just wait. He was supposed to be the prince of this world, but he was just a blonde ramen noodle. Don't provoke me anymore. Please don't irritate my emotions. This stage is... How could that be? How dare there be a day when His Majesty's eyes are blurred? Your Highness the Crown Prince is so mature that you accumulate virtues in our school every day. I am sure that His Majesty is pleased. In other words, I was sarcastically saying his father sure would be pleased if he knew the prince hired an assassin. But that wasn't the important part. I realized the trap of this stage, and I realized why Count and Crusader, the two hunters who dealt with the economy and safety of our tower, became so weak and failed to attack. As time passed, those two people were eaten up by the concept. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Oh no. Currently, your immersion rate is 2%. This was something crazy. That's enough. It's beneath me to compete with you through words. As for what happened tonight, I will thoroughly investigate the truth. Is there anyone in our school who is as reliable as the prince? I sincerely request this. Please find who is behind the attack and punish them 100-fold. Of course. Ah, was it this? Was this the special feature of this stage? The prince glanced at me and said, Lady Sylvia must have been very surprised. Perhaps others are lurking and may attack tonight. Know that I will protect the lady tonight, Your Highness. My tongue was evolving into an answering machine. Please forgive this child's rudeness. The more times things like this happen, the more one has to relieve one's fatigue where one feels most comfortable. My mistress will want to stay in her private room, as usual. Are you saying that she can't be at ease by my side? I apologize. This child is simply telling the truth to Your Highness. Save me. Please save me. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 3%. SOS! Help me! Hey, you! Sword of you, Emperor? No, Sword Emperor Nim. Did this brat go around the bend? I really think I'm going around the bend now, so please do something. What do you want me to do? I don't know. Anyway, help me control myself. Can I really talk shit to you? I don't care what you say, so please just help me get a hold of myself. Ah, then. Behuryong grinned. Zombie, you seem to dislike Venomous Snake, but actually, whenever you get the change, you act more or less like the protagonist in the Venomous Snake's delusions. Ah, that's enough. I came to my senses. Don't say another word. Come on. My mind seemed to flash to awareness as Behuryong masterfully dared to compare me to the Venomous Snake. Has anyone ever seen a nastier ghost? It didn't matter what he said, but he had to throw a nonsense festival. But thanks to this, the rate of immersion that rose like crazy came to a sudden stop. Meanwhile, the heretic questioner who buried his face in the prince's embrace was also acting abnormally. Huh? The heretic questioner was tilting his head back and forth. For the first time ever, I saw the heretic questioner's confused expression. That universally acknowledged leader of the nutjobs. The pure, natural-born psycho didn't understand the feelings he was feeling right now. Guilt. Perhaps that's why the heretic questioner pushed away from the prince's chest. He slithered out of his arms. The prince who was fighting with me with his eyes was bewildered. He looked at the lady of the golden silk, no, the heretic questioner. Sylvia, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Huh? Ooh. The heretic questioner tilted his head once more. How fascinating. What's fascinating, Sylvia? I'm feeling some unfamiliar emotion. It's the first time I've felt this since I was born. The heretic questioner laughed. My heart is pounding. My heart is beating so violently. Oh, ho. Aha. Indeed. It's really mysterious. The heretic questioner closed his eyes. Then he touched his chest with both hands. The heretic questioner? No, the lady of the golden silk was smiling. She looked like she was listening to beautiful classical music. The owner of this body seems to really like you. See, Sylvia. The prince's face looked like he had eaten the soup called emotion with the rice called touched. If I hadn't been in a hurry to stop the immersion, I might have felt envious of the timing. But fortunately, thankfully, that wasn't the case. Even though I was late, I had come to my senses. Milady, I said forcefully. The heretic questioner opened his closed eyes and looked at me. Let's return to the dormitory. His Highness the Crown Prince declared that he would personally uncover who was behind the attack. Since it's late, Milady should go back to your room and rest. From tomorrow, don't we have to continue Milady's life again? We had a purpose as well as a role. The goal of clearing the stage. We couldn't forget it. Oh yes, you're right. The heretic questioner blinked. He understood what I meant right away. The heretic questioner grabbed his skirt and greeted the prince. Thank you for your consideration, but I will go back with my butler. Ah, good night, your highness. I will now go back. The heretic questioner easily turned his back, abandoning the prince, whose face turned blank. He lightly stepped out of the warehouse. From behind, the prince shouted, Sylvia! Sylvia! However, the heretic questioner only walked away with a smile. He didn't even turn his head. The task has become difficult, I muttered, following close behind the heretic questioner. I didn't think there would be a trap like immersion. Damn it. I wondered why the Count and the Crusader failed, but now I understood. Ah! The heretic questioner smiled mysteriously. Click! Click! Our footsteps echoed in the corridor, and our shoes were shaded white by the moon. The sound of human feet resembled the beating of a heart. It's definitely something we didn't expect. Death King, how much has your immersion rate increased just now? It went up to 3% like mad. I barely managed to stop it. You're outstanding. Mine shot up to 10% right away. I was speechless. 10%? 10? It was devastating. He had only spent a short time with that prince character, but 1/10 of his ego had been infected. The situation was more serious than I thought. Only then, even living a normal life was like walking through a poison fog. Little by little you became poisoned, and once you came to your senses, you couldn't escape, when you let go of your hold on your mind. In an instant, the mind would be eaten by the romance of this world. This can't go on. I opened my mouth. My voice was slow. Well, I was nervous. Losing myself, that I might lose myself. It was always the thing I feared most. Let's prepare safeguards for ourselves. Safeguards? Yes, I carefully touched the handle of my dagger. I felt the texture of the green tape around my finger. That familiar texture brought me a sense of stability. Choose a keyword, so that we can come to our senses whatever the situation, no matter how serious things are when we say this keyword. For example, when I say peach, you can say carrot. Carrot. Aha, it's a secret code for the two of us. The heretic questioner smiled. I agree. I saw something similar in a drama before. Then, what should the secret code be? Click. At that time, we heard the sound of a heel from across the corridor. The heel of a shoe was pressing dangerously to the floor of the corridor. Dull footsteps followed. A person was approaching with several servants. The moon shined. A sharp shoe trampled over the moon reflected on the hallway floor. Hair as silver as the moonlight. The Lady of the Silver Lily. The duchy's young lady led several followers and walked this way. The villainous young lady frowned like she was angry. She glowered at us. Ah! The heretic questioner let out a small moan. Death King. The heretic questioner stood on his tiptoes. Then he opened his lips and murmured into my ear, I think I really do hate her. Whisper? At first, it sounded like the same voice as always. Slowly, I turned my head and looked at the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner spun round and round. The hem of the long dress swirled, causing a small whirlwind to rise. The wind containing his weight pressed on my chest. I'm curious, Death King. The heretic questioner stopped, then splayed open his hands. He curled his fingers other than his index fingers, which revealed his bare skin. Ah, I'm really curious. Pressing both index fingers to his lips, he was smiling like always. Right now, what kind of expression am I making? But his eyes weren't smiling. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 4%. Chapter 92. Fall In. Chapter 90 Translator Thursdays, Editor Sasha, Lightbrand 2, Romance Fantasy Trope 1. Any man near the main character is shady at first. Romance Fantasy Trope 2, the man who seems the most ordinary is actually the most extraordinary. 3. My heart throbbed. I was anxious. Like broken piano keys, my heart was playing off-key. That was how ominous the heretic questioner's smile was. I felt a premonition that we were going to slide all the way down this slippery slope. And what was at the bottom, I could not see. Heretic. You look unharmed, Lady of the Golden Silk. Before I could finish saying his title in the tower, the Lady of the Silver Lily used the protagonist's title in this world first. I heard you were attacked by an assassin, but you're a girl who grew up in the borders. The thread of your life is as tough as a weed. A single assassin must not be a big deal for you. The corner of the heretic questioner's mouth tilted up. A little later, I would find out that it was out of ridicule. Words that the heretic questioner would never say flowed from his lips. Did you deliberately come out this late to compliment my healthy body? Truly, I thank you, my lady. His Highness did the same. I am happy that many people care for my inexperienced self. So much so that tonight's misfortunes feel like luck. The Lady of the Silver Lily's eyes became ferocious. The heretic questioner had planted 2 thorns in his words just now. Aren't you the one who hired the assassin? Intimidation. The Crown Prince came to visit me personally because he was worried about me. Provocation. Your head is as disheveled as a weed, too. There is a thin line between imagination and delusion. Our choice of whether we step over that boundary determines our human dignity. As a noble, please act with decorum. I'm sorry. So it isn't against decorum to slap someone's face at a ball. Well, I did grow up on the outskirts, so I don't know the manners of a duke's daughter. If it is not disrespectful, when will you invite me to your salon? I'd like to receive etiquette lessons directly from a wonderful lady. I'm not used to hitting people, so I think I need to learn about the angle and strength of my hand. There was a motorcycle engine running on his tongue. I wondered where the engine sound was coming from, but after listening more closely, the crazy noise was the sound of my own heart. Thump! Thump! Dread wrapped around my heart and held me by the neck. Milady, don't be rude. A mere baron's daughter from the countryside is saying such thoughtless words. The duchy's servants became indignant at the waltz of the heretic questioner's tongue. Some of the attendants had probably betrayed their master and belonged to the crown prince. I didn't know if it was just one or if there were more traitors, but that wasn't what mattered now. I apologize. I hurriedly intervened between the gold and silver ladies. The Lady of the Silver Lily furrowed her brows. You are. Milady is greatly shocked today because of the strange events that occurred. From this lowly servant's understanding, she desperately needs to rest. Since it's late at night, would your ladyship please allow us to excuse ourselves? The misunderstanding will be resolved tomorrow. The Lady of the Silver Lily closed her lips. Behind her, the servants were buzzing. When their mistress raised her right hand, they all stopped moving. In an instant, stillness enveloped the hallway. It would have been impossible to do if she did not keep her subordinates on a tight leash from the beginning. Excuse me, butler, what are you talking about? Rather, it was the heretic questioner, the Lady of the Golden Silk, who protested. I still have a lot to say to her ladyship. You can't just end the conversation at will. Be quiet. I grabbed the heretic questioner's wrist. I grabbed it, then walked away while dragging him behind me. The heretic questioner said, Wait, butler, wait a minute. He struggled, but I never let go of his wrist. We really couldn't let our character immersions rise here. Milady. Just before exiting the hallway, I looked back. The Lady of the Silver Lily was looking at us with an equivocal expression. What is it? I have always admired the upright conduct of the duchy's servants. Tonight, your attendants were quite virtuous, unlike a common man like myself. I politely bowed my head to her. I have realized many things. This humble self pays respect to your ladyship. Now, please excuse us. With that, I pulled the heretic questioner out of the hall. The heretic questioner, who was rebellious at first, had calmed down. There was a wide garden between the ballroom and the dormitory. Moreover, it was a spring night. The newly bloomed magnolias were drooping by their heavy heads. The night was soaked in the scent of flowers, thick under the white trees. As we stepped forward, pale magnolia petals fell and touched our toes. My goodness. The heretic questioner stepped on a fallen magnolia petal. Ah! He stopped and looked up at the night sky. After a while, the heretic questioner turned his head and looked at me. His face was impassive. He seemed to be disoriented. The hunter, said to be the craziest person in the tower, muttered to himself as if he couldn't believe what he had just done. Death King. What did I say back there? 4. As soon as I closed the door of our quarters, I said, "Choose a password." We had been quiet as we walked to the dormitory. No word was exchanged between the two of us. It was a little difficult to walk because my ankles were bound by the silence. Was it due to the increased character immersion? I knew the path from the garden to the dormitories like it was natural. Perhaps the characters' memories became clearer the more immersed we were. Right now, it was difficult to judge whether that was good or bad. A password? The heretic questioner blinked. Is it a secret password? If we leave things as is, it'll become really dangerous for us. You have to keep it together. We do. Death King, you're right. Yes. The heretic questioner seemed to be struggling to speak. He kept slipping. His voice was slipping faster than an accident on a slippery road. It was a red light signaling that the person in front of me was in danger. I firmly grabbed the heretic questioner's face with both hands. Then I forced him to meet my eyes. When spring comes, magnolias fall. What? When I say when spring comes, you, the heretic questioner, will reply magnolia falls. That's our passcode. It's the phrase that tells us to get a hold of ourselves. Now, if you understand, tell me, when spring comes? Magnolia. Again, when spring comes, magnolias fall. Little by little, the eyes of the heretic questioner showed that he was returning to himself. He started to look in front of him rather than blankly into space. The heretic questioner shook his head, saying, and well. Then he nodded. Yes, I'm back. Okay, good job. Thank you, Death King. Aha, indeed, today had a storm of surprises. I'll never forget this day. Would you like to rest and have a cup of tea? Please. Good. It wasn't over yet. It was too early to give up this round. I handed the heretic questioner a blanket and headed to the kitchen. Because it was a dormitory of the academy where royalty and nobles attend, there was a small kitchen in the Lady of the Golden Silk's private quarters. I easily found the tea leaves and kettle. Wow! I was boiling the tea, but this was ridiculous. My body just moves on its own. I never really made tea other than the ones in tea bags. It had been like that my whole life, but my hands moved automatically as if I had steeped tea for years. It was a side effect of the immersion. My body was even feeling joy by making tea. The lady likes it best when I add milk and a spoonful of honey. I was humming. I obtained this precious honey from an academy employee for occasions like this. It costs some money, but my lady is usually so frugal that it isn't a waste. This much luxury is okay. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 6%. It wasn't okay. Not okay at all. Fuck! This dumb romance. What's so pleasing about adding honey to black tea? Should I open up a skull and spread honey on the neurons? Stick a honeycomb in your head? Shiny is concerned about the warrior's condition. However, Shiny thinks the warrior's butler outfit is very attractive. My weapon shone by itself in delight. Maybe it was because Shiny was happy, but the sword's sparkling color looked more exquisite, and I, the owner of that sword, squatted down while holding my head in pain. You can't let a butler take over your mind. I clenched my teeth. No way. I've worked too hard to clear the stages so far. I was determined. Even if I made tea, I wouldn't make it like the original character. I used a kettle that he didn't normally use and pulled out a different teacup from usual. Like that, I gave the tea to the heretic questioner. Death King! The heretic questioner took a few sips and tilted his head. Yes, the tea tastes weird. So what? If my taste buds are working correctly, this iffy taste is salt, right? That's just how this tea tastes. Oh ho. Rather than tea, isn't this more like salt water? If you just measure the salinity, I think it'll be judged simply as salt water. Nothing more, nothing less. Just shut up and drink. Understood. I'll shut up and drink. The heretic questioner slurped up the tea. Thank you for the tea. It was salty. The heretic questioner smiled broadly. Yep, this was how things should be. Our natural psycho finally regained his guilelessness. So what do you think we should do from now? We have to make sure the villainess and the prince stay together. I sighed. Or at least crush the love line between the Lady of the Golden Silk and the Crown Prince into powder. Let's aim for one of those two endings. Operation Sneaky Sneaky. The heretic questioner chose the name of the operation on his own. Well, it didn't matter. I also preferred the second ending. I had never dated before, so didn't know much, but wouldn't it be much easier to break something than making it? It would be difficult to matchmake the Crown Prince and the Lady of the Silver Lily, but it would be easy to have the Lady of the Golden Silk break up with him. In this part, the heretic questioner and I were 100% on the same page. To do that, the prince's love for the Lady of the Golden Silk must become cold. Do you have any plans? I do. I realized something when I was losing my mind while making tea. We need to take special measures for this stage. There is a way. Not only would it reduce the prince's affection for the protagonist, but it would also be very effective in allowing the two of us, especially me, to keep our consciousness. What's the plan? In the end, the more you act like the Lady of the Golden Silk, and the more I act like a butler, the more immersed we become in the roles. So, flipping that thought, then what if you do something the Lady of the Golden Silk would never do, and something the butler would never do? The character immersion rate may drop. Even if it doesn't fall, it won't go up. How does that sound? The heretic questioner's eyes shone. Ooh, indeed, it's a simple yet good method, as expected of Death King. You're the hunter who broke through the unyielding 10th floor and cleared the 20th floor. You flatter me. Anyway, our conclusion is simple. I flicked my hand and triggered a skill. From now on, let's become a bad girl and a bad butler. The heretic questioner tilted his head. What? The 100 Ghosts reincarnation activated. I didn't have to bring in a lot of spirits like I did in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. We only needed one specific ghost. My shadow wriggled and took on the shape of a person. A ponytail at the back of his head, eyes that were more asshole-ish than that of any other being in the universe. Hey. The Flame Emperor. It was Yusuha. As soon as Yusuha was summoned, he frowned. His expression crumpled like tissue, and he opened his mouth. Fuck you, dog bastard. What are you going to make me do this time? Come on, let's be quiet. Hush! No matter how much he tried to intimidate me, he was a ghost that could not disobey my orders. Yusuha shouted like a hostage whose mouth was sealed by a terrorist, going, and so on. Seeing the Flame Emperor's appearance lifted my melancholy mood. What could I say? It felt a bit like closing the lid on top of a trash can. The dust in my heart was refreshingly tidied up. The Flame Emperor. He was like the dustbin inside a vacuum cleaner. Heretic questioner. Yes, Death King. Looking at you, your outer appearance is too much like a model student. I put on a stern expression. Your gestures and your actions feel very pure. However, if you earnestly want to become a bad girl, you can't go on in your current state. It'll be impossible. Ah. The heretic questioner's ears perked up. If there is something I lack, please let me know. I'll learn. Yes, and you'll be taught. It's a one-on-one last-minute tutoring session. I slowly looked at Yusuha. The greatest tutor will teach you how to be a bad person. Aha. I'm looking forward to it. The heretic questioner laughed brightly like a young puppy. Yusuha frowned like a bitch. Between the puppy and the dog, I nodded seriously. Now, let's be bad. The next day, Stormwind Academy would explode. Chapter 93, Fall In. Chapter 93, Fall In. Translator, Thursdays. Sasha, Lightburn 5, Romance Fantasy Trope 3. Do you want to develop love between two people? First, make them hate each other. Hatred is lightning. Love is thunder. After being blinded by the lightning of hatred, the thunder of love begins to sound. 6. Are you well? It was on the route to Stormwind Academy. Yes, I slept soundly. Did you also sleep well last night? Thankfully, yes. Perhaps I had a good dream. I feel refreshed. I'm going to have 2 slices of toast this morning. Oh, I want to hear what kind of dream it was. Should we eat together? Oh my, what a great idea. Woohoo! The students smiled and greeted each other in a quaint, old-fashioned way. On the road with white magnolia blossoms, oh my and hoo-hoo smoothly flowed from their lips. Peace, serenity. Even baby birds gathering together and singing side by side could not be more peaceful than this, nor could a flower garden in full bloom be more serene. The mere sight of this scene would purify someone's mind. It was a moment that sparkled like a diamond. Ah, Lady of the Golden Silk, are you well? But diamonds were just refined coal. If one lit it up, it would burn very well. Nope, I'm not well at all. Ah! The heretic questioner grinned at the young lady who greeted him. There is no way I could be calm. Some assassin jerks attacked me last night and almost killed me. It's unfair that I couldn't sleep at all, and you're asking me if I'm well? Do you have any sense? Excuse me? No, you have no thoughts at all. If you did think, you wouldn't ever ask, "Are you well?" to someone who almost died. Aha! What needs to be well isn't me, but your head. Is your head well? Is your skull safe and good? How is your brain? Ah, yes, excuse me. Ah! Your head was resting so much that your mouth became twisted. It's all right. I understand. A healthy mind lives in a healthy body. You have a ruined head, so is your mind in good shape? Go on, go to the infirmary. In other words, please get out of my sight. Ah. Ah. Wobble. The lady swayed and fainted. If her servant didn't catch her, she would have rolled all the way to school. The students, who had been greeting each other good morning like usual, screamed, "White Orchid Lady, are you okay? My goodness, her complexion is too white. Someone, call the nurse. Breathe. Can you hear my voice? You have to breathe. Lady of the Golden Silk, what did you just say to her?" A clamor. The baby birds singing peacefully were blown away, and a bomb exploded on top of the serene tulip garden. The diamond was blazing. The young noble ladies skillfully attended to their fainted classmate, but they could not hide their shock. The heretic questioner smiled. What's the big deal? She senselessly asked me if I was well, as I asked her if her head was well. A young lady nearby opened her mouth. Her head is well. Ah, your hair is red. What a cool red. Could it be that your skull broke and your brain is leaking a little? Aha. If so, you're putting your already unfortunate intelligence at risk of further loss. Come on, pick it up and put it back in. Wobble. Miss? Kia, Lady of the Plum Blossoms, why isn't the nurse here yet? That salary thief. Somebody please bring some water. Security. Security. Chaos had arrived. It was truly a scene of the apocalypse. The book apocalypse hadn't been destroyed yet, but the route to Sormwin Academy was being burned to the ground with excitement. Aha! The heretic questioner had a 20-meter radius of space to himself, smiled with a face that did not show a single hint of evil. He did have dark circles under his eyes, though, because of the attitude training he had received overnight. Death King, you're the best. My immersion didn't go up at all. He was also the best. The effect of the Flame Emperor's one-on-one tutoring was great. In the future, I'll continue to trust you fully. After all, the Death King's schemes are reliable. I bowed down at an angle appropriate for a butler. Thank you for the compliments, m'laddie. You are a million times welcome, but is stepping on my foot another way to stop the immersion rate from going up? My big toe hurts a little. I can't help but act as a bad butler. Please withstand it. I understand. This morning, a total of 14 ladies entered the academy's infirmary. The incident on the road in front of the girls' dormitory quickly spread to the whole school. It was known as the Is Your Head Well incident. 7. Restaurant, main building. Wherever they went, the students gossiped about the incident. The Lady of the Golden Silk has gone mad. She's changed since she was attacked yesterday. She's possessed by the devil. 2 ladies and 1 gentleman bravely went to investigate the suspicious rumors and reveal the truth, but they still haven't returned. Isn't she more attractive now? So who ordered her assassination? Sormwin's unofficial club, All Older Sisters Fan Association, AOSFA, welcomes the current changes. We urge the Sormwin students to change their perceptions. The Lady of the Golden Silk's butler was mixing her tea with salt. A lot of witnesses saw it. It's dangerous. Assassination. I heard the Crown Prince is handling it. She's gone insane. I'm going mad. An appropriate salt intake is good for your health. Is the salt in the black tea for her well-being? Golden Silk, Annie. The rumors snowballed like an avalanche and became a ghost story. Lady of the Golden Silk, you have insulted the honor of my master. However, even if the rumor became exaggerated, it was true that 14 ladies had fainted. Of course, these ladies' servants were angry. Even if they couldn't attack a noble lady, they could ask me, a subordinate just like them, to duel. At lunchtime, angry servants rushed in line to fight me. I cannot stand still, as the honor of my master and her family is blemished. Please allow me to duel with the lady's butler. Ho ho. The heretic questioner nodded. Okay, everyone, solve it nicely among just a moment. I secretly stepped on the foot of the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner winced in pain. Is something wrong? Once you decide to act, you have to continue your bad girl image to the end. Don't accept what others say right away. That looks too obedient. Ah, you're right, that's true. Then how do I be bad? Do as I tell you to do. Whispers passed between the two of us. The servants who requested duels looked at us with confused faces. After a while, the heretic questioner opened his mouth with a face like he had an epiphany. All right, you may duel with my servant if you like. Ah, thank you for your permission. Then, right here? But, if you want to fight him, pay me. The servants blinked. Pardon? I mean that you need to pay to get what you want. The heretic questioner sat on a garden bench and crossed his legs. His radiant face was forceful. If children saw the heretic questioner right now, they would probably automatically yell out, "Unnie!" My butler belongs to my family. I am the only person in my family who is attending this academy, so he is mine. What if my possession gets hurt during a duel? Are you going to be responsible for that? The noble's servants were dumbfounded. She wanted them to bribe her so they could have a sacred duel? Wasn't that too thuggish? How much should I pay you? I'll take 5 gold coins. Aha! The heretic questioner delivered the final line that I taught him. Everyone, it isn't the case that your loyalty to your masters is worth less than 5 pieces of gold, right? The servants took out the gold coins one by one. I felt a little pity as I watched them. Some of the servants looked like they were about to cry. Their faces seemed worried about whether it was honorable to pay to fight for a lady's honor. A face that seemed to ask, is this really the right thing to do? However, there was no going back. Once a few servants began to pay, the others had to join in. Here it is, lady. Okay, I have it too. Yup, thank you for your patronage. Please excuse me, I only have silver coins. Would you accept it in small change? I'll accept it all. The heretic questioner ripped off the frugal servants. The dignity of the young lady who was given an epithet from the emperor was buried under the jangling of coins without leaving a trace. Followers take after their masters. I cracked my neck up and down, left and right, like a gangster. There were more than 10 servants staring at me awkwardly. Let me ask this, just in case. What is it? I lifted the holy sword, sheath and all. Among those of you here, has anyone starved for over a week? The thrilling sounds of a beating rang in the garden. I took down the servants one after another, feeling like a drummer. I beat them like a dusty cloth. Ack! Hook! Kyuk! Countless students watched as the servants screamed. Looking around, I saw the students staring at me in dismay. Behind me, the heretic questioner rolled the coins in his hands and hummed. Screams, gasps, and the jingling of coins. The 3 melodies formed a perfect trinity. See, at that moment, someone hastily rushed in among the watching students. Sylvia, what in the world is this about? It was the man who could be said to be the ramen noodles of this apocalypse. The Crown Prince. The blonde ramen was extremely flustered. My heart felt satisfied when I saw his bloated ramen face. We were returning the embarrassment we felt because of him last night. I heard rumors that you've suddenly become strange, but as always, I thought it was malicious gossip. But now, against our classmates, you! The prince glared at me, muttering quickly. Well, for ramen soup served with rice, his eyes were quite fierce. What are you doing? When your master is tired, it is the servants' responsibility to stop them and help them recover with all their power. You're a third-rate butler and utterly disqualified to be a servant. You're disqualified. I apologize, Your Highness. I put the holy sword on my waist and bowed my head. This child is not judged by anyone other than the young lady. If Milady evaluates me as a third-rate butler, that is what I am, and if she says that I am disqualified, I will step down. But until that moment, I will remain her faithful butler. Despite causing all this disturbance, you shamelessly... The prince closed his mouth and pursed his lips. Then he shook his head. Did he think it was useless to speak with a servant like me? Sylvia, didn't I tell you again and again? You shouldn't have a man like that as your butler. There are several eunuchs raised with great care in the imperial household. If I ask His Majesty, you can take one of the competent ones. It's all right. You don't need to worry. My father already thinks well of you. Wow! The students in the audience exclaimed quietly. Here and there, you could also see young ladies who fell for that adoring look. Just now, the prince expressed his affection so openly. The ladies sighed forlornly and whispered among themselves. What's happening? His Highness's fiancée is the Lady of the Silver Lily. But that was an agreement before they were born, right? It's been too long. It's been said that the Emperor cares for the Lady of the Golden Silk since a long time ago, so maybe... Ah, what would be best? The lady's eyes sparkled as they talked about what would be the best outcome. There was no scandal as heated as the romance of the imperial family. If the diamonds of their own house burned, they would die from regret, but they would pay 1,000 gold to see the most brilliant diamond of another burn. Sylvia, what do you think? The prince approached and grabbed the heretic questioner's wrist. Would you please accept my earnest request? The heretic questioner looked at the prince. At this moment, I was nervous as well. Will the love of the female protagonist, the Lady of the Golden Silk, be more intense? Or would the ego of the heretic questioner playing the bad girl be stronger? I did my best to strengthen the latter, but in the end, it was the heretic questioner who had to fight in his mind. We may lose the match. Your Highness. The heretic questioner slowly opened his mouth. What perfume did you use today? What? I'm sorry to tell you this, but it smells a little strange to me. A bright smile spread over the heretic questioner's face. Swish. The heretic questioner smoothly took his wrist out from the prince's grasp, then took out a fan and opened it. Over the fan, his eyes narrowed into a smile. Did you discover who was behind the assassins who attacked me yesterday? Ah, no. The investigation is still underway. If I hadn't had my butler by my side last night, I would have been hurt. If your Highness is thinking of me, then I ask you to respect my butler just as much. Didn't he protect the prestige of the Academy by protecting my life? Your Highness, I trust my butler the most. At that moment, ramen boiled in the prince's face, and the heretic questioner laughed with his fan wide open. Oh ho ho ho! It was the most romance-like laughter in the world. Chapter 94. Villain. Chapter 94. Villain. Thursdays, Sasha Lightbrin 1. Is there anyone who thinks about you as much as I do? Is there anyone who cares about you as much as I do? Have you ever seen someone look at you with more desperate eyes than mine? Have you ever felt a softer touch than my hands? There's no one. There wouldn't have been anyone. I would not let them. 2. Oh, ho, ho, ho! A peal of romance-like laughter rang through the garden. The prince, whose genuine plea had been met with laughter, looked like he was about to cry. Sylvia? Oh, ho, ho, ho! What is it, Your Highness? Isn't your laughter a little artificial? Oh, of course, your voice is like that of a baby bird. No matter how you chirp, it is music to my ears. Still, if you think about keeping up the appearance of nobility... Oh, ho, 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 ho! I am very satisfied with this laughter. Is that so? The prince muttered, stuttering. I see, that's how it is. No. Listening to it carefully, it seems to be all right. Yeah, it's all right. It's totally fine. You're so beautiful. I discovered another charming point about you today. Oi. Check out this ramen head. How did his love for the Lady of the Golden Silk not lessen even with this? All of the students around him were looking at him with slightly cold eyes. Zombie. Bei Huryong, who had been quiet for a bit after entering the apocalypse, opened his mouth. I've been silently watching your play this time. I was trying not to interfere. I can't watch this anymore, though. It's too frustrating. Hey, aren't you misunderstanding something? A misunderstanding? What am I getting wrong? You think it's easier to break someone's love than to create it. Yes. I'm sorry, but it's case by case. That was what Bei Huryong said. He had the expression of a mountain gorilla, the prince of the jungle, suddenly being trapped inside a zoo. Case by case? Yeah. You totally exude the aura of someone who's never dated, but people in love each have slightly different forms of love. Kiddo, there's a type of love that can't be cut no matter how much you try to slice it away. It seems to me that the prince guy is... The prince opened his mouth before Bei Huryong could finish his sentence. Sylvia, you truly shine in diverse ways like a kaleidoscope. If there was snow on the branches yesterday, the tree now blooms with plum blossoms. That's right. Is a human's laugh determined by their birth? What law prescribes the way nobility laughs? I, too, will change the way I laugh now. Wah! That crazy guy. A fantastic duet floated to the sky above the garden. Oh ho! Wah! Oh! Wah! It was the birth of the couple of the century. I was speechless. Wah! What the hell is love? I was shocked. You've never dated before. Did you think a kid who's never known the feeling of love could solve this twisted relationship? Behuryang clicked his tongue. There are people who have thrown away their country to look good in front of the one they love. It was a good idea to stop the immersion by acting out, but it won't be enough to destroy love. Yup. Sometimes it's just lacking. Huh? All of a sudden, Behuryang began to look like an adult. Am I going to have an inferiority complex because I've been single? To this mountain gorilla? Isn't that too shameful? Tap. I stepped between the crown prince and the heretic questioner, as if saying, look here. Naturally, the prince frowned when he saw me. Her ladyship has told me that she trusts me the most. Now, let's see if your love can hold against this. Your Highness is a nobleman. I am from humble birth, but your Majesty is far away, while I am always by my ladyship's side. My mistress's family is my house, and my mistress's life is the life that I serve, Your Highness. Screams of Kya echoed in the garden. The voices belonged to the young ladies watching us. No, crazy. Hey! Behuryang urgently shouted. You idiot! This virgin kid. You really don't know the rules of love. That guy's the prince of the empire, so he'll have a lot of pride. If you say that, the prince will become more jeh. Ha! The crown prince ground his teeth. You think yourself so great because you stay by the lady's side using the excuse of being a butler. Very well, then I will take care of Sylvia too. I'll watch over Sylvia myself when she is at the academy, so you may leave now. What? He's the crown prince of this nation. You can be crazy for love, but how could it be this much? Oh, Mr. Heretic Questioner, please stop laughing. I can't concentrate. What in heavens is this fuss now? It was then. The murmuring of the students stopped. In one very brief moment, the commotion stopped for less than a second. The silence was only 1 second long, but that was enough. The young sons and daughters of nobility bowed their heads and cleared the path. Lady of the Silver Lily. Only the crown prince looked at her with his eyebrows furrowed. There, the lady with the moonlight in her hair walked. 3. I thought you asked for a sick leave this morning, the prince said. I thought that you'd be absent from school today, but is your body feeling better again? Huh. The lady's heart seems to be quite the troublemaker. The lady of the Silver Lily did not respond right away. Instead, she glanced over our audience one by one. Flinch. When she met their eyes, the students dropped their gazes. Until now, the students had been fired up by the imperial family's scandal. Only once they froze did the lady of the Silver Lily part her lips. Are you well? I was able to have a peaceful night thanks to your concern. Is that so? That's good. You call in sick and lay down half the year, so a day like today must be precious. The sun feels nice on this spring day, so you should take a leisurely stroll. A cold expression. Take a stroll was the same thing as saying, leave this place. The crown prince was desperately cloying with the lady of the golden silk, but he was ungenerous toward the lady of the silver lily. His cold-heartedness was a bit odd. Even if he's from the imperial family, it shouldn't be good to treat someone from the ducal family this harshly. However, the lady of the silver lily was calm. A stroll sounds wonderful. The magnolia petals fall when the spring breeze becomes even a little rough. I worry that if I enjoy the walk alone, the flowers will be lonely. Unlike last night's struggle for words at the ball, the lady of the silver lily had a silver tongue. Your Highness, don't let yourself be dirtied in this clamorous crowd. Would you like to accompany me on a walk in the comfort of springtime? Why would I? Lady of the golden silk. The lady of the silver lily addressed the heretic questioner. You should also walk together. The prince shut his mouth. All the eyes nearby were drawn to the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner gripped his fan and glanced at me. What should I do, Death King? Is what his eyes told me. Should I follow them? His eyes showed that he would totally accept my decision. Would it be okay? The lady of the silver lily and the crown prince. Both of them were dangerous. Merely being close to them deepened our immersions. The heretic questioner became closer to the lady of the golden silk, and I became closer to the butler. It was dangerous, but nothing would be solved if we stayed still. What is your immersion rate now? I whispered in a voice that would only be heard by the heretic questioner. Did it rise? Yes, it went up a little. The heretic questioner whispered back, my immersion rate is now 17%. Aha, it rose 1% when the prince spoke to me. It rose another 1% when I saw the lady of the silver lily. In total, it's 2% higher than yesterday. 2%. Compared to last night's insane increase, the immersion speed had definitely slowed down. Should we take the risk now and enter the tiger's den? If not now, when would be better? I met the heretic questioner's eyes. When spring comes. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. The Magnolia Falls, Death King. Okay, I made a decision. All right, let's follow along, milady. I trust your judgment, butler. The heretic questioner closed the fan with a smack. Oh ho ho, I cannot refuse when the Lady of the Silver Lily personally suggested a walk. I gladly accept your invitation. The Lady of the Silver Lily frowned. Then she lightly turned around. Follow me quietly. For the place she led us to was her own lodgings. The Lady of the Silver Lily, whose family had great power, did not stay in the dormitories. She stayed and ate at a separate villa. This is where you come to walk, the prince complained, who had been half forced into following. The Lady of the Silver Lily's accommodations were fancier than the other students, but that was all. The prince was someone raised in the imperial palace. He didn't seem impressed by the luxury. Do you think I would do that? The Lady of the Silver Lily kept walking, unaffected by his words. Click, click. The lady's shoes made a noise whenever they hit the hallway. The walk was an excuse. What? There were many eyes in the garden. I couldn't tell you the truth like that. It must remain a secret. A secret? Yes. Click. It's about the assassins who dared to invade the cradle of nobility. Your Highness, rashly speaking, can agitate the public. The prince kept his mouth shut. From my deductions, the prince was the one who hired the assassins. Maybe it was just her air, but the Lady of the Silver Lily's tone seemed to say, I already know what you did. You mean you caught the culprit? Even I have not done so yet with my investigation. How could you? The Lady of the Golden Silk's butler gave me a clue. Click. Last night I threw out the lady and her servant from the ball. I had been overreacting. However, I only ordered them to be taken away, not for them to be locked up anywhere. It seems that some of my subordinates had evil intentions. The villa of the Duke's daughter had a staircase that led to the basement. Standing in front of it, the Lady of the Silver Lily looked back at us. Her face was expressionless. Shall we go down, Your Highness? I don't see the servants. How bizarre. Where did the duchy's servants go? Are you worried? I suppose you must be. I will take the lead. The Lady of the Silver Lily went down the stairs without answering the prince's question. Her clicking footsteps seeped through the basement. Click, click. Soon, the darkness of the stairs buried the Lady of the Silver Lily. The prince gulped and started going down the stairs. The heretic questioner and I also followed them. Something thickened in the air as we went down the stairs. It was something that my nose and my life were becoming too used to. The scent of blood. The heretic questioner and I weren't flustered, but the prince's shoulders ahead of us flinched. I apologize for bringing you to such a squalid place, Your Highness. In the basement, 3 human beings were tied down in chairs. All 3 were the duchy's servants whom I saw last night, and these are the people behind the assassins who attacked the Lady of the Golden Silk. All 3 were soaked in blood. The prince's hands trembled. Even I frowned a little. The only ones whose expressions did not change after descending the stairs were the heretic questioner and the Lady of the Silver Lily. It was understandable why the heretic questioner was unaffected. He was the guild master of the 10,000 Temple, which carried out uncountable numbers of torture and interrogations in the tower. However, the other person was just a duke's daughter. She resembled the moonlight. Staggering and swaying like she would fall any moment, she appeared fragile. That girl stood here as if she was very familiar with these types of places. This is the result of the investigation I did overnight. Then I remembered. It turned out that they had done it for personal revenge. The lady in front of me was the person who would destroy the world. Personal. Revenge? Yes, would you like to hear about it? The Lady of the Silver Lily grabbed a servant by his hair. Ah! The servant opened his eye in agony. Could he not open his right eye? He looked at us with only his left. His Highness the Prince has honored us with a visit. Pay respect. Milady, you and your colleagues ordered an assassination. The target was the Lady of the Golden Silk. Explain to the prince why you attempted to kill the lady. Milady, Miss... If you tell the truth, your family will remain unharmed. This person. The Lady of the Golden Silk, the daughter of a lowly baron on the outskirts, doesn't know her place and dares to chase the crown prince. Milady is His Highness's rightful fiancée. That's right, she's his fiancée. The agreement was made a long time ago. She was dangerous. I was frustrated angry because of the baron's daughter. So stop. I did something foolish. I apologize. I apologize, Milady. I apologize, Your Highness. Did anyone order you to hire an assassin? No one. There's nobody who pulled the strings. But there was. Are you saying it was just the three of you? This was a false testimony. Yes, that's right, Milady. That's right. It was to protect the prince. Are you certain? There's no mistake. All right. I see. To protect the prince of this country, the Lady of the Silver Lily deliberately brought about a false testimony. She must have ensured the three of them would say the same thing, concocted an alibi, and perfectly manipulated all evidence. These people would never be able to reveal the fact that they were the prince's agents. The prince's act of confining the heretic questioner and me in the warehouse was moved behind the scenes. So was his attempt to intervene and pretend to be a hero during the crisis. The Lady of the Silver Lily was trying to bury all truth in the ground, for none other than the Crown Prince. For the man who would be affected the most if the truth were revealed, Your Highness. The Lady of the Silver Lily lifted her head and looked at the prince. Please punish them. The prince flinched. What do you mean, punish? These are the men who tried to kill the Lady of the Golden Silk, whom Your Highness cares about. They are criminals who invaded the cradle of nobility. They deserve to be punished, and you can punish them. Your Highness is currently the foundation of this country. Why do you hesitate? The Lady of the Silver Lady asked. Is there perhaps a different truth to this case than what I have discovered? I tell you this not as a student of the Academy, but as someone who will be Your Highness's vassal. Your Highness, the foundation of the country. Oh, if you find my investigation to be insufficient, please push the punishment onto another. As this matter is serious, I will send notice to the Emperor's special operatives. The Emperor's special operatives. As soon as I heard that, a memory of the butler was revived. They were hunting dogs under the control of one person and did not answer to anyone else. Made up of the Empire's top swordsmen and magicians, they were given absolute rights over independent investigation. The reason why this prince was able to take over as the crown prince was because they swallowed up the former crown prince, who had been corrupt. However, if you are satisfied with this investigation, there is no need for such troublesome work. The Lady of the Silver Lily bowed her back. On the basement floor, there was a sword that seemed to have been prepared in advance. In this place, please punish. The Lady of the Silver Lily rolled up her sleeves like she was familiar with the movement. Both her arms had numerous scars marking her skin. The one who didn't properly manage the servants of her family. Wounds from stabs, cuts, scratches, plogs, and torture took space on every part of her arms, which were originally as white as lilies. No, it wasn't just both arms. Seeing the long dent in her shoulder that looked as if a worm had burrowed through, I knew that her whole body must be covered with scars. The Lady of the Silver Lily, with her head down, whispered, Please punish me. The Silver Lily, the villainous young lady of this world. As always, I will bear the sin. The Crown Prince trembled. Chapter 95, Villain. 2. Thursday's E. Sasha P.R. Light Bryn 5. My beloved daughter, don't expect anything. Do not expect anything at all. Do not expect things and do not count on things. That is the secret to life. Every time you tell yourself, maybe this time, the world will whisper back, this time, for certain. Being fooled once is an experience, and being fooled twice is a tragedy, but being fooled 3 times is a farce. My dear daughter, you are a noble. Be cautious and do not let your life become someone else's joke. Do not let them have 3 chances. 2. Just 2 wounds are enough to be remembered forever. Those kings of old set up memorials for their death while they were still alive. Do not repeat the foolishness of building monuments in the desert. But if you still want to leave something to the world, my daughter, remember, you are not lending your life to someone. Do not try to be someone's debtor. Give without the intention of getting it back in the first place. Give everything. Forgive people for throwing carnivals with your dead body. Give them your hair. Give them your fingers. Give everything. Sacrifice everything from your pureness to your naive hopes. They will ravenously desire all of you and enjoy their banquet. So leave, and do not leave anything behind in this world. Anything. That was your mother's will when she died. Her funeral was a cremation. 6. The basement was quiet. Is something wrong? There was only the quiet voice of Lady of the Silver Lily. The air was cold. The servants who were interrogated had shed blood, but the pools of blood did not heat the basement at all. Please, punish me quickly as foundation of this country. Ha, ha! The prince laughed weakly. No, could we even say that was a laugh? The tip of his mouth just lifted slightly and trembled. It was a gruesome failure of a smile. He turned his head like he was escaping and looked at the heretic questioner and me. His eyes asked, "What do you two think of this absurd situation, Your Highness?" But he couldn't escape. The cutting voice of the Lady of the Silver Lily severed the prince's gaze. Should I report their crimes to His Majesty's special operatives? The Crown Prince hesitated. Are you trying to follow in the footsteps of the discarded Crown Prince? Are you testing the extent of His Majesty's forgiveness for you? A threat. Her quiet tone was not rude, but the duchy's young lady, the Lady of the Silver Lily, was clearly giving the prince a hard time. It was an effective threat. The imperial heir's hand trembled. Shaking, he grabbed the sword that the lady had offered him. However, his determination only lasted to holding the grip of the sword. He wasn't mad enough to swing the sword. Sylvia. The prince, helplessly, let the tip of the sword point down. He looked at us blankly. Did he want one of us to come forward and stop the Lady of the Silver Lily? What a neat resolution. However, the heretic questioner laughed brightly. It's neat how you brought in the two of us in addition to the Crown Prince. Aha. So everyone here will become accomplices and keep their mouths shut by your calculations. It'll be good for His Highness since his blunders will be covered up. And it'll be good for me since the Lady of the Silver Lily is being punished. Sigh Sylvia? The problem here is that only your ladyship gains nothing from this. The heretic questioner's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Do you receive any benefit by doing things this way? Your ladyship. 3 loyal servants of the Duke are dying. You'll even receive corporal punishment on the prince's behalf. I'm really curious about what you're thinking. I don't know what you're talking about. As I said, these are my family's servants, and I, as the daughter of this family, should be held responsible for their mistake. Aha! How pretty! But that isn't efficient when it comes to a debate. Let's be honest with each other to have a more fruitful discussion. Why would you be punished on the prince's behalf? Is this your ladyship's love? The sound of breathing in the basement. The silver and gold ladies stared at each other for a moment. It is only what I must do to be his subject, Lady of the Golden Silk. The Lady of the Silver Lily replied in a composed voice, not even moving her eyebrows. Thinking of my own benefit or cost is disloyal. Perhaps you find this difficult to understand, since your family is from the countryside. In other words, you don't want something in return? Do you want me to answer? Give up. Whether you understand me or not has no influence on my behavior. How curious. The heretic questioner exhaled like a sigh. It was difficult for me to guess right away what he meant by that, but one thing was certain. The heretic questioner's response was definitely not what the Crown Prince had hoped for. The heretic questioner did not intend to stop the Lady of the Silver Lily. The face of the prince who had clung onto his love was stained with despair. Please wait a moment, milady. So I had no choice but to open my mouth. The heretic questioner tilted his head and looked at me. Yes, butler, what is it? If those servants are really the culprits, then you also have the right to take revenge. It would be wrong to leave the punishment solely to the prince. My mouth felt stale. My head was spinning. To overcome this ridiculously complicated political incident, I devoted myself to thinking about the best course. I did not hesitate to use the butler's knowledge. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 7%. My tongue dried to a crisp, but it was still okay for now. The same is true for the Lady of the Silver Lily. She was betrayed by her faithful servants. I believe this is more than enough reason that she deserves to punish these men. Ooh, so? There are 3 servants who have sinned. There are also 3 people who are entitled to punish them. I looked at the servants tied up in the chairs. What if each person punishes 1 culprit each? Silence. In any case, the Lady of the Silver Lily wishes to make us accomplices. That's why she brought us here. And His Highness seems to be unable to carry out the punishment alone. I believe that it will be appropriate to divide the punishment equally. There was a hush for a while. The heretic questioner closed an eye. The Lady of the Silver Lily pinched her brows without a word. The Crown Prince's complexion quickly brightened. Right. Sylvia's servant is correct. The Lady of the Silver Lily was betrayed by her subordinates. Sylvia was attacked. And I need to uphold the law. Since everyone has their own reasons, it would be best to each take care of one. Your Highness, a king should not share his duties with others. Shut it! The prince nervously threw the sword at the Lady of the Silver Lily. Thwop! The sheath bounced off the lady's leg and to the ground. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked impassive, though it must have hit hard enough to bruise. If something happens, kill it, punish it, beat it. That's the only thing you know how to say. How many people do you think I've taken care of until now? It is the duty of the one who will lead this empire in the future. I am not a killer. I'm no murderer. You spiteful woman. How wicked. If you want to see blood so much, you kill someone first. The prince huffed, and the Lady of the Duchy quietly looked at him. Time seemed to freeze. The thin ice in the air broke as the lady slowly bent down. She lifted the sword. Her hands continued to move. Her left hand was over the sheath and her right hand on the hilt. Skillfully, the Lady of the Silver Lily drew the blade. Your Highness? The color of the blade resembled her hair. If so, at least give me an order. Oh, order? Yes, Your Highness. Order me to execute them. Why are you hesitating? Did you forget how to give an order? Is it because you want to give up your claim to sovereignty? The prince inhaled deeply. Kate, he fumbled over the word, kill him. However, the Lady of the Silver Lily never missed. Blood splattered. The air in the basement split apart, as did the weightier flesh. Ah! The Lady of the Silver Lily's shoulders shook a little as if she was sighing. That was all. After taking a life with a sigh, the Lady of the Silver Lily looked at us. I felt something ominous. My heart throbbed disturbingly. I realized how I felt for the Lady of the Silver Lily. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 8%. It was something instinctive that told me that this person will someday stand in the way of the Lady of the Golden Silk. It was an obsessive compulsion to deal with the person in front of my eyes. Aha. You're becoming more and more interesting to me. Very good. That was why my immersion rate was rising like crazy. It'll be troublesome to leave the person who tried to assassinate me alone. Please hand me the sword. I'll take care of the second one. Now, shall I become an accomplice? How many people has the heretic questioner killed so far? I didn't know, but it was very clear that the heretic questioner was not an amateur in this. As soon as the heretic questioner received the sword, he hummed and completed the execution in one blow. Now, there was one servant left. Ah. There was only one person left who needed to administer punishment. The prince opened his mouth and looked at the heretic questioner. He didn't seem to expect that the heretic questioner would execute someone so easily. Ah, yeah. Then something shocking, no, something unbelievable happened. The prince took a back step and tried to run away. Before the Lady of the Silver Lily could say anything, the heretic questioner said, "Ah!" As he did, the prince ran off. Nobody had expected it, so the crown prince nearly succeeded in getting away. Yup. If I didn't block the basement stairs behind them. How impertinent. Whose path do you think you're blocking, servant? You. I snatched the prince's wrist and gripped it tightly. I intentionally increased my strength. The prince tried to shake off my hand but failed. He let out a low scream. He couldn't compare with me in terms of grip strength in the first place. What do you mean? You? Ach! Let go of me this instant. It happened because of you, did it not? The voice that spilled out of my mouth was cold even to my ears. It wasn't my usual voice. This wouldn't have happened if you did not order the assassination attempt on a whim. You were so crazy for love that you set up a kidnapping act. Well, things like that may happen sometimes. But do you plan to ignore your responsibility just because you're crazy? I glowered at the prince. Hold it. Hold it? What am I supposed to? The sword. Hold it. The prince flinched. The immersion toward the character is currently your immersion rate is 9%. The immersion increased, but that didn't matter. Right now, my feelings were the same as the butler's. Anger at this cowardly escape. I grabbed the prince's wrist and dragged him along. He resisted, trying hard not to be pulled by me. However, I ignored his attempts. Hold the sword's hilt. Ah, you rude thing, you dare? Since he didn't want to hold it, I forced him to. Raise the sword properly. Let go. I order you to let me go. Is anybody there? Since he did not want to raise the sword, I had to force him to do so. It shows how much you've let others take the blame until now. The dirty work, the vulgar work, the things that you didn't want to touch. You must have handed all of these over to the Lady of the Silver Lily, you who is the prince of this country. See, Sylvia, control your butler. Please, Sylvia. Strike with the sword. The prince's arm strength was negligible. It was easy to overcome, so I overcame it. Ah! The smell of blood in the basement became a bit thicker. The servant's body, tied to the chair, slid down. The prince looked in front of him with a devastated expression. At his feet, the Lady of the Silver Lily slowly bent her knees. The hem of her skirt dipped into the pool of blood, turning red. It will please everyone that the foundation of the empire has upheld our nation's order, Your Highness. The prince did not answer. He turned his back without a word. This time, I let his hands go. Please keep your heart firm and continue to execute fair judgment in the future. The prince tiredly climbed the basement stairs. Thud, thud. Meanwhile, the Lady of the Silver Lily continued to advise him. Her persistent voice bounced off the prince's back and returned to the basement. The fate of this country and its people rely on Your Highness's mindset. Your Highness may be one person, but your actions are not yours alone. Each of Your Highness's actions and decisions has a great influence on the empire. Please. The sound of footsteps became faint with distance and cut off. We continued looking at the Lady of the Silver Lily, who still had her head bowed. Become strong. I wanted to understand this person. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Translator, Thursday's Lightbryn Tree. It was the third day since we fell into the apocalypse. The Lady of the Silver Lily was absent from the academy. They say she's in bed because her body's unwell. Is that so? Yes, she gets sick often, so of course she would fall ill after interrogating her servants all night long. The heretic questioner took small sips of the black tea, which contained a large amount of sodium, good for his health. Physical fitness is the nation's strength. It's difficult to achieve your goals, even if you have a great cause when your body is weak. What a shame. The Lady of the Silver Lily is a talented person who can overturn the empire. I heard that the prince is absent as well. Aha. Yes. Yes. It's all thanks to you, butler. Maybe he received too much of a shock. He might even apply for a leave of absence. We were in one part of the garden having tea time by the magnolias. The other students passing through the garden were startled when they saw us. It's the crazy master-servant pair. The naughty lady. You can't go near them. Young ladies lifted up the hems of their dresses, and the young men rolled up the ankles of their pants to run away. Thanks to this, we had the spacious garden to ourselves. Sweet. Heretic questioner, you just called me butler, not Death King. Be careful. Ah, I apologize. My mistake. It's hard to control myself since my immersion is over 20%. Oh, also, this salted tea is surprisingly charming. Another cup, please, butler. You called me a butler again. I sighed and poured more tea into the lady's teacup. Splish. I began to hum. After taking on the butler's role, I realized that tea ceremonies were quite deep. The way the tea poured from the pot drop by drop and gathered in the cup, the way the liquid rippled as it poured. It was beautiful. This culture truly suited the young lady. The immersion toward the character has deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 10%. Kia! The heretic questioner jumped. Butler, why did you suddenly dump the tea on me? It's hot. It'll definitely damage my delicate hair. What do you mean? Kia, that's not the way you normally scream. Has your body and heart become one with the Lady of the Golden Silk Plum? Tell me this. When spring comes, the magnolias drop and the butler's hair will fall off too. Ack! There was a moment when I experienced the horror that I might lose my hair. We calmed down and stopped fighting. I acted like a proper servant and brushed the heretic questioner's hair. The heretic questioner's hair had grown a bit over the past few days. Was it the effect of his sacred transformation technique? Or was it because he was becoming more and more like the lady of the golden plum silk? Your expressions show much more emotions than before, heretic questioner. I ran my fingers through his golden hair. I had never combed someone's hair or had mine be combed by someone, but my hands moved on their own. You used to smile all the time. In another way, it was like you weren't smiling at all. Rather than smiling because you were happy, it felt like smiling was a default expression. Aha, am I different now? Yes, you've become more emotional, or should I say vivid? Now I feel like I understand why you smile when you smile, whether you're smiling because you're pleased or if you're faking it. I see. I'm also aware of that. Death King, do you think that this is a good thing? I quietly looked down at the back of the heretic questioner's head. It was a small head, small body, small shoulders, small arms. I thought about how many people he must have killed despite his small body. The heretic questioner. From Europe, Bulgaria, to be specific, and a first-generation hunter. Age unknown, number of murders unknown. Yes, I think it's a good trend. I opened my mouth. Honestly, I was wondering what to do with you. What do you mean? You're a crazy psychopathic killer. I slowly tied the back of the heretic questioner's hair. It reminded me of taking care of my younger siblings at the orphanage. But I couldn't kill you without a reason. The Black Dragon Guild and even the Sword Saint, who hates people like you the most, kept you alive, which means there's a reason not to kill you. The heretic questioner laughed. He didn't seem surprised to hear I was wondering if I should kill him. Rather, he seemed to find it fun. An accurate discernment. Why do you kill people? I finally asked the question I had wanted to ask very much. You may be a psychopath, but you're a psychopath who can listen. You know how to understand others in your own way. Then why murder them? The heretic questioner stroked his chin. He radiated an atmosphere of deep thought. In the distance, beyond the flower bushes in the garden, there was the quiet sound of students laughing. The heretic questioner turned his head. Then he began to whisper so only I would hear. First of all, I should tell you that I'm very talented. The heretic questioner made some hand signs. Sacred technique, hidden spirit. One of the heretic questioner's gloves disappeared. It is one of the sacred techniques that I can use. I can make anything, no matter what it is, disappear from the world. Of course, I can also use this technique to get rid of evidence and bodies after a murder. His bare fingers waved in the air. If a powerful person doesn't kill people, it isn't because they're a good person. Death King, they simply find it annoying to cover up the corpse and are afraid of being discovered later. But I don't have to worry about annoyance or fear. The tower really was confusing in the first generation. The heretic questioner's face turned bright. The revival of slavery, racial discrimination and nationalism, terrorism, manipulation, genocide, incitement and fabrication, ideological conflicts. It was a bit like compressing all of human history and melting it in your mouth. The feeling that, at this rate, we will all perish spread to small and medium warlords, the current 5 guilds. The Black Dragon, Sangryun, 10,000 Temple, Chen Mumun, the civil militia. The 5 gathered. The heretic questioner spoke as if he were reciting some epic. The Black Dragon's guildmaster spoke first. I'll leave out the useless words. Let's make an everlasting non-aggression pact. The Count added a condition. Guarantee that Sangryun will have exclusive rights to supplies from the outside world. And I added this. I want every guild to have its own exclusive territory. That's my condition for cooperating with this cover-up. The venomous snake complained. Well, the craziest guys are the most reliable ones. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It's the end of the world, really. But why is this coffee so bitter? Who gave me coffee that I didn't even order? Oi, look at this. Hey. The Sword Saint organized things. I won't say do what you have to do. I'll say do what you want to do. Tonight, we will be killing people with our own conviction, our judgments, and our methods. That night, 4,653 people died. The heretic questioner's smile was still bright. The next night, 10,171 people died. Then the next night, 8,275 people. And the next night, 7,412 people. And the night after that, 23,781. They died. They died. They died. The heretic questioner continued to repeat that refrain. After a while, he happily said, "And then," the heretic questioner said that the day came suddenly. That night, nobody died. It was the end of a long cleanup operation. He said that the Black Dragon Witch cried that night. And as for the Sword Saint, I will take responsibility and resign. The Sword Saint was the commander of the civil militia at the time. And I will never speak of this again. I allowed the massacre. I participated in it. I did it even though I knew I shouldn't have. I will despise all of you forever, and I will hate myself a little more than that. He left. After that day, the position of the civil militia's commander remained perpetually empty. Since then, the Crusader has been in charge of the civil militia. The Crusader, the vice leader of the civil militia, the Crusader always introduced herself like that and had always been called that. The Crusader regretted it. I suddenly remembered the night when the Crusader blocked the Sword Saint along with the alchemist. Was this the reason for the subtle tension between the Crusader and the Sword Saint? But I didn't regret it. It was a necessary sacrifice. The heretic questioner grinned. But maybe because I'm being immersed into the Lady of the Golden Silk Plum, I had a weird thought just now. What is it? Death King. I think things might have gone differently if you were there. How interesting. I've never felt this mood before. The heretic questioner raised his head. He stopped whispering. In the sky, magnolias were blooming. Do you people always live in this sort of mood? If I had only done something back then, if this happened at that time, do you drift, wander, and live among these thoughts? It's amazing, the heretic questioner lamented. Well, the fifth-ranked hunter said with a sigh, this is why people are so beautiful and lovely. Heretic questioner? If I were also like everyone else. The heretic questioner stopped talking for a moment. He continued. And then, it's troublesome, Butler. I keep desiring more and more to stay in this world. The moment the heretic questioner smiled, I heard a voice. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 11%. I realized then, I probably wouldn't be able to kill this person. I couldn't kill someone who knew how to feel regret. Milady. Yes. When spring comes. The heretic questioner waved his hand. The missing glove suddenly returned and wrapped his bare hand. It was a white glove patterned with flower petals. The heretic questioner beamed. Spring is nice. Would you like to go for a walk, Butler? Time seemed to stop. I didn't know what kind of expression I made. Then the heretic questioner looked at my face and said, "Pfft," while laughing. He was laughing so hard he had to hold on to his stomach. Ah ha! Ha! Your complexion is fantastic, Death King. It turned blue in an instant. You looked like a corpse. Really, even if it's a joke, something like this. I'm sorry. I guess having emotions made me a bit of a prankster. Ah, I understand. Now I know what I usually feel when I'm with you, Death King. I feel like I'm looking at a reliable big brother. A big brother? You're from the first generation. Aren't you actually older than me? No comment. But then, the heretic questioner continued, it is clear that I am becoming quickly immersed into the role of the Lady of the Golden Plum Silk. Even during this conversation, my immersion rose by 1%. My immersion rate is now 32%. Tomorrow, it may increase to over 50%. That's how much I'm addicted to feeling emotions. The heretic questioner touched the back of his head where I had tied his hair. I am the protagonist of this apocalypse's tale, but you will be the main character in the end. Death King, before I drown in emotions and become absorbed by the Lady of the Golden Plum Silk, please save the ending. I will. I nodded. I promise. The heretic questioner smiled. I believe in you, my butler. That night, the heretic questioner's immersion rate went over 50%. For, in the end, it is the Lady of the Silver Lily who will destroy this world. I headed to the Lady of the Silver Lily's lodgings under the pretext of checking on her health. She's the key. I need to understand her. Her love, jealousy, tolerance, arrogance, and monopoly. I have to understand it all if I want to complete this apocalypse, and I will. Unlike yesterday, the lady's residence was filled with servants. Excuse me, I said politely. Would it be possible for me to see the young lady of the duchy? Who are you? I was sent over by the lady of the golden plum silk. The servants' faces turned hard. It was well known that their master and the lady of the golden plum silk had a bad relationship. Please wait a minute, yelled one of the servants, running to the lady of the silver lily's quarters. After a while, the servant returned with a bitter expression. Follow me. The lady has permitted you to greet her. Thank you. The servant guided me not to the lady of the silver lily's parlor or bedroom, but her office. Numerous servants came and went with reports. Here is a letter from the Lepanor region, milady. Put it on the left side of my desk. Milady, the lady of the green pine, sent this in place of the Viscount family head. Since the season is what it is, it seems like a request for exchanging crops. Send it to finances for review and bring it back. Milady? The lady of the silver lily, who was looking at some documents at the desk in the center of the office, raised her head. Her red eyes glanced over my body. She said casually, "A guest has arrived. Everyone, leave." The lady of the silver lily flipped over a sand timer on her desk. "I will give you a 15-minute break." The servants rushed out. In the spacious office, only the lady of the silver lily and I were left. So, the lady of the silver lily put down her quill. You say the lady of the golden plum silk sent you here? That's commendable. She used to grind her teeth whenever she saw me just a few days ago. She's become a different person from then. She heard that you collapsed because you were ill. You seem healthy. How surprising. I'm still a student. I need a proper excuse to take care of things outside of class. Even so, it's too much to say that I'm healthy. The lady of the silver lily coughed. I've been keeping an eye on your performance. In a short period, you've managed to notice spies in my employ. It isn't only your lady that has changed, but also you. It seems that someone with a good head was chosen for this time's actor. How fortunate for the Empire. If you weren't at least that smart, I wouldn't have allowed you to visit. For a moment, I couldn't understand. Pardon? The lady of the silver lily narrowed her eyes. I thought you were smart, but you have a dumb side to you, too. What do you mean? I'm in the 14th session. Her composed voice continued. But even so, I'm just a regressor who repeats the last 10 days of this life. This is the 13th time I've seen an actor like you. Then I heard a voice. That voice made me speechless. A silver-plated heart is looking at you. The lady of the silver lily. What session are you on? She was a regressor in this world.